Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Velzard's POV. I must admit, the water feels divine. For all my eons of existence, I had never once stepped foot in the ocean. It's absurd, considering how long I've lived. But in my defense, there was never a reason to. If I wanted to relax, the hot spring in Tempest sufficed. Or so I thought. This experience was entirely different. The water was cool, unlike the steaming heat of a hot spring, yet soothing in its own way. The sensation of the waves rolling against my skin, fluid, unpredictable, and alive, was mesmerizing. Beneath my feet, the sands would shift softly, molding to my presence in a way that smooth stone never could. There was a certain wildness to the ocean, a feeling of vastness that I never truly considered before now. However, if I had to name a single downside to this entire day, it would be that I felt far too exposed. I spent a considerable amount of time choosing what to wear, far more than I'm comfortable admitting. For the first time and possibly ever, I genuinely put thought into my outward appearance. Usually, I wear what is practical and dignified. But today was different. Thanks to the many mangas Rimuru brought into this world, I had countless references. Too many, in fact. After much deliberation, I settled on something bold. A black and white two-piece that felt both unfamiliar and effective if Rimuru's reaction was anything to go by. Was my choice made to elicit precisely that reaction from him? Perhaps. But I would never admit that out loud. Regardless, the day had passed in a blur of laughter and splashing, an experience I never imagined myself partaking in. And now, as the sun began its slow descent beyond the horizon, the atmosphere shifted into something far more tranquil. The once bright sky bled into brilliant shades of orange and violet, streaks of gold reflecting off the ocean's surface like scattered gemstones. Gentle waves lapped at the shore, their rhythmic crashing a steady lull in the background. A cool breeze drifted through the air, carrying the scent of salt and the distant crackle of burning wood. Most had already left the water, drying themselves off and preparing for the night. The shoreline, once filled with energetic splashing and rowdy games, was now dotted with small clusters of people gathered around crackling campfires. Some were chatting, others tending to food, and a few simply sat in quiet admiration of the scenery before them. It was picturesque. Strange how something as simple as a beachside camp could feel so peaceful. Perhaps it was the contrast to our usual daily lives, where preparations for war and looming threats were the norm, that made this moment all the more precious. Thanks to Rimuru's utterly ridiculous, imaginary space, he had brought with him and conjured up entire beach houses, allowing us to extend this experience into the night. A luxury only he could casually provide. I sighed, watching the last sliver of the sun dip below the waterline. I could get used to this. I muttered to myself. As the last traces of sunlight faded beyond the horizon, the flickering glow of campfires illuminated the beach, casting long shadows across the sand. The scent of grilled fish drifted through the salty night air, mingling with the faint aroma of wine. Scattered groups sat in relaxed circles, each indulging in the massive sea monster Hakuru had caught earlier in the day. Laughter and conversation wove together, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. I let my gaze wander across the different groups. Rimuru sat with Benimaru, Hakuru, and Diablo, their conversation seeming lighthearted but animated. Class S remained with Hinata and Luminous, and their youthful energy remained despite the long day. As for the orchestra members, they had split up, mingling among the others as they embraced the relaxed evening. Then, my eyes landed on a rather curious gathering. Cheyenne, Shuna, and Testarossa sat together, the latter arriving about an hour after I did. Nearby, Testarosa's subordinates, CN and Moss, had joined Diablo's own subordinates, forming a smaller, quieter cluster. Well, this could be amusing. I started toward them at an unhurried pace, the cool sand shifting pleasantly beneath my bare feet. Walking on such a soft surface was quite lovely. It was smooth and fine rather than coarse or rough. The faint sound of waves rolling against the shore and the crackling of the fire ahead made for an oddly tranquil ambience. As I approached, their conversation became clearer. "I didn't take you as someone who'd be into wine, Cheyenne-san," Testarossa remarked, swirling the deep red liquid in her glass before taking an elegant sip. So, like Luminous, she had brought wine with her. Of course, I'd be. We produce the best wine, after all. Cheyenne declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Unlike Testarossa's refined mannerisms, Cheyenne raised her glass and downed a generous swig in one go, the stark contrast making the scene all the more amusing. Shuna sighed, shaking her head before sipping from her own glass, her posture far more composed. "Please do not go beyond your limits. You got drunk during an important meeting the last time that happened," she reminded. Cheyenne, undeterred, simply grinned. That was one time. She retorted. Shuna arched an eyebrow. Once was enough. She shot back. You're lucky this is just a casual outing. She conceded with a shake of her head. Testarossa chuckled, her crimson eyes gleaming with amusement as she watched their back and forth. I stopped a few paces from the gathering, and as expected, the three women quickly noticed my presence. In perfect synchronization, they turned and inclined their heads slightly in greeting. Good evening, Velzard-sama. Shuna said, her voice as polite and composed as ever. Testarossa tilted her head slightly, flashing a charming smile. Would you care to join us? She asked. Fufufu, don't mind if I do. I replied, flicking my fingers to conjure a soft mat beside them. I took a moment to dust off my beach dress before lowering myself onto the mat, stretching my legs comfortably in front of me. While I was not particularly fond of open fires, the cool ocean breeze offset the heat, making the experience bearable. My gaze drifted toward the flickering flames, allowing the warmth to sink in. The relaxed atmosphere, the distant hum of conversation, and the rhythmic crashing of waves all blended in to create a serene mood. Say, how did the situation in the Western Council go? I asked, breaking the comfortable silence. Testarossa gave a small, knowing smile before elegantly refilling her glass. Without a word, she poured another and handed it to me. I accepted the drink with a slight nod, taking a slow sip as I waited for her response. It took some persuasion to get them on our side. She said, her voice as smooth as the wine she drank. But after demonstrating our overwhelming advantage against Guy's demons, they had no choice but to acknowledge us. She continued. Era. That's rather surprising. I blurted out, tilting my head. I suppose Guy's army has grown complacent. I remarked. Indeed. Testarossa agreed, tapping a manicured nail against her glass. Despite being outnumbered, my subordinates managed to repel his forces with ease. Though, if I'm being honest, I doubt he was ever serious about those assaults on the northern front. She added. I chuckled softly. Of course not. That sounds just like him. I said. Guy sending his demons to do his work was nothing new. He had no genuine interest in wiping out the Western nations. If he did, they would have been gone long ago. No, his little attacks were nothing more than a way to keep the humans in check, ensuring no single nation ever grew powerful enough to disrupt the balance of power. To think everything that happened in Lublius was just one part of a grander scheme, it's unsettling. Shuna muttered, the flickering firelight casting soft shadows across her face. We ended up killing the so-called Guardian of the West because of that. Cheyenne grumbled, crossing her arms with a pout. Not to mention, he was a very difficult opponent. She added. Her loud voice briefly shattered the tranquil night, making the nearby waves seem even quieter by comparison. A few heads from the other groups turned in our direction before losing interest and resuming their own conversations. I took another sip from my glass before casually replying. There's nothing wrong with that. They attacked first, so you had every right to fight back. I said bluntly. Shuna and Cheyenne turned to me, their expressions momentarily puzzled. I supposed my complete dismissal of that insector's existence wasn't what they expected. But honestly, it was nothing more than the natural course of war. One less enemy to deal with. Testarossa smiled, setting her glass down beside her. Fortunately, we won't have to worry about that any longer. Protecting the West is Tempest's responsibility now, and I fully intend to do a better job than the Ratzos or Razzle ever did. She declared, her crimson eyes glinting with confidence. At that, Cheyenne and Shuna relaxed, any lingering frustration fading away. Though, I knew they recognized what this new responsibility meant. It wasn't just a victory. It was an obligation. The weight of that duty would fall upon our shoulders. Even so, the night remained peaceful. The fire crackled, the waves hummed their endless song, and for this brief moment, everything felt steady. By the way, Velzard-sama. I'd like to ask something if you don't mind. Testarossa's voice was smooth as ever, but her tone was different. When I met her gaze, I noticed a mischievous glint hidden beneath her composed and elegant expression. It was subtle but unmistakable. From my peripheral vision, I caught a glimpse of Cheyenne and Shuna. They were wearing the same expression. Oh no. I remained composed, taking another slow sip of wine as I prepared myself for whatever nonsense they were about to throw my way. Is it true? Testarossa asked, her voice laced with amusement. I arched a brow. What is? I questioned. Her smile widened as she swirled her wine before raising the glass to her lips. Then, ever so slightly, she leaned forward, her teasing gaze locked onto mine. Well, it's just that Rimuru-sama told us that you both have officially tied the knot in a sense. She said. For a brief moment, I simply stared at her, my mind failing to process what I had just heard. The words registered, but their meaning refused to sink in. Then, all at once. What? I stammered. The heat that rushed to my face rivaled that of the fire crackling beside us. It didn't help that Testarossa was looking at me with such expectancy, nor that Shuna and Cheyenne were watching just as intently. This was a coordinated attack. I forced myself to keep my composure, though I was painfully aware of how obvious my flustered state must have been. Finally, after what felt like the longest few seconds of my life, I let out a sigh of defeat. It's been an open secret, I guess you could say. I muttered, glancing away. Though, I'm positive we tried not to be too obvious. My voice trailed off, unsure of my own answer. The moment those words left my lips, the reactions were immediate. Cheyenne's eyes went wide with shock while Shuna and Testarossa simply exchanged knowing nods as if they had already suspected as much. Rimuru-sama and dash. Cheyenne's voice rose, but before she could finish her sentence, Shuna swiftly placed a hand over her mouth. A few nearby groups turned their heads at the brief commotion before resuming their conversations. The waves continued their rhythmic crashing in the background, blending with the distant chatter of the others. Good grief, Cheyenne. Try not to disturb the others. Shuna scolded. But this is a big deal. Cheyenne whispered loudly, still muffled by Shuna's hand. My embarrassment deepened. I turned back to Testarossa, who was thoroughly enjoying my predicament, casually sipping her wine like a refined aristocrat reveling in palace gossip. To think I would ever find myself in a situation like this. You seem quite surprised, Velzard-sama. She teased, her ruby eyes gleaming in amusement. How did you find out? I asked, my voice uncharacteristically meek. At that, Cheyenne and Shuna finally ceased their squabbling, redirecting their attention to the conversation. Actually, most of us have known for a while. Shuna revealed, her tone light yet matter-of-fact. When Testarossa-san and I accompanied Rimuru-sama to his first meeting with the Western Council, we asked him the same question. She added. Testarossa nodded in confirmation, swirling her wine again. Cheyenne, however, looked utterly lost. We had our suspicions. Testarossa continued. But Rimuru-sama himself confirmed it to us. She said. Cheyenne blinked. Then, her brows furrowed as she turned toward Shuna with mild exasperation. Wait. What do you mean you guys knew for a while? She demanded. Shuna sighed, shaking her head as though she couldn't believe she had to explain something so obvious. Their relationship has been crystal clear, Cheyenne. She replied bluntly. Was it? Cheyenne and I blurted out at the same time. Yes. Shuna and Testarossa responded in perfect unison. I leaned back, completely defeated, taking a long sip from my glass in an attempt to regain some semblance of composure. Cheyenne, meanwhile, slowly turned her gaze toward Rimuru's group in the distance. There he sat, completely at ease, engaged in what seemed to be a calm discussion with Benimaru, Hakuru, and Diablo, utterly oblivious to the predicament I had been thrown into. The initial shock finally subsided, though the glints of excitement in their eyes hadn't dimmed in the slightest. If anything, my reluctant admission had only encouraged them. Before I could fully regain my composure, Shuna and Cheyenne scooted closer, their expressions alight with curiosity. Testarossa, already sitting beside me, maintained her elegant posture, but the interest in her gaze was unmistakable. The three of them looked far too eager, and I had a sinking feeling about where this was going. What? I asked warily. Shuna clasped her hands together, her polite smile betraying the anticipation in her eyes. Velzard-sama, would you mind answering a few questions? She requested politely. I blinked. That depends on the questions. I eventually replied. Cheyenne grinned, her excitement bubbling. Come on, don't be shy. We just want to know a little more. She pressed. I narrowed my eyes at her definition of a little, but I already knew there was no escaping this. With a sigh of resignation, I rested my chin on my hand. Fine. Go ahead. I said. As if they had been waiting for this moment, they wasted no time. Who made the move to make it official? Testarossa asked, tilting her head slightly. It was him. I replied without hesitation. Cheyenne blinked in mild surprise. Huh, really? I thought you would have been the one to make a move first. She said. Shuna and Testarossa, however, exchanged knowing looks. That makes sense. Shuna mused. Testarossa smirked. He may not always act like it, but Rimuru-sama is rather bold when the situation calls for it. She remarked. Cheyenne folded her arms before speaking. Guess he does have it in him. She muttered. I took another sip of wine, waiting for the next inevitable question. And it came swiftly. How long have you been interested in him? Shuna asked. I set my glass down and thought for a moment. From the beginning. I admitted. I decided to stay in Tempest mainly because of Rimuru. His display at Walpurgis was intriguing, to say the least. I had never seen a being like him before, and my curiosity got the better of me. I said. Their expressions softened as I continued. During my time here, we naturally grew closer. And before we even realized it, our feelings had developed. I said. Cheyenne grinned and leaned back, arms behind her head. Well, yeah. That was one hell of a first impression. He made Clayman look like a total fool. She exclaimed. That in itself wasn't too impressive. He was just weak. I replied bluntly. Shuna giggled, and I simply shook my head. Then, something caught their attention. Shuna's gaze lowered, her eyes widening slightly as they settled on my wrist. Testarossa followed her line of sight a moment later, and her expression mirrored Shuna's. That bracelet. Testarossa murmured. I instinctively glanced down at my wrist. The smooth golden band gleamed faintly in the firelight, its delicate craftsmanship as flawless as ever. I rarely paid much attention to it, but when their eyes landed on it, I suddenly felt far too aware of its presence. You recognize it? I asked. Shuna nodded, her voice filled with certainty. Of course we do. We were with Rimuru-sama when he bought it. She answered. Ah, I see. I muttered. I absent-mindedly traced my fingers over the bracelet, but before I could say anything else, Cheyenne gasped dramatically. Wait, hold on. She blurted out. We all turned to her in mild confusion as she suddenly pointed a finger toward Rimuru's group. He's wearing the same one, she said. My breath hitched slightly, and I immediately followed her gaze. Across the way, Rimuru was lounging in the sand, his arms folded behind his head as he spoke casually with Benimaru, Hakuru, and Diablo. The glow of the campfire nearby flickered against his face, illuminating his relaxed expression. There, catching the moon's soft light, was an identical bracelet wrapped snugly around his wrist. The three women turned to me, grinning like they had just uncovered the most scandalous secret of the century. I closed my eyes, exhaling slowly. This night was only getting longer. My. So he was actually serious. Testarossa hummed in delight, swirling the wine in her glass. That is to be expected from him. Shuna affirmed, nodding knowingly. Cheyenne, however, leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. I'm still baffled by this. Doesn't this mean Tempest has a queen now? She pondered. The weight of her words made me pause, but then a soft giggle escaped my lips. The thought was amusing if nothing else. You're thinking a little too far ahead, I told her, shaking my head. But don't you fill in for his work from time to time? She pressed. I blinked, taken by surprise. The others turned to me, waiting for my answer, but I found myself unable to come up with one. Instead, I grabbed my drink and downed the remaining contents in one smooth motion before setting the empty glass aside. Now that you mention it. Shuna mused, tapping a finger against her chin. I do see Velzard-sama in the office every now and then. She pointed out. At that, I tucked my legs in and averted my gaze. My eyes naturally drifted toward Rimuru, who was still lying back in the sand, chatting away with his group, entirely unaware of the current conversation revolving around him. My lips pursed into a slight pout as I rested my arms on my knees. And this is why I don't do your work for free, I muttered under my breath. The truth was, despite the monotony of paperwork, there was something oddly relaxing about it. But that was a thought I would never say out loud. Otherwise, he'd undoubtedly find a way to pile even more work onto me. After more light-hearted conversation and teasing, the atmosphere gradually settled into a quieter, more relaxed state. The fire crackled gently, casting flickering shadows across the sand, while the ocean waves rolled in a rhythmic lull, complementing the murmurs of scattered groups still awake. The conversations around me began to blur into white noise as my focus drifted beyond our campfire. The late-night stillness had started to settle in. Some groups were beginning to clean up, ready to call it a night. Others remained gathered around their fires, their voices hushed yet warm with lingering discussions. The demons, however, remained further away, choosing to relax in the deep shadows, away from the flickering light. But what caught my eye the most were two figures near the shore. Chloe and Hinata walked along the water's edge, their bare feet barely grazing the gentle waves. The way they carried themselves, their slow steps, and their occasional glances at each other made it clear they were engaged in a serious conversation. Whatever they were discussing, it seemed important. My gaze shifted again, this time toward one of the beach houses. There, sitting alone on the porch, was Luminous. The moonlight bathed her in an ethereal glow, her silver hair almost blending with the pale light. She sat with an air of elegance and patience, her posture relaxed yet expectant. I suppose she was waiting for those two to return. Before long, the night fully settled, casting a tranquil stillness over the shore. The embers of our campfire flickered faintly, barely holding onto the remnants of warmth, and the conversations had dwindled into nothing but soft murmurs carried away by the sea breeze. Cheyenne, Shuna, and Testarossa eventually excused themselves, exchanging one final tease before heading toward one of the beach houses. "Good night, Velzard-sama," Cheyenne sang playfully. "You're quite lucky, you know," Shuna added with a knowing smile. Testarossa simply grinned, giving a subtle nod before following the others. I let out a deep sigh, relieved to finally have a moment of peace. Strangely enough, I honestly didn't mind their teasing aside from the fact that it left me thoroughly flustered. With my solitude restored, I let my gaze wander across the shore. Nearly everyone had turned in for the night, their silhouettes disappearing into the dim glow of the beach houses. The only ones still lingering were Hinata and Chloe, though it seemed they were making their way back. As expected, the demons remained in the darkness, comfortably at ease in the shade of the night. I could barely make out their forms, but their presence was unmistakable, an eerie yet composed stillness among the shadows. But the one who stood out the most was him. Rimuru. He now sat alone, much closer to the water, his previous companions having already departed. The waves reached just shy of his feet, pulling away at the last moment before returning in an endless rhythm. The moonlight bathed him in a gentle glow, illuminating the contours of his relaxed posture. His gaze was fixed on the ocean, lost in thought, unmoving yet at peace. For a brief moment, I simply watched him. The serenity of the scene left me momentarily breathless. He looked almost unreal, like something out of a fleeting dream, an image too perfect to be disturbed. But I couldn't just stay here forever. Taking a deep breath, I rose to my feet, brushing the sand off my dress. The cool night air wrapped around me as I took slow, measured steps toward him. The world had quieted now, leaving only the crashing waves and the occasional whisper of the evening breeze. Then, deciding it would be appropriate, I willed my form to shift. A brilliant blue glow momentarily illuminated the night as my body transformed. My stature changed, my features matured, and my presence grew more refined. The transformation was smooth and effortless, a return to my truest self. The beach dress I wore remained unchanged, yet in this form, it accentuated my figure in ways it hadn't before. Just as quickly as it came, the glow faded. And once again, the only light that remained was the moon's gentle embrace. Nighttime wrapped around us like a gentle embrace, the world hushed in reverence to the rhythmic lull of the waves. My steps remained light, my pace unhurried as I closed the distance between us. Even in my true form, I was mindful not to disturb the delicate stillness that surrounded him. Or rather, his stillness. The cool sand shifted beneath my feet, and soon, I came to a stop just behind him. Rimuru remained unaware of my approach, or perhaps he simply didn't mind. His gaze was locked onto the endless expanse of the ocean, his expression unreadable. The water mirrored the sky above, countless stars shimmering upon its surface, their reflections breaking and reforming with each gentle wave. I understood why he was so entranced. It truly was a breathtaking sight. For a moment, I simply watched him. The moonlight softened his features, and the night breeze toyed with his hair. It was a picture of quiet contemplation, so rare and fleeting that I almost hesitated to interrupt it. But I couldn't help myself. Lowering myself to his level, I knelt beside him, resting my arms on his shoulders in a loose embrace. "How's the view?" I whispered, my voice barely above the wind. Rimuru didn't answer immediately. Instead, the silence stretched between us, comfortable yet heavy with unspoken thoughts. The waves rolled onto the shore, retreating just as swiftly as if echoing his quiet introspection. "It's calming. I like it," he finally murmured. There was something else in his voice, something distant, a quiet longing that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't sadness, not exactly. It was more like a wistful hopefulness, almost as if he were looking toward something just beyond reach. His following words confirmed my suspicions. "I'm thinking that, after this whole war, Tempest could finally expand and eventually reach these shores," he said. A small hum left my lips. "Era. So, you're hoping to extend your domain?" I questioned. At that, Rimuru finally turned his head, his golden eyes meeting mine. The soft glow within them mirrored my own, a warmth that carried the weight of ambitions yet to be realized. And the smile he wore. I couldn't describe it, even if I tried. There wouldn't be a need to. The shoreline of this gulf, though small, is still within the borders of the great Jura forest. He explained. His gaze drifted back toward the horizon, where the distant outlines of neighboring nations lay under the shroud of night. To our left, barely visible against the darkened sky, was the Harpy Queendom of Fulbrosia. To our right, the sorceress dynasty of Sarian stood with the divine tree, its silhouette faintly illuminated in the distance. I followed his gaze, considering his words. "I see. Then it's fortunate that Tempest has established relations with both nations," I commented. Rimuru nodded before shifting ever so slightly, leaning back against me in an almost absent-minded gesture. We'll probably have to discuss ownership of this stretch of ocean before we can do anything with it. He mused, his voice growing softer. But that'll be a problem for the future. He followed. I allowed a small smile to grace my lips as I held him a little closer. Yes. For the future. I murmured, watching the waves roll on. With deliberate intent, I swept some of his hair aside, drawing closer with a fierce determination. My cheeks flushed with a burning heat as my lips descended upon the tender skin of his neck like a whisper of fire. Tightening my grip around him, he placed a hand on my arm, a futile attempt to steady himself. Fufufu, there's no escaping this, Rimuru. What were you doing, Velz? He stammered, his voice a thin veneer of composure cracking under pressure. I responded only with silence, my kisses intensifying, claiming his neck with fervent devotion. Lost in the moment, I began to suck on his skin with a fervor that left him squirming beneath my touch, though he struggled to resist. When at last I was satisfied, I released his neck and leaned back, my eyes tracing the mark left behind, a vivid testament to my desire. Rimuru's breath came in ragged gasps, shock written across his features. The mark on his neck stood as a bold declaration of my passion, a symbol etched into his very being. As warmth spread across my cheeks, a triumphant grin tugged at my lips. For too long, he had held the reins. Tonight, the balance would shift, and I would seize control with an unrelenting resolve. Repositioning myself on the beach mat, I sidled right up to him, a deliberate closeness that sent a shockwave of anticipation through the air. His cheeks were ablaze, even more than mine, a vivid scarlet that matched the fire in my own eyes. I shook my head, determined to banish the last remnants of hesitation from my mind, feeling the heat drain away as my resolve solidified. You really thought you could escape being that beautiful? I taunted, my grin morphing into something feral, a hungry gleam in my eyes. His cheeks flared an even deeper shade of red, and he turned his gaze away, unable to meet the challenge in my eyes. Velz. He murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Before he could utter another word, I seized his hand, yanking it toward me with a boldness that bordered on reckless abandon. With a swift, deliberate motion, I let my dress strap slip down, bearing my breast to the cool sea breeze. I placed his hand upon it, and an electrifying jolt surged through me, setting every nerve on edge. MMHN, the sound escaped my lips, soft yet vibrant, a symphony of sensation. Rimuru's eyes locked onto mine once more, surrendering to the magnetic pull between us. His fingers tightened, grasping my breast with a fervor that matched my own desire, coaxing another moan from deep within me. He surrendered completely, meeting my fervor with his own, leaning in to ravage my neck with lips that burned like fire. All the while, his hand kneaded my flesh, teasing my nipple with relentless intensity. I clamped my hand over my mouth, stifling the sounds that threatened to spill forth. The electrifying current surged stronger, and with my free hand, I gripped his head, urging him to suckle the sensitive skin of my neck. My legs quivered with each touch, a tension coiling within me that felt ready to explode. When he finally drew back, his gaze lingered on my body. A cold, predatory satisfaction was in his eyes as he admired the marks he'd left, an artist appreciating his masterpiece. It's rather bold of you to initiate in a place like this. He muttered, his eyes locking onto mine with a sharp intensity. The moonlight cast a gentle glow over the scene, illuminating the fine grains of sand beneath our feet and the rhythmic waves lapping at the shore. Undeterred by his comment, I leaned closer, my fingers gently grasping his chin. A smoldering hunger burned in my eyes, mirrored perfectly by the fire in his own. The air between us crackled with unspoken tension, tangible electricity that promised more to come. Of course. After all, how long has it been since you've been in control? I thought, why not switch things up? I replied, my voice a sultry whisper against the backdrop of the ocean symphony. Rimuru smirked, a knowing, almost playful expression, before he pulled back slightly, surrendering himself entirely to my whim. He rose to his feet with a graceful ease, his gaze drifting thoughtfully toward the shimmering waters. The moon's reflection danced across the surface, creating a silvery pathway that led to the horizon. Feeling the thrill of inevitable victory coursing through me, I allowed myself to lean back and relax, the cool mat a comforting presence beneath me. Rimuru's gaze swept across the deserted shore, ensuring that all others were safely ensconced in their beach houses. While he surveyed our surroundings, I let the other strap of my dress slip languidly from my shoulder, fully revealing my breasts to the night. The cool evening breeze brushed against my exposed skin, sending a delightful, tingling sensation cascading through my body. My eyes followed Rimuru's line of sight, taking in the serene and quiet beach. The shadows of the beach houses stood silent, their occupants blissfully unaware of what we were about to do. In this moment of vulnerability, I felt a rush of exhilaration, knowing that only Rimuru was there to witness me in such an exposed state. Suddenly, a faint chuckle pierced the stillness of the night like a ripple across a placid lake. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, I'm afraid you'll have to wait your turn next time, Velz. Rimuru's voice resonated through the desolate night, low yet commanding, a soft echo that seemed to dance on the breeze. I swiftly turned to face him, and the sight that unfolded before me was nothing short of mesmerizing. Emerging from his back were several gracefully jutting tendrils of his slime form. They moved with an unnaturally smooth fluidity, circling his form with an eerie elegance. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was how their tips remained fixed in my direction as if they possessed an unseen awareness. Despite lacking any facial features, I felt intense scrutiny, as though they were silently appraising me. A flush of warmth crept up my face, and I instinctively backed away. My gaze locked onto Rimuru's eyes, which shone with an intensified luminescence, glinting with desires that simmered just beneath the surface. His grin was not merely predatory. It held a dominant assurance that sent shivers down my spine. "And you thought you could get away looking so irresistible?" he teased, his words a playful challenge that hung in the air. Before I could muster a response, the tendrils began their slow, deliberate advance toward me. A part of me wanted to resist, to assert my will, but a stronger, more compelling part urged me to surrender to the moment. Damn it. And here I thought I was ready to take over. As the slime tendrils inched closer, I steeled myself for what was to come. Two of them delicately began to remove my dress, their touch surprisingly gentle. I shifted slightly, my actions a silent compliance that defied my thoughts. Once they had slipped the fabric away, the tendrils carefully placed it aside, leaving me completely exposed to the chill of the night and the intensity of his gaze. Those tendrils, with a life of their own, coiled around my arms, starting from my hands and snaking their way upward with a deliberate slowness. Their touch sent a jolt of peculiar sensations coursing through my body. They were impossibly soft yet held me with an unyielding grip. Why does it feel so strange? I stammered, my eyes locked on the tendrils as they entwined around my arms with a hypnotic grace. Don't worry about them. You'll see soon enough. Rimuru's voice was a soothing murmur, almost a whisper that promised revelations yet to come. I watched, breath held in suspense, as the tendrils enveloped my arms almost entirely. They reached out, their tips brushing against my breasts, resting with an electrifying promise on my nipples. Instantly, the sensation surged back, amplified 100-fold, a storm of pleasure that left me breathless. My cries pierced the night, an involuntary admission of the overwhelming sensations. My hands were immobilized, my mouth left uncovered, and I surrendered wholly to the intoxicating wave of otherworldly ecstasy. It was as if he were directly connected to me, though the tendrils only grazed my skin. They moved with an almost gentle undulation, like leaves swaying in the breeze. Driven by curiosity, my gaze flicked to Rimuru, whose expression was one of sheer bliss. It dawned on me that these slime tendrils were extensions of himself, every touch on my skin mirrored in his own sensations, a shared experience of intense pleasure that he was undoubtedly reveling in. "Well, how is it?" His voice was a velvet caress, dripping with seduction. I attempted to speak, but words were a futile endeavor, lost to the overwhelming sensation. My eyes fluttered shut, surrendering entirely to the euphoria enveloping me. But then, his hand seized my chin, compelling my eyes open to meet his fiery gaze. Our lips collided in a fervent kiss, tongues entwined in a fierce duel for dominance. All the while, his slime tendrils continued their relentless, ardent kneading, driving me deeper into the abyss of desire. I was helpless in his grasp, yet I craved more, an insatiable longing for his touch. Once he was satisfied, he withdrew slowly, the bridge of saliva snapping and dissolving between us. Our eyes locked, burning with longing and an intense, almost feral passion. Soft cries of pleasure erupted from my lips as his tendrils kneaded my flesh with fervor. But before I could regain any semblance of control, another sensation gripped me. Rimuru retreated further, squatting across from me with deliberate patience as another set of tendrils coiled around my legs. This time, their grasp was unyielding, sending a searing jolt of electricity through me, more potent than before. It felt as though his tongue was everywhere, licking and sucking with wild abandon. His expression betrayed that even he was on the brink of being consumed by the overwhelming ecstasy. But knowing him, nothing would halt his relentless pursuit. Right on cue, Rimuru leaned forward, his face nearing my thighs, and the tendrils paused their advance. I tried to look away, but my body defied me. His tongue finally connected with my skin, unleashing a tidal wave of pleasure I had never imagined possible. He traced his tongue along my thigh with agonizing slowness and deliberate intent. His hands clamped my legs firmly, prying them wide open as if the tendrils weren't already enough. I felt the slick sensation spreading over my skin, and my body writhed uncontrollably, a raw, desperate plea for more. More. I begged, my voice a quivering whisper. Instinctively, I tried to reach out and grasp his head but quickly realized his unyielding appendages immobilized my arms. Rimuru latched onto the skin of my other thigh with a fervor that sent my cries piercing into the night air, urging him to suck harder, determined to imprint the same mark I had branded onto the back of his neck earlier. But he had chosen a more sacred canvas. The moment stretched into an eternity of intense bliss and pleasure before he finally retreated, pulling back to admire the masterpiece he had left behind. Though I couldn't see it, I knew it mirrored the crimson, bite-sized mark I had gifted him. How cruel of you. I taunted, attempting to maintain a semblance of defiance. Rimuru responded with a wicked grin, his tendrils weaving their way around my legs with deliberate, languid motions. His eyes danced with a playful light, yet their intensity was undeniable. I simply couldn't hand the reins to you. Not tonight. His tone was a challenge. Fine. I'll play along. I conceded, my voice a shaky whisper. His 4 tendrils ensnared my arms and legs, rendering me utterly vulnerable before him. He sat poised with anticipation, his gaze locked onto the space between my thighs. No matter how hard I tried to look away, my eyes were drawn inexorably to his, and the warmth in my cheeks flared to its peak. He leaned forward, extending a hand, and I braced myself for the electric shock of his touch. His thumb brushed against my most sacred spot, and my body quivered at the jolt it sent through me. He teased me with meticulous, deliberate movements, ensuring that every motion was acutely felt. On MMHN, I cried out. Once satisfied, he withdrew his hand and raised his thumb, its tip shimmering with my essence under the moon's glow. Rimuru savored his find, licking his finger as if it were a treasured delicacy. As amazing as always. He murmured, his eyes fixed on his thumb with a look of satiated delight. Shut up. I managed to mutter, my voice a mix of embarrassment and lingering desire. To my astonishment, his sinuous tendrils relaxed their vice-like hold, unleashing a torrential flood of arousal that surged through every fiber of my being. My arms and legs, once tightly constricted, now throbbed with a numbing intensity, as if hinting at sensations previously unimagined. With a fluid, almost predatory grace, his appendages melted back into his form like shadows swallowed by the night. Let's try something we've never done. Rimuru declared in a tone that brooked no indecision. I dared to raise my eyes, only to be ensnared by the raw, unadorned manifestation of his body. His clothes had evaporated into nothingness. Though a subtle heat danced across his cheeks, his unflinching gaze betrayed no embarrassment about our shared, unguarded vulnerability. I could almost feel the weight of unspoken expectations. Well. I'm not exactly one to speak in this situation, am I? Wordlessly, Rimuru sank into the mat, his body twisting into an inviting sprawl of complete surrender. His eyes roved over mine, burning with anticipation, daring me to ignite the spark of our mutual craving. All right. I managed, my voice trembling with a potent mixture of resolve and raw desire. Deliberately, I raised my legs, positioning myself above him. My face hovered above his throbbing length while the curve of my rear pressed intimately close to him. A rush of heat surged through me, igniting a blaze I hadn't anticipated. This daring position, one I had only ever glimpsed in the pages of the erotica manga Rimuru had brought from his previous world, now pulsed with a life of its own. Despite my previous aversion, the allure was irresistible. Until now, it was merely a tantalizing fantasy. Before I could master my racing thoughts, his hands clamped my thighs with commanding insistence. In one fluid motion, he drew me closer, his tongue exploring my sacred depths with fierce urgency. Instantly, that scorching pleasure exploded through me, igniting every nerve. I leaned into him, my face pressing against his engorged desire as his tongue traced a fervent, burning path. My cries pierced the velvety darkness of the night, yet even as my body trembled in surrender, a defiant spark within me refused to yield. Gathering what fortitude I had left, I lifted my head, my trembling hands reaching out to rest against his length. He exuded a neutral yet intoxicating essence while his relentless ministrations on my most sensitive core clouded every other thought. Each undulating movement of his tongue sent my legs into a dance of uncontrollable spasms, rendering me helpless in the exquisite torment. With reason abandoned to raw instinct, I closed my eyes and let him fill my mouth. I could barely accommodate him, the overwhelming intensity pushing me to the brink of gagging. Yet, driven by the hunger to please, I began a desperate, rhythmic motion, ensuring every inch of his shaft was caressed by my tongue. The taste that enveloped me was intoxicating, a heady blend that commanded my every action. In a fevered, carnal duet of primal hunger, we surrendered to the savage interplay of our desires. Our mouths were locked in a relentless battle to claim and devour each other's essence. My movements grew wilder, a frantic search for the release he so desperately craved, and his vigor echoed my own as he fervently and mercilessly consumed me from behind. As I continued my relentless movements, an electrifying sensation seized my breasts, causing my heart to race. Just within my line of sight, I watched in awe as 2 of his slime tendrils coiled around me, enveloping my nipples in a caress that was simultaneously soft and searing. Despite the overwhelming sensations, I refused to stop. I was resolute in driving him to his peak. I could sense he was on the brink as his shaft throbbed with an intensity that mirrored my own fervor. Lost entirely to the depths of pleasure, I surrendered utterly to my instincts. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I tasted the sweetness of his release. The sudden rush almost choked me, but I pressed on. Simultaneously, my legs quaked violently from the force of my own climax, and I knew Rimuru's face was drenched in my essence. His tongue withdrew, bringing a halt to its relentless dance. Once I meticulously cleaned his entire length, ensuring not a single drop was wasted, I slowly lifted my head. His manhood gleamed with my saliva, and I couldn't help but gaze with pride at my own handiwork. Our breaths were ragged, echoing in the stillness of the night. "So, did you enjoy it?" Rimuru asked, his voice laced with playful mischief. I gradually shifted away from him, my legs still trembling from the aftermath, while his tendrils remained coiled around my breasts. They allowed me to move, not restricting me but holding me in a tender grasp. Settling into a comfortable position, I averted my eyes from his. The slime tendrils continued their persistent, gentle yet unyielding kneading, sending warmth flooding to my cheeks. "Must you keep teasing them like that?" I asked, my voice a breathless whisper. Rimuru chuckled, undeterred and teasing. "It's hard to let them go. Or would you prefer if I sucked them directly?" He shot back playfully. My voice faltered, unsure of how to respond. Before I could utter another word, his tendrils finally ceased their teasing. In a fluid motion, they retreated, merging back into Rimuru's form. Sitting across from one another with our breaths ragged from passion, I let my eyes travel down to his throbbing shaft. His arousal was undeniable, a burning promise that my night of unbridled indulgence was far from over. When our gazes met again, his eyes burned with an unspoken, ravenous expectation. Overwhelmed by raw instinct, I motioned toward him with a desperate intensity. He complied eagerly, positioning himself perfectly to welcome my advance. I gripped his shoulder firmly, and with my other hand, I synchronized my entrance with his pulsating desire. The click of our bodies colliding sent a shockwave of warmth and electricity coursing through my veins. Our eyes locked, both of us nourished by the anticipation escalating between us. "You really are an idiot, slime," I murmured, my tone dripping with teasing reproach and scorching intensity. His chuckle, soft yet laced with wild understanding, said it all without needing words. As I steadied myself, ready to surrender to the overwhelming pleasure, he extended 4 sinuous tendrils from his back. They inched toward me with a deliberate, tantalizing slowness, promising an unexpected surge of euphoria. I lowered myself onto him gradually, each second stretching into an eternity where time itself seemed to fracture into electrified moments. My breathing quickened as waves of exquisite pleasure built up within me, each thrust rekindling the euphoria of our very first encounter. I closed my eyes and embraced the overwhelming sensation of his full presence invading me. "AHHNH," I cried out, the sound of my release echoing with uncontrollable passion. Even as I found my rhythm, his tendrils wrapped around my breasts and thighs, igniting explosive waves of ecstasy that cascaded through me. I paused only briefly to gather my breath as Rimuru leaned in, his embrace enveloping me in searing, intimate warmth. "Take your time," he whispered, each word a sultry command. Then, his lips traveled to the sensitive curve of my neck, each kiss sparking another intense surge of pleasure that rippled along every nerve. Unable to resist, my hips began moving instinctively. First slowly, then with an increasing, relentless pace, as I craved the full, devastating impact of his thrust against my velvet depths. Rimuru's bite on my neck, a silent, fierce reminder to hold back any noise, sealed our shared intensity. My primal urges had taken hold, and I found myself riding him with desperate, life-altering passion, every move synchronized with an overwhelming tide of desire. His tendrils grew ever more insistent, teasing every inch of me and sending continual shocks of delight that bordered on the overwhelming. Matching my fervor, he shifted his body until we moved in perfect, frenzied sync as if our very existence had been reduced to this single, explosive moment. The rest of the world melted away until nothing was left but our raw, unfiltered passion. We became a vortex of desire, unbounded by time or space. In the throes of our connection, I barely noticed when another of his tendrils slipped unexpectedly into a hidden entrance, igniting a jolt of intense pleasure that shattered any lingering restraint. He was driven by an insatiable hunger to explore every hidden part of me, determined to reduce me to nothing but blissful, raw ecstasy. "Moron," I cried out, my voice a raw, pleading whisper. Rimuru's mouth remained fervently anchored on my sensitive neck, trapping every sound in a cocoon of lust. With deliberate precision, he shifted his attention every time a cherished spot reached its limit, leaving no inch unexplored as if mapping every hidden curve of desire. Amid the ragged gasps and desperate moans mingling in the charged air, I clung to his head with an intense, unspoken command to escalate his passion. His silent compliance spoke volumes as he intensified his ministrations, his every motion promising to etch his mark upon me until my entire neck was a canvas of our fervor, and I welcomed every imprint. Time stretched and collapsed in a dizzying blur. Hours melted into an eternity and faded in the blink of an eye. Our bodies convulsed in a torrent of climaxes, so numerous I lost count, while his relentless exploration traversed every inch of my skin. His tendrils ventured into secret corners I had never imagined, contorting our forms into positions that defied convention. Suspended in midair by his sinuous grip, he twisted and morphed his body into a myriad of shapes, driven solely by the need to fully unravel every aspect of my desire. Not long ago, the pristine beach mat lay untouched and smooth. By now, it was a wrinkled tapestry stained with the essence of our passion, shredded in the frenzy of my clinging as he ravaged me throughout the night. Were it not for the protective barrier he had erected around us, the savagery of our encounter would have echoed to the farthest corners, alerting everyone. Huff, nearly there. Rimuru murmured between ragged breaths as he shifted our position so we faced the rising ocean. The first tender rays of sunlight caressed the water, marking the birth of a new day. A surge of electric intensity coursed through me as I neared my final release, each thrust sending a seismic shockwave through my body. The relentless night of unabated pleasure had only sharpened my senses, transforming every sensation into something even more explosive and overwhelming. On our Rimu, let's finish together. I pleaded, my voice trembling between agony and ecstasy. Without a word, he complied. His fingers plunged into my flesh, squeezing my nipples with a fierce urgency that sent ripples of pain and delight through me. I cried out, a piercing, exquisite blend of hurt and pleasure, as he quickened his pace, his ragged breaths a symphony in my ears. Finally, my legs betrayed me with a staggering shock of climax. At that precise moment, Rimuru released everything within him, his throbbing passion surging violently inside me. We lingered in that suspended state, our bodies enmeshed in the aftermath of our intense union, allowing ourselves to be consumed by the sheer magnitude of what we had unleashed. Our breaths gradually settled, though my trembling legs bore testimony to the powerful connection we had forged. After a few heartbeats, he gently withdrew his quivering manhood, leaving behind the warm, lingering evidence of our encounter. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of our night's indulgence, I collapsed onto all fours atop the scarred mat, panting with a mix of exhaustion and fervent satisfaction. Then, with deliberate intimacy, Rimuru placed his hands firmly on my rear and parted me slowly. Glancing back over my shoulder, I caught sight of him studying my sacred entrance, now still glistening with our shared essence, with an intensity that made my cheeks flush. Rimuru finally let go, allowing me to roll onto my back, my body still tingling with pleasant warmth. He sat up beside me, exhaling in utter satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the sky slowly brightening with the coming day. The morning tide whispered against the shore, its rhythmic cadence blending with the distant chirping of early birds. We should get ourselves cleaned up. He mused, his voice light and easy. The others are probably gonna wake up soon. He said. Humph. You're doing that for both of us. I huffed, puffing my cheeks into a pout. Rimuru turned his head, amusement flickering in his golden eyes. And why's that? He asked. I gasped at his sheer audacity. The absolute nerve. Feigning anger, I gave him a light smack on the back. Ow. What was that for? He cried out, more in mock offense than actual pain. Because someone didn't know what being gentle meant. I muttered, turning my head away dramatically. For a brief moment, he blinked, and then realization dawned on his face. His lips curved into a knowing smile. He scratched the back of his head before sighing in defeat. Fine, fine. He conceded with a chuckle. Still facing away, I smirked, satisfied with my small victory. As expected, he was playing along. Rimuru retrieved my beach dress from where it had been set aside, shaking his head before placing it beside me. With a simple touch, he cleansed away the lingering remnants of our passion. Though, somewhat mischievously, he left every mark he'd made on my skin alone. The moment my dress was ready, he helped me slip back into it, his fingers moving with gentle familiarity. I complied, allowing him to adjust the fabric properly before he snapped his fingers, summoning his own clothes back onto his body. Unlike mine, they concealed almost every trace I'd left on him. How unfair. I barely had time to be mildly offended before a wave of drowsiness washed over me. My eyes blinked slower, my body sinking into the warmth of the mat. The night's events had finally caught up to me, exhaustion seeping into my very being. Rimuru noticed instantly. I wanted to feign annoyance, to protest, but the weight of sleep was too strong. Instead, I simply allowed myself to fall into his arms, resting against his chest. Truthfully, despite all my outward frustration and teasing, I had no regrets. That had been one of the best nights I had ever experienced. And though I'd never admit it directly, I was glad he hadn't held back. As the golden light of morning bathed the shore in its warm embrace, I felt my body finally relax. My eyes fluttered shut, my last conscious thought filled with contentment. And with that, I drifted into the world of peaceful slumber. Guess who's back, back again. Welcome again, readers. It's been a while since I've posted. But now I'm back. I had to lock in because of our calculus exam, which I thankfully did well in. Since I've had this chapter in the brewer for some time, I finally decided to finish it. As you can see, this chapter is quite descriptive. I wanted to try writing a lemon scene from Velzard's perspective, and so this is the result. It was honestly quite challenging. There were some parts where I forgot that I was writing from Velzard's perspective and almost shifted to a Rimuru-like monologue. But that aside, I'm pretty happy with how it came out. We finally see Rimuru taking advantage of his slime biology. Side note, that illustration of Rimuru might be my favorite that I made. Apart from a few nitpicks, it's one that I can say I cooked. Moving on, I wanted to write some other smaller character dynamics, particularly with Velzard and the other women of Tempest. I'd like to include more of it in the future, and this chapter is where I'll start. If you guys want to know what Rimuru discussed with the boys, it's basically the same thing, his relationship with Velzard and how it happened. Hakuru was also giving him some UNC-type advice. I'll say this here and now, in case someone asks later on, Momiji will not be a major player in this story. I never really understood her inclusion, and in this story, I omitted it. They still exist, but Tempest never made contact. This is because I didn't want to deal with Benimaru's polygamy situation. In a timeline where Rimuru has a single partner, he'll probably be more keen on upholding the no polygamy law. The story is already so dense that I had to choose some plot points to get rid of. So, from now on, Benimaru's future partner will be Albis, and Albis only, definitely no biases here. Anyway, that is all for today. If you guys want a flashback to see Rimuru's conversation with the boys, the other activities on the beach, or Chloe and Hinata's deep talk, then let me know. I'll see you all in the next chapter, whenever I have free time. Author, out. Flashback to a few hours ago. Third-person POV. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, the beach transformed under the glow of the evening. Once bustling with energy and playful laughter, the golden sands now carried a softer atmosphere. Shadows stretched long across the shore as the first stars flickered to life above. The day had been one of much-needed relaxation, a rare escape from the responsibilities and looming conflict that awaited them all. Now, as twilight settled in, the air carried a quiet anticipation. Everyone had dried off from their time in the water, their once-drenched clothes replaced with more comfortable evening wear as they gathered in scattered groups. At the heart of the gathering, Hakuru stood before a large fire pit, meticulously preparing the colossal fish he had caught earlier. Shuna assisted him with practiced ease, her delicate hands moving with graceful precision as she ensured every dish was crafted to perfection. The mouth-watering aroma of roasting fish and the salty tang of the ocean breeze set the stage for a well-earned feast. Elsewhere, small clusters of friends and comrades sat around their own fires, basking in the tranquil evening. Some engaged in light-hearted conversations, their laughter occasionally rising above the soft crashing of waves. Others simply watched the tide roll in and out, enjoying the serenity while it lasted. Taken on its own, the scene was one of peace, a fleeting moment of respite beneath the vast, starlit sky. But beneath the warmth and camaraderie, an unspoken understanding lingered between them all. This was the final calm before the storm. Because once this night ended, there would be no more breaks or peaceful outings. The war looming ahead would demand their all, and when the time came, there would be no holding back. The weight of his thoughts pressed down on him as Rimuru wandered along the shoreline, his gaze unfocused, lost in the tide of his own mind. The rhythmic crash of waves against the sand provided little comfort, the cool evening breeze doing little to lift the burden that had settled upon his shoulders. For now, Velzard was preoccupied and engaged in conversation with a few members of the orchestra. That left Rimuru to his own devices, alone with his thoughts. His steps gradually slowed until he came to a stop, his eyes drawn to the last sliver of sunlight bleeding across the horizon. The deep orange glow flickered for a moment before surrendering to the night, swallowed by the vast expanse of darkness. Is there really no way to avoid a full-scale war? He muttered, his voice barely audible over the lapping waves. For all his outward confidence and the unshakable resolve he displayed before his subordinates, this was the truth he never spoke aloud. His willingness to go to war wasn't a lie, but neither was it something he wanted. He wore his determination like armor, a necessary facade to inspire those who followed him. But deep down, the part of him that once lived as a simple contractor, a mere human, still searched for another way. A way that didn't end in bloodshed. He wasn't naive. He understood that war was sometimes inevitable, especially in a world where power dictated fate. And yet, the weight of his past sins still clung to him. No matter how much time passed, no matter how powerful he became, the memory of that day, the day he took 20,000 lives in an instant, remained seared into his soul. Did he truly have the right to decide who lived and who died? He had justified it to himself. It was retaliation for Falmouth's invasion. The men he killed were enemies who sought to raze Tempest to the ground. Many of them were undoubtedly vile, driven by greed, arrogance, or blind hatred for monsters. But not all of them. Among those thousands were soldiers who had merely followed orders, men who had no real choice in the matter. That was the cruel reality of war, one he knew all too well, even back on Earth. Wars were fought by those on the battlefield, while those who issued the orders sat safely behind fortified walls, untouched by the suffering they commanded. Whether he liked it or not, he was in the position of a ruler leading his people into battle. Rimuru exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose before dragging a hand down his face. He had to see this through. If war was unavoidable, he would ensure that Tempest didn't suffer. He would bear the weight of his choices and do whatever was necessary to protect the home he had built, even if that meant staining his hands with more blood. As Rimuru stood lost in his thoughts, gazing at the endless horizon, the soft sound of shuffling sand broke the gentle rhythm of the waves. He turned to the side, already sensing the familiar presence approaching. Sure enough, Diablo emerged from the dim light of the evening, his usual composed and reverent demeanor unchanged. He moved with effortless grace, stopping a few paces away before placing a hand on his chest and bowing. "Good evening, Rimuru-sama. I have returned from my experimentations," he announced smoothly. Rimuru blinked, his train of thought momentarily derailed. While everyone else had spent the day swimming, playing, and basking in the sun, Diablo had opted for a rather different kind of recreation, venturing into the deep ocean to provoke ancient sea monsters. That realization pulled him out of his lingering melancholy, and he let out a light chuckle. "Please don't tell me you drove those poor things to extinction," he quipped. "Kufufu. Not at all," Diablo reassured, his scarlet eyes glinting with amusement. "But I have ascertained the dangers of the ocean," he continued. Rimuru raised an eyebrow at that, a grin tugging at his lips. "Eh? More dangerous than a nation like ours?" he joked. Diablo's smirk widened ever so slightly. "Most certainly not. However, I suspect the Eastern Empire heavily underestimates Tempest. The true peril in the water lies in the sheer number of powerful monsters that call it home," he said. Rimuru hummed in thought. According to Seal, while special S-Class sea monsters weren't exactly common, they weren't rare, either. And S-Class threats, though not as powerful, could likely be counted in the hundreds of thousands across the vast oceans of this world. To any outside observer unfamiliar with Tempest's true strength, crossing their territory overland might be far safer than braving the unknown terrors lurking beneath the waves. "Did you get a rough count of how many exist in the waters around us?" Rimuru asked. "Yes. Within this general region are approximately 100 special S-Class monsters, some of which exceed even the power of the colossal Leviathan from earlier," Diablo reported without hesitation. For a moment, Rimuru was dumbfounded. "Wait, that many?" he thought. The sheer concentration of high-level sea monsters in just one section of the ocean was staggering. It made perfect sense why maritime travel was nearly non-existent in this world. Any fleet that dared to cross the open seas without extreme preparation and overwhelming power would be little more than a glorified meal for whatever horrors lurked beneath the waves. The revelation about the sheer number of monstrous entities beneath the waves left Rimuru in momentary silence. It was enough to spark a lingering question in the back of his mind. Why were the oceans made so dangerous to begin with? He wondered. Was it nature's own deterrent? A divine design? Or simply an unchecked wilderness, unlike the more structured lands? But he quickly pushed the thought aside with a mental shrug. "Well, they won't be a problem for us any time soon," he said aloud, folding his arms behind his head as he stared into the sea. "While I'd love to expand into the ocean eventually, that's a project better saved for another time. No point stirring up monsters for territory we can't even use yet," he added. A comfortable silence settled over the two, broken only by the rhythm of waves lapping against the shore and the distant crackle of a campfire. Rimuru's gaze lingered on the fading horizon, where the last streaks of amber clung stubbornly to the sky before the night fully took over. Despite his immense processing power, superior to that of a quantum computer, his emotions were still human enough to make them messy. And right now, those emotions were scattered. His thoughts were occupied with war, peace, responsibility, the people he protected, and the role he played in shaping the fate of this world. Eventually, one curiosity bubbled up from the chaos. It was subtle but persistent. And oddly enough, it had nothing to do with the war. "Oh, by the way," he said suddenly, not breaking his gaze from the ocean. "How exactly does one use dark magic?" he asked. Diablo, who had been quietly standing nearby, blinked in surprise. The unexpected question caused his eyes to widen briefly, but the moment quickly passed. The opportunity to teach his master something new was not only rare but also treasured. "It is somewhat difficult to explain," Diablo began thoughtfully. "Dark magic is a natural extension of our race. For demons, it is as instinctive as breathing," he added. Rimuru finally turned to look at him, curiosity bright in his golden eyes. "Don't worry about that. I mean, look who you're talking to," he said with a grin. That earned a soft chuckle from Diablo. Indeed, there was no need to question Rimuru's capacity. This was the same being who wielded the magic of true dragons and created an entire nation from nothing. Compared to all that, the mysteries of dark magic would be little more than a new tool added to his ever-expanding arsenal. "As expected of Rimuru-sama," Diablo replied with reverent amusement. "Very well. I shall keep the explanation brief. I'm certain you'll grasp the essence of it with ease," he said. Rimuru waved a hand casually, still wearing that mischievous grin. Yeah. Lay it on me," he replied. The moonlight shimmered faintly across the waves, and the wind picked up slightly, cool and steady as if it too were listening in on what came next. In every world aside from hell, all beings are composed of positive energy. Diablo began, his tone shifting into that of a scholar. This typically manifests as magicales, mana, or holy power. Different names for the same fundamental essence. He added. So basically, the existence value. Rimuru muttered, already piecing it together. Correct. Diablo confirmed with a pleased nod. However, in hell, there exists a fundamentally different form of energy, something not found anywhere else in creation. I briefly mentioned it after subduing the Leviathan, an energy opposite of the existence value. For convenience, I've called it Hell's Void, though a more accurate term would be negative energy. He said. Rimuru tapped his chin, nodding slowly. I see. Definitely sounds exotic. He replied. Although I'm not sure how exotic it is compared to turn null. He thought privately. That thing was in a league of its own. To use this negative energy, one must draw it directly from hell using summoning magic. But unlike summoning a demon, the target is the energy itself, Hell's Void. You create a vacuum with your own positive energy, pulling in the precise amount of its opposite. Diablo continued. Rimuru raised a brow, catching something in Diablo's phrasing. Wait. If you have to pour in your own energy to create that vacuum, doesn't that mean you can't summon more energy than you already have? He asked. Diablo smiled. Indeed. That limitation is exactly why it's not commonly practiced. The process demands exact control and comes with significant risk. However, if your existence value exceeds your opponent's, the outcome becomes absolute. He answered. Ah. Rimuru hummed, eyes narrowing with interest. So if I use it properly, I could erase someone whose energy pool is smaller than mine without much effort. He added. In principle, yes. However, the applications extend beyond mere destruction. With your capabilities, I believe you could mold Hell's Void into a weapon, a barrier, or even a vessel for containment. It is quite malleable when shaped by a powerful will. Diablo replied. Rimuru grinned to himself, eyes glinting with curiosity as he held up a single hand. With a focused breath, he activated, summoning magic. At once, a dark rift formed above his palm, small, compact, yet impossibly dense. Wisps of shadow laced with deep violet smoke curled outward from the void, distorting the air like heat over scorched stone. The presence was unnatural, wrong, even. To prevent any uninvited guests from slipping through, Rimuru enveloped the ritual in a finely woven barrier. Nothing with a will, no matter how weak or strong, could pass through it. He wasn't calling for a demon, after all. His aim was far more precise. Now came the delicate part, reaching into the abyssal depths of the underworld and finding the source of hell's forbidden energy. From a short distance away, Diablo stood in reverent silence. Despite offering only a cursory explanation, his master was already navigating the chaotic flows of the underworld's fabric with unsettling ease. What Rimuru sought wasn't something one could simply find drifting through the currents of demonic ether. No, it resided deep within a place even demons feared to tread. That place was the central chaos. It existed at the very heart of the underworld, a region that defied definition, paradoxically infinite yet bound by an invisible limit. Unlike the rest of Hell, which was divided into 7 distinct territories, each ruled by ancient and powerful primordials and teeming with infernal biomes and dread fortresses, the central chaos was an open wound carved into reality itself. It was a desolate wasteland of ruin and entropy, where the land lay scorched and barren, and even the laws of existence twisted in defiance of their own principles. Rimuru's consciousness brushed against it, and he immediately understood. This wasn't just destruction. It was absence. A hollow so deep that even the underworld's regenerative nature had failed. What Diablo hadn't told Rimuru was the truth behind negative energy. It was never meant to exist. Hell, for all its violence and turmoil, was created to sustain itself. Even as its demons clashed and armies leveled entire domains, the land always healed. Energy flowed, environments rebuilt, and the domains were reborn again and again. But the central chaos was different. The clashes between the primordials had been so devastating, so cataclysmic, that the land itself lost the capacity to recover. And yet, the flow of positive energy never stopped. Where that energy comes from remains a mystery. But its presence is undeniable. It constantly streams into central chaos like a river trying to fill a bottomless pit. The damage done is irreversible. No matter how much energy is poured in, it cannot restore what has been lost. Instead, something changed. The land, broken beyond healing, twisted the flow. Like pure water running through festering rot, the positive energy became corrupted, tainted, and inverted. It became negative. No longer nurturing or whole, it rejected life, eroded structure, and consumed all. This was Hell's Void. And Rimuru, standing at the shore of the waking world, had summoned a fragment of it into his hand with little more than willpower and intuition. A feat that would have been unthinkable for any being except for a demon. The dark orb above his palm pulsed gently, beckoning to the chaos it had come from. Fascinating, he murmured, watching it closely. There was no malice within the energy, only hunger. It didn't wish to destroy out of spite. It was a pure, indiscriminate force of undoing. Diablo's smile grew, equal parts admiration and pride. To think he would trace it back to the source so quickly. As expected of Rimuru-sama, he thought. As Rimuru continued to study the swirling orb of darkness cradled above his palm, he noticed its structure beginning to unravel. The ominous wisps of energy flickered erratically, shrinking with each passing second. A subtle, almost imperceptible hiss accompanied the slow dissolution, like a flame snuffed out in silence. His eyes narrowed. It's destabilizing. Even contact with ambient magicules causes mutual annihilation. Rimuru muttered, half to himself, half to Seal. I'll have to isolate this in the imaginary space before it disintegrates completely. Seal, I'll leave the analysis to you. Understood. I've already begun the preliminary scan. This composition is unlike anything encountered in this world. How exciting. With a thought, the fragile sphere vanished from the physical plane, transferred seamlessly into the sealed environment of Rimuru's imaginary space. The oppressive weight it exuded disappeared instantly, as though the world itself sighed in relief. He lowered his hand and exhaled slowly. Well, that was enlightening. Rimuru said, more to himself than anyone else. Diablo, still standing dutifully nearby, offered a deep, appreciative bow. It is always an honor to be of assistance, Rimuru-sama. He replied. Rimuru gave a small, amused smile. Heh. Let's get back. Pretty sure Hakuru's finished grilling by now, he said. With nothing more to deliberate, the two turned away from the shoreline, the soft crunch of sand marking their departure. Behind them, moonlight danced over the water, gentle waves glimmering like liquid glass under the stars. Ahead, the coastline was now alive with flickering warmth. Over a dozen campfires dotted the stretch of beach, casting golden halos into the night. Laughter and conversation floated through the breeze. Diablo's gaze flicked briefly toward a newly arrived presence, Testarossa, who had just joined the festivities. Her elegance stood out even amidst the laid-back air of the beach. Nearby, the students of Class S were gathered around their own campfire, excitedly chatting while enjoying their meal. Rimuru's POV. I definitely hadn't expected to stumble upon a new form of magic today, but I'm glad I asked. Seeing it in action earlier, even for a moment, left me too curious to ignore. And now that I've had a taste of it, I can safely say I wasn't disappointed. If anything, I'm even more intrigued than before. Hell's Void, as Diablo so eloquently calls it, isn't just some dark energy with a fancy name. It's the polar opposite of the fundamental power that sustains life across the worlds. While most beings are composed of positive energy, magicules, mana, and holy power, Hell's Void represents something completely alien. A true inversion of life itself. An energy that shouldn't exist, and yet, does. What makes it especially dangerous is the fact that even demons, beings born from the underworld itself, aren't immune to its volatility. Sure, they can wield it instinctively, but that doesn't make them safe. After all, they, too, are made of positive energy. Handling Hell's Void is like juggling annihilation in your bare hands. From my preliminary scans, I've determined that Hell's Void is composed of inverted spiritrons. Wait, so it's basically antimatter? Essentially, yes. A more accurate term would be anti-spiritron. Its structure is an exact mirror of the spiritrons used in holy magic, but reversed. It is unstable in our reality, yet naturally balanced within the central chaos. That explains why it reacted so violently to the magicules in the air earlier. Mutual annihilation, just like matter and antimatter. So, if holy magic uses spiritrons, then dark magic is fueled by these anti-spiritrons. Correct. They are complementary opposites, each capable of nullifying the other. Though functionally rare, dark magic is potent when wielded correctly, especially against targets aligned with holy attributes. I can already think of a few practical applications for this, assuming I don't accidentally detonate half the nation trying it out. Still, one thing bugs me. Seal, what happens when anti-spiritrons come into contact with turn null? The result is identical to all other interactions with turn null. Erasure. Turn null does not differentiate. It simply deletes. Regardless of form, composition, or dimensional alignment, anything caught in its grasp ceases to exist. So it even overrides the mutual annihilation effect. Yes. Turn null remains the ultimate equalizer, transcending the laws that govern both positive and negative energy. However, I have yet to fully decode its inner structure. Its mechanics are unlike anything else. I see. So no rock-paper-scissors dynamic here. Just turn null being, well, a force beyond comprehension, playing by its own rules. I guess that's what makes it truly terrifying. Not just its power, but its simplicity. Regardless, I've now got something rather potent in my arsenal. While I still can't use turn null casually, at least not without risking erasing myself in the process, dark magic presents a far more practical alternative. With my current magicule reserves, I can afford to pour out more energy than most enemies could ever hope to match. And if Diablo's explanation holds true, as long as my existence value exceeds my opponent's, victory is guaranteed. Of course, theory and application are two different things. But that's a problem for another time. This isn't the moment for training or experimentation. There'll be plenty of time for that after this outing. Right now, I have other priorities. As we strolled back to camp, the scent of grilled fish, savory, buttery, perfectly seasoned, hit me like a wave of nostalgia and bliss. It overpowered the smoky tang of burning wood, making my stomach grumble in anticipation. Hakuru and Benimaru sat at one of the campfires, plates already in hand and conversation flowing. The soft crackle of fire and the rhythmic crashing of waves in the background made for the perfect evening atmosphere. Hakuru noticed me approaching and lifted a plate toward me with a calm smile. The slices were arranged with meticulous care, each piece glistening with oil and spice. "Good evening, Rimuru-sama," he said warmly. "That looks so good." I blurted out, my pitch way higher than I intended. "Dignity. What's that?" I gratefully accepted the plate and plopped down onto the mat, the warmth of the fire brushing against my skin. Diablo sat across from me beside Benimaru, folding his legs neatly with practiced grace. "Itadakimasu," I chimed, wasting no time. My hands moved on their own, an automatic response at this point, wielding the chopsticks like a chef in battle, snatching up a piece and popping it into my mouth. The flavor exploded instantly, tender meat, just the right balance of salt and umami, with a hint of citrus that cut through the richness. Absolute perfection. "How is it?" Hakuru asked, a faint smirk on his face. He already knew the answer. "Amazing, as always," I said between bites, diving in for more. At some point, I completely stopped caring about how I looked while eating. I definitely didn't resemble the regal image of a king at a royal banquet, more like a kid tearing into his favorite meal. And honestly, who cares? The evening had fully settled in, and I was completely absorbed in my meal. Conversation buzzed lazily around me, but honestly, my mind wasn't really anywhere. I was in a blissful food coma, just savoring every bite of Hakuru's masterpiece and letting the warmth of the fire lull me into peaceful detachment. That is, until Benimaru decided to drop a verbal grenade. "By the way, Rimuru-sama, how are things between you and Velzard-sama?" he asked. I froze mid-bite, chopsticks hanging in the air as I stared blankly ahead. "Wait, what?" My autopilot screeched to a halt, dragging the previously background conversation into full focus. Slowly, I glanced around. Sure enough, Diablo and Hakuru were now fully zeroed in on me, expressions unreadable but clearly invested. With a sigh, I set my chopsticks down and wiped my mouth, trying to play it off. "Ha ha ha. That's a random question," I said, chuckling awkwardly. But both Oni tilted their heads at the same time, synchronized confusion on full display. Now I was confused. "What?" I muttered, raising an eyebrow. "It's been good. Same as always, I guess," I replied, offering a casual shrug. That only made things worse. Now all three of them were giving me this strange look. It wasn't judgmental. It was more like the expression you'd give someone who said the sky is red and genuinely believed it. Then I noticed the subtle shift in their gazes. They weren't just staring at me. They were staring at the bracelet on my arm. Ah. So that's what this is about. Shuna and Testarossa did warn me that the cat was basically already out of the bag, but I didn't expect the scrutiny to come so soon, or over grilled fish, no less. Sure, I never explicitly confirmed my relationship with Velzard to anyone, but we weren't exactly being subtle either. I mean, move like lovers in the heat so often that it's become second nature. But it's not like I announced it in a council meeting or anything. I suppose I've been saved the trouble of explaining too much, huh? I said with a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of my head. Finally, the air relaxed. Diablo let out a low chuckle, and both Benimaru and Hakuru followed suit. "We've all known for a while now," Hakuru said with a smirk. "But to have it confirmed is assuring," Diablo added. He. "I just didn't think it was a big deal, you know," I replied honestly, returning to my plate. Benimaru looked at me like I'd just claimed the sun was cold. "Oh oi. What are you talking about? A revelation that huge would shake the world," he exclaimed. I couldn't help but laugh at the dramatic reaction. I mean, seriously. I don't really see the problem. I said with a shrug. If it's about the rest of the world knowing we're together, then I doubt it changes much. They already know she's with Tempest, right? I followed. Benimaru turned to Hakuru with an exasperated look, and the two shared a moment of quiet disbelief. And me? Still genuinely unsure what all the fuss was about. Sigh. What? You too? Diablo, ever composed, finally broke his silence, though there was an unmistakable glimmer of amusement in his usually impassive eyes. If I may, Rimuru-sama, a true dragon forming a romantic relationship with someone is no small matter. In fact, it's a change that's occurred only twice in all of history. He said. My mind immediately shot back to Malim. She's the daughter of Veldora, the first true dragon, and a human woman. That alone was enough of a historical earthquake to rewrite world orders. So, if Velzard and I were... Oh. Yeah. That might ruffle a few feathers. If that's the case, then this really is kind of a big deal. I muttered, rubbing my temple. Diablo gave a slight nod, his tone calm but direct. Indeed. Very few would dare even dream of courting a true dragon. And fewer still who could stand beside one as an equal. He said. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a low-key warning, but I let it slide. But hold on a second. Doesn't Rudra have something going on with Velgrind? That's, like, public knowledge, right? I asked. Diablo paused, a faint frown forming as he tilted his head. That matter is complicated. While there are a few whispers about their closeness, their relationship has never been publicly confirmed. Even I know little about the specifics. I would recommend asking Testarossa since she has far more intelligence regarding the East. He replied. That was fair. Still, it felt strange. If that was kept hush-hush, and were technically just as bad, or worse, depending on who you ask, I'm definitely sitting on a political landmine. Maybe I should keep this under wraps a little longer. You have already failed at that. Thanks, Seal. Very reassuring. Still, I tried to shake off the thought. Hiding it wasn't my style. It's not like I was parading it, but I was not interested in playing political hide-and-seek. Velzard and I were what we were, and if the world couldn't handle that, well, they'd just have to deal with it. Just then, Benimaru leaned forward, his expression firm and unwavering. No matter what happens, we'll follow your lead, Rimuru-sama. If Velzard-sama is your partner, then she's our queen. Simple as that. He declared. I choked slightly on my grilled fish. What dash? Hey. You're jumping way too far ahead. I told them, waving my hands in front of me. I never said anything about that kind of title. I said. Benimaru, Hakuru, and Diablo just exchanged knowing looks. Seriously. These guys. I finally let one little truth slip, and they're already halfway to throwing a coronation. Geez. I groaned. I just wanted a peaceful night by the ocean, not a national policy discussion. I said. Yeah. That part never gets old. With the tension finally gone, I picked up my chopsticks and resumed eating. My food was still warm. Thank goodness. I didn't want a world-shaking conversation to ruin Hakuru's cooking. But of course, peace doesn't last long in my life. So, Rimuru-sama. Benimaru began again, a bit too casually. How exactly did you court her? He asked. I didn't flinch this time. In fact, I just kept chewing while I thought about it. Oddly enough, that question didn't hit me as hard as it probably should have. Across the fire, Diablo and Hakuru leaned in just slightly, both curious. I guess I couldn't blame them. It's not like anyone in their right mind would ever imagine courting a true dragon. That's just not a thing. As I pondered, the memories started surfacing on their own. The first time Velzard stepped foot in Tempest came back to me like it was yesterday. Elegant, intimidating, and way too composed for my comfort. She didn't come in all high and mighty like she owned the place, but it was clear that she could have, and no one would have questioned it. At the time, her job was simple. She would monitor Veldora, observe me, and ensure nothing went sideways. Supervisor duties, basically. But then came the teasing. Relentless teasing. She'd corner me, throw vague flirty comments, or get way too close under the guise of observation. I'd get flustered, stumble over my words, and she'd laugh it off like I was the most amusing thing in the world. That was the start. If I had to describe it, it started because of her. I finally said aloud, setting my plate down. Benimaru raised an eyebrow, and Diablo tilted his head curiously. Back then, Velzard was the one teasing me constantly. I think it was just harmless fun for her at first, but it didn't stay that way. I continued. I chuckled softly, remembering one moment when I turned the tables and teased her back. Her expression that day. Priceless. A mix of surprise and something else. That was when I realized I wasn't imagining it. She kept poking the fire, and eventually, I poked back. Once I started responding to it, things just changed between us. I said. Meaning, you didn't court her? Hakuru asked, brows slightly furrowed. Not exactly. I said. I didn't plan to, and honestly, if she hadn't made the first move, however subtle, I don't think it would have happened. She joined Tempest to supervise, not to start a relationship. I told them. The realization settled on the group, and I could see it click in their eyes. You don't court a true dragon, Diablo said, as if concluding something profound. You catch their interest, and if you're worthy enough to hold it, only then do they approach. He added. More or less. I replied, nodding. There was a brief silence as the three of them processed that. Then, I smirked and leaned slightly toward Benimaru. Now, out of curiosity, why the sudden interest in romantic strategy, huh? I asked. Benimaru froze. Hakuru looked at him, mildly intrigued. Diablo simply waited. I mean, Shuna told me you've been spending your downtime with Albies lately. Care to explain? I went on. WH-. That's dash. Benimaru panicked, his face turning a lovely shade of red. Oh. So it is true. I said, grinning. Didn't think I'd get a reaction that strong. I teased. It's not like that. We've just been talking, training, sparring, normal stuff. Benimaru explained profusely. Sure. I said dismissively, but the smirk never left my face. Next thing I know, you'll be telling me she started it, too. I joked. Benimaru was practically steaming now, and Hakuru let out a rare, low chuckle. Even Diablo was smiling faintly. Not being the center of attention felt so good, and seeing Benimaru so flustered was way too entertaining. Well, I said, pausing for effect. It's a good thing Albies is from an allied nation. If she wasn't, I might have had to brand you a traitor. I told him. Benimaru stiffened immediately. Why you wouldn't dash? He tried to speak. Oh, I would. I said, grinning. Hakuru joined in without missing a beat, arms crossed and eyes closed in that typical stern sensei fashion. Had your affections gone towards someone outside our allies, I would have subjected you to harsher training. He told him. Benimaru looked betrayed. You too. He exclaimed. Then Diablo, never one to miss a chance to stir the pot, added his own flair. Let us be clear, Benimaru, if you ever betray Rimuru-sama's trust, I will find you. He said, smiling. Calm, elegant, as always. But that only made it worse. Benimaru visibly shuddered, clearly imagining all the horrible ways Diablo could exact vengeance. I didn't blame him. Diablo wasn't just my most loyal subordinate. No, he was easily the strongest under my command, rivaling even the might of a true demon lord despite not fully ascending to that level. Relax. I chuckled, waving it off. We're just messing with you. I told him. Benimaru slouched a little, finally exhaling the breath he'd been holding. You all are the worst. Eventually, the teasing wound down. We eased back into the calm crackle of the campfire and the gentle sea breeze brushing against the shoreline. It was quiet for a moment, peaceful even. It's usually her. Benimaru muttered, voice softer this time. I looked over. She's the one who seeks me out. Training, conversation, sometimes just to walk. I didn't really think much of it at first, but it's happened enough times that, well. He said, eyes fixed on the fire. I didn't say anything right away, but I was thinking. So it's Albies initiating things. That's actually kind of telling. Knowing her personality, it wouldn't be out of character for her to take the lead. But still, if she's the one actively spending time with Benimaru, regularly and intentionally, then there's a good chance she has feelings for him. He just hasn't caught on yet. Still, I decided not to say it out loud. No need to plant ideas or pressure him. That kind of realization has to come naturally. Hakuru gave him a solemn nod. Follow your heart, but do not lose your judgment. Make the right decision. He said. Right. He replied quietly. It was nice seeing them talk like this. A bit surreal, honestly. But nice. Third-person POV. Time had passed quietly since the evening's gathering. With full bellies and warm hearts, most had long since retired to the comfort of their beach houses, lulled by the gentle embrace of the night. The lively chatter and laughter that once echoed along the shoreline had faded into silence, leaving only the natural melody of waves brushing against the sand and the occasional whisper of the ocean breeze dancing through the air. The moon hung high and serene, casting a pale silver glow across the water's surface, where it shimmered like scattered stardust. A calm had settled over the shore, a stillness that felt restful and reflective. Amid this tranquility, two silhouettes moved slowly along the coastline. Chloe and Hinata walked side by side, their bare feet sinking lightly into the cool, wet sand as the tide occasionally crept in to kiss their ankles. The sound of their steps, soft and deliberate, blended seamlessly with the sea's rhythm. There was no destination in mind, only a quiet stroll beneath the stars. The silence between them wasn't awkward, but natural, as if each step allowed them to collect their thoughts before the conversation began. The night, in all its quiet vastness, seemed to embrace them, offering the perfect stage for the type of discussion that could only happen under a sky like this. And given the weight of what they were about to discuss, the quiet, almost meditative atmosphere couldn't have been more fitting. "How have you been?" Hinata asked at last, her voice quiet, nearly lost to the gentle breeze. Chloe didn't respond right away. Her eyes remained fixed on the moonlit horizon, watching the waves glisten under the starlight. After a moment, she turned to Hinata with a faint smile, soft and weary, yet laced with a quiet strength. "I'm getting better," she answered gently. Hinata said nothing. She could tell that smile carried more than Chloe was willing to put into words. Unfortunately, these kinds of conversations had never been her strength. Years of emotional distance and pragmatic thinking left her with little to say in moments that demanded vulnerability. And that silence, her inability to comfort, only frustrated her further. "How's Cronoa?" she asked, hoping for a change of topic that might help. "Still out of commission," Chloe replied without missing a beat. "As seriously?" Hinata blinked in surprise. "Yes. She's certainly taking her time," Chloe added with a soft chuckle. Cronoa, the manifestation of all Chloe's negative emotions accumulated across countless timelines, had been rendered dormant. Though Manas weren't truly bound by physical limitations, the sudden purging of eons of hatred and grief, paired with the assimilation of an ultimate skill, had proven overwhelming. Now, she was in a state akin to hibernation, her essence stable but resting. "It'll take a while for her to finish merging with Cronus," Chloe said, her tone matter of fact. "Cronus?" Hinata echoed, unfamiliar with the name. "The ultimate skill Rimuru-san gave me. Cronoa is currently integrating with it," Chloe replied, as if it were a completely normal thing. Hinata's eyes widened, her mouth falling slightly open. She knew Rimuru was ridiculous, anyone who could subdue the storm dragon was bound to be, but this. "He gave you an ultimate skill," she blurted out. Chloe laughed, amused by the incredulity in Hinata's voice. "I don't really understand why he did it either, but I guess that's just the kind of person he is." Her voice trailed off. Hinata groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose in disbelief. What goes on in that guy's head? She thought to herself, baffled beyond words. To give away something so coveted by the most powerful beings in existence was utter, incomprehensible madness. But then again, this was Rimuru they were talking about. Hinata sighed inwardly. Who was she to question the slime who somehow managed to charm the frost dragon? Compared to that, gifting an ultimate skill seemed like child's play. "I'll just pretend I didn't hear that," Hinata muttered, shaking her head. Their conversation lulled as they resumed their quiet walk, feet brushing the cool tide. The ocean shimmered with starlight, each wave laced with silver as it curled toward the shore and then receded. The breeze carried a salty crispness, refreshing yet heavy with unspoken thoughts. Though Hinata was glad Chloe had joined the outing, arguably the one who deserved a break the most, being here wasn't easy, not for her. Facing Rimuru again brought its own kind of pain. She could still remember when he rejected her, not cruelly, but honestly. That kind of rejection left a sting that never quite faded. And if that wasn't enough, Velzard was here too, the very being who had once been a nightmare, hunting her through timeline after timeline. It didn't matter that they were no longer enemies. That kind of memory was hard to bury. On top of that, Chloe had spent the day pretending everything was normal, laughing, smiling, surrounded by her classmates in Class S who had no idea what had happened. They hadn't seen her for weeks, and the abrupt return demanded explanations Hinata didn't enjoy fabricating. Lying to children, especially to protect someone they cared about, left a bitter taste. Considering all that, this so-called outing could easily be called her own personal hell. "Chloe," she said cautiously. "Do you regret coming here?" she asked. The question caught Chloe off guard. Her eyes widened slightly before her expression softened. She thought for a moment, then gave a gentle shake of her head. "No," she said simply. "I'm glad I went. My friends haven't seen me in so long. I didn't want to leave them worried any longer." She continued. A quiet beat passed between them, the gentle crashing of waves filling the silence. Hinata hesitated, weighing her next question. Do you plan on telling them? She asked, her voice even quieter now. Eventually. Chloe answered. Not yet. But. She paused, smirking faintly. I'll have you do most of the talking. She said. Hinata froze mid-step. Me. She stammered. Yes. It'd be way too much trouble explaining everything on my own. Chloe said, now openly amused. Hinata stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. She wanted to argue, to insist that Chloe take responsibility, but the look on her friend's face stopped her. In the end, what harm was there in helping? It was the least she could do. Fine. She muttered, cheeks tinting with reluctant acceptance. Chloe smiled brightly, her voice full of warmth. And that's why you're the best. She told her. Hinata looked away, flustered, doing her best to suppress the small smile tugging at her lips. As the two girls settled into a quiet stretch of beach beneath a tall, leaning palm, the hush of the waves offered a gentle rhythm to their silence. The moon hung high above them, bathing everything in silver light, while the stars flickered faintly in the distance like distant memories, out of reach, but still present. Chloe rested her arms over her knees, her gaze distant as the tide crept forward and retreated again. Then, without warning, she let out a short laugh. What is it? Hinata asked, tilting her head slightly. Chloe turned to her, a faint smirk playing on her lips. I just remembered something really weird. She said. Hinata raised a brow, more intrigued than concerned. Weird how? She questioned. There was once a timeline where you... She paused, then grinned. You fell in love with Rimuru. She said. Silence. Ha. Hinata blinked. I'm serious. Chloe giggled, and the sound was uncharacteristically bright. It caused this huge mess between us, too. I think we ended up in a love triangle or something. It was so dramatic. She continued. How? Hinata stammered, completely thrown off. That can't be right. I literally tried to kill him the first time we met. She said. Chloe tilted her head, thoughtful. Not always. She began. Hinata blinked again. In some timelines, you two never fought. In others, he didn't make it out of your duel. Her tone sobered slightly, but she quickly pushed forward. And in a few, you actually met under better circumstances. She explained. Seriously? Hinata asked, unsure whether to feel disturbed or curious. Well, I don't remember everything clearly. Chloe admitted with a shrug. Most timelines are a blur now. But every now and then, I get little fragments. They pop up out of nowhere. She said. The air fell into a lull again, though this time Chloe began speaking without pause, quietly at first, as if the memories were sneaking up on her more than she was recalling them intentionally. There was one timeline where Rimuru roamed around freely instead of building a nation. And you met each other often and mostly just argued about the most random things. She said. Hinata blinked slowly. That doesn't sound entirely impossible. She muttered. Chloe smiled. In another, Shuna and Cheyenne ran a fashion boutique together. Rimuru was the mannequin. Poor guy never escaped. She said. Hinata let out a soft laugh, the image forming far too easily in her mind. One time, I think Malim became Rimuru's superior. And Rimuru was her secretary of sorts. She said. And on she went. None of the memories were full stories, just glimmers of lives never fully lived, moments that felt too surreal to be real, but too vivid to dismiss as dreams. Fortunately, nearly all the ones she could remember were good. Perhaps, she thought, it was because Rimuru had stripped away so much of the pain. With Cronoa asleep, her heart was lighter, more hers than it had ever been. And through it all, Hinata simply listened. She didn't interrupt, didn't offer comments. She just sat beside her, watching her friend speak with a kind of light in her eyes that Hinata hadn't seen in, well, maybe ever. The pain hadn't vanished, but in its place, there was wonder and remnants of warmth in a timeline of endless suffering. For Chloe, those memories, odd, fragmented, and absurd as they were, had likely kept her sane through it all. And for Hinata, seeing her smile like that made the entire outing worth it. Eventually, the two friends realized how much time had passed. The stars had shifted in the sky, and the moon now hung lower, casting a softer glow over the darkened shore. Their idle conversation and steady steps had taken them far beyond what they'd planned. With a soft laugh, Chloe stretched her arms, the corners of her eyes creasing in relaxed contentment. Hinata, too, let out a quiet sigh, not of fatigue, but of subtle relief. She hadn't done anything extraordinary, but she could feel Chloe was walking just a little lighter. Her smile lingered longer. And for Hinata, that was enough. The two turned back, their feet leaving fresh imprints in the cool sand as they returned to their beach house. A warm light shone through the curtains, and inside, as expected, Luminous awaited them. Her arms crossed, an expression unreadable, but her concern, however well hidden, was still apparent to anyone who knew her. She offered no harsh words, only a quiet nod once they stepped inside. The door shut, and the night moved on. Yet while one part of the beach grew quiet, another began to stir. Down by the shoreline, sat a solitary figure. Rimuru. He sat cross-legged just short of the water's edge, the tide kissing the sand only inches from his feet. The breeze played gently with his hair, and the moonlight bathed him in its silvery glow, painting soft highlights across his features. There was a stillness about him, serene, graceful, almost ethereal. In that moment, he seemed more spirit than slime. The kind of sight that might make even a wandering god stop and stare. But not far from him, another presence stirred. One even more commanding. Hidden among the dunes and the swaying palms, Velzard had been waiting patiently. Her senses sharp, her gaze fixed, she watched as the last of the others disappeared from view. And with that, the moment was hers. With steps silent as falling snow, she moved. Graceful. Elegant. Powerful. She approached the lone figure beneath the moonlight, each stride measured with natural poise, her silver hair catching the breeze like flowing silk. There was no hesitation, only certainty. Now, with only the waves and starlight as witnesses, the two sat alone at the edge of the world. A moment carved out from time itself. And in the hush of night, far from the eyes of friends and subordinates, no one could say for sure what those two might say, or what they might do. Guess who's back, back again. Bitch, I'm back. Tell a friend. My gosh. It's been forever, but I'm finally back from the hiatus. I will warn you that this doesn't mean I'll be posting a lot more, since we still have 1 month left in the semester. I just happened to get a lot of free time. To explain why I was gone for so long, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Our midterm exam for Calculus 2 was a slaughterfest, and while I passed, I wasn't happy with my grade. I decided to lock in for finals to save my grade and bump it up. The 2-week Minecraft phase with the homies took over for a while. It actually lasted more than 2 weeks, and is still alive. But I guess the biggest reason for my absence was that I got completely absorbed by the Apothecary Diaries, another goat show and light novel. The anime hooked me so much that I sped read the manga and books. After reading that much, I finally got the itch to finish chapter 70, which I've had brewing for some time now. This is pretty much the last chapter before the war preparation arc begins. Depending on my upcoming schedule, I may or may not be able to write new chapters. If I can, then I will, but if not, I won't force it. But you bet your ass that I'll resume the back-to-back-to-back grind I did during the Christmas break when it's summer. As for this chapter specifically, it's pretty tame. I'd say it's the calm after the storm, technically before, since this is a flashback. I wanted to try writing some more down-to-earth dialogue and conversations. It was kinda tricky, but I think I got it down. That'll be it for today, everyone. I'm glad to have finally finished this chapter. And I'll see you all in the next one. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Time really flies when every minute feels incredibly fulfilling. It's been a couple of days since our little beachside escape, and things have been moving fast ever since. Not that I'm complaining. That was the whole point. Everyone got to relax, unwind, and let loose. Now that the calm before the storm has passed, it's back to business as usual, more or less. As for me, I had an amazing time at the beach. Seriously, it was one of those nights I'll remember for the rest of my life. No interruptions, responsibilities, just the moon, the waves, and, well, let's just say I'm very glad no one was around to witness certain moments between me and Velzard. I think. Anyway, let's move on. Right now, I'm sitting in a room so thick with tension, you could slice it with a knife. The kind of tension that only happens when you gather a bunch of powerful people who would rather be anywhere but here and in close proximity to one another, no less. Before she returned to her domain, I asked Luminous if we could hold a personal meeting. There were just a few things I needed to go over. She was hesitant, mostly because I was vague about the details, but she agreed in the end, which brings us to now. Chloe's here, too. She came with Luminous and Hinata. I know it's awkward, but it felt necessary. Chloe's trying to keep her cool, but is very aware of the frost dragon sitting across the room. Yeah, Velzard is here in all her snowy, regal glory. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more uncomfortable, let me throw in the cherry on top. My dear sworn brother, the storm dragon himself, Veldora. Yup. I practically dragged him here. He put up quite the fuss, but with a little, persuasive encouragement, I managed to convince him this meeting would be worth his time. What could possibly go wrong? I'm glad you could all be here. I began, keeping my voice light, but with a tone formal enough to match the room's tension. Everyone gave a subtle nod, everyone except Veldora, of course. He was doing his best to avoid making eye contact with Luminous, who sat across from me with a smile so sharp it could split stone. She was keeping it together for now, but I knew full well that simmering rage like hers didn't just disappear overnight. Their reconciliation, yeah, that was going to take time. A lot of time. Now, I suppose I should explain my reason for calling this meeting. I continued, allowing a slight pause before shifting my tone. It's become increasingly clear that the Eastern Empire is planning to make a move. And it's likely to happen very soon. I said. At that, the mood in the room shifted instantly. Luminous hostility toward my overly animated brother vanished in an instant, her eyes locking onto me with newfound focus. Hinata straightened her posture. Chloe, on the other hand, looked down, her expression unreadable but clearly affected. There's been talk of the Empire setting its sights on the Western nations. Luminous said, leaning forward slightly. Are they finally moving? She asked. I gave her a solemn nod. We're still gathering intelligence. My network is combing through every trace of activity we can find, but there's already a noticeable shift in their behavior. I replied. Hinata raised a hand, and I inclined my head, giving her the floor. Have they attempted to cross into the Jura forest? She asked sharply. Not quite. I said, shaking my head. It's the opposite. Until recently, they were performing military marches just outside our borders, stationing soldiers, stockpiling supplies at key locations, and establishing forward operating positions. I explained. I paused, watching their reactions. But then, just like that, all activity stopped. I added. Brows furrowed across the table. What could that imply? Hinata muttered. Could it be that they've changed their plans? Luminous asked, her voice calm but cautious. Chloe shook her head softly, almost instinctively. Her tone, however, carried weight. Unfortunately, no. The Empire has always been dead set on invading the West. That hasn't changed. Not in any timeline. She said. Her words hit hard, especially given who they came from. Luminous and Hinata exchanged glances, clearly disturbed by the implications. After all, we weren't just dealing with an enemy that was powerful and strategic. They were persistent to a fault. And the sudden halt in their activity. Yeah. That wouldn't sit right with anyone. They'd been preparing for war on our doorstep for months, only to suddenly go quiet. That kind of silence didn't bring relief. It brought dread. While there's no way to confirm this, we do have a working theory about why the Empire suddenly shifted gears. I continued. All eyes returned to me. Luminous, Hinata, and Chloe said nothing, but their expressions made it clear that they were hanging onto every word. Without speaking, I raised my hands and gestured to the two figures standing on either side of me. Velzard offered a calm nod, her trademark smile already hinting that she knew what I was about to say. Veldora, meanwhile. Wait, me. I mean us. He stammered, clearly caught off guard. While he tried to process what I was implying, the others understood immediately. The Empire hasn't abandoned its ambitions. No. It's far more likely that they've paused to reconsider. Retreating temporarily to reevaluate their strategy. I said, eyes scanning the room. I don't know how widely the news of Veldora's allegiance has spread, but Velzard's declaration certainly reached the east. I added. That got a reaction. Luminous and Hinata exchanged a sharp glance before turning their attention back to me. From what I've gathered. Hinata began. Knowledge of both events spread fast and roughly at the same time, even though they occurred separately. Rumors of the Storm Dragon siding with Tempest were already circulating after the invasion. Word was, you reasoned with him after he broke free from his seal. She continued. Ah, so that version of the story was still floating around. The one Gazel helped cook up. History really is written by the victors. Honestly, I didn't think that lie would spread as far as it did. Sure, the smart and the powerful ones probably saw through it immediately. But the general population? Yeah, they lapped it up without hesitation. I mean, if an upstart demon lord wipes out 20,000 soldiers in one battle, it sounds insane. But throw in the legendary storm dragon breaking free during that battle. Suddenly, the absurdity feels plausible. Even logical, in a twisted kind of way. Of course, lies like that don't last forever. The truth always leaks through the cracks, but it wasn't a slow leak this time. No, the world had to face it immediately when Velzard publicly declared her allegiance to Tempest. That single act turned whispers into reality. It solidified everything. I see. Velzard said, as if confirming something to herself. My decision to publicly announce my allegiance made the world accept the truth. She added, her tone clearly proud of what she'd done. Accept? More like shove it down their throats. I said with a shrug. Fufufu. Smug. She's so smug. But honestly, that's part of what makes her adorable. And terrifying. But mostly adorable. The three sitting across from us sighed in unison, likely thinking the same thing. There's no stopping her once she sets her mind to something. Luminous had probably deduced the truth about Veldora long ago and simply chose to ignore the rumors. But the rest of the world? They were better off living in blissful ignorance. Now they had to reckon with the cold reality. Tempest wasn't just ruled by a demon lord. It was backed by 2 true dragons. Was it really a good idea to announce it to the world? Veldora asked, arms crossed, eyebrow raised in suspicion. Velzard didn't reply right away. Instead, she offered him a soft smile that looked harmless but carried enough weight to make the temperature in the room drop like a stone. Literally. A wave of bone-chilling cold swept through the chamber, coating the air with an invisible frost. Everyone stiffened in their seats, and I swear I could see Luminous suppressing a shiver. Even Veldora looked like he regretted asking the question. I had my reasons. Velzard said at last, her tone still gentle, unnervingly so. It clashed with the pressure flooding the room like winter itself had stepped in. After all, you know how I feel about our dear sister. She continued, eyes narrowing slightly. Veldora nodded quickly, forcing a nervous smile as he tried to ignore the frost forming in the corner of the room. And just like that, it was over. The pressure vanished. The temperature stabilized. Everyone, including me, let out a relieved breath. I'll never get used to that. The way she can switch between warm and casual to Ice Queen execution mode in an instant. It's not even a transformation. It's like flipping a switch. No warning, no build-up. Just, bam. Instant frostbite vibes. But her words weren't just for show. When Velzard talks about her sister, she's referring to Velgrind, the Scorched Dragon. The other true dragon and Veldora's elder sister. Now, I haven't dug too deeply into the family drama between the 3 of them, but from the little I've been told, it's complicated. Apparently, Velzard and Velgrind have argued a lot over how to handle their rowdy little brother. Velgrind believed in a more restrained, nurturing method. A firm hand, but with care. Velzard, on the other hand, took a much more direct approach. Basically, the school of blunt force enlightenment. To be fair, Veldora wasn't exactly making things easy back in the day. He was a walking natural disaster, a chaotic force of destruction with no regard for consequences. Wherever he went, catastrophe followed. His behavior didn't just damage the true dragon's reputation. It actively destabilized the ecosystem. Initially, Velzard didn't care much. She kept her distance. But after their elder brother's death, something in her changed. She couldn't bear to see the world he left behind destroyed by Veldora's reckless antics. So, she did what any terrifying older sister would do. She destroyed him, again and again. Not kill, exactly. True dragons can't die in the conventional sense. Instead, they reincarnate after some time, memories intact, but with a personality shift. Velzard hoped that if she erased Veldora, maybe he'd come back with a more reasonable temperament. Yeah. That's her version of tough love. But the real reason she revealed her allegiance to the world wasn't to show off or flaunt power. It was because of Velgrind. Velzard was thrilled when she learned how far Veldora had come. He'd grown and evolved, tempering his recklessness and finding purpose. For her, it meant he was finally reaching his full potential. But Velgrind? Not so much. Velzard sees her younger sister as someone who has chained herself down. Someone with vast potential, yet unwilling to grow. And all because of one man, Rudra, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire. Velzard doesn't hate her sister, far from it. What frustrates her is the stagnation. Velgrind's blind devotion to Rudra has stunted her development. She's content to stay the same and follow rather than carve her own path. That kind of complacency drives Velzard up the wall. In a twisted way, all of this, the public allegiance, the subtle intimidation, even her sharp words, is Velzard's own version of care. The declaration, in particular, was done to coax Velgrind out in the open. She wants her siblings to grow, become more than what they are, and live up to the title of a true dragon. So yeah, she's got a strange way of showing love. But it's love all the same. I guess. In any case, the East will likely invade, just not as soon as we originally expected. I continued, allowing the weight of my words to settle. Everyone nodded in agreement. Some casually, others with grave expressions. No surprise there. The Eastern Empire isn't some backwater nation barking empty threats. They're considered the strongest military force in the world. Based on our intel, their numbers already reach into the millions, and there's no doubt those numbers will keep rising. I wouldn't put it past them to halt operations temporarily just to conscript more people. They'll be taking a path through Tempest to reach the west, correct? Luminous asked, her sharp gaze fixed on me. I gave her a nod. That's the most direct route, and the most strategic, I replied. Then we'll have to prepare to support the war effort as well, Hinata added, ever pragmatic. But at that, I raised a hand, halting the conversation before it got ahead of me. Actually, I had something different in mind, I said, drawing curious looks from all three women as they leaned forward. Since joining the Western Council, Tempest has officially become the military backbone of the West. Normally, we've been able to maintain that position without issue. But against the Eastern Empire, that's a whole different beast. We'll need every available unit focused on the front lines just to hold them back, I explained. Their expressions shifted as the implication sank in. Hinata and Luminous glanced at each other, and even Chloe raised her head slightly. We could defend against the Empire, I'm confident in that. But trying to do that and maintain order across the Western nations, that's not sustainable, I added. I paused, letting the silence build just enough tension before continuing. So, here's my proposal, I began. I want Luminous to take charge of keeping peace and order in the West during the war, I said. Luminous blinked once, then gave me a sly grin. Oh. Taking initiative, are we? She asked. I nodded in return. It's the most strategic option. Tempest can't afford to split our strength across two fronts, not in a full-scale war. But I also don't want to leave our rear exposed. I doubt any of the Western nations would be foolish enough to try something, but that doesn't mean bad actors won't try to exploit the chaos, I said. In other words, you're not taking any chances. Hinata chimed in, a faint smirk playing on her lips. You could say that. Better to be paranoid and alive than optimistic and blindsided, I replied. Their reactions were exactly what I hoped for. No resistance, just understanding. Maybe even a little respect. I didn't like the idea of fighting without their help, but having the entire Western Front locked down by someone I trust, that's worth more than an extra sword in the battle to come. Besides, a considerable chunk of Tempest's army is currently deployed across the West. If we call them all back for the war, there'd be no one left to keep the peace in our absence. That alone would open the floodgates for opportunists. But if Luminous and the Crusaders stepped in as temporary peacekeepers, problem solved. This seems like an awfully one-sided deal, Luminous said with mock offense, though the glint in her eyes told me she approved. I let out a short laugh. Maybe on the surface. But this way, I get to commit all of Tempest's forces to the war effort without worrying about what's behind me. I'd call that a fair trade, I answered. Very well, Luminous replied, her smirk turning into something more genuine. I'll have Luminous military prepared to take over once the time comes, she declared. Then she turned toward Hinata, who immediately straightened with soldier-like precision. Hinata, she called out. Yes, Luminous-sama. I'll begin mobilizing the Crusaders and prepare them to be stationed across Tempest's borders, she said. Crisp and professional as always. Luminous gave her a nod of approval before turning her attention back to me. With that, another piece fell into place. Will I be participating in the war? Chloe asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Almost immediately, three voices rose in perfect unison. No. Luminous, Hinata, and I shouted without hesitation, our synchrony almost comedic if it weren't for how serious we were. Chloe blinked in surprise, clearly startled by how quickly we shut her down. Her gaze shifted between us, her confusion growing. You haven't fully recovered yet, Luminous said, her voice unusually sharp, like a mother refusing to let her child step into danger. But Chloe tried to interject, but the protest died on her lips. Not to mention, Hinata added, her tone firm yet gentle. Cronoa still hasn't woken up, she said. Chloe's lips quivered slightly, and she looked down. As much as she didn't want to admit it, they were right. Even if she could stand and move about freely, her soul was still healing. For someone who had been through countless timelines, endlessly cycling through life and death, recovery wasn't just about the body. It was the heart, too. Seeing that look in her eyes, I leaned forward a little. There is something you can do, though, I said, my tone softer now. That brought her attention back. Her eyes flicked up to mine, a flicker of hope shining through the quiet hurt. If you can, I'd like you to inform Leon about everything we've discussed here, I continued. Oh. I can do that, she replied, her face brightening ever so slightly. She offered a small, fragile smile that felt like it hadn't surfaced in a long time. I nodded, reassured. Truthfully, I could have invited Leon to the meeting directly, but I'd decided against it. Not because I distrusted him, but because I felt Chloe needed this. She needed to talk to someone who truly understood her, someone she'd known from the very beginning. Leon may be cold and standoffish on the outside, but I know how much he cares about Chloe. They've known each other since before any of this madness began. And right now, she needs more than battle strategies and preparation. She needs him. Just as I was about to officially conclude the meeting, a familiar wave of magical energy surged through the room, unnerving yet unmistakably refined. In the very next moment, Diablo manifested beside the table with a soundless flash, his signature entrance as dramatic as ever. The sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, especially the guests. Chloe startled slightly, Hinata's eyes narrowed instinctively, and Luminous' hand twitched. "Forgive my interruption, Rimuru-sama," Diablo said, bowing deeply, his voice as smooth and reverent as always. "I bring urgent news," he added. I raised an eyebrow at him, masking the subtle shift in atmosphere. "Diablo. You could have at least knocked," I muttered, though my tone lacked real irritation. "What is it?" I asked. He straightened with a faint smile, ever calm. "My subordinates have returned with updates from the east. It would seem the Empire has not abandoned its ambitions. Rather, they've postponed their invasion temporarily," he said. The room fell into a tense silence, the earlier sense of resolution unraveling like a thread. "They're bolstering their forces," Diablo continued, his eyes sharp beneath his ever-graceful demeanor. "The atmosphere throughout the Empire has shifted. The people are being subdued or pressured. It feels as though the citizens are under stricter parameters. Entire cities are being mobilized, and supply lines are stretched thin but expanding. The scale is vast," he explained. His words hung heavy in the air. From his description, the East seems to be declaring some form of martial law. Chloe clutched her hands tightly in her lap, her knuckles white. Hinata frowned deeply, her brows furrowed in thought. Luminous' lips drew into a thin line, her fingers tapping against the table in a rhythmic, almost agitated pattern. So it was true. The Empire had only pulled back to prepare an even greater assault. "I see," I said calmly, letting my words cut through the unease. "Then everything we've prepared for still stands. We simply have more time now. And we'll use it well," I added. I looked each of them in the eye, steady and firm. "There's no need to panic. Tempest is ready. I'm ready. Let them come. When they do, we'll be waiting," I declared. Velzard gave a short, elegant nod, her aura reassuring yet commanding. "Indeed. I will not allow their advance to disturb the balance of this world. With my strength behind Tempest, they'll think twice," she said. "Quahaha. That's right. They'll have no choice but to tremble before our might," Veldora declared from beside her, dramatically crossing his arms and grinning like a kid who just got praised. The tension didn't completely vanish, but it eased. Chloe's shoulders loosened just a little, and Hinata let out a slow breath. Even Luminous gave the smallest of nods, the stiffness in her gaze softening. "Then we'll trust you," Luminous said, her voice low but sincere. "This is a gamble we're all part of now," she added. "I'll relay everything to Leon and II. He'll want to be ready, too," Chloe said with a nod. And just like that, the storm in the room passed. Diablo smiled once more and bowed. "Then I shall return to overseeing my subordinates gathering intelligence, Rimuru-sama. I will ensure you are the first to know of further developments," he said. I gave him a nod. "Good work. And thanks for the heads up," I replied. Just as Diablo turned to leave, an invisible force crashed through the room like a tidal wave. A sudden, crushing pressure filled the air, weightless and unseen, yet suffocating in its intensity. It didn't strike like an attack, but it demanded attention like the sheer presence of something immense brushing against the walls of our reality. Everyone in the room felt it. Veldora jerked in surprise, blinking rapidly, but quickly steadied himself. I could tell he recognized the sensation, even if it unsettled him. Chloe instinctively leaned closer to Luminous, while Hinata stood halfway from her seat, hand near her sword, trying to read the sudden spike in energy. Luminous froze, her eyes wide with sudden realization, lips parting as if to speak, but no words came. Instead, she stared ahead with a blend of shock and rising apprehension. As for me, I was confused. I could feel the pressure, sure. But I couldn't make sense of it. It was intense, overwhelming, but also oddly familiar. Yet before I could focus enough to analyze it, the pressure simply vanished. Gone, just like that. The room fell silent. Not the kind of quiet that felt peaceful, but the thick, heavy silence that follows a lightning strike. Every breath felt slow. Tense. Then, 3 knocks echoed across the room. Knock. 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 Everyone turned to the door in unison. No one moved. No one spoke. It was as if we were all waiting to see who would dare break the silence first. It was Diablo who moved. Calmly, without a word, he walked to the door and cracked it open just slightly, just enough to see who was outside. I couldn't make out the figure from my angle, but I heard the voice that followed. "Yo. It's been a while, Diablo," he said. The tone was casual. Friendly, even. Like two old friends running into each other by coincidence. Then, without hesitation, Diablo slammed the door shut. Hard. The resounding thud of the door slamming echoed through the room like a gunshot. Silence returned, this time with stunned disbelief hanging in the air. I blinked. Hinata's mouth parted, halfway between a question and a scoff. Chloe just stared, wide-eyed. Even Veldora looked lost for a moment. Then. Puffed, fu-fu-fu-fu. Velzard's soft giggle spilled into the silence, quickly escalating into full-blown laughter. It was elegant, amused, genuine laughter, the kind that made her sound more human than a divine being. It was unexpected, no, unbelievable. We all turned to her in surprise. I must say, Diablo. I didn't expect you to act like that toward him. Her voice danced with delight. Luminous leaned back, smirking in amusement. Incredibly bold of you, slamming the door on that person. She teased. Diablo, for his part, merely adjusted his gloves and sighed in annoyance. There is no need for dramatics. He was merely someone annoying. He replied. He said it as if he'd just shooed away a nosy merchant, not someone capable of making the entire room feel like it was being compressed by a star. Then came the second round of knocks, louder this time. Followed by a cheerful, mocking voice. That's not how you greet a friend, Diablo. He said. Diablo's expression twitched. Just slightly. But I'd known him long enough to recognize the barely contained fury in that micromovement. Whoever was outside was pushing buttons that Diablo didn't let anyone near. And somehow, I got the feeling the real show was just getting started. Diablo hadn't even touched the door when it swung open on its own. A figure stepped inside, casual and composed, like he owned the place. He had crimson hair, pale skin, and eyes that shimmered like rubies, gleaming with knowing mischief. Guy Crimson. I muttered, stunned. His sudden appearance shocked everyone, but especially me. Velzard's narrowed eyes confirmed she had suspected as much, and Veldora's brows creased with a rare look of wariness. As for our guests, their unease became palpable. Oh. Holding a meeting without me. Guy said, feigning offense as he looked around the room. Now that's just rude. He added. His voice was light, laced with sarcasm, but there was an edge beneath it. It was a reminder that, despite the casual tone, this was Guy Crimson, the Lord of Darkness, and one of the strongest beings alive. Diablo stepped forward, folding his arms with a scowl. This matter has nothing to do with you. He said coldly. Leave. He demanded. Guy simply smirked, unfazed. TSK. You wound me, Diablo. I'm the one who keeps an eye on the world's balance. You think I wouldn't notice when the Eastern Empire suddenly halts all movement and the room gets tense enough to crack? He replied. His words weren't threatening, not directly. But the implication was clear. He knew more than he let on and didn't like being kept in the dark. Velzard's glare sharpened, her breath visibly cooling the air around her. Her irritation with him was apparent, though she chose not to say anything. Yet. The tension began rising. Slowly. Like a pot about to boil over. Between Guy and Diablo, two legendary demons who fought each other for eons, it felt like a single word could ignite the room. And then, his eyes shifted. Guy's gaze landed on Chloe. In an instant, his relaxed demeanor vanished. The room seemed to still as his playful expression fell away, replaced with a cold, calculating intensity. The air grew heavy, like gravity itself was thickening. His crimson eyes bore down on her with surgical precision. Chloe tensed under the weight of his scrutiny, doing her best to keep a steady face. But even I could see it. Her fingers slightly twitching, her breath held. Hinata subtly stepped forward, her posture defensive, while Luminous instinctively moved closer to Chloe, shielding her. My own body shifted, ready to react. If he made one wrong move, I would act, even if it meant going toe-to-toe with someone like him. Seconds passed like hours. Then, Guy closed his eyes. He let out a soft sigh. So that's how it is. He murmured. Just like that, the crushing pressure vanished. The shift was so abrupt that it left our nerves frayed. Me, Chloe, Luminous, and Hinata exhaled at once, as if we'd been holding our breath without realizing it. But no one relaxed. Not yet. The tension had receded, but the weight of Guy's presence still lingered. He had gotten whatever answer he was looking for. And the fact that he hadn't said what it was only made it more unnerving. He returned to Diablo with a smirk, as if nothing had happened. What were we talking about again? He asked. Velzard let out a quiet huff beside me. Whether it was amusement or warning, I couldn't tell. One thing was certain, though. Guy Crimson hadn't come here by accident. Diablo's eyes narrowed, his tone growing icy. If you've gotten what you came for, then leave, he said. The room hung on his words, silence thick enough to drown in. But Guy just tilted his head, feigning offense again. Now that's cold. I haven't even said why I came here. He replied with a smirk, then looked directly at me. You, Rimuru, are the reason I dropped by, he said. I blinked. Me? I echoed. The answer struck harder than I expected. My posture slackened as I sank back into my seat. Whatever ease we'd gained vanished in an instant. Every eye in the room snapped toward me. Guy ignored Diablo's deepening scowl and Velzard's sharpened gaze as he started walking forward, slow, deliberate steps toward me. I couldn't lie. My nerves spiked, though I wasn't exactly scared. More confused than anything. What the hell did he want with me? He stopped just a step away, his grin wide, devilish, and unreadable. Crimson eyes peered down with an intensity one couldn't place. I crossed my arms, forcing a calm voice. All right, what do you want? I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, his hand rose. Fingers reached toward my face, no, my chin. Slowly. Deliberately. I froze. The image from Walpurgis flashed into my mind when he'd convinced me to give the Demon Lord Council a name. The same kind of grin. The same slow reach. I tensed, preparing to react. But I never had the chance to move. Clang. A sharp sound sliced through the air, like metal against glass, followed immediately by the crackle of raw power. In the blink of an eye, a gauntlet wreathed in dark energy blocked Guy's hand mere inches from my face. Behind him, Diablo stood with piercing eyes and a silent fury that chilled the room. But that wasn't all. A crescent blade, sapphire blue and glowing with a frozen light, hovered beside Guy's neck. Velzard's scythe, canon. She had moved without a sound, and not a single soul in the room had caught it. Her expression was terrifying, and the pressure rolling off her amplified that. Time stopped. Not literally, but it may as well have. No one moved. Not even Guy. Veldora stood at the ready, unsettled and unsure whether to intervene. Luminous, Hinata, and Chloe remained frozen, their bodies taut, their expressions tense. They hadn't even breathed since the weapons appeared. Guy slowly looked at the blade beside his neck, then at the gauntlet on his fingers. Tough crowd. He muttered, voice flat. Then, finally, he exhaled. He stepped back, raising both hands lazily like someone who just got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Fine, fine. No touching. You guys are so sensitive. He joked. Diablo didn't move at first. Neither did Velzard. Their weapons remained in place until Guy had backed far enough for comfort. Only then did they lower them, Diablo's gauntlet dissolving into shadows, and Velzard's scythe vanishing in a swirl of frost. I let out a sigh I didn't realize I'd been holding. TCH, can't take a joke. Guy muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed. Both Diablo and Velzard shot him a glare that could have reduced lesser demons to dust. He chuckled dryly, shrugging as he finally turned serious, or at least, more serious. The show was over. Maybe, we could actually get to the real reason he was here. Guy dragged in a long, dramatic breath, so loud and exaggerated it felt like the start of another performance. Then he let it out in an exasperated huff and snapped. Rimuru, what in the world do you think you're doing? He demanded. I blinked, startled. The frustration in his voice was palpable, enough that even Diablo raised an eyebrow. Huh? What do you mean? I asked. I mean. Guy said, striding back toward the center of the room. Diablo was bad enough, but now you've gone and added the other three. Are you insane? He pressed onward. I tilted my head, more confused than anything. The other three. I echoed. For a moment, there was silence. Then Luminous audibly gasped. Hinata choked. Guy glared at me like I'd just confessed to breaking the world's biggest taboo. That was when it clicked. Oh. You mean the other primordials? I said. Luminous shot up in her seat, her eyes wide in disbelief. You what? She blurted out. I scratched my cheek, trying to recall the details. I just gave them names and proper bodies. Is that what this is about? I asked. Yes, that's what this is about. Guy nearly shouted, throwing his hands up in the air. Do you even realize what kind of chaos that causes? He questioned. Before I could respond, Luminous leaned forward, rubbing her temples. Wait, that means Violet has a name now? She asked. Diablo, ever the smug subordinate, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. She now bears the name Ultima. He replied. Luminous stared blankly for a moment. Then, slowly, she leaned back into her seat like the weight of the world had just hit her square in the chest. I need a drink, she muttered. Hinata turned to me, her eyes wide with disbelief. You named all 3 of them. The other 3 primordials? She asked. I shrugged, trying to play it cool. Well, yeah. They're pretty reliable, I answered. Guy groaned as if physically in pain, crossing his arms while pinching the bridge of his nose. This is why I can't take days off. His muttering barely masked the groan of pure despair echoing from his chest. The rest of the room remained quiet, either out of second-hand shock or just waiting to see what insanity would unfold next. As the shock over the primordials continued to hang heavy in the air, I leaned back in my seat and, perhaps a bit too casually, said something else. Well, Hinata's already met one, I mentioned. Hinata blinked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Wait, what? When? She asked. I gave a slight nod. Testarossa. She's the white primordial, I replied. There was silence. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, as if they'd both swallowed something wrong, Hinata and Luminous jolted in unison, expressions frozen somewhere between realization and horror. You mean the same Testarossa who's serving as Tempest's representative in the council? Hinata asked, her voice tight with disbelief. Yep, I said simply. Guy let out a long, suffering sigh. Luminous looked ready to faint. You placed one of the oldest and most dangerous demons in the world, in charge of diplomatic relations and military coordination with the West? Luminous asked. Even Hinata turned toward me, voice rising. Rimuru-san, do you understand what kind of risk that is? She added. Leon and I won't like this. Chloe quietly muttered. I'm well aware. I muttered under my breath. But they weren't finished. Luminous leaned forward, tone sharp. Blanc is prideful to the extreme. You think you can control someone like that? She'll do what she pleases the moment it suits her, she said. Hinata nodded. Even if she appears loyal now, you can't know what she'll do in the future. You're gambling with the West's stability, she added. Guy, for once, said nothing. He just crossed his arms, lips twitching downward into an irritated frown as he watched me get scolded like a student caught cheating. Before either Diablo or Velzard could step in to defend me, I sat forward and raised my voice, not yelling, but firm, sharp. That's enough, I said. The air shifted. Even Velzard froze. I looked between Luminous and Hinata, then toward Guy. I didn't name them on a whim. I made that decision because I trust them. Testarossa has brought nothing but order and stability since taking charge of the West's forces. She's the reason things haven't exploded into chaos, I explained. Luminous narrowed her eyes. Trust. That's not enough. They're demons, primordials. Their nature is chaos. They'll twist the world the moment you show weakness, she argued. I didn't flinch. Then I won't show weakness, I replied bluntly. Silence. I stood now, crossing my arms. What I do with my subordinates is my responsibility. I'm not blind to what they are, but I chose to give them names and vessels. That means I'm responsible if something goes wrong, and I accept that, I said. There was a pause as Luminous and Hinata stared at me. Slowly, the edge in their glares softened, their anger simmering into uncertainty. But Guy, he still wasn't convinced. His gaze sharpened as he delivered the inevitable question. And what if they turn on you, Rimuru? What if they stop listening? He asked. I met his eyes without hesitation. Then I'll take them down myself, I declared. The weight of my words landed like a boulder dropped in the center of the room. Even Velzard turned her head toward me, her expression unreadable. Diablo's lips curled into a faint grin of approval. I gave them names. I gave them form. If they go rogue, it's my job to stop them. Not yours. Not Luminous. Mine, I said. A stunned silence followed. I could feel everyone's gaze on me, their eyes wide, not in fear but in surprise. I may have sounded too arrogant. But deep down, I knew it was the truth. Eventually, Guy broke the silence with a laugh. Well, you're one arrogant asshole. But that's fine. You'd have to be, wouldn't you? He said as he shook his head, turning slightly toward Luminous. Testarossa's the most prideful demon after me. And the other 2 are even more unpredictable. You know that, he added. Luminous let out a soft sigh, finally sinking into her seat again. You're insane, she muttered. Hinata still looked like she wanted to say something but held back. I didn't say anything else. I didn't need to. Eventually, Guy waved a hand dismissively. All right, fine. I'll let this slide. But don't come crying when one of them bites you. He told me. I won't. I replied calmly. That got a snort out of Guy, and at last, the storm began to pass for now. He raised a hand lazily, already turning toward the door as if nothing had happened. Well then, he said, glancing over his shoulder. You'd better win that war against the East, Rimuru. He continued. I rolled my eyes. Don't go ordering me around. I replied. He chuckled at that, actually laughed, before pushing open the door. Hey, just make sure you do. He said. With that, the door clicked shut behind him. And instantly, it was like someone had opened a pressure valve. The thick, suffocating weight in the room vanished in an instant. We all collectively exhaled, some louder than others. I sank back into my seat, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Velzard let out a quiet giggle, the kind that slipped out without her meaning to. Fufufu, I've never seen you act like that before. She remarked. Truly, brother, that was incredibly bold. Veldora chimed in, grinning widely and arms crossed in pride. Even I was impressed. And you know how rarely that happens. He said. Yeah. I groaned softly. Diablo bowed deeply, one hand over his chest. To stand firm in front of Guy Crimson and speak as you did, your brilliance knows no bounds, Rimuru-sama. He praised. I mean, you were no different. But thanks. I guess. I replied. Despite the relaxing atmosphere, I caught Hinata and Luminous still frozen in place, stunned expressions lingering on their faces. Neither had said a word since the exchange ended. Eventually, Luminous shook herself out of it and stood up, smoothing her dress with a graceful motion. You will keep your promise, Rimuru. She said, glancing back at me one last time, her tone half warning, half sincere. I will. I assured her with a nod. Hinata gave me a long look, half judging, half reluctant approval, before she stepped away without another word. Chloe offered a slight bow. I'll head to El Dorado with them. I think I've had enough for one day. She said, giving me a faint smile before following the two women out. As the door finally closed behind them, Diablo turned to me with a bow. If you'll excuse me, I shall resume with my duties. I'll report again once there are developments. He excused himself. Go ahead. I said, watching as he disappeared with his usual elegance. That left just me, Velzard, and Veldora in the quiet room. I leaned back, letting my head rest against the top of the chair. That was way more stressful than it needed to be. I muttered. Velzard chuckled again, folding one leg over the other. You surprised me, Rimu. I didn't expect you to snap like that. It was, oddly charming. I raised an eyebrow. Charming. I repeated. But her smile quickly faded as her brows pinched together, her voice low. However, the moment that idiot reached for you, I swear I was ready to cut off his head. She declared. A chill ran down my spine at the shift in her tone. Yeah. That was my scary girlfriend, all right. Veldora raised a hand sheepishly. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I should have jumped in or just sat back and watched. I mean, Guy is kind of entertaining. He said. I shot him a look. Not helpful, Veldora. I told him. Just saying. He replied, shrugging. Velzard sighed, placing a hand on my shoulder gently. At least it's over. For now. She assured me. Yeah. For now. I suppose it's good that the heavy talks are out of the way. Tomorrow is going to be a lot. The construction of the first ziggurats officially begins, and I'll need to oversee the initial phases myself. The labyrinth training is underway too, and some of my subordinates are already making steady progress. It's only been a short time, but the results are showing. Meanwhile, Veldora, Velzard, and I haven't even started. But that's where the fun lies. We won't be using the labyrinth. That place is for everyone else. No, we're going somewhere far more unique. Velzard had created her private space, a pocket dimension she calls the detached sphere. She told me it's something she based on my imaginary space. It doesn't have the infinite storage capacity mine does, but the fact that she managed to replicate that concept at all is, honestly, kind of insane. Then again, she is Velzard. Still, there's one catch. The moment I step into the detached sphere, Seal's presence will be exposed. Up until now, only Veldora and Cherise know about her. Velzard doesn't. And I've kept it that way, not because I don't trust her, but because I wasn't sure how to even begin explaining something like that to her. Keeping it from her always made me feel a little guilty, especially considering what she means to me. But that's going to change soon. It's time she found out. Luckily, Seal's more than eager. She's practically thrilled at the idea of revealing herself, and not just as a voice in my head, but as an actual, independent entity. Are you sure you're ready? Positive, Rimuru-sama. Yeah, there's no hesitation in her voice. She's made her choice. Once we're inside, she'll be able to move around freely, with her own body and will. It'll be her first time existing like that. And the detached sphere is perfect for what we're about to do. Time moves differently there. With the level of dilation we're using, we'll be able to spend 100 years training, while barely a few days pass in the real world. It's basically the hyperbolic time chamber, but cooler. Are we a little overprepared? Maybe. But in this world, there's no such thing as too prepared. Not when the stakes are this high. The East is moving, and they've made it clear. They won't stop until they claim everything in this world. So be it. If they're dead set on pushing forward with their twisted ambitions, we'll push back harder. With everything we've got. I've already seen how this story ends when we don't. Few remember those timelines. Few have to carry that weight. The countless futures where Tempest fell, where my people died, where I failed. Over and over again, the same thread unraveled, no matter how tightly I tried to hold it together. I might have blamed fate. Now I just blame myself. Because the truth is, I was given everything from the start. I was reincarnated into this world with powers most people couldn't even dream of. From day one, I had the potential to do so much more. And yet, somewhere along the line, I held back. Maybe I got too comfortable. Perhaps I believed things would just work out. But that belief cost lives. It cost everything. I don't know what my previous selves were thinking. I don't know if they hesitated or thought there was still time to act. But the outcome was always the same. And if I'm being honest with myself, I probably haven't given it everything either. That ends now. This time, I'm not leaving anything to chance. No more taking things for granted. No more half measures. I will protect my people and everything we've built, no matter what it takes. That cycle of failure. It breaks here. It breaks now. I'm back with another chapter. However, this will probably be the last one for a few weeks since our finals are truly kicking into gear. I'm just lucky we have a pretty clean workload for now. Anywho. The guy visitation finally happened, with all the headaches you've come to expect. I debated whether to include the scene where he briefly fought Chloe, but ultimately decided against it. He's prideful, sure, but not dumb enough to act recklessly in a room filled with potential opportunities. Plus, he realized Chloe was in no condition to fight, and that the true menace, Cronoa, was out of commission. The next chapter will cover some ziggurat stuff in the beginning of the training arc. I'll definitely have to bring my A-game with all the upcoming fight scenes, especially with Rimuru versus a group of his subordinates. That'll be exciting and fun to write. Some other exciting things are Seal and Leviathan and Seal and Velzard's interactions. That will be all today. I'll see you when I post again. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Walking through the labyrinth felt different now. There was a new weight in the air that didn't come from magicules or monster presence, but from tension, focus, and a sense of purpose. With war looming on the horizon, we'd repurposed the lowest levels of the dungeon into a high-performance training ground for Tempest's military. And honestly, it was probably the best decision we could have made. The energy was palpable. Everyone down here was pushing themselves, and I couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride at the sight. However, there were some concerns about that decision. Turning part of the dungeon into a private training facility. Some thought it might kill off the thrill for adventurers. But let's be real, nobody looking for a quick crawl ever made it past the 50th floor. The record was one party that barely reached the 45th, and that was after we relocated Shimo from the 30th to the 60th floor to keep things fair. Honestly, the guardians on the lowest floors must have been bored out of their minds. They went from disaster-class monsters to glorified hallway ornaments. So, turning their territories into hardcore battle arenas. Yeah, probably overdue. But while everyone's down here grinding their stats, I've got my eye on another key project that could decide Tempest's future. The defense system. The backbone of it all is the ziggurat, a true marvel of magical engineering. Even the prototype versions were capable of taking down archdragons at full power. Now, their output has tripled. They're deadlier, smarter, and run far more efficiently than before. Lethality aside, their concealment systems make them perfect ambush tools. When idle, they cloak themselves seamlessly, blending into the environment until it's time to strike. And then there's the big upgrade. Holy power. Yeah, you heard that right. These things can now fire attacks strong enough to mimic disintegration. It's energy intensive, sure, but the fact that a non-living construct can pull that off is borderline terrifying. All the original features are intact, but now, everything's upgraded to match our needs. If I'm being honest, we may have over-engineered the hell out of these things. But hey, that's what makes it fun. We're deploying 300 ziggurats in total. A heavy concentration will be stationed along the eastern border, right where we expect the heaviest push to come. The rest will be scattered strategically throughout the Great Jura Forest, acting as both deterrents and early warning systems. We'll even position 1 or 2 near each of the tribes and settlements under our protection, just in case someone gets any bright ideas. Even if they aren't part of the capital city, they're still part of Tempest. The name of the entire system. The Constellation. A bit poetic, sure, but fitting. From above, especially at night, these ziggurats will glow faintly, forming a pattern across the land like stars clustered in the sky. Beautiful and dangerous. Exactly the message we want to send. The construction was proceeding smoothly, with the first batch already well underway right before my eyes. Well, technically, it had been going on for a few days now. Sounds weird, I know. Temporal mechanics tend to make things complicated. I raised a hand toward the towering figure beside the project's heart. How are you holding up, Euros? I called out, making sure my voice carried. The Firetime Dragon Lord slowly turned her massive head in my direction. While the element dragons weren't on the same scale as Veldora or Velzard, they were still enormous, easily the size of a decent 2-story building. This ziggurat is nearing completion, Rimuru-sama. She replied, her tone calm and respectful. Just like Veldora or Velzard in their dragon forms, Euros didn't speak by moving her mouth. Her voice echoed out around us, resonating through the air like a low-frequency pulse, almost like a thought communication, broadcasted aloud. It never stopped being a little eerie. Still, I gave a satisfied nod before turning back to the mesmerizing scene unfolding within the massive crimson barrier at her side. It was huge, 100 meters across, to be exact, and shimmered with a subtle red tint that reflected Euros' elemental affinity. But the real marvel wasn't the barrier itself, it was what was happening inside. To an outside observer, it looked like something out of a tower defense game on fast forward. High orc workers moved at blinding speed, constructing scaffolding and hammering supports and then tearing the scaffold down again, all in the span of seconds. Walls formed, rose, and locked into place before the eye could properly track it. Every movement was purposeful. Efficient. Ridiculously fast. And the kicker? None of it was actually fast. The illusion of speed came from the barrier itself, thanks to the element dragon's incredible art, controlled time field. Within that field, time flowed at a vastly accelerated pace. What took 2 days of work inside the barrier passed in just minutes for us standing outside. It was hard not to stare. Reality felt bent. And yet, everything worked perfectly. This power alone is a complete game changer. We'd condensed the project's time frame without sacrificing structural integrity or safety, and we'd only just started. Of course, the element dragons weren't just here to accelerate construction. They also served as protectors. Each one cloaked their zone with layers of illusion magic, hiding the ziggurat's formation from prying eyes. We couldn't afford to tip off the east. And if someone was foolish enough to interfere, well, even a single element dragon could fend off entire nations. I doubted anyone would be suicidal enough to try. With 300 ziggurats planned and only 4 element dragons on the job, the operation had been split into 75 batches. Each batch included 4 ziggurats and would take only a few minutes of real-world time to complete, thanks to the controlled time field. In theory, we could finish building the constellation within a single day. In practice, though, the dragons needed time to recover. The ability consumed a fair amount of magicules, and even for them, pushing too hard for too long wasn't wise. Before I could finish that thought, the reddish hue in front of me flickered and vanished. The time barrier had collapsed. I looked ahead, already knowing what I'd see, but still impressed all the same. The ziggurat now stood tall, fully formed, emanating quiet power. The construction crew was already wrapping up, none of them looking fatigued thanks to their built-in rest periods inside the barrier. That acceleration of time worked both ways, after all. Impressive. I murmured, taking a step closer. Externally, it looked like the original prototype with its dull brown stone interwoven with shimmering golden runes. It was 30 meters tall, with a square base that's 50 meters wide. 4 large blue crystals were embedded at each corner, powering the structure's defensive barrier. But the most striking feature was the orb resting atop the peak. It glowed brilliantly now, golden and dense with energy. Stronger. Sharper. Lethal. It's good to see you, Rimuru-sama. One of the high orc engineers greeted, bowing slightly. You've done marvelous work. I said sincerely, sweeping my gaze across the team. All of you. Keep it up. I encouraged. Let me know when we'll move to the next location. Euros added from behind. Yeah. We should get moving in a bit. One of the orcs replied casually, wiping some dust off his helmet. I chuckled quietly. What was supposed to be a project that spanned months or more was now flying by. Of course, for the workers, it would still feel like months since they were spending most of their time inside the accelerated field, after all. But from our perspective, things were cruising. There's no rush, I said, raising a hand. But keep up the solid work, I added. Yes. They all answered in unison, saluting with enthusiasm. And just like that, Ziggurat 1 was done. The crews with Boreas, Notos, and Zephyrus had started construction at the same time in their respective zones, which meant the entire first batch was already complete. Only 74 more to go. After a short regroup and cleanup, the team gathered their equipment and started heading out to their next destination. Watching a squad of high orcs being casually trailed by a massive element dragon was rather amusing. Euros could have blinked to the sight in a second, but she walked with the crew since her protective presence is essential to the operation. And so, construction continued. The ziggurats were built with autonomy in mind. Their power source was designed to draw in ambient magicules from the environment, gradually feeding and sustaining themselves. That meant no regular maintenance or recharging, just a small initial spark of energy to kick things off. Which was a relief. If I had to refuel 300 of these monsters manually, Veldora would throw a fit the moment he'd learn his energy would have to be siphoned on repeat. He really doesn't like sharing. After confirming the successful construction of the other 3 ziggurats in this batch, I decided to leave the crews to their work. The element dragons were more than capable of handling anything that came their way. Honestly, outside of me, Velzard, and Veldora, they were the strongest in Tempest in terms of raw magicules. Though I did wonder how they'd stack up against the primordials. Elementals possess a natural advantage over demons. It is likely that, in most scenarios, the element dragons would emerge victorious. That makes sense. Their command over the time element alone gives them a terrifying edge. Precisely. However, the primordials surpass them in combat experience, which remains one of the most significant variables in battle outcomes. Fair point. Experience often trumps brute force. In hindsight, assimilating the Aurelias with the element dragons had been a brilliant decision. Not only did it amplify their strength, each of them now matching a true demon lord, but it also made them far more fitting as the final dungeon bosses before Veldora. Their very presence was enough to deter even the most overconfident invaders. Still, now wasn't the time to admire our creations. I needed to stop slacking off. My footsteps echoed through the stone corridors of the labyrinth, each step resonating with a low hum across the ancient-looking walls. As I made my way deeper, that quiet flicker of unease in my chest returned. I couldn't quite place it. Was it the thought of sparring with Veldora and Velzard? Or maybe it was the anticipation of revealing Seal's existence to Velzard. I wasn't sure. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Either way, I was equal parts excited and anxious as I stepped onto the 100th floor. The moment I arrived, I was met with that same awe I felt every time. The air shimmered faintly with energy. Dim lights pulsed along the towering pillars, casting a soft, mystical glow throughout the chamber. Veldora's lair never failed to impress. It was designed with grandeur, enough space to comfortably house a full-sized dragon, and architectural details that made it feel like the final arena of a legendary RPG. Despite being here countless times, the place still managed to steal my breath a little. Not that anyone had ever made it this far. And most likely, no one ever will. Ahead of me stood 4 figures. Well, one was floating. Velzard, Veldora, Rimuru, and Aurora were gathered in the heart of this vast chamber. It didn't take long for them to notice my approach. I gave a small wave. Rimuru. You're back. Rimuru greeted as she zipped over with her usual uncontainable energy. Yeah, just returned from overseeing the first batch of construction. I replied casually. She leaned in close, well, as close as a pixie could get. Were my children doing all right? She asked. Children? I echoed, blinking in confusion. You know, Boreas, Euros, Notos, Zephyrus. She clarified, arms flailing like I'd forgotten something obvious. Oh. That's what she meant. Velzard chuckled softly, clearly amused. Given Rimurus's size, the idea of her being the mother of 4 house-sized dragons was, certainly entertaining. Rimuru is the elemental queen. Since the element dragons are now partially elementals due to the Aurelias, she is their rightful maternal figure. Huh. I guess that does make sense. Still a weird image. Right, they're fine. Not sure why you're so worried. I said, shrugging. Because they shouldn't even be seen out in the open like that. What if someone catches wind that greater elementals of time exist? she exclaimed, practically doing loops in the air. Fufufu, I don't think that's a concern. Velzard said calmly. They're excellent at concealing themselves. Especially now that they've bonded with inconspicuous vessels. She continued. That reassurance seemed to calm Ramiris down. Considering Velzard was their mentor, her words carried weight. Indeed. Worry not, Ramiris-sama. My siblings are more than capable of handling themselves. Aurora added, her tone composed. Aye, if you say so. Ramiris mumbled, clearly still fretting but no longer frantic. This maternal side of her still caught me off guard. I'd seen glimpses of it in how she treated Aurora, but seeing her this concerned was something else. I wasn't the only one surprised. Veldora looked just as baffled, raising an amused eyebrow. Are you sure you're a demon lord? He asked with mock suspicion, arms crossed. Ramiris spun around so fast she probably caused a sonic boom. A visible tick mark formed on her tiny forehead. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? She snapped. Veldora let out a thunderous laugh, clearly pleased with himself. I'm just saying. You've gotten awfully soft lately. He teased. You're lucky I'm stuck in this form. Otherwise, I'd mop the floor with you. She barked, hands on her hips. Velzard and I couldn't help but join Veldora in laughing. Watching a pixie throw hands, metaphorically, at the storm dragon himself was like watching an ant challenge an elephant. It was just funny. Still, I knew better than to underestimate her. Ramiris may be tiny and eccentric, but she's the creator of the entire labyrinth, a feat made possible by her absurdly powerful skill, small world. Even Seal can't replicate it, and that says a lot. Hey, Vels. Was Ramiris really as strong as she claims she was? Indeed, she was. Before her corruption, she could go toe-to-toe with me in battle, though we were never fully serious. Her command over the elements was terrifying. That one conversation some time ago opened my eyes. Apparently, Ramiris hadn't just been strong, she'd once surpassed even Veldora and Velgrind in power. One of the original top-tier beings of this world, now sealed in a form barely taller than my hand. Even with most of that power locked away, she remained one of the most broken entities. The labyrinth alone proved that. Anyway, is everything set for us? I asked, gently steering the conversation back on course. The moment I spoke, Veldora lit up like an excited child on festival day. Yes. We've just been waiting for you. He beamed. I still can't believe you guys are going on a vacation. Ramiris muttered with a pout, arms crossed. Velzard walked over, her expression soft with amusement as she looked down at the sulking pixie. We'll be gone for just a day or two, she said reassuringly. But you'll be spending 100 years in there. Ramiris huffed. That's for us. And besides, what's a century to us, right? Velzard replied smoothly, brushing a silver strand behind her ear. At that, Ramiris deflated with a dramatic sigh. It really is surreal hearing them talk so casually about 100 years. Back when I was human, that was more than a lifetime. But now, immortal as I am, I've grown used to seeing time like deities do. It was something vast, yes, but manageable. Still, knowing I'm about to live through a century in a realm outside of time. It sends a shiver of anticipation down my spine. Aurora. Velzard called, her voice calm yet commanding. Do fulfill your duty as I asked. She said. Aurora stepped forward and placed a hand over her chest, bowing deeply. As you wish, Velzard-sama. She replied. For the short span we'll be absent from the real world, Aurora will act as Velzard's representative, reviewing, organizing, and compiling everything in our stead. She won't be making decisions herself, but her role is still critical. After all, the nation doesn't pause just because we're training in a pocket of frozen time. As for the dungeon, without Veldora's constant magicule flow, Ramiris wouldn't be able to sustain, small world, on her own. To fix that, I crafted a condensed orb of Veldora's energy using true dragon nucleation. This orb should be more than enough to keep things running smoothly for a week. Quahaha. You better not waste that thing, Ramiris. Veldora warned, arms crossed like a proud big brother. I know. Geez. She mumbled, cradling the orb like it was an egg made of gold. Well then. Velzard said, stepping toward the center of the room. Is everyone ready? She asked. Veldora and I exchanged looks. The shared thrill in our expressions needed no words. There was something infectious about this, something wild and exhilarating. Just so you know. Veldora said, flashing a toothy grin. I'm winning our rematch. He declared. Heh. Don't get too cocky now. I shot back. A brilliant blue glow flared beneath us, the circle springing to life. Ramaris and Aurora stepped away, the former fluttering excitedly and waving us off. Then, the air shifted. Magic surged like a pulse from the earth, and the entire room seemed to tremble. The circle began to bend light itself, warping the surroundings like rippling heat. Unlike my imaginary space, which subtly bends space to transport others into it, Velzard's detached sphere demanded a deeper, more primal force, one that bridged worlds using space-time domination. Are you ready, Seal? Heh. I've been eager for this moment. Velzard raised her hands, palms facing one another. With each deliberate movement, the glow intensified, and the space between her hands twisted unnaturally. The air filled with sounds I can't describe, like wind, but also like ringing chimes being pulled apart in slow motion. Her hands moved closer, millimeter by millimeter, and I could feel reality unraveling. The room, no, the world, felt like it was tilting. Time fractured. Existence bled. And then, her hands met. The instant they clasped together, the world shattered. Darkness. Not the kind you see when you close your eyes. This was an utter void, a blank space where even the concept of light didn't exist. My body. I couldn't feel it. Couldn't move it. Maybe I didn't even have a body here. It was like being thought without form. Then came the pull. I was being dragged, not physically but mentally and spiritually. I was accelerating, faster and faster, toward something I couldn't see yet somehow knew was there. It wasn't a place in space I was approaching. It was a point in time. There are no good words to describe the sensation. It wasn't like falling or flying. It was like being rewritten. Like my information was streaming through some cosmic tunnel, each strand unraveling and reforming simultaneously. Was this what it felt like to fall into a black hole? No. This was deeper than that. This was the void between realities. And I was heading straight into it. After what felt like an eternity trapped in nothingness, light exploded into my vision. Not light in the ordinary sense. This was pure radiance, an all-consuming brilliance that seemed to burn straight through my consciousness. I instinctively tried to shut my eyes, but it was futile. I wasn't even sure if I had eyelids yet. Only after the blinding whiteness gradually ebbed did my other senses begin to return. And the first thing I felt was cold. Not the kind of chill that makes you reach for a jacket. This was the kind of cold that sank past flesh, past bone, into the soul. Even with natural effects nullification, the air bit into me with savage intensity. The sheer absurdity of it sent a jolt of confusion through me. When my vision finally cleared, I found myself in a realm that defied description. A frozen expanse stretched in all directions, a terrifying blend of natural extremes. Imagine the brutal cliffs of the Grand Canyon, buried beneath endless glaciers, shaped by titanic blizzards that never ceased. Peaks of cracked ice rose like mountains, and canyons plunged into endless shadows, filled with frozen fog. The wind roared louder than any storm I had ever known, strong enough to topple skyscrapers, yet somehow still not strong enough to displace the eerie, deathly calm that loomed beneath it all. And above it all was the sky. A deep, haunting stillness hovered overhead. Clear and untouched by the storm below, the sky looked like an unbroken pane of glass, not quite black or blue. It was wrong. It was too still. It was too perfect, like something observing us silently, waiting. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps crunching snow, followed by a dramatic shout. "It's so cold." Veldora screamed beside me, clutching his arms like he was about to freeze solid. I turned to him and blinked in disbelief. Frost had already begun crawling up his torso and into his hair. His skin had started to pale in an unnatural way, even with his resistance. "You look awful," I muttered. Not that I was doing much better. Even I was trembling, steam rising from my skin as I instinctively tried to warm myself, hands wrapping around my arms. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt cold like this. Maybe never. "Fufufu, you two look a little worse for wear." A familiar voice spoke, smooth and unfazed. I turned to see Velzard standing serenely amidst the blizzard, her silver hair flowing as if the storm itself refused to touch her. She wore the same off-shoulder dress as always, her skin exposed to the elements, and yet, not a single flake of snow dared to land on her. No frost clung to her. No wind disturbed her composure. She stood like a living contradiction, divine and untouchable. "Hey, Vels." I stammered, teeth chattering despite myself. "Where exactly are we?" I asked. "This is the detached sphere. My very own world," she said proudly. "Of course it is. If there were a place where every snowstorm in existence was born, this would be it. By any chance, could you maybe turn up the temperature?" Veldora groaned, knees wobbling. "I can," she replied with a smirk. "But that'll be for later," she said. We groaned in sync. This place was beautiful in a terrifying, otherworldly way, but surviving here felt like a test in itself. As the three of us gathered, I scanned the environment. Thanks to my enhanced perception, I could see through the veil of the storm, catching glimpses of crystal caverns in the distance and enormous frozen spires jutting out like teeth from the earth. It was strange and haunting, but also mesmerizing. Then, I heard it. A soft sound. Snow being gently disturbed. It stood out in stark contrast to the howling winds, subtle and precise. All three of us turned at once, eyes sharpening. Some distance away, a silhouette stood, cloaked in white, unmoving. Back facing us. The figure was quiet, almost still as stone, with only a few strands of long blue hair peeking from beneath the hood, hair that I knew better than my own reflection. Wait. Seal. Veldora and I shouted at the same time. The figure slowly turned. I was not ready. Standing before us was a perfect reflection of myself. No, not perfect. Something more. Seal looked just like me, down to the soft contours of the face and the blue strands of hair. But the eyes were completely different. They shone like rubies, glowing with a depth I couldn't even begin to comprehend. Her white cloak fluttered around her, unaffected by the storm as though reality bent to her will. My jaw went slack. I'd felt something detach from me during that surreal trip here, something I couldn't name in the moment. Now I understood. That was her, peeling away from my soul. Seal had used our transition to this realm to manifest herself separately. You look just like me, I said, unable to hold back the odd grin creeping onto my face. I'm glad to hear it, Rimuru-sama. She said softly, offering a gentle smile that was both familiar and foreign. It was like seeing myself, but older. Wiser. Veldora looked like his brain had been wiped clean. His mouth hung open, blinking slowly like he'd been turned to stone. Seal turned her gaze to him, expression unchanging. She didn't speak, but the look in her eyes said, "What are you looking at?" The sight alone was enough to make Veldora flinch. Ignoring the still-frozen storm dragon, Velzard glided past Veldora with quiet grace, the frost crunching softly beneath her heels. Her every step was measured and composed, but there was a tension in her posture now. Not defensive, not aggressive, but watchful. Curious. Almost like a beast approaching another apex predator for the first time. She stopped a few feet away from the white-cloaked figure, her gaze locked onto Seal with unsettling calm. "So, you no longer go by the name Raphael, correct?" Velzard asked, voice smooth as ever, though her words held an edge beneath the velvet. Seal turned her blood-red eyes toward the Ice Empress, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she gave a nod. "Correct." She replied evenly. "After my evolution, Rimuru-sama granted me a name," she said. My brow twitched. "After? That's not right. I named her, and then she evolved into a Monas. Unless, she's rephrasing it deliberately. I definitely wouldn't put it past her to conceal the nature of her evolution. Still, it was unnerving hearing her frame it like that. "I see," Velzard murmured, folding her arms lightly beneath her bust. "I'm surprised. I thought the hierarchy of ultimate skills was absolute. For one to evolve further." She continued. She let the implication linger in the air, a quiet challenge laced within her words. Seal's lips curved just slightly. Not quite a smile. Not a smirk either. More like, a glimpse. A hint of superiority that didn't need to be spoken aloud. "You have no idea what's possible," she said flatly. A chill swept through the air. And it had nothing to do with the snowstorm. Yikes. Way to talk to Velzard. I'd almost forgotten how blunt Seal can be, especially when it comes to knowledge. She didn't say it with arrogance, but the implication was enough to light a spark. Velzard blinked once, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Then she laughed. A short, melodic sound that rang like wind chimes on ice. "Well then," she said, her tone tinged with subtle delight. "I suppose I'll enjoy uncovering what I don't know during our century-long stay." She added. The two locked eyes. No malice. No heat. But the tension was palpable. It was a quiet clashing of forces, neither hostile nor friendly, just aware of one another, like two goddesses walking the same path, silently gauging who walked it more purposefully. Seal dipped her head, acknowledging the comment, but said nothing more. A few feet away, I couldn't help but glance at Veldora. The poor guy looked like a lost puppy dropped between two apex predators. His face screamed, "I want to go home," and I didn't blame him. In front of him stood his ever-terrifying elder sister and the unflinching Monas, who no doubt tormented his psyche throughout his stay in the unlimited imprisonment. Yeah, the air between those two was dense. And this was just the beginning. We started walking in silence, swallowed by the endless howl of the blizzard. The only sound that marked our presence was the steady crunch of boots pressing into the frozen earth, each step sinking slightly into thick snow. The air was razor-sharp, biting even through layers of resistance magic. Though Veldora and I had begun to adjust, the cold never truly left. It lingered like an invisible pressure, pressing against our very cores. But despite the unforgiving conditions, there was a savage beauty here. Towering glaciers loomed in the distance, their surfaces gleaming like polished sapphire under the pale light that bled through the snowstorm. Frozen rivers cut jagged paths through the landscape, and ethereal mist coiled like living spirits over the permafrost. It was a world of death, and yet, it was alive in its own cruel way. I could feel it in every breath of icy air. This realm wasn't meant for the weak. Any being below the level of a true demon lord would have been frozen solid in seconds, turned into nothing more than a morbid sculpture among the wastes. Only absolute strength could grant the privilege to witness such a place. After what must have been half an hour of trudging through the blinding storm, Velzard veered slightly to the east. We followed without question, driven by silent trust and a healthy dose of curiosity. The environment began to shift subtly. The flat, frozen plains gave way to an expanse filled with towering black spires, each jagged and crooked like fingers clawing toward the heavens. The pillars radiated a different kind of cold, one deeper, more primordial. It was a cold so profound that even the snow around their bases crystallized into strange geometric patterns. Visibility plummeted even further. The storm raged harder here, the wind shrieking with a mind of its own. We had barely stepped into this eerie new domain when Seal abruptly halted. I caught the sudden stillness and turned toward her. "What's wrong, Seal?" I asked, raising my voice to be heard over the howling wind. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the swirling white around us. "There is another presence here," she said calmly. I tensed immediately. Another presence. Veldora shot me a look of alarm, and I mirrored it right back at him. Both of us had been maintaining constant vigilance since we arrived, yet neither had sensed a thing. Amused, Velzard tilted her head, her lips curving into a teasing smile. "Oh. Getting spooked by shadows?" she asked. Seal didn't so much as flinch. Her gaze remained steady, cutting straight through the blizzard and Velzard. "Where is Leviathan?" Her words struck harder than any spell. Veldora blinked in confusion. "Leviathan? What's she talking about?" he whispered harshly. I shook my head slightly. I didn't know either, but what unsettled me more was the way Velzard reacted. For a moment, barely a heartbeat, her smile faltered. A flash of something colder, darker, flickered across her face before she smoothly returned to her usual smug expression. The tension snapped taut like an invisible thread between them, vibrating in the freezing air. Before either could say another word, Seal's head jerked slightly, her senses catching something. Instinctively, I followed her gaze. Through the sheets of falling snow, just beyond one of the towering black spires, I caught a glimpse of a silhouette cloaked in swirling white. But just as quickly as I saw it, it vanished, sinking behind the monolithic pillar like a wraith retreating into mist. My pulse quickened. We were being watched. Seal and I turned back toward Velzard, ready to ask for answers. But the being standing there was no longer her. At first glance, it still looked like Velzard. It had the same silver hair, beauty, and clothes, but two things were unmistakably different. First was the absence of her trademark necklace and bracelet, which usually radiated her presence. And second, her eyes. Where once there had been piercing blue, there now blazed a sickly, luminescent green. Eyes that looked straight through you. Eyes that measured you like prey. Eyes that spoke of one emotion. Envy. Veldora and I both stumbled back instinctively, the raw wrongness of the new entity setting every alarm in our bodies off. I spun around desperately, searching for any sign of the real Velzard, but it was like she had been erased from existence. Not even a hint of her overwhelming aura remained. Meanwhile, Seal took a single, unfazed step forward. She stood before the imposter, or rather, something else that had been hidden from reality up until now. Her red gaze met the green one without hesitation, two forces locking together amid the screaming storm. Neither blinked, and neither looked away. The storm intensified around them, as if even the realm sensed the clash of two titanic wills. Seal. Leviathan. Blood red against toxic green. A silent battle of supremacy played out between their stares, as vivid and violent as any clash of swords. Lord of Envy, Leviathan. Seal called, her voice calm, too calm. The snowstorm howled around us, but it might as well have vanished. The world had gone still, frozen not by temperature but by presence. I couldn't move. Neither could Veldora. We stood like statues, caught in the pressure of two divine entities colliding. Even the air refused to stir between them. Both Seal and Leviathan wore unreadable masks, emotionless and composed. But where Leviathan's gaze was cold and impassive, Seal's was frigid. Sharper than any blade, void of anything resembling compassion. It wasn't hostility. It was worse than that. It was calculation. Despite Leviathan borrowing Velzard's vessel, Seal made it very clear with her eyes. She didn't see Velzard standing there. Only an invader. So you were the one who mimicked the imaginary space. Seal said, the barest curve of amusement touching her lips. I must say, I'm rather impressed. Her words danced the line between mocking and praising, the tone ambiguous enough to unsettle. Leviathan didn't flinch. Didn't blink. She simply stared. Unmoving. Unbothered. Where's your master? Seal asked, tilting her head slightly. Or am I to assume you forcefully took control of her? She pressed. No answer came. The silence wasn't awkward or uncertain. It was deliberate and calculated. Leviathan was watching her. Measuring her. It was almost as if Seal was the subject of some invisible test. Then, finally, Leviathan moved her lips. Forcefully. She repeated. Her voice. My body tensed involuntarily. It wasn't just cold. It was hollow, almost like a corrupted echo of Velzard's typically cool voice, slightly deeper, and disturbingly sterile. Emotionless. Mechanical. Just like how Raphael once sounded before she became Seal. I could never forcefully assume control of Velzard-sama. Leviathan said, each word unnerving in its precision. She allowed me to speak with you directly. She paused. After all. She continued. Aren't I the reason you were so eager to show up here? She asked. That landed like a thunderclap, not in the air, but in Seal's composure. For the first time, ever, she faltered. There was a fleeting crack in her expression. Barely noticeable. It was so subtle that only someone like me, who was bound to her and had shared consciousness with her, could feel it. Surprise. Real, unguarded surprise. It vanished just as fast as it appeared. But the damage was done. Before things could escalate further, a sudden flash of blue light tore through the storm. It was brief, less than a millisecond, but the moment it cleared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Standing between Seal and Leviathan was Velzard, in her true form. My breath caught. She had grown noticeably. She was taller, more refined, and more devastatingly beautiful. Her once simple blue off-shoulder dress was replaced by an elegant black and white ensemble that accentuated her newly matured curves and commanding presence. There was a regality to her now that went beyond her usual icy elegance, a queen stepping onto her throne. If it weren't for the crushing tension still hanging in the air, I probably would have been aroused like hell. Scratch that, I was already aroused. Not that anyone needed to hear that. That's enough, you two. Velzard spoke, her voice carrying a weight that silenced even the storm itself. It wasn't a request. It was a decree. Instantly, Leviathan dropped to one knee, her head bowed low without hesitation. With graceful control, Seal stepped back until she stood at my side, her cool, unreadable mask again in place. For a long moment, I just stared at Velzard, still trying to catch up with everything. Then a chuckle slipped out before I could stop it. Where'd you disappear to, Velz? I got super worried for a second. I said, rubbing the back of my neck sheepishly. Velzard's giggle was like a melody that somehow cut clean through the harsh blizzard, warm and commanding all at once. Slowly, she approached, each step an assertion of her overwhelming presence, until she stood right in front of me. Only then did I realize just how tall she was now in her true form. Before I could react, Velzard raised one hand and gently cupped my cheeks between her palms. Her skin was cold, but her touch somehow radiated warmth that went straight to my core. Being this close, my face was practically brushing against her chest. Not complaining. But it took every shred of my dignity not to combust on the spot. There's no need to worry about me, Rimuru. She said, her tone smooth and mature, so much so that my heart nearly skipped a beat. As Velzard cradled my face so gently, I felt two intense gazes burning into us from the side. Well, one was burning into Velzard, and the other felt like a knife aimed at me. Without moving my head, I glanced from the corner of my vision. Seal's crimson gaze was locked onto Velzard with the cold precision of a sniper. No anger, just frustration so sharp you could almost hear it humming in the air. Meanwhile, Leviathan, though still kneeling and outwardly expressionless, radiated envy like a silent scream. Even without words, her feelings were loud and clear. Meanwhile, poor Veldora, he just stood there, looking utterly and completely lost, glancing between all of us as if trying to understand a play written in a foreign language. After a few unbearably long moments, Velzard finally drew back, giving me some much-needed breathing space. I could feel the redness burning in my cheeks even as the freezing winds whipped against them. Yup. Definitely wasn't imagining the heat this time. Now then. Velzard's voice rang out, clean and commanding, slicing through the howling winds like a blade. Before I could even process what she meant, she clasped her hands together. The world lurched. No, that's not even the right word. It warped, twisting in a way so unnatural it felt like reality itself was a rubber band being yanked and snapped back in slow motion. The blizzard vanished in an instant. The cold, crushing air thinned and grew warm. The very ground underfoot rippled and twisted like molten wax. Whoa. What's happening? Veldora yelped, flailing wildly as he tried to steady himself on the liquid-like earth. Meanwhile, Velzard, Seal, and Leviathan remained perfectly still, unfazed as the world bent around them. Not a hair out of place. Almost as if they were simply above the laws that governed this reality. I barely managed to stay upright, my mind spinning from the disorienting change. It felt like being stuck in a kaleidoscope on steroids. Definitely the kind of trip you don't come back from unchanged. Gradually, the chaotic swirl of colors and forms began to stabilize. The endless blues, whites, and dull grays of the frozen wasteland faded, replaced by vibrant greens, rich browns, and clear, glimmering blues. Forests rose from the cracked earth, towering trees knitting themselves into existence. Frozen rivers thawed and gushed forth, weaving through the land with sparkling clarity. The rocky, desolate hills bloomed with grass and wildflowers, painting the terrain with life. In the span of mere moments, we found ourselves standing on solid, warm ground. Above us stretched a crystal-clear sky, dotted with lazy clouds. To our sides, sprawling grasslands waved gently under a calm breeze, and just ahead of us, the dense, lush woods breathed with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. The sudden stillness after the chaos was almost deafening. Wait. Isn't this the great Jura forest? Veldora exclaimed, looking around in disbelief. At his words, realization slammed into me. He was right. This was the great Jura forest. Not the bustling Tempest version either. No paved roads, monster towns, or mighty cities rising above the treetops. It was the great Jura forest before everything. Untamed, wild, and pure. The air was so fresh it almost hurt to breathe. Every sound, the whisper of leaves, the distant babble of rivers, the calls of unseen creatures, was sharp and vivid. Compared to the frozen wasteland we had just endured, this place felt like paradise. Even knowing that plenty of dangerous monsters roamed these woods, the sheer peacefulness of it all was overwhelming. I realized, with awe sinking into my bones, that Velzard didn't just change the weather. She reshaped the entire world around us. And she did it as easily as breathing. In the distance, atop a gently sloping hill, I noticed it. A house, no, our house. At first, I thought I was seeing things. But after a closer look, the details became clearer. The sloped roof, the traditional wooden frame, the serene, simple architecture. It was nearly identical to the home Velzard and I shared back in Tempest. Only, it was slightly larger, almost like it had been remodeled for even more comfort. Without saying a word, Velzard took the lead, and the rest of us naturally fell into step behind her. Her presence, calm yet powerful, was like gravity, impossible to resist. As we walked, Velzard glanced back toward me with a small, knowing smile. We're currently standing on a planet roughly twice the size of our original world. She explained, her voice casual, as if she were describing the weather. The detached sphere isn't infinite, but it's vast enough to house an entire star cluster. You'll find the night sky looks almost identical to what you're used to. She said. I blinked. An entire star cluster. Even if it isn't infinite, that's still light years worth of space. More than plenty enough to do crazy things with our skills and magic. The laws of nature here mimic those of the cardinal world. She added. Physics and magic are all structured the same way. However, I can alter the rules at will. Significant changes like shifting the terrain or adjusting the laws will consume considerable energy. So it's best not to tamper with the fundamentals too often. Velzard continued, seemingly amused by our stunned silence. Veldora, still trying to process the overwhelming scale of everything, raised a hand like a confused student. If we destroy something, like, say, blow up a mountain, will it regenerate? He asked. Velzard giggled, a sound that somehow managed to be elegant and terrifying. Yes, it will. This world can repair itself over time. So don't worry about holding back during your training. She said. I took a deep breath, letting her words sink in. As we moved closer to the house, I couldn't help but admire the landscape around us. The vibrant forest stretched endlessly behind us, the grasslands to our sides rippling in the gentle breeze like a living sea. It was so peaceful. So strangely alive. But the tranquility was marred by something else, something far less subtle. An intense, glaring sensation burned into the back of my skull. I didn't even have to turn around to know who it was. Leviathan. Even without emotions showing on her face, her cold, piercing stare made my core shiver. It wasn't anger or hatred. It was something more primal, envy, thick and suffocating. At the same time, from my peripheral vision, I caught sight of Seal. Unlike Leviathan's hollow, expressionless stare, Seal's eyes were locked sharply onto Velzard. Her lips pressed into a slight pout, so subtle most wouldn't even notice, but knowing her like I did, it was glaringly obvious. Seriously, what is happening here? It was like being trapped between two territorial cats silently sizing each other up. Despite the weirdness of it all, I found myself chuckling inwardly. Somehow, even in a new world filled with unimaginable dangers, this was the thing that felt most surreal. Eventually, we reached the entrance of the house. It was even stranger up close. A traditional Japanese home, neatly constructed with rich wood, sliding doors, and a cozy veranda, has just been planted here in the middle of nowhere, without a single path or road leading to it. Yet despite how out of place it looked, a warmth bloomed in my chest the moment I saw it. It felt like home. Once we stepped inside, Velzard turned to face us with her usual grace, her long silver hair shimmering beneath the soft interior lighting. "This is where we'll be staying for the next 100 years. She began, spreading her arms slightly. Veldora and I stiffened. 100. I repeated, blinking. She nodded without hesitation, her expression calm and absolute. That was the plan. And it is the minimum it will take for you two to reach your next threshold. She continued. As if reading the concern in our expressions, she folded her arms and continued. We have 3 objectives. She said. Her voice dropped in tone, not harsh, but commanding. This was no longer the gentle, teasing Velzard we were used to. This was the Velzard, the frost dragon, eldest sister of the true dragons, and our mentor for the next century. First, you must push me to the point where I am forced to take my true form in battle. She began, her gaze shifting to Veldora. Veldora paled slightly, but to his credit, nodded with determination. Second, you must best your sworn brother in combat without relying on imaginary collapse. While that power is immense, it is far too dangerous to be used on a whim. This will be a test of strategy and raw power. She said, turning to me now. That one stung a bit, but she was right. Turn null was absurdly powerful. I might even say it's the most powerful thing in existence. However, it is far too volatile and dangerous for me to use often. And lastly. She paused, letting her words hang for just a moment. You two must spar with me together, and win. She said. My jaw dropped. Yeah. Both of us, against you? I asked. She smiled, a devilish glint in her eyes. Isn't that fair? She added, her voice laced with amusement. I glanced at Veldora, who looked just as bewildered. We've got 100 years. He muttered, placing a hand on my shoulder. I sighed, then smiled. Guess we better get to work. I replied. Velzard, pleased with our answer, gave a slight nod. Then, almost as if remembering something purely for her own entertainment, she turned her gaze to the silent observers at the edge of the room. Leviathan. She called, voice light once again. Since you'll be here with us, why not take some time to get to know Seal? She suggested. That snapped me out of my internal spiral. I turned toward the two, who were standing several feet apart like opposing chess pieces frozen in place. Seal's crimson eyes flicked toward Leviathan cautiously, a slight furrow on her usually unreadable face. Leviathan, as expected, wore no expression or curiosity, just that same blank, unreadable stare that felt like it could pierce the soul. I fail to see the purpose, Velzard-sama. Leviathan stated, her voice flat and cold. Seal let out the faintest sigh, almost unnoticeable. Very well. I suppose I'll have nothing else to do for the next century. She said. She didn't sound thrilled. In fact, I could feel a trace of discomfort in her response, which really surprised me. Seal was usually unshakable. I gave her a gentle nudge through thought communication. You sure? I asked. It would be a waste of time not to. Besides, you seem to want me to. She replied. Her tone was as dry as ever, but I caught the subtle meaning behind her words. I smiled. Meanwhile, Velzard chuckled softly at their exchange. It will be good for both of you. She said as she made her way toward a seat, her presence already filling the room. Who knows? You might even find some common ground. She teased. I highly doubted that. But, maybe she had a point. Perhaps they could learn something from each other in a strange, chaotic, semi-hostile sort of way. At least, that's what I hoped. Because watching Seal and Leviathan size each other up felt like watching two storms circle the same sea. And we were all going to be stuck on that ship together, for 100 years. In the meantime, make yourselves feel at home. Velzard urged us cheerfully. This will be a long century. Yo. You might be wondering why I'm back so soon. Simple. I got way too excited thinking about this particular chapter that I had to write it down. Luckily, we aren't super busy yet, so I had enough time to cook this up. Let's talk about the meat of this chapter. Is Seal jealous of Velzard's relationship with Rimuru? Yes, but not in the way you think. There will be no harem in this story, and Rimuru's only partner, significant other, is Velzard. That jealousy is more akin to a best friend being salty that their best friend spends way too much time with their significant other. And that's how I've always viewed Seal and Rimuru's relationship. To me, they're partners in crime. But that doesn't mean she can't feel jealous. What about Leviathan? Her envy is the same case, taken to a greater extreme, since, well, she's the Lord of Envy. She's also jealous of Seal's prowess and wants to reach the same heights, if not surpass her, which won't happen, but she'll still become a Monas. How about Seal and Leviathan's dynamic? Right now, they pretty much dislike each other. Seal finds her nosy, she noticed when Leviathan analyzed the imaginary space, but did nothing about it. Leviathan is mainly jealous but is also annoyed that Seal can block her analysis. These two have been vaguely aware of each other's existence, but didn't say anything to their masters. As for their future dynamic, I'm thinking something along the lines of enemies to, I slightly tolerate your existence. Will most of this arc occur inside the detached sphere? No. I'll only show the training bits and some minor slice-of-life interactions. In between, I'll switch to scenes going on in the outside world, such as the subordinates training, Chloe and Leon, and other interesting stuff. I can't exactly write 100 years of content, as much as I'd like to. So, expect some time jumps. Anywho, that's all for now. I'll see you all when I return. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. This place is something else entirely. Weeks have passed since we entered Velzard's detached sphere, and while not much has happened in terms of action, I've learned more in that short span than I had in my entire second life combined. Aside from the ever-present, awkward standoff between Seal and Leviathan, who still stare at each other like opposing goddesses in a cold war, I've been using the time to digest a different kind of power. Knowledge. And let me tell you, it felt forbidden. Back in my old world, scientists used to speculate about the nature of the universe, how it all began, and if there might be others like it. The concept of the multiverse wasn't exactly new. One of the most well-known interpretations was the bubble universe theory, an idea that every universe exists as its own sphere, floating in some higher-dimensional hyperspace alongside countless others. Well, turns out they were right. At least, partially. The theory was a simplified glimpse into a much more complex truth. Inside this realm that exists beyond time, that knowledge was simply handed to me like an old book from a forgotten shelf. I now know what they could only imagine. And somehow, that makes the truth feel heavier, almost like I'm carrying the answers to questions we were never supposed to solve. From what I've learned, all universes fall into three categories. First, there are the material universes, places composed almost entirely of physical matter, where magicules barely exist, if at all. My original Earth belonged to this group. It was cold, rational, and governed by physics and natural laws. Magic was fantasy there because it literally couldn't exist. Next are the demi-material universes, worlds that strike a balance between the physical and spiritual. These are the universes where both magic and matter coexist naturally. Magicules are abundant, but there's still a solid foundation of physical laws. It's balanced, but that balance can be somewhat volatile. And finally, there are the spiritual universes, planes made almost entirely of magicules. In these realms, physical laws barely apply, if at all. Space and time are suggestions at best, and reality bends as easily as thoughts. These are the domains of ancient deities and primeval concepts given form. The distinction between these universes comes down to magicule density. You can almost think of it like a spectrum. Material universes sit on one end, sparse in magicules, but immense in size. Spiritual universes lie on the opposite end, dense, small, and metaphysically heavy. The more magicules a universe contains, the smaller it tends to be, almost as if magic itself weighs down space. Take my previous universe, for example. Based on observable expansion, scientists estimated that it was around 90 billion light-years across. That model was known as the observable universe. Well, they were way off. I now know that it's about 350 billion light-years across. Still finite, but far larger than anything our instruments could ever detect. And that expansion? That wasn't the universe growing. It was the movement of galaxies orbiting within the curved shell of their own cosmic bubble, a ripple effect caused by internal gravitational tides. And the most mind-blowing part? From here, in Velzard's detached sphere, I can actually see other universes. They look like distant lanterns bobbing in a boundless sea, each glowing with its own density and hue, shaped by the balance of physical matter and spiritual force. Not all rules apply equally across them, either. Some universes burn bright and fast, others drift in silence. The fewer magicules they have, the larger and more chaotic they tend to be. Conversely, magicule-rich realms, though more compact, are exponentially more dangerous. Additionally, magicule content plays a critical role in determining a universe's durability. I'm using that word loosely, by the way. It's not a perfect descriptor, but it's the best one I've got for now. Essentially, it refers to how much reality strain a universe can endure. The more magicules it contains, the more it can resist external forces like, say, a cosmic tear being stepping inside and wrecking its fundamental rules by simply existing. Here's the terrifying part. An average being from a spiritual universe would be a walking apocalypse in a material universe. A mid-tier warrior from the cardinal world, assuming they retained access to their own magicules, could easily become a godlike emperor back on my old Earth. No contest. But speaking of the cardinal world, that one breaks the rules entirely. Velzard said it best. The cardinal world doesn't fit into any of the known categories. By all definitions, it should be a demi-material universe as it has both spiritual and physical elements. But it doesn't fall into any of the existing types. It exhibits levels of durability far beyond what's typical, even exceeding most spiritual universes. Only the underworld and elemental realm rank higher. And Velzard herself doesn't even call it a demi-material universe anymore. Instead, she's taken to calling it a chaos universe. The name fits a little too well. I remember how casually she dropped that bombshell on me. My elder brother arbitrarily chose a universe to call his domain. But it's not wrong to call it his playground. Playground. Let me tell you a secret. Alright. The cardinal world has been destroyed once before. What? Yeah. That was me practically screaming. I think my mind briefly froze. It turns out that cardinal world wasn't anything special originally. It was just your standard demi-material universe, balanced, filled with magicules, relatively stable. But then Veldora stepped foot into it. And the universe collapsed. The entirety of its structure gave out under the sheer weight of his existence. The fabric of spacetime couldn't handle him just being present. That's not divine intervention. That's existential incompatibility. It's the multiverse version of stepping onto a sheet of glass and shattering it just by breathing. He didn't even do anything. He showed up, and the whole place imploded. Which, frankly, is horrifying. Even more horrifying. That same outcome would happen if any true dragon appeared in a low-durability universe. Veldora, Velgrind, and Velzard. If any of them entered my old universe. Boom. Gone. All of it. 350 billion light-years of stars, planets, clusters of galaxies, everything, snuffed out instantly, like blowing out a candle. Veldora had to recreate the cardinal world from scratch. He reconstructed the entire thing, rebuilding its laws and metaphysical structure to withstand the presence of a true dragon and other powerful entities. From there, it became something far more complex and robust, a universal test site, where he could conduct his earliest experiments. Knowing about it made me feel like I'd been handed top-secret classified documents. It was the kind of knowledge no mortal, or even most immortals, should have. Just knowing this feels illegal. And to add another cosmic curveball. The multiverse itself is infinite. Each universe, despite how massive it might seem, is still finite. But there's no end to how many of them exist. There's an infinite number of finite bubbles, drifting endlessly across an immeasurable hyperspace. Most are completely unreachable. It's humbling, and also terrifying. I once thought I was playing at godhood. But out here, surrounded by truths predating civilization, I realized how small I was. Although it's theoretically possible to traverse them, the space between universes is unstable, chaotic, and dangerous beyond comprehension. Even exposing yourself to it without proper protection or a skill designed for interuniversal travel would disintegrate you, soul and all. So no. You can't just hop from one universe to another like catching a train. Not unless you're armed with a reality-defying skill or some obscure art. And let's not get started on how time works across the multiverse. Apparently, time flows in parallel across all universes, but the rate at which it flows. That varies wildly. Some universes experience time at a crawl. Others blitz through centuries in what would feel like minutes to us. Parallel, yet asynchronous. Which basically means you should just forget about trying to sync your watch across dimensions. But that also means my death back in my old world. It only happened once. It was a single, immutable point in that universe's timeline. It can't be undone unless someone with absurd power goes back and rewinds the entirety of that universe's temporal fabric. When my soul traversed the vast hyperspace and ended up in the cardinal world, I effectively exited that linear flow of time. And in doing so, I entered the dreaded closed loop. For all its power and strange structure, the cardinal world was stuck in a loop. The same 2,000-year span has been repeating endlessly, like a record caught on a scratch. While every other universe advanced naturally, aging, evolving, decaying, the cardinal world just kept circling back to the same point in time, again and again. It's like the entire multiverse is running a marathon, and the cardinal world is the one idiot running laps around the starting line. Which begs the question, what happened to my original world? If I somehow warped back to my old Earth now, what would I find? Has it been a few millennia? Unlikely. A few billion years? How many loops has the cardinal world gone through in the meantime? For all I know, the sun in my old world has long since expanded into a red giant and swallowed half the solar system. The me who once lived there is already long gone. But maybe now, so is everything else. Honestly, the more I think about it, the worse my headache gets. Time in the multiverse functions so inconsistently. Most temporal abilities, they're localized. Unless specified otherwise, a time-based skill or art can only affect its own universe. Rewinding time. Jumping into the future. Resetting causality. All of it only applies within the bounds of that one realm. However, there's one known exception to that rule. Only one ability reaches beyond localized bounds and dares to touch all of time, across all existence. Time stop. Unlike other temporal abilities, it halts time across the entire multiverse. Every plane, bubble, reality stops. The flow of cause and effect, movement, entropy, and even thought ceases. And the fact that I've used it before. That I managed to stop time for all of creation, even if just for a few fleeting seconds. It meant I held the multiverse in stasis. For that short window of time, everything, every world, soul, and atom stood still, because I said so. Yeah. That terrifies me. I guess that also explains why time stop is so incredibly taxing. Velzard proudly claimed she could maintain it the longest, not that there's a long list of contenders. Still, she admitted she could only hold it for about an hour before it began taking a toll on her. That's not just impressive. It's horrifying. She could, if she wanted to, trap all of creation in a temporal chokehold for a full hour. Well, I suppose my elder brother is the one who can sustain time stop the longest. Is it really fair to include him in any conversation regarding power? Fufufu, I suppose not. Yeah, that guy's a whole different species of absurd. Whereas the rest of us would use time stop in dire situations, Veldora used it like it was a pause button on life. If he felt like he'd spent too long thinking, of all things, he'd just stop time and take his sweet, cosmic eternity to finish his thoughts. He's the definition of bullshit. Era. Are you stuck in your thoughts, Rimu? A sweet and familiar voice asked from behind. I yelled, nearly jumping. Spinning around, I found Velzard standing there, lips curled into her usual soft smile. Her snowy white hair danced slightly in the breeze, but her presence remained as calm and composed as ever. You've been standing here for quite some time. She teased, a hint of amusement in her tone. I scratched the back of my head with an awkward laugh. Well, I was just thinking about everything I've learned recently. It's a lot to process. I replied. She chuckled softly, clearly entertained. Watching my brain break trying to understand the structure of the multiverse seemed to be her favorite part of those little lectures. I suppose there's no need to rush. She said thoughtfully. But you haven't really done much. It's already been a few weeks. She continued. I glanced away. That's not true. I replied sheepishly. Oh. She said, arching a brow. Because it seems like your sworn brother has been doing the majority of the training. She added. Gah. Low blow. Was that really necessary? I muttered. Instead of answering, she raised a finger and pointed off into the distance. Take a look. She urged. I followed her gesture, and immediately understood. Far on the horizon, several hundred kilometers away, the sky itself seemed to be waging war with the earth. A chaotic orchestra of destruction played out in real time, a raw, unscripted ballet of annihilation. Veldora. He moved like a tempest given flesh, a streak of golden fury splitting the sky. Each movement caused monumental devastation. Mountains disintegrated under the weight of his strikes. Oceans of clouds parted from sheer force, while forks of violet lightning stabbed into the ground like divine punishment. Entire rivers tore free from their banks, suspended in midair before spiraling around him in wild, serpent-like coils. Even from this distance, I could feel the shock waves. The only thing containing the madness was the shimmering boundary of his world-type skill. Without it, his training would have already carved a swath of ruin straight through this entire region. Not that it would have hurt us, but still. I let out a long sigh. Yeah, okay, maybe I'd been slightly slacking. To my surprise, Velzard didn't scold me. She simply gave another soft laugh and sat down together with me, her aura cooling the grass around her like a pleasant breeze on a summer day. For a brief moment, the chaos in the distance faded into background noise. It was just the two of us, shoulder to shoulder atop a sunlit hill, watching the sky burn in the far-off horizon. It could have been a perfect, romantic scene. You know, if not for the absolute annihilation going on ahead. I guess the thing I've been doing most is combing through all my skills. The list is rather long, I admitted, rubbing the back of my head. You do have an absurd arsenal. Velzard replied with a knowing nod. Thanks to Shub-Niggurath's skill storage, I no longer had to keep every single skill etched directly onto my soul. There's a limit to what a soul can carry before it starts to destabilize, after all. But now, I could hoard as many as I wanted, storing the unused ones like files in a divine archive. Of course, retrieving them took a bit longer than using a directly attached skill, but the storage capacity was, for all intents and purposes, infinite. Right now, I'm just trying to weed out the ones I haven't used in a while, or the ones that seem kinda pointless, I said. Velzard tilted her head slightly, curious. Why weed them out? She asked. Well, wouldn't it be better if I focused on just the effective ones? I mean, some of these are basically useless against high-level threats. I replied, shrugging. Like, what's poison breath going to do against a saint? I asked. At that, her expression changed. Her sapphire eyes narrowed, not out of annoyance, but with quiet intensity. She stood up without a word, turned, and began walking away. Wait. Where are you going? I called after her, rising to follow. She abruptly turned and held out her arm, palm facing me. Every skill can be useful in the right hands, she said evenly. I guess, I replied hesitantly. But surely some skills have limits, I added. Try it, she said. What? I paused. Poison breath. Hit my arm. And really focus, she urged me. My mouth fell open. You want me to attack you? With poison? Are you serious? I asked. Rimuru. Her voice was firm but gentle, a teacher reining in her hesitant student. The first thing you should understand is that almost no skill is inherently useless. A mighty ultimate skill means nothing if its wielder is clueless. But even a common skill can be refined and elevated by one who understands it fully, she explained. I hesitated, then slowly raised my hand, facing her extended arm. A closer look revealed that she had deactivated her barrier only around the arm. She was deliberately creating a vulnerable spot. That meant my attack could actually cause physical damage. Still, she's a true dragon. Her flesh may look soft and unassuming, but it's tougher than a diamond. Not to mention, the idea of even hurting her left me uneasy. Focus, she instructed, calm and patient. Don't just cast it passively. Channel your magicools. Make the skill yours, she said. I took a deep breath and concentrated. I visualized the flow of energy surging through my body, coursing through my mana circuit. I didn't let it leak out or disperse passively. I refined it, pressurized it, like a venom blade forged from intent and purpose. Then I released it. A stream of toxic, violet gas erupted from my palm, crossing the space between us in an instant. It burst upon contact, a hissing cloud enveloping her arm. I instinctively took a step back as the explosion of gas obscured my vision. When the smoke finally began to fade, I expected to see her standing there, unfazed. Instead. Oh, crap. Velz. I screamed. Her arm, her actual arm, was showing visible signs of rot and melting. A thin trail of necrotic corrosion spread from the point of contact. The earth beneath us was scarred, the grass withered into black, lifeless stalks. Panic surged through me, and I moved to rush forward, but she calmly raised her other hand. Then, with a casual flick, the damaged flesh shimmered and healed instantly, like time had rewound over her body. I heaved a sigh of relief. I'm never doing that again, I cried, heart hammering. Velzard burst into laughter. Come now, Rimuru. You'll have to lay your hands on me eventually. How else are we supposed to train together? She teased, her expression mischievous. I opened my mouth to argue, but no words came out. Because deep down, I knew she was right. Time passed, with months turning into years. Though it scarcely felt like it. Velzard had left me to my own devices after that first terrifying lesson. Apparently, proving to myself that I could rot the arm of a true dragon with poison breath was enough to earn her approval. She didn't need to hold my hand any longer. You learn best through exploration. I'll step in if you're about to blow up my world. Maybe. She wasn't joking. Still, the absence of constant supervision didn't mean I was idle. Velzard placed crystalline monoliths and jagged stone pillars every few kilometers around the valley, each encased in a weaker variant of her snow crystal barrier. Not weak by normal standards, of course. These things could probably tank a barrage from most demon lords. My task. Destroy each one using only low-grade skills. At first, I thought she was insane. Then I realized I was the insane one. Because I was determined to try. First month. I stood before the first crystal-encased pillar, staring at it like it insulted my ancestors. I'd been trying for around a month, but the barrier would always hold strong. Now, I think I've got the hang of it. Alright, let's try, water blade, again. I muttered. A single thin stream of water condensed and shot forth with a sharp hiss. It collided with the ice barrier. Clink. The spell bounced off harmlessly like I threw a spoon at a wall. I sighed. Finally, 1 month in, and the first monolith goes down. I guess it's time for the next milestone. Second month. Voice canon, one of my earlier skills, was a joke of an ability I'd acquired. It distorted sound into a compressed blast of force, but I'd written it off as useless the moment I got something better. Turns out, I was wrong. I'd spent another month fine-tuning the skill, and now, I think I'm ready. Focus the frequency, pitch it just right. I muttered. I modulated the resonance, fine-tuned the magical density, and timed the release to sync with the moment the barrier flickered faintly. A resonant boom cracked through the air. A hairline fracture spread across the pillar. Finally. I said, grinning. Time for the next target. 6th month. My hands were soaked in corrosive sludge as I poured every ounce of wool into maintaining the composition. Corrosion wasn't just a skill. It was a science. I mixed it with sticky thread, lacing the acid into a viscous web. The moment it touched the surface of the crystal, it began to melt slowly, like sap dripping through glass. From a distance, Velzard observed with a hint of pride in her smile. First year. The 10th target collapsed in a hiss of steam and shattered crystal. I stood there, panting, not from exhaustion, but sheer mental strain. Each victory wasn't brute force, but precision, patience, and ingenuity. It wasn't glamorous, but I was improving. And during all this, life continued. Veldora still spent most of his days sprawled out on a floating rock, reading through his manga collection with exaggerated gasps and cackles. You fools. This isn't even my final form. Quahaha. Classic. He roared. He tried to reenact fight scenes with nearby trees. The trees always lost. Velzard mostly remained quiet, observing from her hilltop perch or sitting in her chair like a serene guardian. She rarely spoke unless spoken to, but when she did offer advice, it was concise, piercing, and annoyingly insightful. Sometimes, I'd catch her looking up at the stars. I wondered what she thought about during those moments. Seal, meanwhile, was having other troubles. I finished reorganizing skill storage, Rimuru-sama. Shall I begin optimizing certain skills? She asked through thought communication. Sure. I think. I replied. A silence. Then. Leviathan is staring at me again. She said. Indeed, from the corner of the room, the odd sentient skill stood silently, her eyes fixed only on Seal as if mesmerized by a living contradiction. While her face remained expressionless, the air of intrigue and envy seeping from her was palpable. I don't understand. She doesn't do anything. She just stares. Seal complained. Maybe she likes you. I offered, unsure whether that was better or worse. That's more concerning. She replied, staring at me with narrowed eyes. Sometimes we shared meals, not out of necessity, but routine. Velzard enjoyed watching me prepare dishes, and she even cooked with me on occasions. Veldora would always crash the meal, bragging about how the mighty storm dragon must feast to replenish energy, which was nonsense, but we let him believe it. They were oddly domestic days. Tranquil. Peaceful. It almost felt like a family, if your family included a true dragon who could freeze the world, her overly enthusiastic brother, my soul-bound partner in crime who could dismantle you with pure information, and a skill with an ego that never spoke a word. And through it all, I trained. I deconstructed, re-examined, and refined even the skills I once thought worthless. Dirt wave, disorient, static charge, nothing was beneath inspection. Every application became a puzzle, and every breakthrough was a triumph. Once in a while, Velzard would appear behind me, silent as snowfall, and murmur a single phrase. Not bad. She said. And that was enough. Second year. With common skills honed to terrifying efficiency, Velzard left me to my own devices. She'd said her piece. Now it was up to me to apply it. From then on, every morning began the same way. A field of crystalline rocks, each a stronger barrier than the last set of targets, stood as my training ground. These weren't normal stones. They rejected brute force. I had to outthink them. Let's see how you handle this. I murmured one day, raising a finger toward a shard. A whisper of moisture coalesced into a razor-thin arc, water blade. compressed just enough to slice between the minuscule gaps of the barrier's formation. A high-pitched ting rang as a clean gash formed across the stone's surface. One down. Another day, I funneled a wave of acidic fog around the barriers using corrosion, deliberately guiding the rot into their seams. The rocks hissed and cracked. It was slow, but effective. The most boring, methodical poison attack I'd ever pulled off was also one of the most satisfying. Voice cannon proved tricky. It had raw power but terrible aim. I did learn how to twist the frequency to resonate with the natural vibration of the crystals. It wasn't elegant, but I couldn't stop grinning when they shattered from the inside out. Meanwhile, our daily life continued on its odd rhythm. Seal always sat at her desk, or what passed for a desk in this realm, busily sorting through my skills with her usual precision. Her will, manifested in a physical form identical to mine, hummed lightly as she worked, weaving sub-skills like threads into a tapestry only she could understand. Leviathan still didn't speak, but I noticed she'd stopped watching Seal from afar. She now sat closer to her head tilted slightly as though trying to figure her out. Her face was blank, but the faint shift in her aura, from cold envy to simmering interest, was unmistakable. Seal, for her part, pretended not to notice. Still haven't warmed up to her. I teased. Her processing speed is quite high for a relatively underdeveloped ego. I suppose those two aren't directly correlated. She replied flatly. Is that a yes? I joked. That earned me a blank stare from Seal. Such a cold Manus. 4th year. I moved on to the extra skills. These weren't basic or flashy. No, they were foundational subsystems embedded in my ultimate skills. And they weren't easy to train. Multidimensional barrier was the first. I'd always used it passively, but I figured it could be modified to intercept specific attacks. I learned to shift it into dozens of configurations, such as adjusting spherical containment fields, seamless cloaks, and energy dampeners. Sometimes I stacked multi-layer barrier on top of one another, each attuned to different wavelengths. After all, why stop a spell once when you can stop it 3 different ways? Space-time domination was next, and it was infuriating. For obvious reasons, I couldn't use time stop during practice, but slowing time just slightly to process more information gave me an edge. When used together with thought acceleration, it more or less gave me infinite time. Speaking of which, thought acceleration became my cheat code. I used it so passively that I sometimes disregarded the fact that it could be adjusted to my needs. When everything else failed, I simply thought faster. It didn't solve problems but let me find solutions quicker, making all the difference. Law domination was philosophical. It didn't create destruction. It defined what destruction was. One week, I adjusted the gravity around a test rock until it simply caved in on itself. Another week, I altered the definition of temperature in a closed space to flash freeze, then instantly vaporize a target. Velzard approved. Life domination came last. It allowed for ultimate regeneration that far exceeded infinite regeneration, resurrection of the dead, reconstruction of the body and soul, and control over reincarnation. While it isn't flashy, the implications of this skill are terrifying. 8th year. Spirit runs. The bane of my existence. I remembered my fight with Leon and how he carved through the streets of Lublius like they weren't even there. His control over spirit runs was so precise that his every attack was like a symphony of energy. I wanted that. After some tinkering, I fine-tuned my mana circuit to manipulate spirit runs better. I practiced by controlling the magnitude of a disintegration spell until I could get it exactly how I wanted. Now, I could hit a target and only vaporize their clothes, or better yet, fire one so powerful it can do real damage to Veldora in his dragon form. It was exhausting, frustrating, and humiliating when they dispersed. But over time, I gained control. Then I added anti-spiritrons, particles that devour their opposite. Balancing both in harmony, I could trigger implosions on command, creating tiny void bursts, like colliding matter with antimatter. Generating them was easy enough. It was timing their clash that took some work. Throughout all this, Veldora had changed. He no longer blasted valleys apart for fun. Now, I watched him wield his staff, Tiamat, with grace. It focused his power and shaped it. Where once his attacks scattered, now they pierced. A strike that once cracked continents now cracked only what he aimed at and nothing more. Not to mention, his efficiency problem was turning into less of an issue. He still took manga breaks, made noise, and annoyed Velzard and Seal sometimes, but he was growing stronger by the day. And Velzard? She rarely offered advice now. But she watched. I caught her smirking whenever I pulled off a particularly clever trick. Evenings in this realm became quiet. Peaceful. Seal worked. Leviathan watched. Sometimes, Seal would hand her an information blueprint for a skill. Leviathan would stare for hours, then vanish. I assumed she was practicing elsewhere or trying to emulate what Seal could do. Their dynamic was becoming something akin to a teacher and a student. Except, the student is a damned Sundara. 9th year. Another year passed in the detached sphere, and routine had become ritual by now. I'd long surpassed mere mastery of my essential skills. They had become second nature, extensions of my will more than actions. The multidimensional barrier flowed around me like a second skin. Space-time domination could be utilized as easily as breathing. Even the finicky balance of spiritron and anti-spiritron control now felt intuitive. Seal continued her work as always, her hands weaving invisible strings as she refined and optimized every skill within my arsenal. Every so often, I'd feel a slight shift, like the tug of an update applied directly to my soul. Her changes were always subtle but elegant, trimming inefficiencies I hadn't even noticed. And then, there was Leviathan. The silent observer who had once loomed like a statue now spoke, begrudgingly, but she spoke. It started with a muttered question, a disbelieving scoff, and then an outright argument about the most efficient skill blueprinting pathways. Seal had taken it in stride. She's stubborn. She'd said, not without a hint of amusement. But talented. She added. Their dynamic reminded me of a teacher trying to instruct a prodigy who refused to acknowledge her teacher's words. Leviathan listened but rarely admitted it. Seal taught patiently, sometimes smugly, and often with far more enthusiasm than she let on. More than once, I caught Velzard watching the two with a smirk, her eyes glinting in fond recognition. 10th year. It happened at sunrise, or at least what passed for sunrise in this realm. We were on the hilltop near the house when Veldora finally said it. No fanfare. No jokes. Sister. He began. I believe it's time I challenged you in earnest. He declared. The wind stopped. Not literally, but it felt like it. Velzard blinked once, then smiled. Slowly. Oh. She said. You're sure? Her tone wasn't mocking. If anything, it was eager. Hungry. I've trained for 10 years. Veldora said, his expression serious. I've mastered my ultimate skills. I've wielded Tiamat expertly. I've learned to channel my energy and direct my power. If I can't push you to reveal your true form now, then I guess I'll have to try again in another decade. Quahaha. He continued, returning to his usual enthusiasm. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was reverent. Even Seal stopped working. Leviathan looked up. Velzard rose, brushing off non-existent dust from her lap. Very well. I accept. She said, her smile turning razor-sharp. Then, with a flick of her hand, the world shifted. The house, once atop a grassy hill, now sat on a moon's gray, cratered surface. We'd been teleported. The entire structure was enclosed in a crystalline dome of shimmering frost, the work of Velzard, no doubt. It was beautiful in a haunting way. The stars stretched endlessly above, and the planet hovered like a silent observer below us. From within the house, we stood at the window. We could see them from thousands of kilometers away, albeit I had to intensify my universal perception, and even shift my perspective to view the fight closer. Still on that hilltop, the same hill where our house once stood, Velzard and Veldora faced one another. Veldora's body tensed, coiled with barely restrained anticipation. His golden eyes sharpened with focus I rarely saw in him. He stood tall, Tiamat in hand, his energy quiet, contained, but immense. The wind didn't stir here, yet I felt a phantom pressure roll through the barrier. This wasn't the same Veldora who once flailed and roared without purpose. This was a warrior standing on the threshold of a new level. A true dragon. Velzard stood opposite him, composed and serene. She looked calm. But there was a glint in her eyes, an unmistakable thrill. She's been waiting for this. No words passed between them now. Only understanding. This is going to be insane. I whispered. Indeed. The energy signatures are climbing. This is no longer a spar. It's a true duel. Seal replied. I could feel it too. Despite the distance. Despite the barrier. Time seemed to slow. The instant Veldora moved, I pushed my thought acceleration to the absolute limit. Even then, I could barely keep track of his motion. One moment, the two were standing still on the cratered hilltop. And in the next, space bent. A distortion ripped across the planet like the sky had been sliced open by raw speed. Veldora lunged forward, his form cloaked in his dense aura, Tiamat raised high above his head. There was no banter, no preamble. Just pure, focused intent. Velzard didn't flinch. Her smile curved into something alive. Boom. The impact echoed in silence. There was no atmosphere here, but the force still hit us like a tidal wave. The barrier around the house vibrated and groaned. Beneath us, the moon quaked, and on the planet's surface, a fissure, snapped into existence, carving across the crust like a divine blade. I watched mountain ranges collapse, tectonic plates buckle, and oceans split as though reality itself had been told to move aside. I exhaled slowly, though I hadn't realized I'd stopped breathing. Tiamat, a weapon that weighed as much as a continent, slammed down with enough energy to obliterate worlds. And yet, Velzard caught it. One hand. Bare. The gleaming white of her palm held firm against the massive head of the staff, her posture as casual as if she were catching a falling leaf. Only the flicker of amusement in her eyes betrayed the truth that she'd felt it. "Your strikes have improved," she said, voice calm and crystalline. "Focused and powerful. Keep up," she added. Then, she vanished. No teleportation signature. No warning. Just gone. Veldora's feet slammed into the surface to anchor himself as the land under him disintegrated. Cracks spread outward, devouring the once stable hilltop. Yet his focus didn't waver. His senses flared, his eyes scanning, reading the battlefield in seconds. He didn't smile. Not this time. Gone was the playful weeb dragon with a flair for drama. This Veldora was honed, controlled. And then the ground erupted. Massive ice spires, shimmering, jagged, and terrifyingly fast, burst from the terrain behind him. It wasn't conjured from magic circles or chance, just formed, forced, born from Velzard's will. Each towered over skyscrapers, 100 meters high and moving with acceleration that defied logic. Energy danced across their surfaces, cutting space with their movement. It wasn't just ice. It was weaponized law. After all, Velzard has the home field advantage, even if she's holding back. He would have lost right there if he were even a blink slower. But he wasn't. Veldora's body twisted, and in a shimmer of light, he teleported, just as the first spine of ice pierced the space he'd occupied. The delay was microscopic. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have escaped. He's utilizing spatial domination far more efficiently than before. Seal's voice flickered in. "No kidding," I replied, still stunned. We stood there, silent. Seal, Leviathan, and I watched the planet become a battlefield for gods. She reappeared behind him instantly. There was no shift in mana, no detectable movement, not even a whisper of her presence in the space around her. Velzard had simply decided to exist there. Her hand shot forward, aimed directly at the back of Veldora's skull. It wasn't a casual blow. This one would end the fight if it connected. But Veldora's instinct screamed louder than thought. He ducked. Barely. The strike missed him by the breadth of a hair, and everything in front of it froze. A wave of absolute zero burst outward from the missed strike, arcing across the broken world below. An entire continent vanished beneath a blanket of glacial light, sheathed in ice so pure it shimmered like diamond. Mountains cracked under the sudden thermal shift, oceans frozen mid-wave, like a paused moment in time. Veldora spun, staff in hand, already channeling energy through Tiamat. "Cyclone Fong," he yelled out. His counterattack wasn't subtle. He didn't need it to be. The staff crashed down toward Velzard in a spiraling swing, infused with violently churning, storm magic. The very air around it fragmented, space unraveling around the spell's chaotic pull. Velzard caught the strike again. Of course she did. But this time, the backlash snapped into the planet like thunder incarnate. A second fissure ripped across the globe, perpendicular to the first. Two divine blows, two intersecting scars, cracked the world. The sheer magnitude of their clash sent quakes through the heavens. The planet howled as gravity lost its grip. Great shelves of land peeled off into the void. Mountain ranges were pulverized, and tectonic plates shattered like brittle shells. I felt the shock even here on the moon. Our barrier held, but only just. Below us, the planet began to break, not metaphorically, but literally. Gigantic chunks of crust and mantle tore free, floating into orbit before colliding in slow, apocalyptic spirals, a world devouring itself in real time. No longer bound by land, the two true dragons rose into the sky, levitating, suspended above the world they had just ruined. The exchange began anew. Flashes of impact. Gleams of divine aura. Streaks of color slicing through the stars. My thought acceleration worked overtime, but could only catch fragments and blurs. Every time they clashed, explosions ruptured through the upper atmosphere. Soundless in the vacuum, but I could feel them. Each strike was a world-ending event in miniature. Velzard's frost magic attacks weren't simple projectiles or shards. They were entire laws encoded in frost. She didn't just freeze objects. She forced them to return to their original states. Disorder, stripped away. Chaos, neutralized. But Veldora's storm magic was the very antithesis of that. It unraveled stability. When his magic hit a target, it induced an internal instability so violent that even inanimate objects reacted as if on the brink of collapse. Matter became volatile. Mana bent under pressure. Living things evaporated into formless particles. The two magics collided, equal and opposite. Yet not equal. Velzard had the advantage. She wielded her frost magic like a scalpel, precise and absolute. Every impact countered Veldora's chaos with elegant, decisive finality. Ice neutralized the storm, corrected it, and undid it. However, Veldora wasn't done. The atmosphere was long gone, stripped away in their earlier clash, but he didn't care. He raised his staff, calling upon his ultimate skill, Lord of Nature, Ananiel. A storm manifested in space. Lightning crackled through the debris-ridden void. Wind howled where there should have been none. Thunder boomed across broken continents and shattered lands. Veldora conjured typhoons, hurling kilometer-wide spirals of debris, chunks of molten earth, skyscraper-sized stones, directly at Velzard. She dodged them, most of them. Some she vaporized mid-flight, others she ignored, allowing them to spiral around her like moons. The field became chaotic, intentionally so. Veldora turned the battlefield itself into a weapon, a swirling vortex of destruction centered around her. And through it all, he charged something. I could see a singularity of magic building within his palm. Then he struck. The debris, the wind, and the chaos stopped. They were frozen mid-motion, not by cold but by intent. Velzard exerted her will over the chaos, halting its movement in an instant. The moon-sized boulders froze in place, and the lightning froze in its arc. That was the moment Veldora had waited for. Suddenly, a piercing light formed in front of her. It was a beam of condensed, screaming energy so powerful that I doubt I would have survived a direct hit. Storm burst. Veldora intoned. It erupted forward like a lance through the cosmos. Velzard's eyes widened, and she moved in urgency for the first time in this battle. The beam grazed her side, narrowly missing a direct hit. The aftermath exploded behind her, a shockwave of disintegration that vaporized the chunks of earth and ice behind her in an instant. She stabilized in midair, her eyes sharp and her expression unreadable. But I could feel it from here. That one had come close. The storm burst had come far too close for anyone's comfort, and Velzard knew it. I saw it clearly, even from this distance. Her eyes narrowed, and the faint pull of her lips as they curved into a grin said that she could finally stop holding back. Seal, she's about to get serious, right? I asked with a mix of excitement and concern. Most likely. That attack grazed her. It met her minimum threshold for engagement. She replied. Minimum threshold. What the hell was she holding back before this? I didn't have time to dwell. Velzard moved again. There was no flash of light, no ripple in the air, and no disturbance in Magicul's presence. One moment, she was still, and the next, she stood in front of Veldora, her fist drawn back with glacial calm. She didn't teleport. She placed herself there. There was no warning. No theatrical build-up. Just raw, surgical precision. Her fist lashed out toward Veldora's abdomen. And he caught it. Tiamat intercepted the strike, shuddering violently in his grip as the shockwave radiated outward. The debris around them reduced what was once a planet to orbiting shrapnel, shattered. Continent-sized masses splintered into islands, fragments, and dust, the remnants of a world atomized just from their clash. I clenched the edge of my seat, heart pounding. Seal, always one step ahead, gave her analysis. He has taken his training seriously. Veldora has refined his instincts, sharpened his raw power, and learned how to apply it with control. That alone is an achievement of centuries packed into 10 years. She remarked. I nodded slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the scene. Yeah, but even with all that, do you think he's closed the gap? I asked. She didn't answer. She didn't need to. Because Velzard wasn't pushed yet, and that grin hadn't faded. Not one bit. The battle resumed faster than before, more focused. The broken sphere that was once a planet had become unrecognizable. A halo of fractured crust, frozen ocean, and molten core now formed a loose ring around where the planet used to be. There wasn't even ground left to pulverize, just floating death. Amid that wasteland, Veldora did something unexpected. Tiamat vanished from his hands. He voluntarily hid his staff. Then, he surged forward, fists raised. Martial combat. This was where he shone. I remembered Velzard saying once, in passing, that she hated close-range, hand-to-hand fights. While exceptional at it, she always preferred a long-distance exchange of magic. But Veldora? He lived for it. The countless manga, the endless battle arcs, the exaggerated fighting techniques, he'd memorized them all. He didn't just read them. He studied, reimagined, and practiced them in absurd simulations in the labyrinth. And now he used them. Spinning kicks that broke the sound barrier by orders of magnitude. Elbow strikes charged with storm magic, so intense that they distorted gravity for kilometers around. And they hit hard. Even I flinched. Assuming you weren't using multidimensional barrier, a single strike would be enough to tear your body apart on a subatomic level. Seal commented flatly. Good to know. I muttered, mildly terrified. Despite his style advantage, Velzard didn't falter. She met each blow head-on, catching, deflecting, and redirecting with elegant precision. She wasn't chaotic. No, she flowed with the motion. The ice trailing from her fingertips crystallized the very space around her. Veldora's strikes, even the ones that missed, left spirals of turbulence behind, miniature tornadoes birthed from pressure alone. And still, they moved faster. I could barely keep up. Their forms blurred across my vision, even with full, thought acceleration, engaged. Only the explosions of contact and monumental collisions gave away their positions. Frost clashed with the storm, and neither side yielded. The debris field around them vaporized in the crossfire. Stray impacts warped space itself. Time seemed to fracture in places, and my own perception lagged for milliseconds before snapping back. Veldora remained locked in, eyes narrowed, lips pressed into a tight line. Gone was the bluster, the dramatic flair, the comic arrogance. This was focus. Control. Discipline. Velzard, in contrast, looked ecstatic. Pure joy radiated from her with every counter, every parry. Her silver hair flowed like a banner, and her eyes glowed like twin stars. She laughed, not cruelly, but freely. She was enjoying this more than any battle she'd fought. And for a fleeting moment, I realized. This was the battle she'd been waiting for. I'd long since lost track of time. Seconds. Minutes. Hours. None of it mattered anymore. What once was a shattered planet had now become a glowing graveyard, an endless sea of brilliant debris, each piece reflecting distant starlight, outshining the cosmos itself. But even that pale spectacle was nothing next to the twin comets streaking through the void. Blue and yellow. Frost and storm. Velzard and Veldora. The only two lights that mattered now. And somehow, despite the distance, despite the moon being thousands of kilometers away, we felt each strike. The moon trembled beneath us just enough to rattle the house, not enough to break it. A testament to Velzard's control, no doubt. I swallowed hard, unable to tear my eyes away. Then, between a clash of fists that erupted like dying stars, Velzard's voice echoed through the void, clear and proud. Not even Velgrind ever pushed me this far. She exclaimed. The declaration rang out like a song of triumph. She was smiling still, no, beaming, and yet Veldora didn't respond. There was no witty retort, no smug comeback. Only unshakable focus. He knew this wasn't over. Because even now, she hadn't shown her true form. Their blows resumed with terrifying synchronicity like a metronome ticking at the edge of reality. The sound of each impact reached me as warped echoes, aftershocks of a power so intense it bent space itself. And with the planet gone, nothing was left to obscure their power's full effect. Every strike twisted the void. Literally. I saw the bending of starlight and the curling of space. For a fraction of a moment, it was as though black holes were forming in rapid succession, miniature singularities birthed from the raw clash of might. I was mesmerized. And utterly terrified. Seal. I called out quietly. This is the domain of true dragons. It's a world of pure, unrelenting power, where the laws of reality bend to their will. This is why the cardinal world can withstand them. This isn't it. She said. This world wasn't made for gods. And now, it was about to meet its end. Velzard was midair, surrounded by spiraling torrents of storm blast, trying to cancel the unstable energy before it spread. Veldora saw his chance. He moved. Tiamat returned to his grip in a burst of light. And then, he struck, straight at her head. From where I sat, it was like time froze. Not just slowed. Not distorted. Stopped. My thought acceleration spiked without my input, blowing past the limit Seal had set. Every millisecond dragged on for what felt like minutes. Tiamat neared its mark. Velzard's eyes widened, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He had her. He had her. This was it. A shift in power. The moment, gone. Everything snapped. No explosion. No recoil. No aftermath. Just silence. And then I saw it. The planet. Whole. Unbroken. Untouched. The moon still orbited it, as if it had never left. What? I muttered. I stared, gawked, and tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Veldora, too, stumbled. He stood on solid ground, ground that should have been dust. His eyes darted around, scanning the sky, the terrain, and the air. Confused, disoriented, his face said it all. He'd destroyed this. But now, somehow, it was all back. Velzard hadn't moved. She still hovered midair, faint trails of steam rising off her shoulders. Her clothes were slightly torn, and her skin was faintly flushed. She hadn't transformed. Not yet. But the aura she gave off now was undeniable. It had a weight that pressed down on everything, heavy enough to crush time itself. Then she spoke. Smiling, as always. It won't be that easy. She said. Her voice rang out, not mockingly, not smug, but with something more profound. Something absolute. Your strike was perfect. Unavoidable. Had it landed, I would have been in trouble. She added, raising her hand slightly, palm facing the sky. But I simply decided not to let that happen. She declared. What the hell? It was the truth this universe was heading toward. But if I will it, then that truth shall never be reached. She continued casually. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She denied the outcome. She rejected the reality we were in. She didn't dodge. She didn't block. She reversed the narrative. Now, we live in a world where the hit never landed because she decided it wouldn't. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. No longer was she just Velzard, the frost dragon. She was something more. Something terrifying. And she still hadn't used her full power. Veldora stood in silence, eyes wide, brow twitching. Then. What the hell? How am I supposed to beat that? His voice echoed across the pristine landscape, raw with disbelief. Velzard merely laughed. A soft, resonant sound. Carefree, despite everything. You can beat it. She said, brushing her fingers through her silver-blue hair. You'll just have to figure out how. She continued. She didn't explain what she'd done. However, it's clear that it took a lot out of her. But if you can find a way to bypass that wall, then I'll take you seriously. She declared. That last line stung more than it should have. Veldora's mouth opened, ready to retort, but she vanished again before a single word left his lips. No distortion. No wind. No noise. Just a brief trail of icy mist lingering in the air. Crack. A palm strike slammed into his abdomen, straight through his defenses. Godash. Veldora was sent flying like a missile, a streak of blue lightning through the sky. He crashed into a nearby hill, vaporizing it on impact. A thunderous boom followed, shaking the land once more. Dust billowed. When it settled, he lay in a deep crater, groaning. He wasn't injured but thoroughly planted. I winced from the moon's surface, trying to process what happened. She got him. Again. She let him come close and reminded him where they stood. Velzard floated down gently and extended a hand toward him. You've come a long way, little brother. She began. He blinked, then grabbed her hand. She helped him to his feet. Try again when you're ready. She said. Veldora looked away, lips curled into a sulky pout. TCH. He muttered. Then a moment passed. Heh. Fine. Just you wait. He said. That spark returned to his eyes. His usual bravado reignited like a storm front on the horizon. I was still trying to process it all. Did that really happen? That wasn't an illusion. That wasn't some projection or dream. That entire battle, the broken planet, the reset, the frozen moment of almost, it was real, wasn't it? Seal. I called out. It was real. Her response came quickly. But even she sounded unsettled. Not frightened and not confused. Just still calculating. And if Seal didn't know how to explain it. The extent of my master's power cannot be comprehended. A voice, one I hadn't heard the entire fight, whispered. Leviathan. Her tone was calm. Flat. Unshaken. No fanfare. She said what she had to say before leaving us alone. Seal remained silent after that, and together we stared out at the now restored world beneath our feet. It was peaceful again. Serene. No sign of the cataclysm that had just occurred. The moon's orbit had returned to normal, and from here, it was almost poetic, watching the two siblings standing at the heart of a continent that shouldn't exist anymore. I should have felt relieved. But instead, a cold sweat ran down my back. Because it hit me, if I ever wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, someday, I'd have to fight them. Not just Veldora, but Velzard, too. My chest tightened at the thought. That wasn't going to be easy. But, a small part of me, a dangerous, reckless part, looked forward to it. Below, Veldora stood tall again, arms crossed. I'll give it 5 years, then I'll challenge you again. he declared proudly. Velzard's smile widened. "I'll be waiting," she said. And just like that, the battle ended. No fanfare. No victory. Only promise. And awe. Welcome back, readers. It's good to be back. The first 10 years of their training arc are more or less concluded. I wanted the initial focus to be on Rimuru honing his less used skills. I also did a little bit of cosmology exploration and lore for fun. I used the term universe rather than world as I feel it's better suited. Anyway, Veldora is not pushing Velzard that far yet. He's getting there, but he's got a few more years before he can get her to reveal his true form. After their rematch, Rimuru will face a more powerful Veldora, so that should be fun to watch. It's time for our main protagonist to face an actual struggle, as without his cheat codes, seal and turn null, he won't have it easy. The next chapter will cover some stuff happening in the outside world. Only a few hours have passed in those 10 years inside the detached sphere. We'll get to see Rimuru's subordinate sparring, and Chloe speaking with Leon in El Dorado. I might include some other stuff, but that'll be based on vibes. That is all for today, folks. I'll see you all next time. Author, out. Third-person POV. Far from the frozen silence of the ice continent, on the opposite side of the world, there lay a land as volatile as it was infamous, a continent scorched into legend by the very weight of its history. To some, it was cursed ground. A place where fate itself seemed to revel in destruction. The first cataclysm to scar its surface came during the clash between the frost dragon, Velzard, and the first demon lord, Guy Crimson. Their battle was so devastating that the continent was swallowed whole by the ocean. It would have remained lost to the deep forever had it not been for the divine intervention of Veldanava, the Star King Dragon. Only through his power was the land raised anew. But fate wasn't finished with it. In the heart of the resurrected landmass stood a massive, relentless, and eternally active volcano. It roared without pause, spewing plumes of flame and ash into the skies year-round. The reason for its fury? A legendary clash between the scorched dragon, Velgrind, and her reckless younger brother, the storm dragon, Veldora. Their chaotic duel carved open the planet's surface, and the wound has never fully healed. Despite its catastrophic history, or perhaps because of it, a nation of great power had risen from the ashes. The Golden City of El Dorado. A shimmering bastion of civilization founded by the demon lord Leon Cromwell. Rather than retreat from the continent's fury, El Dorado embraced it. The volcanic soil was rich with rare minerals and metals, and with mastery of magic and technology, Leon's people transformed these raw resources into gleaming architecture. Buildings forged of radiant alloys lined the capital streets, catching the sunlight in dazzling hues. It was a city that looked like a myth come to life, a true city of gold. Today, however, there was something off about that golden shine. The skies were clear. The lava continued to bubble in the distance, as it always had. And yet the air was too still. The calm felt unnatural. On the outskirts of the city, a girl walked with quiet purpose. Chloe had come at Rimuru's behest, an emissary carrying news from their most recent gathering. Her destination was the capital's heart, where her childhood friend awaited. But with every step, she felt a tightness in her chest. Something was off. She couldn't quite name it, but the silence of the day didn't comfort her. "I still find it weird," a passerby muttered nearby, breaking the quiet. "Right. I mean, yeah, it's good news and all, but still, I can't bring myself to believe it just yet," another replied. Chloe's steps slowed as she caught snippets of the conversation. Their words were vague, but their tone betrayed unease. Even in this moment of peace, tension lingered like an echo. And Chloe, sensing it in the air, narrowed her eyes. "This is about John, isn't it?" she thought. And she was right. El Dorado had endured many trials. But none as maddening or as constant as the terror of John, the yellow primordial. Just outside the capital stood one of the world's infamous gates to hell, a rift linking the cardinal world to the chaotic domains of the underworld. Unfortunately for El Dorado, this particular gate is connected to John's territory. And John was, for the lack of a better word, unhinged. For millennia, out of boredom alone, she had bombarded El Dorado with nuclear magic through the gate. No pattern. No warning. Sometimes the attacks came once a month. Sometimes, twice a day. Before Leon's researchers established powerful barrier networks, each strike left parts of the capital leveled and hundreds dead. Leon had once attempted diplomacy and sent envoys through the gate bearing terms for a ceasefire, but they never returned. All that came through the portal was a single spell, reducing the surrounding area to molten glass. Eventually, the nation stopped trying. Instead of fighting back, El Dorado adapted. Its people hardened. The barriers were strengthened, and evacuation systems improved. What was once seen as genocide became a weekly inconvenience. Until it stopped, without warning, the bombardments ceased entirely. John's chaotic action ceased, and her presence vanished. The citizens dared not hope. But Leon knew better. Alongside his inner circle, he investigated the gate directly. And what they found was absolute confirmation. John was no longer in hell. While the citizens of El Dorado whispered rumors and grasped for explanations, Chloe walked with the burden of the truth. John hadn't simply vanished. She hadn't fled. No, the yellow primordial had undergone full incarnation, body, name, and all. Her chaotic existence had been condensed into a physical vessel. And even more unthinkable than that, she had sworn loyalty to a master. Leon NII is really not going to like this. Chloe muttered under her breath. She could already picture his reaction. The clenched jaw, the narrowed eyes, the cold silence that followed when something truly rattled him. Of course, Leon had surely noticed John's absence from the underworld. He was too careful not to. But the reason behind it? That was what would hit hardest. He needed to know. No matter how deeply it shook him, it was no longer a matter that could be kept secret. Chloe exhaled slowly and tried to focus on her surroundings, anything to ease the weight of what she carried. Ahead, the grandeur of El Dorado stretched before her, a city of impossible contrasts. From the outside, beyond the layered barriers that protected it, the landscape was apocalyptic. Heavy smog clouded the sky, dyed gray with streaks of angry orange. Rivers of molten rock glowed faintly in the distance, and ash drifted lazily through the air like snowfall from another world. But inside the barriers, a completely different world. The sky was blue, perfectly blue. The sun beamed down unobstructed, casting a gentle warmth over the city's shining rooftops. The air was crisp, filtered clean of all volcanic pollutants. Streets were lined with vibrant flora, carefully cultivated through magical enhancement, and citizens bustled about their lives as if the city weren't perched atop a simmering death trap. It was beautiful and surreal, a testament to just how advanced El Dorado was under Leon's rule. If someone arrived without knowing where they were, they might mistake it for the capital of an advanced, peaceful nation. Chloe allowed herself a small smile as the golden towers and radiant structures came into view, the sight enough to quiet her thoughts until she reached her destination. The Capitol building of El Dorado loomed ahead, a gleaming fortress of pride and power. Its spires pierced the sky, gilded edges reflecting sunlight like blades. The structure exuded dominance and grace in equal measure, intimidating without being grotesque. Chloe could have teleported directly inside, as no barrier here could stop her. But she chose not to. For formality's sake, she approached the main gate, ascending each wide, gold-veined step with deliberate calm. She paused halfway up, tilting her head slightly to admire the architecture with a wry expression. He really made his dream castle into a reality. She whispered, the nostalgia in her voice soft but undeniable. The design was unmistakable. This was the same castle Leon had drawn over and over as a child. Back when they were still just kids playing at Destiny, he would show her those sketches with all the seriousness in the world, proudly declaring that one day he'd build a kingdom, a shining bastion of his own making. Somehow, he had. A quiet laugh escaped her lips, equal parts amusement and fondness. He was still the same Leon in many ways, aloof, confident, and obsessed with order. But seeing his childhood dream made real like this reminded her that underneath the demon lord's cold facade was the same boy she once knew and looked up to. But now, she carried a truth that could fracture even that unwavering will. And Leon needed to hear it, whether he was ready or not. Before the towering golden gates of the Capitol building, Chloe stood with poise, her figure dwarfed by the ornate structure behind the guards. The two knights stationed at the entrance eyed her with quiet scrutiny. Her youthful appearance, delicate frame, and composed expression made her seem more like a wandering noble's daughter than someone who might pose a threat. Still, they did not waver from their duty. One of the knights stepped forward, his silver armor catching the sunlight, the lion-shaped crest of El Dorado gleaming on his chest plate. "What business do you have here, young miss?" he asked, his tone formal but not hostile. Chloe met his gaze, unflinching. Any hint of hesitation would make her seem uncertain, and uncertainty rarely earned trust, especially here. "I've been sent to deliver a message from the Holy Empire of Lublius," she replied calmly. A pause followed. The two knights exchanged glances beneath their visors, and though their expressions were hidden, their body language betrayed surprise. Her answer had been too blunt for someone at the doorstep of the demon lord's keep. They shifted, no longer as dismissive. "Is this message meant for Leon-sama?" the second knight asked cautiously, as if testing her claim. Chloe nodded once, keeping her hands at her sides, her posture respectful but firm. "There should have been a prior notice if you wished to speak with him directly," the first knight said, his voice firming into a sharper edge now. "That was the polite way of saying you don't just walk in here uninvited." Chloe didn't budge. "It's impossible to avoid unforeseen circumstances," she replied coolly. "My message is urgent and must reach Leon-sama as soon as possible. If that's still not enough, you're welcome to inform him of my presence and let him decide. She said. There was no aggression in her tone, only unshakable confidence. And that annoyed them. The second knight crossed his arms, clearly bristling beneath his armor. You speak with a lot of certainty for someone your age, he remarked. Chloe didn't answer. She didn't need to. Her silence grated on him, but the first knight held out a hand to stop his comrade from pressing further. A quiet sigh escaped him. Stay put, he said gruffly, turning on his heel. The massive doors groaned as they slowly opened, revealing the marbled corridors of the inner chamber. The knight's footsteps echoed hollowly as he disappeared inside. The other remained at his post, one hand casually resting near the hilt of his sword. Though he wasn't overtly threatening, it was clear he was watching Chloe closely, not out of fear, but discipline. Chloe let the moment settle, the tension cooling just slightly. And then it hit her. The last thing she'd said still echoed in her ears. Leon-sama. A slight shudder traveled down her spine, not from fear or the knight's presence, but from her own regret. I am never calling him Leon-sama ever again, she thought bitterly. The words had felt like swallowing hot coals. Too formal. Too weird. Too unlike her. Still, she maintained her outward calm, standing silently as the thick golden gate sealed shut behind the knight who had gone to summon the men she'd known since childhood, who now ruled one of the strongest nations in the world. It didn't take long for the massive gates to swing open once more, the golden doors parting with a resonant groan. From the dimly lit corridor beyond, two figures emerged, one tall and regal, the other a silent escort. When the sunlight struck his golden hair, the guard at the entrance stiffened in recognition. But what truly startled them was what happened next. Leon's stride, initially slow and composed, faltered the instant he laid eyes on the girl outside. His calm, ever-controlled expression melted into one of visible shock followed by relief. His eyes widened, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Chloe, he called out, his voice slightly elevated, tinged with emotion. Without another word, Leon broke into a brisk walk, discarding all formality as he closed the distance in moments. The guards barely had time to react. One involuntarily stepped back, glancing at his companion, both stunned by the scene unfolding before them. The demon lord, known for his cold perfection and seriousness, had just embraced the mysterious girl like a long-lost sister. Chloe blinked in surprise at first, but quickly relaxed into the familiar warmth of the hug. Her arms returned the gesture without hesitation, the corners of her mouth lifting in a soft, genuine smile. Meanwhile, the guards were frozen in place, armor and all. Never, never, had they seen their lord act like this. Not with nobles, foreign dignitaries, or even long-standing allies. The weight of their earlier behavior came crashing down on them like a stone pillar. They had questioned her. Tested her. Dismissed her. And now? Now they watched their liege embrace her as if she were his most cherished companion. Why, you're still really clingy, huh? Chloe teased, chuckling softly into his shoulder. Leon pulled back, composing himself with the effort of someone trying not to let his emotions show too easily. After everything that's happened, it's hard not to worry about you, he said, his voice quieter now, more sincere. Chloe's laugh was light and teasing. Oh, come on. You know I'm always fine in the end, she replied. The atmosphere between them was familiar and comforting. It was a glimpse into a bond forged far beyond the realm of titles and power. It took a moment for Leon's mind to return to their surroundings. His eyes flicked to the gates and the stunned knights, and he straightened slightly. This isn't the place for conversation, he said, regaining his formal tone. Please, make yourself at home, he added. He glanced at his guards and gave a slight nod. Their reaction was immediate. Both knights snapped to attention, stepping aside in perfect unison with deep bows. Their rigid formality contrasted sharply with their earlier suspicion, and Chloe couldn't help but blink at the sudden shift in their demeanor. Whiplash much? She thought dryly, though she chose not to comment. Leon turned, his flowing cape trailing behind him as he headed back toward the castle's grand halls. Chloe exhaled, a small sigh of relief escaping her lips, and followed close behind. The golden gates slowly closed behind them, sealing the outside world away. Inside, an important conversation was about to begin. Given the importance of his guest, Leon chose one of the most intimate and tranquil rooms in the castle, a personal sitting room tucked away from the grand halls and council chambers. It was a space rarely used, but lovingly maintained, exuding an understated elegance that blended luxury with warmth. The soft and golden lighting came from enchanted fixtures that mimicked the gentle glow of a hearth fire, their illumination powered by magicules carefully calibrated to emit a calming ambience. The walls were lined with finely woven tapestries, and the floor was covered in a plush rug that muffled every step. The air was pleasantly warm, devoid of the castle's usual sterile chill. A pair of deep, velvet-upholstered couches sat around a low wooden table at the heart of the room. The cushions were plump and inviting, the sort of seats that all but pulled you into their embrace. Chloe sat on one end, her legs curled comfortably beneath her, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she looked around the space. A giggle escaped her before she could suppress it. You didn't have to go this far, you know. She mused playfully. Leon entered shortly after, a silver tray balanced in his hands, upon which rested 2 delicate porcelain cups. His expression softened at her comment, and a light chuckle escaped him. This room hasn't been used in quite some time, he said. But I thought it'd be appropriate since you're here, he added. He took a seat across from her, gently setting the tray down between them. Almost instantly, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted through the room. Chloe's nose twitched, and she leaned forward slightly, eyes widening in surprise. She knew this scent. The aroma was unmistakable. It was an old-world tea from her childhood, one she'd read about in books and seen adults sip at refined gatherings but had never been allowed to try herself. Her hands gently curled around the cup, lifting it toward her face. How did you recreate this? She asked, genuinely astonished. Leon offered a slight, almost bashful shrug. It might not be a perfect recreation, he admitted. But I did what I could, he said. They raised their cups in unison, the rims clinking faintly as if in an unspoken toast to their shared past, and took their first sip. It was warmth. Comfort. Home. A flood of nostalgia washed over them, soft and almost dizzying in its intensity. For a fleeting moment, it was as if they'd both been pulled backward through time, no longer demon lord and chosen hero, but just Leon and Chloe. The world outside the room faded, and all that remained was the quiet companionship of 2 old souls reunited. This is amazing, Chloe whispered, her voice barely above a breath. I'm glad you like it, Leon replied, his smile reflecting the same gentle warmth she felt. They lingered for a moment in that comforting stillness, then, as if coordinated by a shared thought, both set their cups down simultaneously. The soft clink of porcelain on wood marked a subtle shift in tone. It was time to speak. Leon rested slightly on the couch, watching Chloe over the rim of his teacup. The brief silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, but he soon broke it with a gentle prompt. So then, what brings you all the way to El Dorado? He asked, his voice calm. Chloe gave him a playful look, her fingers lightly tracing the edge of her cup. I came here by order, she began, then paused with a smirk. Well, request might be the better word, she said. Leon arched an eyebrow, amused. From you? That's rare. I'd have expected you to just send a messenger at most. You came all this way yourself? He asked. She let out a short laugh, her tone still light. Even I can be serious when the situation calls for it. Leon's amusement faded subtly at her words. He set his cup down fully this time, leaning forward just slightly. I came to deliver the contents of a meeting between Luminous-san and Rimuru-san. It was, not a light-hearted one, Chloe continued, her voice taking on a quieter, steadier rhythm. Leon's posture shifted the slightest bit more, the playful ease in his features replaced with an attentive sharpness. I see, he said. Then I take it something major has happened, he added. Chloe gave a slight nod, her expression sobering. The Eastern Empire is moving. An invasion is inevitable. A full-scale war will erupt soon, she explained. The warmth of the room seemed to recede with her words, their weight settling into the space between them like a dark mist. Leon's expression hardened, not in disbelief but in grim understanding. The Great Jura Forest, he murmured. That's right, Chloe confirmed. They'll pass through it. Which means Tempest will be the first major force they'll clash with. If they succeed there, the Western nations will be next, she said. Leon closed his eyes briefly, exhaling through his nose. His fingers drummed lightly on the armrest. I doubt they'd take that nation lightly, he muttered. Rimuru is no ordinary demon lord, and with 2 true dragons under his banner, even the Empire should know better, he said. Chloe's brow furrowed as she folded her arms. That's just it. We don't know what they're planning to do about Tempest. We only know that they've delayed their full mobilization, not abandoned it, she told him. Leon opened his eyes again, meeting hers. So they're buying time, gathering strength. Planning around an obstacle too large to ignore, he replied. He let the thought hang in the air momentarily before his gaze softened with something closer to concern. Will you be participating in the war effort? He asked. Chloe sighed quietly, the motion deflating her shoulders slightly. No. Luminous-san and Rimuru-san both forbade it. They don't want me on the front lines, she answered bitterly. Leon blinked, surprised. I see, he muttered. Instead, I'll be staying within the Western nations. She continued. Helping Luminous maintain order and internal stability. Rimuru-san will command the West's military, but that leaves law and enforcement in a vulnerable state. Someone needs to be there to manage it all. She said. Leon sat back once more, his features contemplative. The cheerful atmosphere had all but vanished now, replaced by a heavy stillness that even the warmth of the tea couldn't dispel. Then war truly is on the horizon. He murmured. It is. And this time, we can't afford to underestimate what's coming. Chloe said softly. Leon sat in thoughtful silence for a moment longer, the air between them weighted by the knowledge of the war to come. Then, with a quiet resolve, he straightened up. If things are heading where you say they are, then there's no time to hesitate. His voice had firmed, losing the softness it held earlier. The first step is obvious. I'll establish formal diplomatic relations with Tempest. He said. Chloe blinked, tilting her head slightly. You haven't already? She asked. Leon let out a dry breath, almost a scoff. It's complicated. My relationship with Rimuru is strained. He replied. Chloe's brow shot up. Strained? What do you mean? She asked. Leon hesitated, but seeing the sharpness in her eyes, he relented with a sigh. We clashed briefly in Luminous. Right before Cronoa broke loose. He explained. Chloe's mouth parted in disbelief. You fought Rimuru-san. Why the hell didn't you tell me that sooner? She demanded. It wasn't exactly planned. Leon muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. And, it was a misunderstanding. More or less cleared up now. He said. Chloe narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. I highly doubt that. She replied. Leon gave a small shrug. Well, neither of us died. That counts for something. He said. She stared at him for another second, then exhaled, letting it go. Fine. But don't think I won't ask Rimuru-san for his side later. She told him. A faint chuckle escaped Leon, but the tension remained under the surface. Chloe, still somewhat incredulous, leaned forward slightly. So, what was it like? She asked, curiosity piqued. You versus him. I want details. She said. Leon let out another long sigh, this one tinged with fatigue. Honestly. It was the most humiliating loss I've ever had. He admitted. Chloe's eyes widened again. Seriously? You? She asked. I'm not exaggerating. Leon said, holding up a hand. I've faced opponents far above my level before, but Rimuru. He didn't overpower me in the traditional sense. It was like fighting a black hole. He continued. He clenched his fist in front of him, remembering the sensation. Spiritron-based attacks, magic, even my swordplay, none of it mattered. Everything I threw at him got swallowed, converted, or consumed by his absurd abilities. It was like my entire battle philosophy was rendered obsolete on the spot. He explained. Chloe's expression shifted from surprise to mild unease. She already knew Rimuru's power was remarkable, but hearing it from someone like Leon, someone who prided himself on control and precision, gave her pause. No real injuries. Leon added, glancing at his hand. But I was definitely roughed up. Rimuru held back, and still pushed me further than I'd been pushed. He said. Chloe leaned back, crossing her arms with a thoughtful frown. I don't know whether to laugh or panic. You two really don't know how to do anything halfway, huh? She teased. Leon offered her a tired smile. That's why I want to smooth things over now. Whatever's coming, we'll need to set the pettiness aside, no matter what our past grievances are. He said. Chloe gave a faint nod, her expression softening with reluctant approval. Agreed. She replied. With the weight of Rimuru and Leon's past tension now put to rest, Chloe knew the real bombshell still lingered. She sat up a little straighter, her demeanor shifting as she glanced toward Leon. Before we get too comfortable, I need to ask, has anything unusual happened in El Dorado lately? She asked. Leon, mid-sip of tea, slowly lowered his cup. Unusual. He repeated. His brow furrowed slightly as he mulled over the question. There is one thing. John, she's gone missing. He muttered. Chloe's posture stiffened. Missing. She echoed. Leon gave a slow nod, his golden eyes narrowing. It's been quite some time. Not a single trace. Since then, the number of civilian casualties and property damage has dropped to 0, so on paper, it almost seems like a blessing. But we both know better that primordials don't just disappear. He explained. He frowned, setting his cup aside with a faint clink. It's disturbing. He muttered. Chloe took a quiet, deep breath. This was the moment. She didn't disappear. She said. Leon's head snapped in her direction. His entire demeanor shifted from composed to deeply alert. You know something. It wasn't a question. It was an assertion, his voice low and urgent. Chloe nodded solemnly, then hesitated, struggling to find a delicate entry point. Carrera. She said. Leon blinked. Carrera. He repeated. His confusion was palpable. Wait. Who's Dash? He paused. A beat passed. Then his eyes widened. No. Wait, what? He stammered. Chloe winced slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. John is Carrera. She said. The words hung in the air like a guillotine. Leon stared at her, expression blank as his mind tried, and failed, to process what he'd just heard. You mean to tell me, he started, slowly. That someone named John. The John. He asked, almost wishing that this was one of Chloe's pranks. Chloe nodded, lips pressed tight. Leon leaned back, looking as if someone had just punched him in the gut and then handed him a manual for how to rebuild the universe from scratch. She's incarnated. He exclaimed, eyes darting as if trying to find something in the room to anchor himself. Chloe nodded again, more quietly this time. She's walking around. In the cardinal world. Fully physical. She told him. There was a long, heavy silence. Leon brought a hand to his forehead. This is why I get migraines. He muttered. Then, gathering what was left of his composure, he narrowed his gaze at Chloe. Who? Who in their right mind would summon her of all beings? Did some back-alley summoner grow a death wish? He asked. Chloe hesitated. A pause. A deep inhale. She serves Rimuru-san. It was he who summoned her. She said. Leon blinked again. There was a soundless moment where even the warm hum of the room seemed to dim. What? He asked. She's one of his subordinates now. She answered. Leon opened his mouth. Closed it. Then just stared. His entire body visibly shut down for a moment. He looked like someone who'd just read the final page of a mystery novel and realized the culprit was his own cat all along. But he named her. He stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Chloe gave a sympathetic look and simply nodded for the third time. I need a moment. Leon finally muttered, slumping against the couch. Maybe several. He added. Chloe wisely said nothing further. Any more and she was sure he'd just phase through the floor to escape reality. Minutes passed in silence, but they felt far longer than that. Eventually, Leon exhaled, long and slow, the breath heavy with disbelief. He leaned back into the plush couch, massaging his temples with slow, deliberate movements. I knew he was insane, but not this insane. He muttered, his tone resigned. If you'd been there, you'd have lost your mind. Chloe said, her voice quieter now. Leon didn't even look up. No need to be there. I'm already well on my way. He told her. He briefly entertained the idea that Rimuru had recruited John just to spite him. It could have been a power move, an act of provocation masked as diplomacy. But the more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Rimuru hadn't known about John's past rampages in El Dorado. There was no reason to believe it was personal. Leon rubbed his chin, expression darkening. And you're telling me she's completely loyal to Rimuru? He asked. Chloe nodded slowly. All three of them are. She said without thinking. The moment the words left her lips, her eyes widened. Her hands shot up to her mouth, too late to catch them. Leon's head tilted slightly, and a bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face. Hang on. His voice was tight. What do you mean, all three of them? He asked. A silence fell between them, brief but excruciating. Chloe, usually unshakable, now looked like a child caught sneaking dessert before dinner. Her eyes dropped, and she sighed. It's not just John. She admitted quietly. Blanc and Violet, now named Testarossa and Ultima, they also serve Rimuru. She said. The stillness that followed was almost reverent in its weight. Leon didn't move. He didn't blink. He simply stared at her, expression slack, cup still in hand but forgotten. It wasn't that he didn't believe her. He did. And that was the problem. He was staring straight into the abyss of world-shattering absurdity. Rimuru Tempest, demon lord of Tempest, had 4 incarnated primordials under his command. 4. That was no longer a quirky display of power. That was a geopolitical black hole. Leon had always known the world's balance was fragile. Maintaining it was a fool's errand, an idealistic fantasy. But even so, a semblance of balance had always been there. Someone had to keep the scales from tipping completely. Now, they'd been shattered. Rimuru wasn't just a rising demon lord anymore. He was now a global threat, not necessarily by choice, but by the sheer gravitational pull of his existence. The Storm Dragon, the Frost Dragon, and now 4 of the most dangerous and unpredictable beings in existence all gathered around him as allies. Leon's fingers clenched the armrest slightly. Wasn't this guy's job? Wasn't he supposed to ensure balance didn't collapse entirely? He thought bitterly. The absurdity of it all nearly made him laugh. But he didn't, because none of this was funny. It was terrifying. If it's any consolation. Chloe began, her eyes returning to Leon's strained expression. Rimuru-san did make a bold declaration during that meeting. She said. Leon, though clearly still processing the bombshells she'd dropped, slowly set his cup down and leaned forward. His fingers interlocked, elbows on knees. There was a weight behind his silence. He was listening, however reluctant. Chloe continued, her tone casual despite the gravity of her words. Luminous-san tried to scold him for his actions, calling them reckless and short-sighted. But to everyone's surprise, Rimuru-san didn't flinch. She explained. Leon let out a slow, drawn-out sigh. Of course, he didn't. He stood his ground. Chloe said with a small smile. He declared that if the primordials under his command ever went rogue, he would take care of them personally. She added. The silence that followed wasn't filled with disbelief. It was filled with reluctant acknowledgement. Anyone else making such a claim would have been laughed out of the room or silenced for hubris. But Rimuru? Leon didn't laugh. He couldn't. That bastard's grown quite arrogant. Leon muttered, his voice laced with a mix of exhaustion and reluctant amusement. Rimuru-san's always been like that. Chloe said with a soft giggle. Leon couldn't help but smile faintly. I guess you're right. He agreed. He thought back to that fateful Walpurgis. Rimuru, a newly appointed demon lord, had made an open declaration. If anyone stood in his way of killing Clayman, he'd fight them. Alone. Without hesitation. At the time, Leon had thought it was reckless bluster. Rimuru had been the greenest among them, no question. Leon could have handled him then, had it come to a clash. But now, the realization struck him like a sledgehammer. What the hell did he go through to grow this much, in such a short time? He wondered in utter disbelief. It didn't make sense. No, scratch that. It defied everything Leon understood about power and growth. In this world, strength wasn't something easily gained. It took years, lifetimes, bloodshed, mastery, and constant evolution to climb the ladder. Even monsters had to evolve in stages, usually stalling between breakthroughs. But Rimuru? He skipped rungs entirely, going from being the weakest member of the Demon Lord Council to standing just beneath Guy and Malim. Leon massaged his forehead as the implications sank deeper. The sheer scope of Rimuru's growth wasn't just unnatural. It was absurd. Beyond comprehension. Beyond reason. And yet, it was real. This is starting to hurt my head a little. Leon groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Chloe smiled gently, though her gaze reflected a similar confusion. That makes 2 of us. She said quietly. Despite everything, Leon found it difficult to fault Rimuru for amassing so much power. The Eastern Empire was no trivial threat. It was the single greatest military force in the world, led by the very first chosen hero and bolstered by the terrifying might of the Scorched Dragon. It wasn't just their overwhelming numbers. It was the unknown. Leon couldn't dismiss the idea that their invasion had been postponed precisely to grow even more formidable. In that kind of world, being too powerful wasn't just acceptable. It was necessary. Well then, what do you plan to do? Leon asked at last, his fingers tracing the edge of his cup as he tried to center himself. Chloe tapped her chin in thought. I'll need to return to Lublius in a few weeks. There's a lot to do if we want to stay ahead of what's coming. She replied. Leon gave a slow nod. All right. Then I'll need to begin preparations on my end as well. He said. But Chloe's sharp gaze caught something in his tone. Her eyes narrowed just slightly. You're not planning to confront Rimuru-san alone, are you? She asked. Leon winced slightly. That was the idea, but now I think it might be better if you were there. He admitted. Chloe scoffed, clearly unimpressed. While things were unlikely to escalate, even Leon couldn't deny the lingering tension between himself and Rimuru. Having Chloe there, someone both of them trusted, was more than just helpful. It might be what kept the situation from spiraling. Leon could read the gears turning in her head. When are you planning to leave? He asked. I haven't decided yet. Chloe replied, stretching a little as the fatigue of the day began to settle in. I'm pretty drained right now. Is it all right if I stay here for a few days? She requested. Leon didn't hesitate. Of course. Feel free to use this room, he said. Chloe blinked, then burst into a soft laugh. You're such a sucker, Leon and I. She teased. He looked away immediately, trying to hold onto his composure. Aren't you the one who asked? He shot back. He. Even after all this time, you really haven't changed, she said warmly, her teasing laced with a quiet fondness. Leon crossed his arms and turned his face toward the side, but he couldn't hide the faint twitch of a smile on his lips. Despite the world teetering on the edge of war, these small moments of normalcy, of family, made it a little easier to breathe. Back in Tempest, the city hummed with its usual rhythm, undisturbed on the surface, but deep beneath, the gears of preparation turned with relentless purpose. It had only been a few hours since Rimuru, Veldora, and Velzard vanished into the detached sphere, a realm where time flowed differently. More than a decade had already passed within that pocket universe for the trio. Yet in the cardinal world, not even a full day had gone by. Still, productivity surged at an all-time high. The constellation defense system was progressing swiftly. Over 60 ziggurats had already been completed, their towering forms dotting the horizon like silent guardians. Training grounds in the dungeon buzzed with activity as Tempest's military forces continued drilling, their strongest warriors preparing to spar against each other in increasingly intense matches. But with both Rimuru and Velzard absent, someone had to oversee affairs in their stead. Within Rimuru's office, the atmosphere had shifted. Seated calmly behind the desk was an ethereal figure whose presence warped the very air around her. Long golden hair flowed behind the chair, gleaming faintly in the filtered sunlight, while her flawless azure skin gave off a cool glow, like moonlight reflected off still water. This was Aurora, the evolved form of the one once known only as Aurelia. Velzard had entrusted her with a temporary role. She was to receive all incoming paperwork and compile it according to priority. She carried out the task with quiet, meticulous focus. Outside, the soft patter of footsteps approached. Shuna walked down the hallway with a stack of documents in hand. She paused before the door, gave a polite knock, and gently turned the handle. Pardon my intrusion, her voice caught in her throat. The door opened halfway, just enough for her to glimpse the unfamiliar figure sitting at Rimuru's desk. Yet rather than react with alarm, Shuna froze. She was entranced. Aurora's presence radiated a serene, almost hypnotic energy. It was calming, and yet there was an uncanny edge to it, as if standing near a gentle snowfall that could, without warning, become a blizzard. Noticing her, Aurora lifted her gaze with quiet awareness. Shuna-san, correct? Her voice was smooth and composed. That was enough to snap Shuna from her daze. She blinked and nodded, stepping into the room with practiced grace. Velzard-sama and Rimuru-sama will be absent for a day or two, Aurora explained. They've placed me in charge of receiving and managing all documents in the meantime, she said. Shuna relaxed slightly at that, placing the stack of papers on the desk and offering a respectful bow. I didn't know Rimuru-sama had acquired a new subordinate, she remarked lightly. Aurora shook her head, her movements fluid and deliberate. No. I am Velzard-sama's personal assistant. We've crossed paths once before, though at the time, I did not yet have a name, she corrected. Shuna paused, piecing the memory together. Her thoughts returned to that haunting journey through time. You're Aurelia, she murmured, eyes widening. Aurora nodded once. Correct, she said. Though her form had remained largely the same, Shuna could feel this being was no longer the fractured elemental she had met. Back then, she had been riddled with frostburn scars, barely clinging to coherence. Now, those wounds were gone. She had evolved, been named, and fully healed. Shuna lowered her head again, this time with deeper reverence. Shall I inform the others of your duties? She asked. There's no need, Aurora replied, offering a faint but genuine smile. If possible, I'd prefer you hand the paperwork to me personally, she told her. Understood, Shuna said, straightening her posture with a smile of her own. Aurora's presence remained a secret, and it was an intentional choice. For now, only a select few even knew of her existence. She preferred to keep it that way. To preserve discretion, all departmental reports and requests were now rerouted through Shuna, who would deliver them directly to Aurora. It was a quiet but efficient system, ensuring minimal exposure while allowing operations to continue uninterrupted. It wasn't just a matter of handling paperwork. This was preparation for the future and for those who would return. In just 2 days' time, Rimuru, Veldora, and Velzard would re-emerge from the detached sphere. But to them, a full century would have passed. 100 years of relentless training. Of confrontation, both external and internal. Of growth, suffering, and eventual transformation. Aurora knew what that kind of time could do to a person, especially when spent alongside two beings as powerful and unpredictable as the Storm Dragon and the Frost Dragon. They wouldn't come back as the same individuals they were when they left. No amount of willpower could prevent that kind of change. And that truth made her mission clear. 2 days might seem like nothing on the surface. But when those 2 days become a century for the ones leading the nation, every second must be spent wisely. No faltering. No downtime. No compromise. Aurora wasn't just standing in while Rimuru and Velzard were gone. No, she was ensuring the world kept turning so that when they returned, they wouldn't have to rebuild anything. Only move forward. And so, behind the closed doors of Rimuru's office, the calm-eyed Time Lord quietly fulfilled her purpose, guarding Tempest's momentum and holding the future steady for the ones who would soon return, reborn. Welcome back, folks. Hopefully, the notification for this chapter goes out, unlike last time. And if it does, go read the previous one. That was some rookie engagement. Just kidding. Anyway, I had a lot of fun writing this chapter. Exploring El Dorado and expounding on Chloe's character and her dynamic with Leon felt like a nice break from writing heavy fight scenes. When you tone down Chloe's obsession with Rimuru and Leon's possessiveness over Chloe, they actually become interesting characters. Who would have thought? I wanted to include a lot more in this chapter, such as Lobelia's preparation and the Oni versus Oni fights. Unfortunately, I will have to move those events to the chapter after the next one. The next chapter will return to the detached sphere, where Rimuru and Veldora will battle for real. I'm considering alternating the chapter's coverage, switching between the pocket universe and the outside world. That is all for now, folks. I'll see you in the next chapter. Author, out. Veldora's POV. I was this close. Had she not pulled out that ridiculous cheat ability at the last second, she'd have had no choice, but to face me in her true form. And what makes it worse? I still don't even know what the hell she did. 1 second we're in the middle of a clash, and the next, everything resets. Just, boom, back to before the fight even started. Ridiculous. Completely impractical. I mean, she clearly burned half her energy reserve just to pull it off, but fine. I'll admit it, I was nearly drained too. Still, it was supposed to be my moment of glory. My ultimate attack. Denied by some busted time-hacking move. How the hell am I supposed to get past that? My first theory is that she's using something like space-time domination. Yeah, that would explain it. I'll need to override it, but that means surpassing her output. And that's the tricky part. Time isn't exactly my area of expertise. Water, yes. Space, sure. Time. Not my favorite realm to mess with. And from what she told me, she won't fight in her true form until I actually break through that ability of hers. TCH. Now that I really think about it, it's basically like Golden Experience Requiem's ability. My attack should have landed. It was inevitable. But Velzard reset everything right back to 0, before I even made my opening move. Wait. An idea. Faust. My ultimate skill has, Pursuit of Truth. I can access the entire historical record of the world. If Velzard's used that absurd ability before, there's no way she didn't test it against Guy at some point. And if he found a way to beat it, so can I. All I need to do is replay the event, again and again, frame by frame, and eventually, I'll crack the code. Quahaha. Such is the unmatched intellect of the great Veldora Tempest. I started peering deep into the past, way before I was even born. Velzard once told me her first battle with Guy happened around 20,000 years ago, give or take. Reaching back that far isn't easy, especially when you weren't even part of the world yet. It took all of my focus. Aha. There it is. When I tapped into the memory stream, my vision exploded with chaos. What the hell? The cardinal world looked completely unrecognizable. A gaping fissure split the central continent like a wound in the planet. The land where Velgrind and I would one day clash. Gone. Submerged beneath the waves. And the entire region where the Jura forest should be. Entombed in glacial silence, frozen over like a dead continent. Then I saw 2 blinding streaks of light tearing across the sky. One was icy blue, and the other was a blazing crimson. They moved faster than anything I'd ever seen. Even with my accelerated thought speed, it was barely enough to track them. Each clash shattered the atmosphere. Every strike gouged the land deeper. Stray beams, just glancing blows, flattened mountains, and split the seas. The sheer weight of their battle distorted reality itself. So, this is what my sister looks like in her true form. Scary. Velzard swept through the sky like divine Armageddon, launching intricate waves of frost magic that blanketed miles in frozen ruin. Guy retaliated with a blistering storm of crimson spells, his aura warping space as he pushed back with raw, unrelenting aggression. And yet, even at full tilt, it was clear he was being tested. My sister wasn't even going all out. Her eyes were locked onto him, calculating. Even in her ascended state, there was restraint. A distant calm, like she was merely gauging him. That's when I saw it. Every time Guy moved in to strike, he lagged. No, he wasn't hesitating. It was time itself. He'd lunge forward, ready to land a blow, only to snap back a second earlier, his attack undone before it could connect. Again and again, the flow distorted around him, like the universe refused to let him hit her. His frustration was obvious, but so was his cunning. He was studying it, adjusting. Still, something didn't make sense. Why isn't she drained? That technique, whatever she used on me, halved her energy reserve just to reset the timeline a few hours. But here, she's using it constantly, like a reflex, and her energy levels are barely budging. Could it be her true form? Maybe. Or maybe she's only rewinding time by seconds instead of hours. That would cut the cost significantly. No, wait. That's not it. She's not rewinding everything. Just Guy. Incredible. She's refined the ability so precisely that it targets only him. The world around them remains unchanged, but the moment he gets within striking distance, he snaps back a few seconds, just enough to ensure the blow never lands. It makes sense now. During our fight, she reversed the entire, detached sphere, which burned through her energy. But here, she's only applying the effect to one person, and that drastically lowers the cost. Quahahaha. I've cracked it. Okay, maybe not everything, but I've figured out how it works. That's progress. Now, I must find out how to beat it. I tuned out the dying world around them, ignoring the shattered sky and melting ground. My focus zeroed in on Guy, who still couldn't get a clean hit. Every time he closed the gap, boom, lag. Time dragged him back like a leash around his neck. Projectile spells. Pointless. Velzard's barrier swatted them away like dust. They weren't for damage, they were just noise. A sleight of hand to mask his true aim, a close-range breakthrough. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time was meaningless now, the world a smoldering husk of what it once was. Jagged peaks torn from the ground jutted into an ash-dark sky. Oceans and lakes boiled into vapor. The land where Tempest would one day rise was gone. And I thought I caused a few catastrophes. Seriously, what is this? Velzard calls me reckless, but this is Armageddon. But finally, Guy started changing his approach. It was subtle. Easy to miss. But when he struck, there was a faint shimmer at the impact point, almost like the fabric of space was bending. He was syncing his attacks with space-time domination, trying to phase through her ability. That's it. He's not brute-forcing his way in. He's matching her timing. Then, it happened. A blink. A glitch in the stream. Reality hiccuped. I caught the moment as my vision snapped back into place. Guy's fist, glowing with crimson might, shot forward like a bullet, aimed directly at Velzard's shoulder. He's done it. He predicted it. He knew exactly when she would activate the time reversal, and he struck the instant before she could do it. So, that's the trick. It's not about overpowering her. You don't beat her with raw force. You outthink her. You need to anticipate the precise moment her ability triggers. One fraction too early, and she'll respond. One fraction too late, and you're already rewound. The strike must land in the eye of the storm, the instant before time bends. It's insanely difficult. But not impossible. Velzard's eyes widened for a heartbeat, surprised. But even that was enough. She twisted her body, barely avoiding the hit. Guy pivoted, aiming for a follow-up. Wham! A brutal kick caught him clean, launching him like a comet into the shattered horizon. As Velzard floated high above the smoldering wasteland, her calm expression hardened. Frost gathered in her hand, then extended into a long, elegant scythe, the one she never draws unless she's taking the fight seriously. She'd stopped holding back. I didn't need to see the rest of the battle. I'd found what I was searching for. The answer wasn't simple, but it was there. Now came the hard part of replicating it. Over and over again. I'd probably have to revisit that memory dozens or hundreds of times before I'd even come close to getting it right. Oi! What are you doing just standing around here? A voice called out beside me. Gah! I jolted, spinning to the side. Rimuru. I called. Yeah. Who else could it be? He replied casually, hands in his pockets. Ugh. My brain's still catching up. I swear I got whiplash jumping from a battlefield 20 millennia in the past back to now. Good news. I declared, puffing up with pride. I figured out how to get through my elder sister's absurd cheat ability. I said. Rimuru's brows lifted. Already. That was fast. He remarked. Right. Truly, it should be expected of me. I beamed. He rolled his eyes. Yeah. He said. TCH. He wasn't even impressed. Wait, don't tell me he already figured it out, too. This damn psycho. Or maybe it was that broken partner of his. Seal probably handed him the answer on a silver platter. Still, I decided to test the waters. Well, it sounds simple in theory, but putting it into practice is the hard part. I began. Rimuru nodded thoughtfully. Let me guess. It's all about hyper-precise timing. He surmised. Humph. I knew it. Exactly. I grinned. You have to use space-time domination to layer a time acceleration effect onto your attack. Then land the blow the instant before she activates her ability. I explained. Miss even by a moment. Rimuru mused. And you're done. I confirmed, throwing my hands up. She'll just rewind everything, and you'll be back where you started. I said. The real headache. There's nothing stopping Velzard from using that move constantly. If she's only rewinding a few seconds and only targeting one person, she could spam it over and over like some busted game mechanic. No wonder it nearly drained her during our battle. She rewound the entire, detached sphere, 4 hours. That's going to be a nightmare to get through. Rimuru muttered, rubbing his chin. Yup. You pretty much have to predict the exact moment she triggers it. I said, sighing. Fortunately, I doubt she'll go all out like that again. I offered. You're saying, she did that as a demonstration? Rimuru asked, giving me a sideways glance. Knowing her, I wouldn't rule it out. I mused. Yeah, agreed. He said with a faint smirk. Now that I know how it works, I've got this gut feeling that every time I get close, she's going to trigger that time reversal without hesitation. It's almost guaranteed. The upside. I'll get plenty of chances to figure it out in real time. The downside. I'm not landing a single hit for most of the battle. That's assuming she doesn't just obliterate me in one clean strike before I can even try. Well, I'll leave you to it, old man. Rimuru said, turning on his heel. Before I could respond, he glanced back with a grin. Once you've finished your task, I'll challenge you right after. He declared. Right. That was one of our main objectives from the start. Rimuru has to defeat me without relying on that walking apocalypse known as turn null. Don't get me wrong, it's a cool power. Probably the coolest out there. But that's the problem. It's not just some flashy skill. It's the most destructive force in existence. And worse, it's basically a suicide move. Sure, he beat me using it once, and he nearly died doing so. If I'd known what he was packing back then, I would have cranked up my defenses enough to force him to use more of it, maybe more than he could afford. Even if I'd gone down, I'd have dragged him with me. Quahaha. I bellowed. You ready to be stuck trying for half a century? I mocked. Rimuru just chuckled, waving over his shoulder as he walked away. I guess I better get to work. I muttered. 11th year. For the past year, I've been sharpening my command over space-time domination, the only tool that will let me pierce through Velzard's absurd defenses. The more I worked with it, the more I realized it's kind of like domain amplification, the same technique that lets fighters breach Gojo's infinity. Ha! And they say manga can't be educational. Beyond that, I've been gradually cranking up the magnitude of thought acceleration. There won't be a long window, just the tiniest fraction of a moment to find an opening in Velzard's reversal and exploit it. The more time I can squeeze out of a millisecond, the better my chances. Then there's danger prediction. I've fine-tuned it to detect even the slightest fluctuation in space-time, just enough to sense the exact instant her reversal triggers. I've replayed her fight with Guy hundreds of times now, and it's clear that the ability isn't passive. She has to see and acknowledge the attack coming. That's why Guy hurled all those useless spells. Smoke and mirrors. Sleight of hand. Every spell was just another card in his act. And now, I've got my own trump card. Faust's most broken sub-skill. Probability manipulation. The name says it all. It lets me bend fate toward outcomes I prefer. Of course, it's not perfect. Against weaker opponents, it's guaranteed to work. But against someone like Velzard, whose power rivals my own, the odds only double in my favor. Still, in theory, I could will an outcome where her defense simply fails to activate. It won't always stick, but if it cuts her success rate in half, that's already game-changing. I know Rimuru's toolkit is absolutely busted, but hey. I'm catching up pretty well, if I do say so myself. Quahaha. 12th year. While I still have some ways to go before mastering my arsenal, I'd say I've grown pretty comfortable with my skills. Rimuru's been doing the same, but in his case, to an insane degree. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he could injure me using a common skill. A common skill? How nuts is that? Good thing I've been training just as hard. There's no way I'm handing him an easy victory in our rematch. Sure, my improvements were necessary since Velzard's cheat abilities demand it. But hey, if I can sharpen my blade while preparing for multiple duels, that's what I call efficient. Training aside, the house has been relatively calm. Peaceful, even. Well, aside from the usual tension hanging between Seal and Leviathan. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Velzard's skill developed an ego. It's just like what happened with Raphael, now Seal, but the difference between them is night and day. Seal. She's terrifying. No other way to put it. Calculating, smug, always 10 steps ahead. Honestly, she creeps me out sometimes. Leviathan, though. She's weird, not in a dangerous way, but more eerie. Half the time, she just sits there in silence, watching Seal go about her incomprehensible craft like she's taking mental notes. I think she's trying to learn how to seal properly. Good luck with that. Is there a problem? Seal's voice cut in, tone flat as stone. Gah. Wait, can she hear my thoughts? And nothing. I blurted, quickly glancing away and pretending to dive back into my manga. But it was impossible to concentrate with that noise happening upstairs. Subtle though it was, the rhythmic thudding and occasional faint gasps echoed just enough to make me grimace. I risked a side glance at Seal, whose eyebrow twitched ever so slightly as she continued sewing skills like nothing was wrong. Leviathan, while blank-faced as always, looked uncomfortable. Even she wasn't immune to this awkward tension. Good grief. I muttered. How long have they been up there? I asked no one in particular. Seal let out a long, defeated sigh. We'll simply have to endure this unfortunate circumstance. There's not much we can do. She said. Go figure. How are Rimuru and Velzard even doing it? We're spiritual lifeforms. We shouldn't even have anything resembling physical urges. What kind of weird mystical loophole did Rimuru exploit to make this happen? Rah. I shouldn't be thinking about this. This is weird. My brain is melting. With a snap of my fingers, I threw up a soundproof barrier around the first floor, not to keep anything from leaking out, mind you, but to seal it all out. Silence. Finally. You have my thanks. Seal said with a tired exhale. I nodded solemnly. No problem. I replied. Please, let this nightmare pass quickly. 14th year. All right, just one more year before I challenge Velzard again. The goal isn't to defeat her. Let's not kid ourselves. I just have to push her far enough to force the activation of her true form. That alone would be proof that I've grown. Of course, if we end up fighting past that point, I doubt I'll win. Not yet, anyway. She's practically invincible in that state. So, I've shifted focus toward mastering my greatest weapon. Disorder World, my very own world-type skill. It's like a proper domain expansion, chaotic, unpredictable, and perfectly suited to me. Just the name alone sounds cool, doesn't it? The brilliance of Disorder World is that it introduces uncertainty. Velzard's time reversal requires her to track incoming attacks and consciously respond. But what if I buried my intentions in chaos? What if every angle, every strike, every fluctuation in space and time was a misdirection? In theory, the disorder itself would delay her reaction just enough to sneak something through. And then there's the attribute interaction manipulation. Normally, time reigns supreme, dominant over the other 7 attributes. But inside Disorder World, I can rewrite the rules. What if water trumped time? Or maybe all other attributes gain supremacy. It'd be a world where Velzard's trump card is no longer a trump card. On paper, it's perfect. But of course, reality loves to laugh at me. Because Velzard has her own world-type skill. Eternal World. And hers? It's terrifying. It erases the very concept of motion for everything within it except for her. It's like an enhanced, time stop, locked into a localized zone. You don't move, you don't think, you don't even exist in the flow of time. Only Velzard does. And now comes the odd question. What happens when 2 world-type skills clash? Nobody knows. I've combed through battles, traced historical matchups, and checked with Seal. But there's nothing. No precedent. Probably because these skills are so rare, you can count their users on one hand. That leaves me with only one option. I'll just have to find out when the time comes. 15th year. 5 years really passed in a breeze, didn't it? Velzard mused, her voice as composed as the gentle breeze brushing over the hilltop. She stood across from me, serene, dignified, and impossibly dangerous. And yet, despite her calm posture, I felt the weight of an entire world pressing down on me. No, not a world. The world. The most insurmountable obstacle in my path. My elder sister, Velzard. The skies above were cloudless, painted in vibrant blues and golds. It was a peaceful day, one that didn't suit the cataclysm soon to follow. The wind hummed softly through the grass. Birds chirped in the distance. Before us was an utterly tranquil landscape, soon to be reduced to floating debris in a planetless void. Indeed. I replied, lifting my chin with pride. And I'd say I've been rather productive in that time. I exclaimed. I wasn't bluffing. My spirit was sharper than ever, honed, tempered, and strangely calm. The fear, the dread I once felt when facing Velzard was gone. Last time, she played with me like a cat would with a toy. This time, I get to be the one who plays. She tilted her head slightly, a curious glint flashing through her crimson eyes. I suppose you know what's about to happen? She asked. I do. I said with a nod. Now that I know that ability, you'll use it whenever I get too close. I answered. Correct. She replied. There was no hesitation. No bluff. Just honesty. And yet, it chilled the air more than any bluff could. Of course, you've probably already figured out that I won't revert things to the start of the battle. That would be inefficient. She continued. As expected of her. She's been tracking my progress all this time, even though she barely watched me train. Somehow, she still knows everything I've prepared. It's frustrating. It's impressive. But it's perfect. Because what's the point of a battle if it doesn't demand everything I have? What's a victory worth if it isn't ripped from the jaws of an impossible fight? I closed my eyes. The world around me faded. No more breeze. No birdsong. No movement. Just silence. I tuned everything out. No distractions. No fear. Just focus. And when I opened my eyes again, I saw only her. She hadn't moved an inch. She didn't need to. She was already poised, every muscle relaxed yet ready, a subtle smile on her lips. A true dragon in her human form, masking endless power beneath cool elegance. But I could see through it. Behind that calm exterior burned a fire just like mine. A battle maniac waiting to be unleashed. The stillness before the storm lasted a moment longer. Whoosh! I dashed forward, tearing through the air like a meteor breaking free from gravity. There was no hesitation, no thought of the terrain around us. At this point, my focus had narrowed to a singular, crystalline purpose. The space between us collapsed in a blink, no, less than a blink. A fraction of an instant. My fist shot forward, aiming straight for her core. First test. My vision distorted, just slightly, just enough. A nanosecond flicker, and then she was gone. Velzard had vanished from my path. My strike continued forward, missing its mark by a breath. But the consequences were anything but small. A deafening boom erupted as my punch connected with open space. The sheer release of force tore the land apart. Clouds above scattered violently. Mountains in the distance buckled and cracked, their jagged peaks tumbling into yawning chasms. Seawater surged inward, flooding into the newly formed abyss as tectonic plates groaned beneath the strain. Too late. My timing had been just off. A misstep measured in trillionths of a second. Before I could readjust, a ripple of dread rolled down my spine. Faust's danger prediction screamed to life. My body responded before my mind could catch up, and my head ducked, instinct overriding thought. A jagged spear of ice ripped through the space I'd just occupied. It seared the air with frozen death, humming with layered intent. Had I hesitated, even slightly, it would have impaled me. I turned toward the source, only to find nothing. Smack. The next blow came without warning. A brutal, elegant strike cracked across my guard. Even with my palm catching her fist at the last moment, the impact hurled me backward. My boots skidded violently across the frozen landscape, tearing gouges into the ice. I ground to a halt, barely. But she was already gone. She wasn't just faster now. She wasn't just stronger. She was everywhere. Each movement was sharper, cleaner, and more chaotic. She weaved through space with the grace of a dancer and the brutality of a storm. Nothing was telegraphed, and there was no excess motion, just precise violence layered over blinding speed. This was not the same Velzard I fought 5 years ago. She was no longer testing me. She was answering my challenge. I forced my thoughts into overdrive. Thought acceleration surged to its peak, compressing time 100 millionfold within my mind. The world slowed into a crawl, each falling snowflake suspended like a drifting ember in a dying fire. And finally, I saw her. Velzard was no longer a person in motion. She was a force of nature, indistinct and endless. Her form had dissolved entirely, melding into the howling blizzard she commanded. She was the storm now, no limbs, no face, no center, just razor-sharp wind and glacial fury, moving with the speed of light refracted through chaos. I needed to clear the field. Rhea. My body lit up with crackling energy as I unleashed Storm Wave. Jagged bolts of divine lightning erupted outward, not in lines but in layers, folding over themselves like tidal waves of electricity. They consumed the blizzard in concentric bursts, each pulse scattering the swirling snow and cracking open the icebound landscape. The storm howled, resisting annihilation, but was ultimately torn apart by the surging deluge of power. The land thawed in an instant. Entire mountain ranges vaporized, oceans boiled into steam, and the sky split open into an aurora of fractured light. And there she stood in her human form framed against the clearing sky, eyes sharp, body tense, as if she had been waiting for that exact moment. I launched forward, legs swinging in a wide arc. My kick cut through space itself, targeting her side with full force. For a heartbeat, I thought I had her. But then, that feeling again. A ripple in the air. A fracture in logic. Reality bent, and I was no longer mid-strike. The moment passed in an eye blink, but I was already spinning to recover, danger prediction, blaring. I turned my head, and my breath caught. Behind Velzard, the planet had split in two. A gaping, glowing fault line carved straight through the core. The surface crumbled apart in silence, then the roar came, an unbearable rumble as the crust shattered and massive tectonic plates broke free, tumbling into the exposed mantle. Chunks of landmass floated up, pulled by gravity's death throes. Ocean surged through the fissure like spilled blood. A world was dying from a missed blow. And yet, that wasn't the part that disturbed me. How? How could my attack still take effect if time was rewound? Then it clicked. Even if my body and mind were pulled back, the energy I released couldn't be undone so easily. It had to go somewhere. Velzard didn't reverse everything, just me. The devastation had to play out. It was a matter of efficiency. She couldn't afford to rewind reality every single time. That would cost too much, even for her. She was conserving power. Holding back. I caught her. Her fist came for my side, but my senses flared, and my arm moved to meet hers. I caught her punch dead on. For a second, we locked eyes. And then the real battle began. Strike for strike. Blow for blow. A blur of divine speed and cataclysmic force. Every hit between us released a shockwave that pulverized the terrain beneath. Valleys collapsed. Rivers were erased. Each collision sounded like the roar of dying stars, ripping through what was left of the atmosphere. Entire continents were reduced to dust under our feet. Suddenly, I noticed something. Sometimes, my fist made contact, real contact. And I didn't get thrown back. Didn't feel that familiar distortion. Probability manipulation had kicked in. The odds had shifted. Her defense, her perfect defense, was no longer absolute. It was working. I was getting through. But as promising as it felt to finally land a blow, it didn't mean much. Not really. Because getting through her time reversal was only the first hurdle, there were two more, and they were far worse. Multidimensional barrier was a complex structure that existed across overlapping, multi-layer barrier, simultaneously phasing in and out of reality. None of my physical attacks, magic, or even absurd abilities landed cleanly. Most didn't even register. The barrier wasn't reacting to my attacks. It simply existed beyond them. And in the off chance something did make it through, snow crystal, activated. It wasn't a shield or defense in the traditional sense. It was an absolute nullification field, a thin lattice of crystallized energy that dismantled hostile phenomena on contact. It didn't reflect or counter them. It simply erased their form, function, and meaning the moment they entered its range. The worst part? Both were completely passive. They cost Velzard virtually nothing to maintain. No effort. No focus. Just perfection baked into her existence. As if her ability to rewind time wasn't already absurd, she wrapped herself in 2 layers of invincible defense, automatic, effortless, and endlessly regenerating. 3 layers. I would need to break through 3 impossible walls simultaneously to make her take me seriously. The world around us had long since faded into irrelevance. I wasn't sure if time was still flowing normally. If it were, then years may have passed by now. But within this duel, inside this collapse of reality, it felt like I was floating in a void of nothingness. Only Velzard remained within my perception. Still as ever. Composed as ever. Unbothered by the warping dimension. Unshaken by the rising pressure. Even while maintaining this hellish battleground, this pocket universe locked between flickers of entropy, she pressed the attack. Every strike from her was optimized. She wasted no motion, no spell, no shred of energy. Her elegance was a weapon in itself. And I, for all my training and reckless genius, was burning through my reserves faster. Each clash of my storm magic and her frost magic chipped away at our total energy. But the disparity was apparent. Where I hurled devastation with raw force and manipulation, she shaped death with perfect economy. And though I was still standing, I was losing, not from a lack of strength, but from the weight of inefficiency. My body twisted midair as my instincts screamed. A beam of seething, pale blue energy tore past my cheek, reducing the distant horizon to nothing. It wasn't ice. It never was. That was a concentrated stream of negative energy, the very concept of freezing given sentience and wrath. If it had landed. No point dwelling on that. I wouldn't get another warning shot. Without hesitation, I warped, blinking several dozen kilometers away. The ground I landed on was barely holding together, fractured, steaming, and scorched from our earlier exchanges. And yet, she stood in the sky ahead, calm as ever. Floating weightlessly, arms folded. A picture of grace. A being of unshakable composure. But I saw it now. Beneath that calm smile lurked something far more dangerous than raw power. A predator in complete control. A queen among disasters. If I was ever going to test the culmination of 5 years of relentless refinement, now was the time. I exhaled and pressed my palms together in a deliberate, focused motion. A hand sign, not because it was needed, but because it grounded me. Because it marked this moment as something real. My declaration. Crackling arcs of lightning erupted from my body, lashing out violently in every direction. The earth disintegrated beneath my feet, reduced to ash and static. The very air around me warped, distorted by the pressure building within. Across the distance, Velzard tilted her head. Her smile shifted. Not out of amusement. Not mockery. But interest. Then she raised her hand. A matching sign. She understood. And in that moment, the world, no, the laws that govern it, held its breath. Let's see how you handle this. I roared. Then. Disorder world, / eternal world. Our voices overlapped perfectly, and the skies split. 2 realities, 2 worlds, erupted from our cores at the exact same instant. From my body surged a radiant golden sphere, shimmering with flickers of chaos and storm, warping the laws of causality and attribute dominance within. The fabric of logic bent, and the supremacy of time began to waver. But from Velzard, a sickly, crystalline blue wave exploded outward, serene, cold, and final. Her domain expanded like a glacier swallowing existence, erasing all motion, all will, all resistance. Within her realm, only she was allowed to move. The 2 forces collided, and the world shattered. Hundreds of kilometers were swallowed in the blink of an eye, caught in the gravitational crossfire of overlapping divine authority. Where my domain crackled like lightning seeking a path, hers was an immutable stillness that denied even the concept of seeking. The clash didn't end in an explosion. It ended in containment. A bizarre barrier formed where the edges of our realities met. Neither could fully overtake the other. Reality twisted and folded as competing laws fought for control. Time hiccuped, and I realized something crucial. I was still conscious. Her, eternal world, hadn't taken hold. I wasn't frozen. I wasn't motionless. But then, neither was she. My disorder world hadn't rewritten her rules. We had activated them too perfectly, our worlds emerged in absolute simultaneity. The 2 domains existed in a state of deadlock, a temporary stalemate. But the true battle was only just beginning. Before I could fully register what happened, we had already closed the gap, a mere breath passed between thought and collision. Her strikes came fast, furious, and flawless. I met each one head-on, fists and kicks exchanged in a blinding flurry. Still, time stuttered. The occasional warping occurred, my timing not yet perfect. I could feel the slippage, those brief nanoseconds where reality blurred and the moment unraveled. But I was adapting. I could now sense the moment my attacks broke past her temporal veil. And when I did, I would feel the resistance, the press of her multidimensional barrier. We rocketed across the distorted landscape of our merged domains as 2 titanic forces contained in a pocket reality detached from the world. Every second, we maneuvered, calculated, and struck within the confines of this clash. None of it leaked outside. The world beyond remained untouched, for now. It might have seemed like maintaining our domains was a waste since both nullified and failed to impose dominance. But that was a dangerous misread. This wasn't a clash of techniques. This was a war of attrition. Whoever broke concentration first, whoever dropped their domain, would lose everything. The moment one sphere ceased to exist, the other would assert its law, and the loser would be devoured whole. I couldn't afford to falter. Neither could she. Still, even amid this high-speed, high-stakes confrontation, one truth kept gnawing at me. She was more efficient than I was. It took everything I had to keep pace, to hammer at her defenses, resist the urge to flinch, and maintain disorder world. But Velzard. She had more on her plate. Far more. She was negating my attacks in real time, reinforcing the structural stability of this isolated realm, and diverting apocalyptic amounts of power from my strikes while keeping her own domain running. And still, her energy loss only barely matched mine. I had to pivot. Now. I warped again, breaking from her line of sight in a sharp crack of energy. My boots hit the ground, or what remained of it. All that surrounded us was suspended ruin, lightning-scarred stone, and drifting shards of shattered terrain. She was already closing in. A comet of frost and will. Just a single second to make space. I flared my aura and thrust both hands forward. Storm blast. I intoned. 1,000 orbs of raw, storm magic erupted into existence, swirling with unrelenting destructive force. Each one was a world-ending threat, capable of reducing planets to dust. They howled toward her. Velzard halted midair. Her expression didn't change, but I saw a slight narrowing of the eyes. Calculations firing in that absolute mind of hers. The storm swallowed her, and a tidal wave of detonation roared across the sky as orbs impacted her shields in rapid succession. Like miniature supernovae, explosions tore apart the horizon, disintegrating space itself. And yet, I knew better than to expect results. This wasn't about victory. It was about distraction. As soon as her figure was obscured behind the barrage, I moved. Warping again, bending light and gravity, I relocated to a vector just behind her. Her blind spot. The chaos raged on, explosions still flaring, hundreds of spheres flying. Even with her impeccable defenses, I knew that volume and pressure like this demanded focus. She'd be manually analyzing trajectories, determining false threats, and intercepting the core strikes. And that was my opening. I pushed everything else out of my mind. I masked my presence. Folded my aura in on itself. Even her, universal perception, would struggle to pinpoint me now. This was it. My only chance. The gap between us was measured in moments. As the last few, storm blast, spheres remained in the air, I moved. I shed my human form, not altogether, but just enough. My body destabilized, becoming something that shouldn't exist, a paradox straddling the boundary between raw lightning and condensed form. I was neither particle nor wave, neither flesh nor force. I was a ripple in space, a streak of existence untethered from definition. It was a razor's edge. Too far, and my form would collapse entirely. I wouldn't die, not truly, but I would lose. And to me, that was worse. Now, in this state, I moved faster than even Faust could properly calculate. I was moving infinitesimally near light speed. To everything else, I may as well have ceased to exist. Even Velzard. One sphere remained, and it detonated slowly. At the velocity I traveled, even light bent sluggishly. The explosion on her barrier looked frozen in time, its brilliant core suspended mid-burst, like a flower blooming in the void. I closed the gap before I could perceive it. This was my moment. I reassembled my form in a fraction of an instant, snapping back into physical reality without losing momentum. My core ignited with space-time domination, my aura flaring with impossible precision. Velzard's awareness flashed to life. Her senses, peerless and flawless, finally caught up. But too late. My fist was already in motion. Her eyes widened. Time shuddered. The familiar dislocation hit me like static, her time reversal trying to unwind the moment. Checkmate. My voice cut through the collapsing frame of reality. A glitch tore through the continuum, fraying causality at the edges. Then, just as suddenly, it snapped back, and my vision returned. And the final explosion from the last sphere finished. A deafening crack echoed through the domain. Lightning surged from the point of impact, wild and uncontrolled. Her multidimensional barrier, buckled under the blow, warped, distorted, and shattered. The ripple that followed split the air with a shriek, like the sky had been torn apart. But it wasn't over. The second layer, snow crystal, revealed itself. A fine shimmer of white particles danced over her body like frost. No, like diamond dust, suspended in the air. Each crystal was infinitesimal, a perfect defense against the metaphysical. I'd breached her temporal shield. I'd pierced her space-folded defense. Now, this was the final gate. Reality caught up with her. Her perception, once lagging, now aligned with mine. Her pupils constricted. Her hand darted out, trying to grab my arm to stop the inevitable. But I was already inside her defense. This was it. The culmination of 5 years of struggle and preparation. Tiamat. I roared, my voice echoing through the fragmented space. Crack. The sound didn't come from me. It came from the sky itself. Something had just ripped through the very fabric of this frozen battlefield. And not even we, Velzard or I, could see it coming. In an instant, everything changed. Both our heads snapped in the same direction, our senses finally catching up to the impossibility that just happened. A streak of spiraling force burst into view, a blur of color and density, trailing trails of warped lightning and fractured air behind it. There was no magic signature, no trace of energy, no warning. Just an impact. At the very beginning of our fight, I'd hidden Tiamat far, far away from the battlefield. A relic forged by Veldora himself wasn't something you could simply carry into a stealthy attack, not without giving yourself away. It radiated too much power, even when dormant. But placing it at the far end of the world and sealing it within a barrier. That did the trick. Velzard hadn't noticed. Neither had I, until now. Because at this exact moment, after I'd cracked through her time reversal and shattered her multidimensional barrier, Tiamat answered my call. And it did so with blinding fury. It crossed thousands of kilometers in a heartbeat. No, it was faster than thought. Faster than detection. 1 second, the sky was clear. The next. Boom. The air imploded. Tiamat screamed through space, ripping a spiral of thunder in its wake. The clouds parted violently. The crust beneath our feet shattered from the residual shock. Lightning scattered like divine fireworks. My jaw clenched, eyes locked on the staff as it spun end over end, unstoppable. This was no ordinary strike. This was a miracle I gambled on, one that required I pierce through all of Velzard's defenses, down to the last fraction of a second, creating an opening smaller than thought itself. But it worked. Tiamat struck. It bypassed her, snow crystal, as though it never existed. Like a divine needle threading through glass, it spun forward and collided. Velzard was sent hurtling. There was no scream, no reaction, only her form flying backward like a comet, crashing into the curvature of the world that surrounded our clashing domains. The shockwave tore the very air apart. The domain shuddered, then crumbled. Her eternal world collapsed, not by choice, but by force. My domain vanished an instant later. I dropped it the moment hers failed. No point wasting any more energy. No reason to tempt fate. Breathing hard, I lowered my arms. Tiamat hovered at my side, crackling softly with divine stormlight. Heh. I murmured under my breath. Looks like you came in clutch, bro. I said. A long shot. A reckless ploy. A desperate hope. But it worked. And for the first time in this battle, Velzard was sent flying. However, there was no time to rest. Seconds passed, then more. Still, no impact. No rebound. No retaliation. I narrowed my gaze, the tension in my core refusing to ease. Something was off. Immediately, I pushed universal perception to its maximum, scouring the layers of reality for any trace of her. But the only presences I could detect were far off, Rimuru, Seal, and Leviathan, all stationed safely on this planet's moon. But not Velzard. Nowhere. My gaze swept across the shattered remnants of the battlefield. The planet hadn't suffered as much as during our last bout, but that wasn't saying much. It teetered on the edge of collapse. Thousands of deep fissures ran like scars through its surface, revealing molten veins and broken caverns deep beneath. The forests, oceans, and all signs of life that once inhabited this world were gone. An empty shell remained. And still, no sign of her. There's no way that finished her. I muttered under my breath, a chill climbing up my spine. It couldn't have. I said. Uncertainty crept in. I cautiously descended to what remained of the ground, my boots crunching against fractured ice and cracked stone. The silence was unnerving, and yet, up above, the sky was hauntingly beautiful. A canvas of stars shimmered across a pitch-black void, undisturbed and eternal. It might have been a peaceful sight if not for the deathly cold and ruined world beneath. This isn't our universe. The realization hit again, heavier this time. This is Velzard's domain. Her own detached reality. I kept walking. Crunch. Crackle. My footsteps echoed through the stillness, the air thin and motionless. My senses still yielded nothing. There was no trace of magic, a change in space, or any presence at all. Was it possible? Could I have actually? But before the thought could even finish, it happened. A flash freeze. The ground beneath me turned to crystal in an instant. A chill swept through the atmosphere so absolute it silenced the groaning of the wounded planet. Everything stopped. Even the gentle rumble from the broken core ceased, as if the world itself dared not make a sound. Then, on the far horizon, light. No, not light. At first glance, I thought it was the sun. A blazing brilliance casting gold across the edge of the world. But this was no star. This wasn't celestial. This was divine. A radiance born not from fire, but from power. Authority. Without hesitation, I shot forward, blasting across the frozen earth, ignoring the bitter cold that clawed at my form. The closer I got, the more overwhelming the light became. It wasn't merely bright. It was blinding. My eyes struggled to process it, and even with thought acceleration running at full throttle, I could barely make out what was ahead. And then, like thunder cracking open the sky, her voice came. A sleight of hand, I see. It's rather cheap, but nonetheless, you fulfilled your objective. The voice was pure and resonant. It was neither harsh nor kind, but distant and untouchable. It echoed not through the air but through the soul. It was the kind of voice that commanded silence without force and reverence without demand. Even the frost bowed before it. I skidded to a halt, breath catching as the light finally dimmed just enough to see. A silhouette emerged, ethereal and regal, tall and serene. Her long twin tails danced in the icy storm, flowing like a banner of sovereignty. Her dress, an immaculate weave of black and white, moved with elegance despite the stillness of the world. She didn't stand upon the ground. She hovered above it, untethered by the world itself. And her presence swallowed everything. Velzard. I breathed her name. The blinding radiance ebbed slightly, revealing her fully. It was her, but not as I had always known her. This was no mere manifestation. No mimicry or restrained form. This was Velzard, in her truest shape. A being of divine lineage. The frost dragon in all her majesty. I had often glimpsed this form through Pursuit of Truth, but seeing it in person. It was nothing like that. Before me stood my sister, not as a comrade or an equal but as something higher. Something I could hardly comprehend, let alone challenge. And for the first time in this entire battle, I hesitated. I suppose there's no need to proceed, is there? She asked softly, her voice laced with quiet amusement. It wasn't mocking, just amused. It's almost as if the outcome had been predetermined all along, and she was simply indulging me. I chuckled awkwardly, reaching behind my head to scratch it. Well, I would like to keep going, but I'm kind of running on fumes here. I said. It probably sounded like an excuse, but it wasn't. That was the hard truth. Even with Tiamat and after optimizing my internal energy loops, I'd burned through nearly half my total magicals in this battle alone. Fighting within overlapping domains, warping spacetime, and phasing through barriers all added up. And across from me, floating effortlessly, was Velzard, radiating more than twice my remaining energy. There was no comparison. Not in her current form. Fufufu very well. She replied with a playful note in her voice. Then, with a mere flick of her hand, her palm turning gently toward the broken land below, reality shifted. No chanting. No flashy build-up. Just a casual motion. And the world obeyed. My vision blurred. A wave of power passed through me, not aggressive, but absolute. It didn't tear or crush or overwhelm. It simply was. My perception dissolved into white for several seconds, as if I were being rewritten alongside everything else. When it returned, when my senses recalibrated, I stood in utter disbelief. The wasteland was gone, and in its place was life. Forests stretched across rolling hills of jade green. Rivers once shattered now flowed clean and pristine through the land. The gaping fissures that once scarred the world had sealed without a trace. A gentle breeze whispered through the branches of towering trees. The atmosphere had stabilized, vibrant and rich with energy. Even the sky had returned to its natural hue, a perfect azure canvas scattered with clouds. The sun shone down, not with wrath, but with warmth. The deathly blizzard, that divine cold that had once consumed the battlefield, had vanished completely. And high above it all, Velzard hovered, unchanged and unbothered, still in her true form. Still cloaked in divine brilliance. Still serene. But what she had just done chilled me more than any frost. She hadn't healed the planet. She had reversed it. She rolled back time itself, unmaking the destruction we had caused. She had rewritten cause and effect with a single gesture, all without the slightest effort. This wasn't some grand spell or ultimate incantation. It was casual. Instinctive. Like brushing dust off a table. Velzard was already a terrifying force of efficiency when she was in her youthful form. Her control over energy was surpassed only by our elder brother. But in this form, in this unshackled state, she wasn't using energy. She was energy. She was a being who had transcended limitations, one I was still struggling to even comprehend. She was a being who could undo devastation with less strain than it took for me to blink. I stared up at her, unable to suppress the tight breath I drew in. Yeah, there's no way I can fight her like this. Not yet, anyway. Congratulations, Veldora. Velzard said, patting me on the back with a soft smile. I blinked, dragged out of my whirlwind of thoughts. Turning toward her, I noticed she had returned to her usual form. She was elegant, calm, composed, almost as if she hadn't just reset an entire planet like flipping a page in a manga. Quahaha. Such is the might of the storm dragon. I boomed, throwing my head back in dramatic flair. Velzard giggled, utterly amused. Now, you'll have to face your sworn brother next. Isn't that right? She asked. Humph. He'll have to try more than twice to defeat me now. I declared proudly, puffing out my chest. Are you sure about that? A new voice cut in, smooth and sharp. Velzard and I turned at the same time. Rimuru was approaching, one hand buried in his coat pocket, a calm smirk playing on his lips. His smug face alone made me crack up. Quahaha. There's only one way to find out. I exclaimed. Relax, old man. He shot back, chuckling as he stopped a few paces away. You're completely fried. I want a real fight, not some burnt-out, twitchy version of you. He said. Gah. Rude. You dare mock the great storm dragon? I demanded, pointing dramatically. You'll get what's coming to you, slime. I swear it. I said. But Rimuru didn't even flinch. His grin just deepened. I look forward to it. He replied. TCH, smug little shit. Still, despite his cockiness, I couldn't help but smile. This was the bond we shared. The rivalry. The brotherhood. And next time, I'd win. I had way too much fun writing this chapter. Our boy Veldora's done it. He did have to cheat slightly by using his Veldonava-given weapon, but all's fair in battle. The next chapter will cover some of Rimuru's subordinates and their training. If I have time, I might include Lobelia's preparations and some of what Yuki's been up to. However, those might have to be put in their own chapters. There's no rush. The war's still kind of far. Anyway, that is all. I'll see you all next time. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Shoot. Now that Veldora's pushed Velzard into revealing her true form, it's officially my turn. I've been preparing for this moment since the beginning of our time in the detached sphere, so I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to it. Almost 2 decades of training. 2 decades of refining my skill control, battle instincts, and understanding of my power. And now, the final set of battles was about to begin. First up, a one-on-one with Veldora. After that, well, that's when things get really crazy. Veldora and I are teaming up against Velzard in an all-out, no-holds-barred clash. Even just thinking about it makes my stomach twist with a mix of excitement and dread. That kind of battle will be more than just training. It'll be a cataclysm on a cosmic scale. I don't think the detached sphere is ready for it. Scratch that, I know it's not. If we don't hold back, this entire star cluster might end up unrecognizable by the time we're done. Still, before we get to that point, I need to deal with Veldora. And for that, I've had to take a different approach than usual. Without turn null for overwhelming destructive power and without seal to automate high-level calculations and processes, everything falls on me. That means managing barriers, manipulating space-time distortions, and calculating the most optimal combat routes manually. It's like trying to be a one-man orchestra with the instruments constantly exploding. Honestly, this kind of multitasking used to be impossible for me. But after so much isolation, training, and a little guidance from Seal, I've learned how to replicate some of her work by instinct, at least enough to not immediately fall apart. The other major problem was my weapon. The Fangs of the Devourer, my main sword, has an impressive existence value of 3.2 million. It's more than enough to obliterate most foes. Most being the key word. Because when I ran simulations of it clashing against Tiamat, Veldora's staff, or Kion, Velzard's scythe, the result was always the same. My sword shattered. Instantly. The difference in raw existence value between their weapons and mine was just too great. And worse, those 2 weapons were relics personally forged by Veldonava, which meant they didn't just have high EP. No, they had properties that broke the rules of normal weapon durability. In short, I couldn't go into a fight against either of them with a sword that would break on first contact. So, I adapted. About a year after we settled on this planet, I placed the Fangs of the Devourer on the opposite hemisphere, far from our house and any curious interference, and began a daily ritual to evolve it. Every day, I'd infuse the blade with pure, storm magic, and frost magic, both in quantities just shy of its destruction threshold. I'd bring it to the brink of shattering, over and over. The structure would fracture on a microscopic level, and then, thanks to its regenerative properties, it would repair itself within a day. Kind of like how Muay Thai fighters from my old world would kick trees or heavy bags to cause microfractures in their shins, making them harder with each recovery. It wasn't the most glamorous path, but it was effective. Day by day, fracture by fracture, the sword grew stronger. Its core composition started to adapt to the chaotic properties of the two true dragon forces, becoming a hybrid of stability and volatility. I could feel the change. Every time I picked it up again, it felt a little heavier and more complete. Now, I think it's finally ready. The blade hummed with contained energy, resonating with me more than ever before. It may not have been forged by the creator, but it's been tempered by time, pressure, and my will. Let's see how you've been doing, I muttered. My hand reached forward, fingers brushing against the familiar yet transformed hilt. I'd hidden the ritual site deep within an unassuming cave, far from our home and the prying eyes. A precaution, yes, but a necessary one. I made sure to retrieve the weapon before Veldora and Velzard's duel began. No way I'd risk all those years of effort being undone in the resulting shockwaves. The instant my fingers curled around the hilt, I felt a surge of power that raced up my arm and thundered through my core. It was like reconnecting with a long-lost piece of my soul. A bond reforged. The cave, cloaked in darkness only moments ago, was now bathed in violet blue light. The sword's radiance was subtle, yet brilliant, neither overpowering nor boastful, but absolute. The stone pedestal I had placed it on, carved and enchanted to withstand even legend-grade pressure, cracked and then crumbled into dust the moment the blade left it. I took a moment to breathe in its presence, adjusting my grip and stance. The weight was heavier now, not in mass, but in presence. Each movement through the air caused a delicate ripple, faint distortions that shimmered and snapped back into place like air resisting the passage of a divine object. The blade no longer resembled the humble weapon Kurobe had once called a failure. It had been reborn. A faint, ominous violet aura surrounded it, dancing at the edge of perception. It was the kind of beauty that drew you in, mesmerized you, and warned you that one wrong move would be your last. After a quick mental evaluation, the stats confirmed what I already felt in my gut. Name, Fangs of the Devourer, EP, 22,500,249. Type, Katana. Tier, God Grade. Owner, Rimuru Tempest. Just under 8 million shy of Veldora's Tiamat. It's not quite equal, but it's close enough to level the playing field. Years of relentless exposure to storm magic and frost magic, day after day, and the results spoke for themselves. What was once a respectable but unfinished piece had now ascended to the divine. I couldn't help but smile. Hey, you always look down on your work, Kurobe. I murmured, the faint hum of the blade resonating in my voice. But this is a masterpiece, I declared. And it was. Not just because of the raw numbers, but because it had soul. It responded to me without hesitation. Unlike lesser weapons, God-grade equipment develops something akin to an ego, an internal identity forged from the purpose they serve and the power they house. They accept only those they deem worthy. It'd be like trying to swing a mountain in the hands of the wrong wielder. This sword accepted me. Fully. Without resistance. Sort of like Thor's Mjolnir, except this one had a sharper bite and a hunger to match. I gave it a slow swing, watching the light fracture across space for an instant before mending itself. Yeah. This was it. Now I was ready. Wanting to take my time returning, I chose to fly back to our house the long way. As I stepped out of the cave's cool, shadowy interior, the planet's noon sun greeted me with its warmth. Golden rays filtered through the canopy above, and I took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, purified air of this artificial world Velzard had crafted. Then, with a simple thought, my wings unfurled, an elegant expansion of light and magic. I kicked off from the ground and soared into the open sky. There was no practical reason for flight like this. With my control over spacetime, I could have warped back instantly. Hell, I didn't need wings to fly at all. But there was something satisfying about feeling the wind ripple past me as I glided over the clouds. Something peaceful. Something real. It reminded me of riding atop Velzard in her dragon form. Those rare moments of serenity were when I wasn't playing king, strategist, or world-class overthinker. Just Rimuru, high above it all. From above, the alien landscape stretched out beneath me. Towering mountain ranges, winding rivers, seas that shimmered with faint aurora-like hues, all miniaturized beneath the clouds. It was beautiful, in a way that only a true dragon's domain could be. Foreign, yet familiar. Untouched by war or ambition. Even so, my thoughts weren't idle. It was funny, despite spending nearly 20 years here, not even a whole day had passed back in the cardinal world. I could already imagine the stir my absence might cause. Veldora's gone. Velzard's gone. I'm gone. Yeah, someone's definitely panicking. Still, I'm sure Aurora can handle it. She's smart enough to keep things together until we return. As I coasted on thermal currents, clouds parting before me, my attention shifted to more pressing matters. The fight. I'd made my decision. 5 more years before I challenged Veldora. That would mark 20 years in this detached realm. A nice round number, and what better way to commemorate it than by brawling with my overly dramatic, battle-thirsty dragon bro. He did try to goad me into fighting sooner. He tried all the usual tricks, too. He implied that I was scared, called me soft, and quoted ancient warrior sayings that he definitely made up on the spot. But I wasn't about to fall for it. I decided the schedule. That gave me 5 more years to refine everything I needed to. Especially myself. One of the biggest challenges was managing the vast array of skills I'd accumulated. My soul had long surpassed mortal limitations, but even I couldn't wield everything at once without risk. That's where Shub-Niggurath came in. Still, there was a caveat. Retrieving a skill from skill storage took time. Not a lot, mind you, but even a nanosecond delay could mean life or death when fighting at the speeds we're dealing with. It was like a computer. Information already in the CPU cache processes almost instantly, while anything in the main storage, no matter how fast, still has to be retrieved first. And those delays mattered against someone like Veldora, who can predict and adapt in a fraction of an instant. So, the next few years would be spent sorting, refining, and preloading the right skills, consciously keeping them active in my processing layer instead of buried deeper. Tuning the perfect instrument for a one-time performance. One shot. No excuses. I dipped below the clouds, the wind biting at my cheeks as I increased speed. Trees blurred beneath me as I skimmed the forest canopy. Yeah. I still had a long way to go. Time lost its meaning. Whether minutes or hours had passed, I couldn't tell. The concept felt irrelevant. Moving at my current speed, I was covering hundreds of kilometers every few seconds, yet my destination still felt far away, like a fading star on the horizon. But I wasn't complaining. It's not every day you get to traverse an alien world crafted by a true dragon and take in its endless, untouched majesty. The cardinal world was already vast beyond comprehension. But this planet? It was double the size. And it showed. Below me stretched an ever-shifting tapestry of biomes that defied normal logic. There were towering forests of obsidian-barked trees, vast prismatic plains that shimmered under layered moons, gigantic geysers spewing arcs of crystal mist into the sky, and entire floating landmasses drifting lazily through the air, like continents unbothered by gravity. Each region was shaped by Velzard's will, a world born of divinity, not evolution. And this was just one planet. Velzard's detached sphere wasn't just a containment field. It was an entire cosmic domain, shaped like a star cluster several thousand light-years across. Thousands of stars burned across its expanse, most orbited by their own planets. Some were livable. Some were entirely inhospitable to life. A few held gravitational laws that didn't even make sense by conventional standards. Time and space functioned on different principles here. In this closed-off sanctuary, she had created something more than a world. She had created a self-sustaining universe. A reality unto itself, detached from the flow of all others. Unbound by any time axis other than its own. It moved according to her will alone. The night sky, if you even called it that, told its own story. If you looked long and hard enough past the stars, you'd see faint, shimmering orbs scattered like distant lanterns across an infinite black sea. Not stars. Not galaxies. Universes. Entire realities, glowing gently in the void. Each one separate. Each one alive in its own way. The multiverse. And here I was, flying through just one piece of it. For all my power, no, because of it, I found myself pausing, my thoughts drifting in the silence between heartbeats. Just how small am I, really? It was a humbling sensation. I wasn't afraid, but I was in awe. Not even fear could coexist with this feeling. It was the kind of quiet understanding that seeped into your soul and whispered, there will always be something greater. Before I knew it, my destination came into view. Nestled in the middle of a serene plains biome, a traditional Japanese-style house sat peacefully beneath a clear blue sky. The architecture mirrored the one Velzard and I had lived in back in the cardinal world, though this version had been slightly modified to accommodate 3 more residents. I adjusted my flight and slowed my descent, easing off my momentum. The house grew steadily larger as I approached. When I was just above the field, I dismissed my wings with a thought, letting myself drop gently onto the soft grass. I took a deep breath. The air felt different here. It was not as thin or brisk as it was high above. It was just calm, grounded, and clean. I rolled my shoulders, stretching my arms skyward. That was nice. I murmured, letting the quiet moment linger. Eventually, I made my way toward the door. From inside, I could hear soft voices, distinct and recognizable. Seal and Leviathan were talking. That alone made me pause. Wait, they're not arguing. That configuration looks rather bizarre. Leviathan said flatly, her tone as impassive as ever. I slid open the door and stepped inside. Seal and Leviathan were seated at the low table, focused on a phenomenon suspended in midair above it. There was a swirling sphere of alien light. Countless particles of varying hue and form spiraled around each other in a structured chaos, like a holographic atom gone rogue. It shifted constantly, almost reconstructing itself in real time. I suppose you could say it's not meant to look natural. Seal replied smugly, her fingers subtly moving as though manipulating invisible strings. Information particles, I said aloud. Both girls turned to me. Seal greeted me with her usual warm smile. Welcome back, Rimuru-sama. And yes, these are information particles, she confirmed, voice tinged with pride. I stepped closer, curiosity pulling me in. The swirling mass writhed in mesmerizing patterns, pulsing faintly like it was alive. But something felt off. After observing it for a few seconds, I realized what I was looking at wasn't actually infants themselves. They're projections, aren't they? I asked, glancing at Seal. Correct, she replied, nodding. Actual information particles are far too small to be observed normally. These are magnified representations, visual constructs meant to demonstrate their behavior, she explained. Putting on quite the light show, aren't you? I joked. Seal's smile widened slightly. Visualization aids understanding. And besides, it looks more fascinating this way, she said. Fair point. Normally, I couldn't see what Seal was doing when she tinkered with skills or magic. Her work was done at speeds and scales imperceptible to the physical world. But now that she existed separately from my soul, I could watch her process unfold, frame by frame, like seeing the inner mechanics of a clock previously hidden. So, what are you trying to show her? I asked, my head turning toward Leviathan. Leviathan looked up at me, blinking once. I have only ever mimicked skills and magic. But I have never studied them at a fundamental level, she admitted calmly. Seal nodded, her expression more serious now. While you might say I do something similar, copying and replicating techniques, the method is what separates us, she explained. Leviathan's mimicry is fueled by the emotional vector of envy. That makes her replication near instantaneous and highly reactive, but the resulting constructs can lack precision or optimal structure, she added. Oof. Harsh as always. I instinctively glanced at Leviathan, expecting some sort of retort, but she nodded in quiet agreement, face impassive as ever. Of course. She wasn't one to get offended easily. If anything, she seemed curious. Absorbing knowledge, not pride. This kind of interaction was rare between them. And if they were learning from each other now, I had even more reason to look forward to what the next decades would bring. Anyway, I think my sword is ready, I said, drawing their attention. Seal looked up at me, her gaze sharp and curious. Wordlessly, I reached for the scabbard hanging at my waist and unfastened it. With a practiced motion, I set it gently on the table between them. The surface creaked faintly beneath its weight, not from the physical mass, but the sheer presence it radiated. I've run the simulations myself, but I'd like you to do it as well. I could be off. You never know, I added with a shrug. Seal nodded once. Very well, she obliged. With a thought, she swept the swirling formation of projection particles aside, clearing space. Then, she reached for the katana's hilt. Her fingers moved slowly and reverently. Even without words, I could tell she recognized what this weapon had become. She wasn't underestimating it in the slightest. When she began to unsheath the blade, even the air in the room seemed to hold its breath. A soft sound echoed through the house as polished steel met air. The faint, ominous glow of purple intensified ever so slightly as more of the blade was revealed. Despite her usually unshakable composure, Seal's movements were meticulous, almost cautious. If she'd unsheathed it recklessly, this house might have been cleaved in two without so much as a ripple. Once the blade was fully drawn, she lifted it vertically toward the ceiling. Though I couldn't see what was going on beneath her calm exterior, I felt it. Her mind, the equivalent of a quantum supercomputer, was already operating at full throttle. Calculations, simulations, load-bearing stress analysis, things I didn't have the processing power to grasp were already halfway complete before she even finished her first swing. Leviathan's attention shifted subtly toward Seal. Her expression remained flat, but a flicker of something, perhaps intrigue, perhaps admiration, glinted in her gaze. She said nothing and simply observed. The blade cut the air with deliberate grace as Seal performed a few slow test swings, each motion calculated to avoid collateral destruction. Even though she was holding back, the pressure in the room increased ever so slightly with each pass. It felt like space itself was rippling around the edge. Watching her, I couldn't help but notice that she was impressed. And if Seal was impressed, then I had done something right. Eventually, she halted, examining the sword one last time. The glow receded to a faint, natural shimmer as she carefully slid it back into its scabbard. The sound of the blade locking into place echoed softly through the room, like a quiet exhale after a storm. She set it down and looked at me. It is more than capable of clashing with Veldora or Velzard's weapon, she stated calmly. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. That's good. Guess my simulations weren't off after all, I replied, allowing myself a small smile. With Seal's confirmation, I could dive into the eventual clash confidently. At the very least, my sword wouldn't shatter on the first impact. Still, I wasn't deluding myself. There was a massive gap between my weapon and Veldora's. And as for Velzard's scythe, canon, that thing has nearly twice the existence value of my blade. So no, I wasn't expecting a pleasant time. But I'd be able to contend. That's what mattered. Well, I guess I'll leave you to it, I said with a wave, turning toward the stairs. Seal gave a slight nod and pulled the projection sphere back in front of her, already returning to whatever high-level operation she was guiding Leviathan through. As I ascended, my thoughts drifted, not to the battle, but to Leviathan. We'd lived in this realm together for 15 years, and her ego still hadn't matured much. Emotionally, she was a blank canvas. Flat tone. Blank stare. Sparse reactions. This reminded me of the early days with Seal, back when she was still Raphael. But even Raphael had started showing emotion relatively quickly. Nowadays, Seal is practically bursting with personality. So why not Leviathan? Maybe she reserved her expressions for Velzard alone. That thought seemed plausible. But even so, keeping up a deadpan for a century. That sounded exhausting. Then again, skills don't mind inconveniences the way people do. Shaking off the thought, I reached the end of the hallway. The world around me was quiet and eerily so. There was no wind, floor creaks, or even the faint hum of ambient energy. Just silence, thick and heavy, as though the entire house were holding its breath. I stopped in front of an unassuming door. It was plain and wooden, looking like something that might lead to a storage closet. Yet it held a presence, a gravity that made my chest tighten ever so slightly. My hand hovered before the handle for a moment, and then I gripped it and turned. A flood of light enveloped me. I blinked. And suddenly, I wasn't in a house anymore. I stood at the edge of an infinite salt flat, covered in water so shallow it barely reached my soles. The surface was like a perfect mirror, reflecting the boundless, cloudless sky above. The horizon stretched into oblivion, and the sun's warmth kissed my skin in a way that felt almost sacred. A soft breeze stirred nothing. The air was still. No insects. No animals. No skyward birds. Just the gentle sound of water moving beneath my feet as I took a step. It was surreal. For a moment, I forgot I had opened a door. I forgot I had walked here. The sheer absurdity of this space, of this being nestled behind a room in a traditional house, made me laugh under my breath. Quietly, reverently. This wasn't just some inner sanctum. This was Velzard's heart. People might assume the detached sphere was her domain. Technically speaking, it was. But what I stood in now was the core of that reality. A pocket inside a pocket. A realm inside the soul of a goddess. A paradox, beautifully housed behind an ordinary door. Despite its apparent infinity, this space wasn't boundless. I knew that logically. And yet, it felt eternal. Boundless. Timeless. The kind of place where thought slowed to a crawl and emotion smoothed over like water on glass. A sanctuary untouched by chaos. Untouched by time. Just being here made me feel like nothing could go wrong. Like life wasn't a struggle, but a still lake, existing because it simply was. I stepped forward slowly, carefully, not out of fear but instinct, like disturbing the stillness would somehow dishonor it. Beneath my foot, the water rippled gently. Rings expanded outward, distorting the mirrored surface in quiet waves. I turned my head slightly. Behind me, the door still stood, anchored impossibly within this unreal expanse. It was proof that yes, I had come from somewhere else. That, yes, this was real. Yet it all felt so dreamlike. So impossibly serene. Once I regained my bearings, I made my way around the doorway. The moment I crossed behind it, the frame seemed to vanish. Not dissolve. Vanish. Almost as if it had never existed. But I knew better. It was only an illusion, a trick of the space. The doorway into this realm could only be observed from the front. From behind, all you saw was an endless, tranquil horizon of mirrored salt water. A clean severance from reality, almost symbolic. Of course, I had gone behind it for one reason. I wanted to find Velzard. And I didn't need to look long. There she was. Hovering in the air in serene meditation, just inches above the water's surface. Her dress flowed like soft silk caught in a gentle breeze, yet it never touched the water. She was in her true form. Yet, she radiated nothing. No heat. No cold. No pressure. No divinity. No aura. If I hadn't known better, I'd have mistaken her for an illusion. A phantom conjured by the realm itself. Even the still air around her felt more alive. She didn't float with natural physics. There was no rise and fall, no subconscious micro-adjustments. Just stillness. Complete, perfect stillness. It's almost like she was suspended between the breaths of the universe. It was uncanny. Velzard wasn't training like Veldora and me. She didn't need to polish her technique, optimize skill usage, or tune battle instincts, since those were already beyond the domain of improvement. Her real challenge was internal. A war against herself. Her mind. Fufufu, I sense a visitor. Velzard's voice rippled through the realm like a windless chime, soft and amused. Her eyes remained closed, her posture unchanged. But the small smile tugging at her lips said it all. Hee hee, you got me. I replied, smiling as I stepped closer. I take it that your sword is ready to face our weapons. She asked. As expected. I never told her. Not out loud. But that didn't matter. This was her universe. Every movement within it fell under her awareness like falling snow on her skin. Subtle, silent, impossible to hide. Yeah. I should be ready to face Veldora in a few more years. I answered with a nod. That's good. She whispered. Her words were simple, but I couldn't help marveling again at what she was doing. Her presence, or rather, her lack of one, wasn't just a passive thing. Velzard had been sustaining this state every day. Not only that, but she was decreasing her mana output little by little, honing her control with surgical precision. It wasn't like my method. Technically, I emit less energy than anyone in the multiverse, but that's only because I cheat. My aura doesn't really disappear. It gets dumped into my imaginary space, compressed and hidden in a place no one can perceive. It's a feature unique to me, a loophole in existence. But Velzard. She wasn't hiding anything. She wasn't rerouting her power or warping reality to fake a result. She was doing it the hard way. Suppressing all of her energy, divine aura, and unfathomable power, bit by bit, like squeezing the ocean into a teacup and pretending it's empty. Day after day. Year after year. Until it became natural. It was like a human forcing their stomach to appear flat, not for a photo but indefinitely. Muscles tensed. Breathing minimized. Every instinct told you to relax, yet you never did. And Velzard did it without showing any strain. Her output might never reach absolute zero, and it probably couldn't. But that wasn't the point. She was getting close. And considering the sheer magnitude of power she wielded, that feat alone bordered on divine self-mastery. This is the power of true deception. Velzard declared, her voice echoing softly across the vast, silent plain. The words pulled me from my thoughts. I blinked, and in that instant, she was gone. My eyes darted around, instinctively searching for her. A moment later, I spotted her again, now floating several meters away across the reflective surface. Same posture. Same expression. No sound, no movement. I hadn't even sensed her shift. Not even a ripple in the water. That's impressive. I breathed. At this point, you may as well be emitting nothing. I said. I can always lower my output day by day, even if it's only by an infinitesimal amount. She replied calmly. Her commitment was absolute. Velzard didn't care about how imperceptible the gain was. If there was a gain, it was worth it. Most beings at her level would have stopped pushing. After all, when you already sit atop the mountain, the incline becomes barely visible. But not for her. She measured progress in fractions of eternity. Is there a specific output level you want to reach? I asked, intrigued. Yes. She answered. Still with her eyes closed, Velzard slowly, almost ceremonially, raised one hand and pointed behind me. I turned. And reality shifted. Two figures now stood there, their sudden presence so jarring that it made the world feel too quiet, like even time had paused to observe. One of them was unmistakably Velzard, but not this Velzard. She was younger, proud, and untamed. Her aura and raw presence poured out like the tide. I could feel them washing over me despite it being just a memory. The other figure, however. My eyes narrowed. He stood with his back to me, tall and composed. His long and smooth black hair kissed the mirrored water's surface, glimmering with specks of starlight like a window to the cosmos. He wore a simple white robe trimmed with gold and violet. He was regal but unassuming. And yet, I couldn't feel anything from him. Not a single molecule of pressure. Not the faintest hint of mana. It was like he didn't exist. That's exactly why I knew he was more real than anything else here. What? My voice caught in my throat. It wasn't just an illusion. It wasn't some memory projected onto the air like a hologram. They were here. I could see and feel them. The Velzard in front of me radiated divine frost, her younger self untempered. But the men beside her carried something far heavier despite emitting no presence whatsoever. Existence itself seemed to bend around him, as if everything in this realm, no, in all realms, was simply orbiting him. And that feeling of absolute supremacy. Veldanava. I whispered, the name slipping from my mouth without conscious thought. And at that moment, he turned. Casually. Naturally. Like someone answering to their name in passing. But it felt like the entire multiverse held its breath. I took a step back. His eyes were deep blue, calm like a glacier lake under a starlit sky. But behind that calm, infinity churned. Power beyond power. It was the kind of force that couldn't be measured, not in levels or values, something far older and greater than the concept of power itself. He looked at me. Not through me. At me. And then, they vanished. Both of them disappeared like melting mist. The salt flats returned to their usual stillness, but my heartbeat didn't. I released a shaky breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. That was the first time I truly felt small. Not because of fear. Not because of some oppressive aura. But because I had seen him. I'd looked at someone who transcended existence and knew that man wasn't supposed to be seen. And yet, he turned around. Not with wrath. Not with surprise. Just because I'd called his name. So that's why you suddenly turned around at that moment. Velzard murmured. Her tone was wistful, and she seemed almost in awe of her own recollection. I turned back to her slowly, the memory still burning in my mind. Was that an actual memory? I asked, my voice softer than I intended, part reverent, part shaken. Velzard giggled gently, opening her eyes at last. It was. He explained to me that it's possible to completely deplete your presence to zero. That moment stuck with me for ages. I always did wonder why he turned around. She said. Her gaze lingered on the space where the memory had stood, her smile touched by nostalgia. I need a moment. I muttered, overwhelmed. We might see more memories like that. Velzard said quietly. Several times, I caught him staring blankly at a wall, or turning around, just like he did earlier. She added. Her voice carried a strange mix of reverence and reflection. Those moments, those strange, quiet shifts in his gaze, weren't random. They were reactions to people like me, reaching back through time, peering into fragments that were never meant to be seen. The realization settled heavily, but the shock didn't last long. After all, if anyone could react to something like that, it would be him. The creator. The origin. What's left to be surprised about when you're dealing with the one who made everything? Still, even knowing all that, all remained. A quiet, sacred reverence lingered long after the memory faded. Do you think he actually saw me? I asked, curiosity overtaking caution. Velzard gave a small shrug, her lips curving slightly. Who knows? It's possible. She said, her voice vague but not dismissive. That was the best answer I'd get. And maybe the only one worth getting. There's no point in trying to unravel someone like him. He's not an anomaly in the system. He is the system. If anything, the rest of us are the anomalies. All existence is deviation from his perfect blueprint. So, it's really doable. Reaching a state of zero presence. I asked, genuinely intrigued now. In theory, yes. That's what I'm trying to find out. Velzard's tone turned resolute. Each day, I reduce my output, just a sliver at a time. And one day, when I reach the point where nothing more can be suppressed, then I'll know. She said. That kind of patience and persistence was humbling. I'm guessing your elder brother didn't use a trick like I do. He wasn't stuffing his aura into an infinite subspace. I said. Velzard chuckled, her laugh like silver bells drifting in the wind. It's completely natural to him. She confirmed. Of course it was. Welp. That shatters my theory. Still, just because he could do it naturally doesn't mean the rest of us can get close. However, even if reaching absolute zero is impossible, getting near it might be enough. And Velzard, in her tireless pursuit, might just be the first in history to approach it. Because even if it takes 1,000 years of daily effort, she'll keep going. I suppose I'll leave you to your meditation, Velz. I said as I turned away. All right. I'll see you later, Rimuru. She replied softly, still floating just above the salt flat's surface. With that, I stepped behind where the doorway had once vanished. Sure enough, it shimmered back into existence the moment I approached from the open side. I passed through it, and my feet touched down on the smooth hallway floor once more. Glancing back, I caught a final glimpse of the radiant light before closing the door. The glow disappeared, leaving the hall in near complete darkness once again. As I descended the stairs, my mind drifted back to what I'd just witnessed. Veldora. I had finally seen him with my own eyes. It wasn't through scripture or speculation, but in a memory, alive and tangible. His appearance in human form radiated divinity, not in the way of overwhelming pressure or grandeur, but in the absence of it. He was like the Buddha. He had emitted no aura, no force, just complete stillness. Absolute zero. It wasn't just a lack of presence. It was transcendence. A state so pure and empty that even Seal or Ramiris would have likely scanned him and seen zero existence value. That's how far removed from the system he truly was. A paradox. Yet entirely logical. As I reached the living room, soft light poured into my vision. The casualness of the scene felt jarringly normal in contrast to the divine spectacle I had just witnessed. Veldora was sprawled out on the couch, flipping through another manga volume, as carefree as ever. Leviathan sat in her usual spot at the table, now fiddling with the complex mesh of informational particles Seal had shown off earlier. However, her approach lacked finesse. Her manipulation was unstable, like a song constantly on the verge of breaking key. Meanwhile, Seal was working with another sphere, this one glowing with a different resonance. Likely a separate skill, though I couldn't quite pinpoint which. "You're back earlier than expected," I noted. Veldora's head lifted, and he lowered the manga just enough to look at me over the edge. His grin stretched with smug satisfaction. "I don't have much to do," he said with mock boredom. "I'm literally just waiting for you to man up," he added. Sigh. "Still trying to provoke me, huh?" Yeah. Call me a coward all you want. Just remember, you won't regret waiting." I fired back with a smirk. He burst into his signature laugh, boisterous and over the top as ever. "Then you'd better deliver and give me the most thrilling battle of my life," he declared, throwing his arms into the air like an overexcited kid. "Trust me. It'll be worth it," I replied. That seemed to satisfy him for now. But these kinds of taunts were becoming routine. And while I normally wouldn't care, they do get a bit grating after the 100th time. You'd think spending centuries trapped inside the unlimited imprisonment would have taught him some patience. But then again, this is Veldora we're talking about. And that rivalry of ours? It's far from over. What's good, everyone? I've got a bit of a relaxed and shorter chapter today, with not much going on aside from some lore and setting up. It's the calm before the storm, which is appropriate since my final exam for Calculus 2, and a bunch of other minor subjects, is coming up. I'll cover stuff outside the detached sphere in the next chapter. Anyway, that is all. I'll see you next time. Author, out. Third-person POV. With war looming just over the horizon, Luminous Valentine wasted no time once her meeting with Rimuru ended. Moments after parting ways, she and Hinata vanished in a shimmer of divine light, teleporting back to the heart of Luminous. Their first task was to inform Lewis and Gunther of the developments. They needed to be briefed immediately. Meanwhile, Chloe had been given a different mission. The hero departed alone to contact Leon Cromwell, and their bond since childhood made her the perfect messenger. Given Leon's particular disposition, only someone like Chloe could speak to him candidly without risking a diplomatic disaster. The Eastern Empire was no longer a whisper in the wind. Recent military activity and rapid logistical movements made it abundantly clear that mobilization was underway, and its direction left no room for misinterpretation. They were headed west. At the center of it all sat the Jura Tempest Federation, nestled within the dense greenery of the Jura forest. Its strategic position made it the inevitable first point of contact for the Empire's advancing forces. But Rimuru Tempest had no intention of retreating or delaying the clash. He would face them head-on. Rimuru's confidence was absolute, not just in his own strength, but in his people. Still, strength alone wouldn't win a war. A proper defense required structure, delegation, and foresight. That's why he made a calculated decision. While Tempest would bear the full weight of the eastern invasion, the western half of the continent couldn't be left unprotected. Mobilizing Tempest's forces would leave gaps, territories vulnerable, border patrols understaffed, and severely weakened civilian law enforcement. The Western nations relied on Tempest to maintain order, and without that presence, chaos could erupt. Which is where Luminous came into play. Rimuru entrusted the defense of the Western line entirely to Luminous and her forces. On paper, this arrangement looked one-sided. Luminous wouldn't have to directly engage the Eastern Empire, and their territory would remain untouched by the main theater of war. But reality painted a different picture. By entrusting Luminous with the West's defense, Rimuru created an unbroken front line. More importantly, it gave him absolute command over the military efforts in the East. External manpower and their potential refusal to serve under a demon lord in wartime would have posed a significant problem, but with Luminous holding the rear, that issue dissolved. Everyone who marched with Rimuru would do so under his banner, under his rule. Disobedience and fragmentation were risks he could not afford to take. Not when facing the mightiest army in the world. Luminous Valentine sat upon her throne-like velvet couch, one leg elegantly crossed over the other. Yet, despite her composed posture, her mood was far from serene. A sharp glint in her heterochromatic eyes betrayed the storm stirring beneath the surface. Hinata stood beside her, ever vigilant, the blade at her side. Across the ornate crystal-inlaid table sat Louis Valentine and Gunther, both stiff-backed and silent, reading the atmosphere with care. Their master's displeasure was always foreboding. After a short pause to center herself, Luminous leaned forward, fingers interlacing. "The east is beginning to move," she declared, her voice low, steady, and grave. Neither Louis nor Gunther dared interrupt. They nodded in sync, their expressions turning somber at her words. After speaking directly with Rimuru, it's clear that the Eastern Empire is finally ready to act. She continued. Hinata took over the explanation with her usual composed clarity. According to Tempest's intelligence division, the Empire may begin mobilizing within a year. Perhaps sooner, she said. The sudden and unexplained halt in the Eastern Empire's forces, just beyond the borders of Tempest, was no coincidence. They had likely sensed the Federation's growing strength. Their decision to pause was not one of surrender or reconsideration. No, they were recalibrating. Observing. Adjusting their strategy. The Empire was like a predator preparing for the perfect strike. Understood. Gunther said quietly, the gravity of the situation settling in his gut. Shall I begin preparations to mobilize our own forces? Louis asked, his tone respectful but laced with concern. To their surprise, Luminous shook her head. There's no need, she said, her gaze sharp. I don't want Lublius to march. Rather, I want our military, crusaders included, to maintain order across the Western nations. She ordered. Louis and Gunther blinked. Maintain order. Gunther repeated. Pardon me, Luminous-sama, but isn't that Tempest's role? Louis asked. Luminous tilted her head, expression unreadable. Not during the war. No, she replied. Hinata stepped forward to elaborate, her voice carrying the weight of her conviction. Rimuru-san has decided to recall all Tempest soldiers currently stationed along the west. He intends to meet the Empire's advance with his entire military force, every last asset under his command. That leaves the west vulnerable in his absence. She explained. The two men exchanged uncertain glances. To them, the idea of a demon lord, especially a newly risen one, declaring that he would confront the Eastern Empire head-on sounded bold and reckless. Yet beneath the surface of that arrogance was something else. It was both a gesture of confidence and a challenge. I see, Louis murmured. Gunther leaned forward slightly, brow furrowed. Then, it's our turn to safeguard the peace, he said. Luminous finally smiled, faint and imperious. I'd say we've already been doing that, she mused. I'll ensure the Holy Church is informed of your orders, Hinata vowed without hesitation. With that, the final pieces fell into place. Rimuru was reclaiming his entire military to prepare for the Eastern invasion. In their stead, Lublius would assume control of the western line, maintaining order while war brewed on the horizon. There was no denying it. Peace across the west had grown more stable since Tempest had taken charge. And it wasn't just due to diplomacy. The deterrent was raw, overwhelming power. Rimuru's army was nothing like the west had ever seen. A fusion of elite mages, powerful monsters, and evolved beings whose individual strength could rival or even topple entire nations. Simply deploying such a force made conflict unthinkable. Still, Lublius was no weakling. Prior to Tempest's rise, it had been the strongest military force within the Western Council. That power hadn't waned. And now, it was their turn to stand watch. So, Lublius truly won't be participating in the war directly? Louis asked, though the question carried an undertone of disbelief. Not unless necessary, Luminous replied coolly. She leaned back into her seat, crossing her arms in a languid gesture. However, if Rimuru does request assistance, which I find unlikely, we'll respond accordingly, she said. Hinata gave a small laugh under her breath. How unlikely are we talking? She asked. Luminous met her gaze with a deadpan stare. Almost impossible, she replied. That blunt answer made both Louis and Gunther blink. Their master, the proud and ancient queen of nightmares, admitting inferiority, no, acknowledging supremacy, was nearly inconceivable. Louis narrowed his eyes, studying the subtle shift in both women's auras. You both learned something during that meeting, didn't you? He asked. Luminous sighed, resting her cheek on her knuckles with the posture of a noblewoman trying to regain her calm. Oh, we learned plenty, she murmured, voice heavy with a mixture of irritation and awe. Gunther tilted his head, wary now. Is it something we should be concerned about? He asked. considering how much it rattled me. Yes, you should be. Luminous scoffed. Her words pulled the men to the edge of their seats, anticipation thick in the air. Rarely did they see their sovereign unsettled, and never like this. Luminous looked at them, her voice cold as marble. That damned Violet has fully incarnated, she said. The room froze. Lewis stared. Gunther's breath hitched. Fully incarnated. Lewis echoed. I mean, completely. She has a name, a body, and, unfortunately, a purpose. Luminous said with venom. She let the next words hang, drawing out the tension like a blade poised above the throat. Hinata opened her eyes then, her gaze unblinking. There was no need to add anything. Her silence alone confirmed the truth. I assume she's no longer calling herself Violet, then. Gunther managed. No. She goes by Ultima now. Luminous' eye twitched. And take a wild guess who she serves. She added. That was the final blow. Lewis's eyes widened with horror. He didn't need to guess, but he whispered it anyway, hoping the words would dissolve in the air before they became real. Demon Lord Rimuru. He muttered. Luminous shut her eyes and nodded. Right on the dot, she said. The weight of Luminous confirmation sank heavily into the room, suffocating the air with tension. Violet. The same Violet who had been a constant thorn in Luminous' side. A chaotic, unpredictable force. Even without a physical body, she had clashed with the Queen of Nightmares on more than one occasion, pushing her, challenging her. And now, she was fully incarnated. Named. Anchored. Unleashed. It was a terrifying notion. Yet the worst was still to come. You want to know what's even more distressing? Luminous said quietly, her tone shifting from frustration to something more dangerous. Lewis and Gunther barely had time to brace themselves before her following words landed. I'm sure you already know of Rimuru's so-called butler, Diablo. And you've likely deduced who he really is. Noir, the black primordial. She began. The two nodded slowly. That much had been clear for some time. Diablo's presence radiated something ancient and malevolent, even in his tailored suit and polished manners. It had always been unnerving. But Noir's curiosity and loyalty toward Rimuru, while strange, had seemed plausible. What Luminous said next, however, shattered the boundaries of what they believed possible. Given his peculiarities, I wouldn't put it past him to grow interested in the new demon lord. But the same cannot be said for the other two. Blanc and John. She said. A stillness settled over the room like a death knell. For a moment, neither man breathed. Then their eyes widened. No. Gunther whispered, the color draining from his face. Lewis leaned forward as if he'd misheard. The Blanc and John. The white and yellow primordials. He asked. Luminous gave them a hollow smile that didn't reach her eyes. All three, Noir, Blanc, and John, are fully incarnated. All three serve Rimuru just like Violet. She replied. The reality of it was cataclysmic. 4 primordials. 4 of the oldest, most feared demons to ever exist, all in service to a single demon lord. Not bound by contracts or mutual interest. Not temporary alliances. True loyalty. As subordinates. This changes everything. Gunther muttered, his voice barely audible. Their understanding of this world's fragile balance of power crumbled before their eyes. There was no balance anymore. Lewis remained frozen, his lips slightly parted, his eyes flickering with thoughts too rapid to voice. Hinata, watching quietly, closed her eyes again, not in prayer but in empathy. She had once believed she could grasp the world's scale. But that belief had shattered the moment she learned what Rimuru truly commanded. And now Lewis and Gunther stood at the precipice of that same revelation. You see now why I'm confident in Tempest's victory against the East? Luminous asked, her voice cutting through the heavy silence like a blade. Lewis and Gunther looked up, their thoughts still spiraling, but her words brought them back to reality. Everything she had said made her confidence seem almost rational. Who knows what else that tricky slime has at his disposal? She added, exhaling sharply. At this point, it's better to stay on his good side and not ask too many questions. She said. With a weary sigh, she draped her arm over her head and leaned back into the plush velvet of her seat. Despite her casual posture, the subtle tension in her shoulders betrayed her fatigue. The meeting with Rimuru hadn't just surprised her. It had drained her. When you account for the Frost Dragon and the Storm Dragon, I suppose the odds of Tempest losing against the East are rather low. Lewis muttered, still trying to make sense of the overwhelming shift in the power dynamic. The moment the words left his mouth, Luminous scoffed audibly. The sound was sharp and full of disdain. So that lizard? She muttered, her voice dripping with irritation. If I have to hear that bastard's voice echoing through another memory. She paused. Gunther and Lewis stiffened, exchanging a look. Honestly. Luminous continued, lifting her head just enough to give them a tired glare. I'm more convinced he's a glorified mascot than an actual strategic asset. She said. Hinata chuckled faintly, arms crossed, her composure never once cracking. And yet, even mascots can bring about natural disasters if they sneeze. She mused. That earned her a reluctant smile from Luminous, although her eyes remained distant and thoughtful. Tempest has become a monster of a nation. Gunther finally said, half in awe, half in fear. And we have just agreed to support it from the shadows. Lewis added grimly. Luminous closed her eyes and gave a slow nod. That's right. Because for all their terrifying power. She paused, then opened one eye, narrowing it on them. They are the last hope of stopping the Empire. She declared. There was no denying it. War was inevitable. The cardinal world had become the stage for a clash between two colossal forces. On one side stood the Eastern Empire, a relentless machine of war backed by overwhelming numbers, cutting-edge technology, the terrifying might of the Scorched Dragon, and an emperor whose ambition knew no bounds. On the other stood Tempest, a rising superpower forged from unity and defiance, armed with disaster and catastrophe-class warriors, the combined fury of the Frost and Storm Dragons, and a demon lord who had defied fate itself. Two nations. Two visions for the world's future. And only one would emerge victorious. Back in Tempest, the tension of impending war weighed heavily in the air. Deep within the labyrinth, beyond the 50th floor, lay vast training grounds expansive enough to house the entirety of the nation's military. On the lowest levels, the strongest of Rimuru's forces had gathered, their sheer power requiring separation from the rest. With Benimaru and Cheyenne among them, they were unable to directly oversee the army's drills, but that posed no issue. Hakuru had taken command of the general military's training, instilling discipline and refining swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat across the ranks. Meanwhile, Glenda Atlee led the newly established 5th Corps, Tempest's firearms division. With mass-produced magicule-powered guns now standard issue, her deep familiarity with modern weaponry made her the ideal instructor. Under her watchful eye, 5,000 soldiers trained relentlessly in the use of firearms, rapidly evolving into a formidable unit. With Geld among the frontliners, the construction department temporarily lost its overseer. Thankfully, a wealth of skilled non-combatants stepped in to manage infrastructure and logistics in his stead. Similarly, Sui entrusted command of the Kurayami, Tempest's intelligence network, to Sauka, ensuring surveillance and communication lines remained tight. Some floors even housed scaled replicas of the ziggurats, Tempest's multi-purpose defense towers. Though the ziggurats could function autonomously, dedicated operators were still essential for maximizing their performance. Utilizing the dungeon's adaptable terrain, these training zones were designed to replicate their real-world locations with precision, providing operators with hands-on experience in near-authentic conditions. At the heart of the 90th floor, two powerful Onis clashed in a battle that blurred the line between test and war. Once master and subordinate, they now stood as equals, opposites in temperament and style, yet perfectly matched in strength. The terrain was unforgiving. A glacial battlefield buried beneath an unrelenting blizzard, where visibility dropped to mere feet and the swirling winds dulled the potency of skills. Magic became difficult to cast, and even harder to control. But in these brutal conditions, Shimo thrived. Once a member of Benimaru's elite Kurenai unit, she had since ascended. No longer was she a subordinate, but a full-fledged Oni in her own right. Initially assigned as the guardian of the 30th floor due to her relatively low magicule reserves, she had proven too formidable for challengers at that level. Her fusion of refined swordsmanship and aspectual magic overwhelmed even seasoned adventurers. Eventually, she was moved lower in the labyrinth, to the 60th floor, closer to the heart of power that was Veldora, yet far enough not to be consumed by his magicules. Now, she was stronger than ever. Steel rang out as fire met ice. The blizzard howled around them, but the searing heat of Benimaru's aura formed a melting buffer in the storm, a dome of steam and flickering flame that surrounded him like a natural barrier. In contrast, Shimo vanished and reappeared like a phantom in the frost, her movements weaving through the storm with supernatural grace. Cling. Their blades met in a burst of steam and snow. Sparks danced in the storm. I never thought one of the Kurenai would reach this level. Benimaru admitted, his voice calm and tinged with pride. A rare smirk tugged at his lips. Shimo broke the lock and vanished, reappearing behind him in a flash of motion, her blade aimed for his midsection. Humble days. She replied coolly. Benimaru spun away just in time, his cloak catching the edge of her strike, but not his flesh. Before he could counter, she vanished again, slipping into the wind with shadow motion. From outside the arena's barrier, Sui stood with arms crossed, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp. A soft nod was all he offered, a quiet approval of Shimo's precision, whom he once taught the ways of stealth. Beside him, Cheyenne leaned forward, her fists clenched and eyes sparkling like a child watching a hero duel. Looks like I trained her too well. Sui murmured. Go beat his ass, Shimo. Cheyenne cheered, pumping her fists. As Benimaru slid across the frostbitten terrain, he narrowed his eyes and activated his unique skill, Commander. It wasn't designed for one-on-one combat, but it offered invaluable advantages. With it, he could sense the flow of energy in the environment, a constant web of motion and presence. In theory, it made Shimo's stealth tactics useless. And yet, theory wasn't always practice. More than that, Commander granted him access to thought domination, an ability to subtly influence others on the battlefield, a mental nudge here, a hesitation there. But despite those boons, Shimo's own unique skill was honed for direct combat, not command. And it was beginning to show. His instincts flared, just in time. Benimaru dropped low, barely ahead of a sharp crack as a spear of ice sliced through the air where his head had been a heartbeat earlier. The projectile embedded itself into the ice behind him, exploding into sharp crystal shards. Whipping around, he was met with the gleam of a blade descending from above. He raised his sword, channeling his fire magic into the steel in a single fluid motion. The clash rang out like thunder. His fiery slash roared through the cold, casting a brilliant glow across the snow-swept field. Ice hissed into steam. For a moment, vision vanished behind a dense veil. As the fog lifted, Benimaru's eyes narrowed. It was a clone. Damn it, Sui. What the hell did you teach her? He growled internally. He'd known Sui had taken Shimo under his wing. He just hadn't expected her to learn this much. Pushing the thought aside, Benimaru reached out with his skill again, trying to trace her presence. But something was off. His senses were dulled. Commander wasn't working as sharply in this chaotic battlefield, and thought domination barely worked at all. At best, he could prompt her to move, nothing more. Her will, honed and cold, resisted his influence almost entirely. Still, that was enough. I guess I should ramp it up, too. He muttered, the corners of his lips curling into a grin. He plunged his sword into the ice and released a pulse of searing heat. A shockwave of fire erupted outward, disrupting the storm with sheer force. For an instant, the blizzard faltered. The winds hissed in protest, but the field trembled under the sudden change in pressure. Ice shattered. Steam hissed. Snow evaporated into the air. And Shimo, hidden beneath layers of white, was exposed. She grimaced behind her mask of calm. Her original plan had been to bait him into exhausting his energy against illusions. But Benimaru had seen through it. Worse, his raw output was greater than hers. He withdrew his blade and stood tall amidst the melting field. The storm hadn't been defeated entirely, but the central terrain had been laid bare. Patches of frost still lingered in the distance, but the curtain of snow had lifted. No more tricks. It was time to fight head-on. The two Oni blurred forward, their feet striking the ice-crusted floor with such force that the ground split beneath them. Shards of frozen earth and steam burst upward with every step, as if the very dungeon rebelled under the pressure of their raw power. An instant later, steel met steel. Sparks erupted. Blades locked. Eyes narrowed. Every motion was instinctive, perfected through grueling repetition. The rhythm of their strikes was relentless. Parry, slash, feint, thrust. Each one faster than the last. Benimaru gritted his teeth, the heat of his blade clashing violently with the biting cold of Shimo's. The surrounding terrain steamed and cracked with each collision, torn between two extremes. He found himself smiling despite the pressure. She's holding nothing back. He thought. In fact, she hadn't for some time now. Shimo's every strike carried precision, an elegance sharpened by necessity. She was faster, leaner, and more fluid than she'd ever been during her time in the Kurenai. Her command of the blade rivaled his, and he knew it. That truth stung, but it also thrilled him. Each time Shimo broke their clash, she followed up instantly. Ice spears formed midair and launched with ruthless accuracy. But Benimaru was no less formidable. His combat instincts, forged in countless battles, kept him moving fluidly through the deadly barrage. One step ahead. One breath away from peril. His counterattacks, bursts of fire and heat, rarely reached her. She bent the battlefield itself to her favor, melting away, reappearing with the wind, weaving through flame with the calm of a practiced assassin. Sui watched from beyond the barrier, arms crossed, expression unreadable, but his gaze betrayed a quiet pride. Cheyenne, by contrast, looked ready to explode. Go get him, Shimo. She screamed, eyes gleaming like a kid at a festival. Within the arena, the fight took on the cadence of a deadly waltz. Ice flew, then melted. Fire flared, then vanished. The temperature oscillated wildly, and visibility flickered between blindness and clarity. Neither gave an inch. Then, an opening. Benimaru slipped past a thrust and swiped her blade away with a sharp pivot of his wrist. He was already mid-motion for a retaliatory strike when he saw it. There was a faint orange glow pulsing along the length of Shimo's blade. His breath caught. Frostmourne, her signature weapon, should have been cold to the touch. Yet it burned with the heat of an ember. That's... he muttered, alarmed. Across from him, Shimo met his gaze. This may be a bad idea, she said quietly. Time seemed to slow. Both blades rose. Benimaru's flared with red-hot flame. Shimo's pulsed with a radiant orange light, growing brighter with every heartbeat. Then, collision. Boom. A cataclysmic shockwave ripped through the frozen arena, vaporizing the snow and cracking the ground beneath their feet. The dungeon trembled as if in protest, the explosion echoing through its endless halls. Dust and debris spiraled high into the air, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding haze. Both warriors were hurled in opposite directions like cannonballs. Benimaru smashed into a glacier wall, carving a trench through the ice before skidding to a halt. His attire was charred, his left sleeve in tatters, and steam hissed from his shoulders. He coughed hard as he slowly forced himself to his feet, each movement heavy. Across the field, Shimo crashed into a jagged ridge, creating a smaller crater. Though less violently thrown, her condition wasn't much better. Her outfit was singed and torn, cuts lining her arms from the recoil. She rose with a wince, brushing dust from her face, and let out a soft cough. They stood there, battered, steaming, and breathing hard, two warriors brought to the brink of exhaustion. Finally, Benimaru staggered forward, sword dragging behind him. What the hell was that? He demanded between labored breaths. Shimo looked at him, blank-faced. Then she shrugged, sheathing her now-dimmed blade. A bad idea, she replied flatly. For a moment, silence reigned before Sui let out a low chuckle. Cheyenne burst into laughter. Benimaru snorted and shook his head. Next time, warn me before the bad idea comes flying at my face, he said. Shimo allowed herself the smallest smile. No promises, she replied. In truth, what Benimaru had just witnessed was the culmination of Shimo's unique skill, near absolute zero. The persistent blizzard, the biting winds, and the frigid terrain were not just natural environmental effects. They were manifestations of the skill's core ability. With it, Shimo could maintain extreme cold across a large field, weakening her foes while enhancing her own affinity. But the real threat lay in the sub-skills. Dampening had been active from the start. It subtly suppressed external skill activation within her area of effect, lowering the efficiency of Benimaru's combat techniques while keeping up the harsh storm. His fire magic was slower to manifest, and his skills were less responsive. It hadn't crippled him, but it had dulled his edge. Yet it was Siphon that turned the tide. Unbeknownst to Benimaru, every burst of flame he released had been feeding her. Every heatwave, every fiery slash, and especially the massive wave he used to clear the storm, each one released thermal energy into the environment. Shimo absorbed it not for direct empowerment, but to store. And where better to store it than her weapon? The faint orange glow along her blade had been the warning. It was the sign that it had reached critical mass. Frostmourne, a weapon named for its affinity to cold, had been filled with stolen heat until its very nature warped. When their final clash came, Shimo released all of it, compressed heat detonating in a single, massive eruption. It was ingenious. Risky. Dangerous. And it almost backfired. Though Benimaru had taken a direct hit, his natural durability and resistance to heat absorbed much of the impact. Shimo, on the other hand, had strained her body beyond its limits. Her control over the release was impressive, but the backlash still left her worse for wear. The outcome? A draw. Shimo exhaled quietly, steam rising from her bruised lips as she surveyed the scorched ice. Looks like I'll need a new trick next time, she muttered. Benimaru wiped soot from his cheek, chuckling softly. Why not just fight your opponents head-on? He asked. She raised a brow at him. Fight smarter and harder. Not just one or the other. That's all I'll say, she replied. Benimaru laughed aloud at that, genuinely amused. You sound more like Sui every day, he joked. Is that a compliment or an insult? Shimo asked. He grinned. Depends on who hears it, he said. Their brief exchange carried more than banter. Beneath the words was an unspoken understanding, an acknowledgement of each other's growth and conviction. This wasn't merely training. It was evolution through challenge. Outside the barrier, Sui nodded quietly. She's ready, he said to no one in particular. Cheyenne, still wide-eyed, finally exhaled. Damn. I was not expecting that. She nearly roasted his ass, she exclaimed. Sui offered a rare smirk. That was a really close match, he said. Back in the field, Benimaru stretched, joints cracking from the strain. Well then, rematch, he prompted. Shimo narrowed her eyes. Why not play with those two? I'm sure Cheyenne will give you a run for your money, she replied, grinning slightly. We'll see about that, he said. And with that, the blizzard began to fade, and the ground beneath them, charred, cracked, and steaming, bore witness to the strength of two warriors who had once stood as master and subordinate, now as equals. Located just one step away from the deepest floor, the 99th level of the labyrinth was no mere testing ground. It was the crucible where Rimuru's most elite gathered to hone their might. The air was still, charged not with magic but with pressure. It was not spoken, nor shown, but felt. An unshakable density clung to every inch of space, a silent testament to the overwhelming power of those present. The battlefield was vast and pristine, an expanse of reinforced obsidian stone surrounded by towering walls etched with intricate rune patterns. This floor, specially tailored for high-caliber clashes, could adapt to any combat style, terrain preference, or powerful surge. Yet today, the arena remained untouched. The most powerful of Rimuru's followers had gathered, but none had yet moved to fight. Hovering leisurely above ground, Diablo radiated his usual smug serenity. His legs were crossed midair, as though lounging upon an invisible throne. One hand supported his chin, and a subtle smile graced his lips. His golden eyes remained half-lidded, but calculating, always calculating. Seated a short distance away was Testarossa, embodying elegance with every motion. Back straight, hands folded over her lap, her eyes scanned the others like a refined empress surveying a court of rivals. Her smile was soft, but sharp. To her left, Carrera lay sprawled back with both hands behind her head, legs swinging idly in the air. Her expression said boredom, but the occasional twitch of her finger betrayed her anticipation. Ultima, meanwhile, lounged belly down across a floating cushion made of compressed magic, humming a mindless tune as she twirled her dagger between her fingers. Just a few meters from them stood another cluster. Leaning against a pillar was Zijin. His arms were crossed, his face unreadable beneath his armored helm. Beside him, Kamara, in her adult form, sat perched like a feline, her 9 tails curled neatly behind her. She didn't speak, but her eyes constantly flicked from one demon to the next, alert and observant. On her other side, Apito knelt in a half-squat position, wings folded neatly behind her and antennae twitching with quiet interest. She exuded no hostility, just readiness. For once, the battlefield was not used for war, but words. With the Dragon Lords currently overseeing the ziggurat expansions across the continent, the lowest floors were left to these warriors. Normally, their presence anchored the atmosphere. Now, with them gone, a different kind of tension took hold. Because while the Dragon Lords may have been technically stronger, they weren't Rimuru's. Not fully. Not like these ones. And that distinction fueled something primal. An awkward silence hung between the groups, sharpened by pride and rivalry. Old friction among the primordial demons hadn't vanished. It had merely been subdued in Rimuru's presence. But now, without their master watching, it simmered. Even among the other group, there was a quiet competitiveness. Zijin's stoicism belied a deeper instinct to match the best. Kamara's growth had propelled her toward new heights, and Apito, though certainly lagging behind her brother, always watched and learned. Suddenly, Diablo broke the silence. I was under the impression we came here to train, not sit and admire each other, he began. Carrera's eyes sparkled. Oh. And here I thought you just wanted to float around pretending you're royalty. Besides, you called us here. She shot back. Ultima giggled. Don't lie, Diablo. You've been dying for someone to swing at you all day, she said. Testarossa sighed, her voice smooth and composed. Must we always reduce things to base violence? If a match is to happen, let it be dignified. Strategic, she said. Zijin finally stirred. Words or fists, it makes no difference to me, he declared. Kamara tilted her head. Should we form teams? Or all-out free-for-all? She asked cheerfully. So long as I can test myself, I'm satisfied. Apito chimed in. Diablo's eyes gleamed with delight. How about a free-for-all? Carrera burst out, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I already know who I'm going for first, she declared. Her dangerous gaze shifted toward Ultima with blatant hostility. Heh? You really think you could take me? Ultima scoffed, baring her teeth in a crooked grin. Dream on, halfwit. She spat. Oh, please. If we're talking about an all-out brawl. Testarossa interjected smoothly, brushing an errant strand of silver hair behind her ear. There's only one clear target, she continued. Her crimson eyes locked onto Diablo, still floating with his usual air of self-importance. Truth be told, if a real free-for-all erupted, everyone already knew who the battlefield would converge upon. Diablo, the ever-smug, ever-loyal right hand of Rimuru Tempest. Widely regarded as his strongest subordinate, he bore not only Rimuru's favor but also the envy of those who desired that same acknowledgement. Whether or not Diablo could hold his own against the combined strength of 6 elite warriors, well, that remained to be seen. Kufufu. Diablo chuckled, eyes gleaming with dangerous delight. But of course. Try as you might, I could take you all on with one hand tied behind my back. He mocked. A sharp twitch flickered across Ultima's brow. You're on thin ice, dipshit. She hissed, her voice laced with venom. But Diablo remained unbothered, his smirk carved deep across his face, as if it were etched there permanently. Now. Let's set aside the foreplay. The real reason I summoned everyone here is to discuss Rimuru-sama's offer. He said, waving a hand dismissively. At once, the tone of the room shifted. Muscles eased. Smirks fell to thoughtful stares. The mood went from volatile to intrigued. Everyone knew exactly what he meant. Some time ago, Rimuru had made an announcement, one that sent a shockwave through the upper echelons of his army. He would accept any challenge from his strongest subordinates. It didn't matter whether it was a one-on-one effort or a group effort. Rimuru himself had proclaimed it. To many, it was a gesture of confidence. To his elite, it was a challenge, an open invitation to test their mettle against the one they revered most. And the condition was simple. First come, first served. Knew you'd bring that up. Carrera muttered, arms crossed. What, you here to say you're taking the first shot? She asked. Diablo chuckled. I would be honored to receive such a privilege, but that is not why I called you all. He said with a theatrical bow. Then do tell. Testarossa said, tone clipped but curious. What is the point? She asked. To discuss the order, naturally. The order of who challenges Rimuru-sama, and when. Diablo said matter-of-factly. Kamara perked up. You want us to decide that now? She asked. Indeed. There's no reason for chaos or infighting, unless someone prefers to fight over that too. Diablo replied, giving her a nod. The two groups exchanged glances. Tension coiled between them again, not with malice, but with ambition. Determined, calculated ambition. The Demonist trio exchanged reluctant looks. As much as they didn't want to cooperate, they understood what was at stake. Rimuru's challenge wasn't just a test of strength. It was a test of coordination, growth, and loyalty. On the other side, Zijin remained quiet, arms crossed, while Apito gave a subtle nod. Kamara had already made her intentions clear. She would challenge Rimuru alone. We're gonna have the worst synergy. Ultima deadpanned, her expression blank as she looked at her fellow demons. Testarossa laughed, a graceful, melodic sound that felt like silk sliding across a blade. Perhaps that's why Rimuru-sama intentionally paired us 3 together. She offered. If that's the case, no one better be dead weight. I won't carry anyone. Carrera said, cracking her knuckles. I could say the same to you. Ultima replied, venom lacing her smile again. Diablo exhaled through his nose, amused. Wonderful. Then let us begin arranging the order. I trust none of us intend to waste Rimuru-sama's time with meaningless half-measures. He said, eyes gleaming. His smile sharpened. Let us earn the right to stand before our Lord as challengers. He declared. And with that, the first sparks of a new battle flickered to life, not one of blades, but of pride, hierarchy, and ambition. The tension finally broke as the discussion turned practical. So, who's going first? Ultima asked, arms folded and tail flicking with mild impatience. I will. If no one minds, I'd like the first match. Kamara began, raising a hand confidently. A few heads turned her way, but before anyone could object, Diablo, still floating above the ground like a noble lounging in his invisible throne, cleared his throat. I will go last. He announced smoothly, folding his arms across his chest. That statement caused several heads to snap toward him. Carrera blinked, a crooked grin spreading across her face. You. Going last. That's rich. She said. Ultima snorted. What, trying to time it so Rimuru-sama's tired by then? She mocked. The jab was playful, but the edge in her voice made it sting more than it should have. Diablo's smile thinned. Perish the thought. You speak as though Rimuru-sama would ever be pushed to exhaustion by the likes of us. He replied coldly, gaze narrowing ever so slightly. That silenced the room for a beat. Even Carrera clicked her tongue and looked away. TCH. I was joking, sheesh. Ultima muttered. Regardless, my desire to go last is not one of cowardice or cunning. It is reverence. A final moment to stand before our master after he has experienced the full extent of your growth. Diablo continued as he gestured elegantly. A fitting end to this gauntlet, he said. Kamara gave a slight nod at that before chiming in. I've fought a clone of Rimuru-sama before. Though, that clone couldn't use skills or magic. She said quietly, drawing everyone's attention. Eyes widened across the room. You what? Ultima asked, voice pitched in disbelief. Even Testarossa looked intrigued, her usual calm expression shifting ever so slightly. When was that encounter? Zijin asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. It was a test in the labyrinth. It wasn't a real fight, but it gave me a glimpse of his physical prowess. Kamara replied. The room fell into thoughtful silence for a moment. If that's the case, I have no objections. Let Kamara go first. Testarossa said, glancing at the others. Agreed. Zijin said, nodding. I don't mind. Apito added with a smile. Fine by me. Carrera shrugged. That settles that. Kamara shall go first. Diablo confirmed. That left the remaining two groups, Zijin and Apito, as a pair, and the Demonist trio. But then Ultima squinted, her expression turning skeptical. Wait, are we really going to challenge Rimuru-sama in succession? Like, one right after the other? She asked. That depends on his preference. But if it were up to me, yes. It would test not only our strength, but his endurance. After all, isn't that what we wish to measure? Diablo replied. Bold. Though I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Testarossa mused. Risky. Apito muttered under her breath. A brief pause followed until Testarossa finally stood. Very well. The three of us shall challenge Rimuru-sama just before you, Diablo. She said, brushing off her skirt. Ultima gave a wicked smirk. Consider it our warm-up. She said. Or yours. Carrera added, cracking her knuckles with a dangerous grin. The implication wasn't lost on the others. The Demonist trio viewed their placement not just as a strategy, but as a subtle condescension. It was an indirect way of declaring that the other challengers were nothing more than appetizers before the main course. No one called them out for it. But Zijin's arms folded tighter across his chest, and Apito's cheerful expression dulled slightly. Diablo said nothing, but the slight curve of his smile grew colder. With the order finally decided, the group turned as one toward the stairs that led to the 100th floor. Kamara led the way, her golden tail swaying calmly behind her. Zijin and Apito followed next, quiet and resolved. Behind them, the Demonist trio walked with an air of smug confidence, already imagining how they'd dazzle Rimuru in combat. And at the back, Diablo descended slowly from his floating perch, his crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation. One by one, Rimuru's strongest prepared to face the one they served. The group descended onto the 100th floor, one by one stepping into the vast and hollow expanse of Veldora's domain. At first glance, it was just as they remembered, an enormous chamber carved into the earth, its ceiling lost in darkness, illuminated faintly by the residual glow of magic that saturated the air. But something was off. Zijin was the first to notice. No presence. He muttered. There were no roars, no booming laughter, no complaints about snacks or manga. The tempestuous aura that usually poured from Veldora like a raging sea was absent. And yet, the labyrinth still functioned. Magicules flowed freely, the systems and environmental fields remained active, and the very air hummed with power as if the storm dragon were still present. Something's wrong. Apito whispered. They moved cautiously toward the center of the chamber, each footstep echoing through the silence, as if the space itself mourned its emptiness. Then they saw it. Charred deep into the ancient stone floor was a massive circular formation, precise, intricate, and still radiating the dying embers of a phenomenal spell. The architecture of the runes was unmistakable. A space-time spell. Testarossa said, her voice laced with caution. And a powerful one. Kamara added, golden eyes narrowing. Someone tampered with this place. Carrera scoffed. You think Veldora-sama just teleported out of here? She asked. That's absurd. He'd never leave his lair. It's like his throne. Ultima said flatly. Zijin stepped forward, his voice calm yet firm. He wouldn't do this. Veldora-sensei has his moments, but abandoning post without a word. It isn't like him. He explained. That thought sent a quiet ripple through the group. Suddenly, pieces started falling into place. When was the last time any of us saw Rimuru-sama? Diablo asked aloud, frowning. A quiet beat passed. No one responded. And Velzard-sama, she's gone too. Testarossa murmured. A cold weight settled in their chests. These three, Veldora, Velzard, and Rimuru were forces of nature. Their absence was no coincidence. Before anyone could speculate further, the air shifted. It was subtle at first, like the breath of a god descending. Then, it struck them like thunder. A presence so vast, so foreign, and yet so refined, suddenly made itself known. It didn't arrive. It unveiled itself. All eyes turned toward the great sealed gate of Veldora's domain. There, floating inches above the ground, was a figure bathed in quiet brilliance. Her golden hair cascaded in strands of light, glowing softly like a celestial flame. Her skin shimmered a pale, otherworldly blue, marked with radiant golden lines that pulsed gently, like veins, or perhaps divine sigils etched into her very being. She radiated power, not raw or oppressive, but ancient, perfected, as though she were not born of the world, but descended from a higher realm. "You're..." Diablo whispered, his normally unshakable demeanor faltering. Even his pupils contracted, gaze sharpening. Instantly, the entire group dropped into a state of heightened awareness. The Demoness trio braced themselves. Zijin's stance stiffened like steel. Kamara's tails flared behind her, her eyes locked forward. They hadn't detected her. None of them had. That revelation struck harder than her appearance. She allowed herself to be seen. "Who are Dash?" Carrera began, but the being raised a single hand. "I am not here to fight," she said softly, her voice melodic and reverberating like a chorus layered beneath itself. It was like a divine echo, each word brushing the soul like falling starlight. "You seek Rimuru-sama," she said, her glowing gaze sweeping across them. The room grew impossibly still. "He is not here," she continued. The words fell like a guillotine. Silence followed, dense and choking. "Where are they?" Ultima asked, her voice laced with restrained tension. Aurora's eyes did not blink. Did not waver. "That is not for me to say," she answered. "But you know." Testarossa pressed. A pause. Then, a smile, thin, unreadable. "I do," she confirmed. That only made the air heavier. "You'll have your answer soon enough," Aurora said, turning away from them as gently as she'd arrived. "But know this. Your master walks a path beyond even your understanding now. Be prepared," she added. With that, she drifted backward into the void beyond the gate, fading without sound, without light, like a divine mirage returning to the realm that birthed it. The gate sealed behind her with a dull echo. No one spoke for several long moments. Carrera finally broke the silence, her voice low and quiet. "I hate cryptic bastards," she muttered. Ultima exhaled sharply. She was terrifying. "Who was that?" she asked. Testarossa didn't speak, only stared at the gate. Zijin looked to Diablo. "What do we do now?" he asked. Diablo's eyes narrowed. "We wait. And we prepare," he replied. Because wherever Rimuru, Veldora, or Velzard went, or whatever Aurora's warning truly meant, it was now undeniable. Something far greater was in motion. "What's good, everyone? I'm finally back. And it's summer, at last. Safe to say, I cooked during our final exam for calculus too. So, I can sleep well knowing I salvaged my less than desirable midterm grade. Moving on. First of all, check out this cool quick draw I made of Venom and Nevera. The most emo couple known to men. Secondly, check out your BOI's new writing rig. I can finally write at 4K resolution. Anywho, let's ignore all that. This chapter was a lot of fun to write. There were plenty of interesting dynamics, and I got to explore a bit more of Shimo and Benimaru's powers. With Rimuru's disappearance now coming into light because of a few impatient challengers, we'll have more subordinate versus subordinate battles, which should be pretty fun. Total story word count update, 511k, finna push this to over 1 million. That is all for today. I'll see you all next time. Author, out. Third-person POV. Amid the intense and heavy preparations for war in the cardinal world, the highest-ranking figures of Tempest remained completely absent, untouched by the passing of time. It had been 18 years since Rimuru, Veldora, and Velzard stepped into the detached sphere, a realm severed from reality, where time flowed differently and the burdens of the world could be put aside in favor of unrelenting growth. Here, they would spend a full century sharpening every skill, magic, combat techniques, and even the philosophy of power. And while the days were often consumed by exhausting training and refinement, there were, inevitably, pauses. These were soft intermissions of silence and calm that reminded them they were still alive, not just warriors preparing for the apocalypse. On one particularly clear day, the weather sat comfortably in a state of perfect equilibrium. The air was fresh and clean, the wind playful, brushing through the grass and trees. Light filtered through the canopy above, casting mottled shadows on the earth. Velzard sat beneath a tall oak, her back to the trunk, a manga book delicately balanced in her hands. Her hair flowed gently with the breeze, glimmering faintly under the sun's touch. But the most picturesque part of the scene lay in her lap. Rimuru, expression relaxed and breath even, lay resting with his head nestled against her thighs. He wasn't asleep, not entirely, but his body, so often subjected to absurd strain, had finally given into a moment of stillness. The peaceful weight of her presence and the whispering of the wind were enough to lull him toward rest. You know, my view of the sky and leaves is kinda blocked from this angle, but I guess that's fine. He mused internally, gaze partially obstructed by Velzard and her, well, features. It was in these quiet moments that the noise in his mind, the whirlwind of war strategies, skill optimization, simulations of death and rebirth, finally dulled. Velzard noticed the distant look in his eyes. She gently folded the book and rested it on her lap, brushing a few stray strands of hair from his forehead. Is everything all right? She asked softly, her voice breaking the stillness without disturbing it. Rimuru blinked, slowly coming back to himself. Why yeah. I'm all right, Velz. He replied. She giggled faintly. He was never good at lying when his mind wandered. In truth, his thoughts had drifted to the nature of their relationship. It was almost hard to believe. Nearly 2 decades with Velzard, the frost dragon, the mightiest of the true dragons alive, and the woman who had become his closest companion, both in battle and life. The strange thing was, it didn't feel like 18 years. So much of their time had been spent pushing the boundaries of power and possibility. Entire years passed in days, and yet, these moments, under a tree, in the warmth of her company, always seemed to stretch, as if time, for once, wanted to give them room to breathe. He thought of the ring he had bought, a simple thing by divine standards, yet heavy with meaning. Acquired alongside a pair of enchanted bracelets they both wore, it was meant as a future promise, something that, in another world, would already be on her finger. Back in his old world, people got married after 5 or so years, if things were stable, if love endured. Well, stability wasn't exactly his strong suit. And while his love for Velzard only grew, so too did the storm on the horizon. Should I finally tie the knot? He wondered. It wasn't the first time he'd asked himself that question. And every time, the answer always retreated behind a veil of logic and looming responsibility. Now wasn't the right time. With a global war brewing, one that would test not only Tempest but the very foundation of the world, the timing couldn't be worse. The moment Tempest caught wind of their king's engagement to the frost dragon herself, there'd be no stopping the chaos that followed. An empire-wide celebration. A royal wedding. A spectacle of such scale that even his enemies might pause to gawk. A distraction. Even if I want it. Now's just not the time. He thought bitterly. He hated it, hated that his personal happiness had to be weighed against the fate of an entire nation. But that was the burden of leadership. The weight of a king who had built a world that now relied on his strength and his restraint. Rimuru looked up again at Velzard. Her eyes had returned to the manga, a small smile tugging at her lips. Maybe she already knew what he was thinking. She always did. But she didn't push. She never did. Thank you for waiting. Just a little longer. He thought. And with that thought, he finally let his eyes close. Not out of fatigue, but trust. For now, the war could wait. This peace, this woman, was still his to hold. Oh, by the way. Velzard said casually, breaking the tranquility. Rimuru let out a small murmur in response, half asleep and barely present. You think you're ready to take Veldora on? She asked. That snapped him fully awake. His eyes opened wide, his body tensing ever so slightly. The question wasn't unexpected, but it wasn't what he'd wanted to think about in that moment. Still, she had a point. He'd put the thought on the back burner, partially because he believed he was already prepared, and partially because, well, the idea of going all out against Veldora was an environmental nightmare. The damage they'd cause alone was something Velzard would need significant effort to repair. But the truth? He wanted the fight to land precisely on the 2-decade mark. Nothing less. Perfectionism at its finest. Hey. I've been ready this whole time. Rimuru replied, offering a confident grin. I just thought it'd be nice to challenge him on the 20th year. You know, symmetry. He said. Velzard tilted her head and let out a teasing hum. Era. Isn't that a waste of time? She asked. And no. Rimuru shot up slightly, offended by the accusation. Ever since Veldora had managed to push Velzard into using her true form, he'd been eagerly awaiting Rimuru's challenge. That victory, or rather, draw, had put a massive feather in the Storm Dragon's cap. Rimuru was supposed to be next, a battle Veldora had long fantasized about. But, much to his irritation, Rimuru had declared the exact date he'd be willing to fight, and that date was still years out. For 3 years now, Veldora had done little but wait, and occasionally, sulk. I've been, let's just say, preparing. Rimuru muttered, eyes drifting to the side to avoid Velzard's knowing look. Fine, fine. She said with a faint smirk. But with that much time, I look forward to seeing you defeat him on your first try. She told him. The pressure hit him like a cold wave. Despite the softness in her tone, Rimuru felt it in his bones. That was a challenge, one laced in sugar but forged in steel. He swallowed. Trust me, I won't need a second try. At worst, it'll be a draw. He said, puffing his chest just slightly. Velzard's teasing expression melted into a small pout. A draw. We can't have that happening. She said, before playfully ruffling his hair with a bit more force than necessary. Hey. Rimuru protested, flailing slightly as he tried to escape her grasp. Cut it out. He pleaded. But Velzard only giggled in response. Even as he struggled, Rimuru couldn't help but laugh. There she was, Velzard, the frost dragon, the one whose very presence could freeze time itself, acting like a mischievous girl just to mess with him. No one would ever believe this side of her existed. But here, in this secluded world, free from expectations and titles, this was who she chose to be. And Rimuru? He loved every second of it. Well, then. I guess the pressure's on. Rimuru said with a light grin, a spark of determination flickering in his gaze. Velzard, satisfied with his answer, finally ceased her merciless hair-ruffling campaign. Be sure to give us a spectacular performance. She replied with a teasing lilt, though beneath it was a sincere expectation. Rimuru gave a firm nod, his smile lingering, even as his thoughts shifted. 2 years left. That single thought cemented itself in his mind. With it, his resolve sharpened like a blade ready for battle. No more hesitation. No more deferrals. The coming clash between him and Veldora wouldn't just be a test of strength. It would be a storm of pure chaos, one so destructive that Velzard would likely spend considerable efforts reconstructing the detached sphere once it was over. 19th year. Another year passed in a blur. Which meant the countdown had begun. 1 year remained until the confrontation. If the fight ended in an actual draw, with both Rimuru and Veldora obliterating each other in the process, it wouldn't be the end. Not permanently. Thanks to the unique bond shared between the three, they had a failsafe, an unbreakable soul corridor. It was a transcendent connection that threaded their egos together across the vastness of existence. With it, so long as even one of them survived, the others could be resurrected. Velzard served as the anchor, housing both Rimuru and Veldora's egos within her. That meant no fear of death. No hesitation. Not here. They could afford to go all out. And they would. But even with his confidence, Rimuru knew one cold, undeniable fact. In raw numbers, he was outmatched. If this turned into a war of attrition, and it almost certainly would, he'd be the first to fall unless something changed. He had the edge in energy efficiency, yes. His ability to conserve and utilize magicools was leagues above Veldora's, thanks to the structure of his skills and Seal's meticulous improvements. However, without Seal to assist him in this battle, that advantage paled in comparison to the sheer chasm in total power. 35 million to 95 million. Rimuru muttered. The numbers haunted him. He paced slowly across the vast, white expanse of the salt flat, Velzard's usual meditation ground. With her out for the day, it had become the perfect venue for deep thought. The space was vast, quiet, and pristine. There was northwest better place to clear his head. He stopped for a moment, frowning, one hand to his chin. Yeah, that gap is far too wide. His voice drifted into the wind, unheard by anyone but himself. Even after years of non-stop training, growth, and refinement, the raw difference in existence value was something he couldn't ignore. Veldora wasn't just a walking calamity. He was a storm, a chaotic embodiment of boundless energy. To win, Rimuru had to do more than match him. He had to overcome him. Not just with numbers. But with strategy, finesse, creativity, and perhaps a touch of madness. Rimuru stood still in the heart of the salt flats, the crystalline air silent and unmoving around him. His gaze turned inward as he delved deep into the core of his being, reaching through the endless channels of energy and consciousness that comprised his inner world. There, beyond the woven threads of his skills, beyond the vast structure maintained by Seal, and deeper still, lay the vault of Shub-Niggurath, the skill storage that safeguarded some of his most dangerous powers. His fingers clenched slightly. It was now or never. There were two particular ultimate skills he'd been keeping sealed away, their volatile potential too disruptive to keep on hand during standard training. He could still use them while they were stored, but even a microsecond's delay in activation could prove fatal against Veldora. If he wanted the edge in battle, then he had to claim them now, fully, entirely. Etch them directly into the soul. I'm really gonna feel this one. Rimuru muttered under his breath. He braced himself, shoulders squared, stance firm, and then, without hesitation, ripped the two skills from their sealed chamber. The backlash was immediate. A searing jolt lanced through his chest, as though his very essence had been branded. The pressure of the two ultimate skills slamming into his soul was like a pair of celestial bodies being forcefully anchored to a structure barely capable of withstanding them. His knees buckled. A strangled breath escaped his lips as he dropped down to one knee, his fingers digging into the salt-dusted earth. The pain wasn't physical. No, it was deeper than that. Existential. It's almost as if his soul itself were being stretched and compressed at once, forced to expand rapidly to accommodate two god-tier systems without warning. Even with his monstrous soul capacity, already capable of bearing two ultimate skills, the sudden strain of doubling that burden was like trying to balance a mountain on each shoulder. His breathing became ragged, his vision briefly tunneling, and a cold sweat formed despite the crisp clarity of the air around him. "D-damn, that hurt," he hissed through gritted teeth. But slowly, the pain receded. The cacophony of imbalance began to settle. His soul, adaptive and ever-evolving, started to synchronize with the new additions. He felt the skills anchor and thread into the lattice of his existence, settling as part of him. The gentle waters bordering the edge of the salt flat stirred as though stirred by unseen wind. The atmosphere shifted. The world knew something had changed. Rimuru rose slowly, breath still heavy but controlled. He flexed his fingers, feeling the thrum of power beneath his skin, the subtle pulse of something beyond mortal comprehension. His existence value had taken a hit, dropping by nearly 4 million. But in the grand scheme of things, it was like taking a cup from a bathtub. Significant on paper. Irrelevant in practice. What mattered now were the skills themselves. The first of the two pulsed with warm, radiant energy, soft, but overwhelming in its depth. Lord of Hope, Serial. It wasn't flashy, nor was it packed with countless sub-skills like some others. But what it did offer was terrifying in its utility. Death Domination gives the user total control over death, granting instantaneous victory over opponents without an ultimate skill. Life Domination provides absolute rule over life itself, allowing the user to shorten or extend lifespans, regenerate instantaneously, heal any affliction, resurrect the dead, and reverse or accelerate aging. Superior Revitalization is the ultra-enhanced form of infinite regeneration, granting nigh invulnerability so long as the user isn't killed in one shot. Undying provides the user with an immense boost in power during near-death situations. The magnitude of the boost scales with the user's desire to live. Uplifting allows the user to enhance their allies, raising their hope and thus, power. Of them all, Superior Revitalization and Undying were Rimuru's focus. So long as I'm not killed in one shot, I'll keep fighting. No matter how long it takes. Rimuru thought to himself. It wasn't a flashy power. It was a promise. A foundation for endurance. Perfect for the long war of attrition that lay ahead. And this was only the first of the two skills. If the first skill was tailored to ensure Rimuru's endurance, his ability to survive anything short of obliteration, the second was pure devastation incarnate. It had one purpose. Power. The memory was still fresh. During the founding festival, a particular event had left an indelible scar in the world's collective memory. It was the final spectacle, a sparring match between two forces of nature that defied mortal comprehension. Milim Nava, the Destroyer, versus Velzard, the Frost Dragon. Held within the newly unveiled Colosseum of Tempest, their duel was never meant to be anything more than a show of strength. But what transpired was a revelation. The scale, the intensity, and the overwhelming power on display reminded the world of its place. For the spectators, it was a divine message. This is how high the ceiling truly goes. And Rimuru? He'd been the only thing keeping that battle from annihilating the continent around it. While the two monstrous women clashed, their strikes shaking the firmament, Rimuru maintained the barrier that protected Tempest and everyone inside. It took considerable energy, sure. But what mattered more was what happened within the barrier. Seal had been watching, recording, and analyzing, most especially Milim. Milim's infamous, star magic, a unique, anomalous force that bent conventional theory over its knee, had finally been witnessed in live combat. Destruction in its purest form. Pure, radiant annihilation, only a step below turn null itself. The key difference. No self-harm. A level of control and refinement that should have been impossible. Yet somehow, Seal did the impossible. Though full replication was beyond even her reach, she had done what no one else in existence dared dream. She simulated the effect. She mimicked what was meant to be unanalyzable. She gave form to an imitation that defied logic. And from that brilliance was born the second ultimate skill. Lord of the Stars, Velda. It bore only 2 sub-skills. But those 2 were enough to elevate Rimuru into the domain of the gods. For fleeting moments, enough to change the course of battle, he could cross the threshold into the realm of the true dragons themselves. Stellar Nuclear Reactor granted the user the power to absorb ambient magicules from their surroundings and fuse them with their own energy to create star ash, a synthetic variant of stardust. This fusion process resembled a self-sustaining star, with the user's body becoming a reactor for mass energy conversion. Stellar Magic granted total control over the manipulation of star ash. Offensive, defensive, spatial, and atmospheric effects could be weaponized via star ash in countless devastating forms. The distinction was important. Milim's star magic relied on stardust, a mysterious cosmic resource believed to be fundamentally irreproducible, impervious to analysis, and utterly unblockable. It was a force of nature, a flaw in the rules of reality. But star ash, while synthetic and slightly inferior, possessed a similar destructive potential. A mirror forged through genius rather than divine heritage. It was not perfect. It was not pure. But it was his. And that made it dangerous. Because Rimuru didn't play by the rules, he broke them. He didn't need to replicate Milim's power exactly. What he had was enough to rewrite the battlefield. Enough to bring stars to the earth, to collapse mountains in silent light, to stand toe-to-toe with Veldora at full power. As the power settled within him, thrumming beneath his skin like twin suns threatening to ignite, Rimuru exhaled slowly. Controlled. Steady. But his mind wasn't calm. There was one more card he hadn't played yet. Something risky. Something final. In the upper echelons of power, beings like Rimuru discovered that they no longer had just one form, as their understanding of existence deepened in their very state of being split into dualities. The first was their restrained self, a calm, harmless facade. It's a form refined to walk beside mortals without warping reality by sheer presence. It was a mask behind which a god could smile and be mistaken for a man. Velzard had such a form. Her youthful, casual demeanor belied her godlike power. In that state, her magicule missions were near zero. Elegant. Unthreatening. But it was not meant for war. For battle, there was another. Battle mode was no mere transformation. It was a complete restructuring of the soul and body, a shift where physiology, mana circuits, and even clothing were optimized for war. Presence was amplified to terrify. Unbeknownst to Veldora, his decision to help Seal develop a battle mode for Rimuru might end up backfiring. He hadn't used it yet. Because the moment he activated it, paired with the volatile power of the stellar nuclear reactor, he would no longer be a demon lord fighting a spar. He'd become a walking star. For that fleeting window, he would ascend, in all but name, to the level of a true dragon. And in that state, he might even surpass Veldora. He'd strike with enough force to wound his sworn brother. He'd endure attacks that would vaporize true demon lords. It would be the ultimate equalizer. But it came with a crippling price. Without Seal assisting me in this battle, I'd be the one sustaining the reactor. Rimuru muttered, eyes narrowing. That was the dilemma. The reactor was computationally monstrous. Ordinarily, Seal, his ever-faithful and infinitely brilliant partner, could run it in the background with no issue. She made the impossible seem effortless. But Rimuru had already decided that this battle was his and his alone. He would not lean on her, which meant the burden would fall squarely on his own shoulders. To wield that kind of power without Seal's help, half of his processing capacity would be rerouted just to keep the reactor stable. Half. This resulted in slower reaction times, delayed threat assessments, suboptimal movement and execution, and potential vulnerabilities in decision-making. Microseconds. Microseconds of lag. But in a battle at this level, microseconds meant death. It was like fighting blindfolded with a blade made of starlight, immensely powerful but perilously unstable. And in a clash with Veldora, that might be the edge that turned triumph into failure. I guess I'll make that decision in a pinch. He murmured, voice tight. He couldn't afford to activate it lightly. It had to be a clutch move, a calculated risk only when the stakes demanded it. Even with such a terrifying trade-off, the reward was too good to ignore. With battle mode and Velda together, Rimuru's offensive output would triple. Every strike would burn through Veldora's defenses. Every blow would leave a mark. And he would become a storm unto himself. Power like that was seductive, but it came with a warning label. You might not think fast enough to survive it. 20th year. The time had finally arrived, and after 5 long years steeped in tension, training, and anticipation, the moment of reckoning had come. Veldora, the storm dragon, would at last fulfill his long-standing wish to face his sworn brother not in a spar, not in a test, but in a battle worthy of the gods themselves. Far in the distance, a storm raged, but it was not of Veldora's making. It was the planet itself trembling in response to the two titans about to clash. Nature had sensed what was coming, and in a show of fearful respect, it had unleashed chaos upon the land. The skies boiled, seething with roiling black clouds. Wind howled through valleys like the wail of dying gods, tearing through the trees as if the world sought to flee from the hill where they stood. Lightning flashed, unceasing, casting jagged shadows over the two figures facing off in absolute stillness. Thunder cracked not in bursts, but in rhythmic waves, as though the sky itself was drawing breath in anticipation. A storm for the ages. And at the eye of it, two beings who had long since transcended mortal comprehension. Rimuru and Veldora stood no more than 20 meters apart atop a grassy hill. No audience. No cheers. No commentary. There was only silence between them. A tense, crackling silence that said more than words ever could. Overhead, the distant moon gleamed faintly behind the storm wall, and within the protected shelter upon its surface, Velzard, Seal, and Leviathan watched from afar. Layers upon layers of impenetrable barriers shielded the moon from the aftermath they knew would come. Even at such a distance, the approaching clash radiated enough energy to scar a world. There was no friendly banter now. No exaggerated boasting. Their bond was ironclad, their loyalty unquestioned, but for the next few moments, it was all set aside. This wasn't a spar. It was war. You may have won our first battle. Veldora began, his deep voice more somber than ever before. That usual storm of theatrics, that cocky grin, gone. In its place was the warrior. But that was 2 decades ago. He said. His golden eyes narrowed, glowing faintly against the rising gloom. While I appreciate the willingness to restrict yourself, don't take it as me holding back. He added. He lifted his hand, and with it, Tiamat, his god-forged staff of destruction. Lightning rippled through the clouds at its presence. Across from him, Rimuru gave a small chuckle. Not cocky. Not dismissive. Resolved. Don't mention it. He said, eyes locked on Veldora's. I'd have to hold back for my own good, anyway. He continued. The wind shrieked past them like a living beast, but neither moved. They heard each other clearly. Every syllable carried as if spoken in an empty room. The storm, the planet, and even time itself, faded into the background. Only they remained. But unlike past battles, this time, Rimuru stood alone. No seal calculating outcomes. No turn null waiting to be unleashed. This was just him, the skills he had painstakingly chosen, and the power he'd honed. And across from him stood not the Veldora of old, but a reforged fighter. One who had grown, evolved, and waited. In the 5 years since he had pushed Velzard to reveal her true form, Veldora's energy had slowly accumulated, driven by pride, excitement, and a deep, primal yearning to match and exceed those around him. At the time of that legendary display, his existence value was 95 million. Now, after years of silent build-up and refinement, he had finally breached the one thing Rimuru had hoped he wouldn't. 100 million. The number hung in the air like a death sentence. And yet, Rimuru didn't waver. The twin sons of Serial and Velda pulsed within his soul, waiting. His power, too, had undergone a change. He had evolved. The ground beneath their feet began to rumble, not from any movement, but from sheer tension. The world could feel it. A collision was imminent, and not even the heavens would remain untouched. Bam. The world shook. One moment, Rimuru stood still, calm and composed. The next, Veldora was gone, hurled backward like a meteor struck by divine wrath. There was no wind-up. No visible motion. No sound preceded the blow. It was just raw impact. A shockwave exploded outward, carving a deep scar into the landscape. The grassy hill that had stood untouched until it was split in half, torn asunder like paper before a blade. The earth convulsed, and molten light cracked through the fissure like exposed nerves. Rimuru had used instant motion, vanishing and reappearing in less than a thought. No light. No magic circle. Just an absolute violation of space and time. Not even Veldora, with his heightened senses, had seen the movement, let alone blocked it. It had begun. So fast. Veldora's thought barely had time to form before he corrected his trajectory, twisting midair. But Rimuru was already reacting. Sensing danger, he spun with precision and met Tiamat head-on. The weapons collided. Steel met god steel. And the storm died. The clash ripped the sky open. Thunderclouds were torn apart in a 1,000-mile radius, the sheer force vaporizing the torrential downpour. Pressure waves flattened mountains in the distance, and a dome of distorted space expanded from their locked weapons. It was not simply a clash of mass, but of concepts, of power so absolute the planet itself screamed. My blade can hold. Rimuru thought, his eyes sharp. The years of constant refinements, enchantment reinforcement, and sheer brute force testing had finally paid off. His sword, forged to contend with divine weapons, did not shatter. But it trembled. Each clash reverberated through his body like a mountain collapsing on his spine. Veldora's strikes weren't just powerful. They were monumental. Every swing of Tiamat carried the weight of a god's fury. Breaking from the deadlock, they surged forward. Blows were exchanged like thunderclaps from warring stars. Strike. Parry. Counter. Evade. Each collision was a calamity. Rimuru's katana gleamed, its edge honed to atomic precision. Every slash threatened to split the sky. But Veldora moved like lightning, pivoting Tiamat with effortless grace. For all its weight, his staff became a blur, a spinning wall of force that bent around Rimuru's counters. The terrain around them didn't just crack. No, it collapsed. Entire kilometers of land were uprooted as if torn by titans. The atmosphere warped, howling like a living thing. Every swing unleashed energy that could incinerate nations, and every blocked blow sent shockwaves that rolled across the horizon, leveling forests and toppling mountains. Then, the planet broke. With a sound like a dying god's final breath, a fault line screamed into existence, spanning the horizon in either direction. A titanic fissure tore through the crust, exposing the molten lifeblood of the world beneath. Lava fountained skyward, turning rain to steam and sky to fire. And still, they fought. Neither flinched, neither paused. The cataclysm around them was nothing. This wasn't a battle between human and monster. It was a battle between forces of nature. In a blur of motion, Veldora raised his hand, and the sky turned violent. Thousands of glowing spheres burst into existence above and around him, swirling like a galaxy made of destruction. Each was a storm blast, packed with enough volatile energy to vaporize cities, reshape continents, and collapse lesser realms. The atmosphere rippled from the sheer concentration of mana. With a guttural shout, he unleashed them. They rained down like a second extinction. 1,000 sun-colored bombs screamed through the air, homing in on Rimuru from every direction. Veldora didn't wait to watch them connect. He was already in retreat, using the deluge as cover to gain distance, to think, to plan. The first impact was cataclysmic. Then another. And another. Each explosion tore a crater into the planet, atomizing everything within its radius. The fractured landscape turned into a churning sea of lightning and ruin. The hill where they'd begun had long since ceased to exist. Now, there was only chaos, a chasm of lava and ruin, stretching far into the horizon. The onslaught buried Rimuru beneath a tempest of annihilation. That should buy me, wait. Veldora's eyes narrowed. His instinct screamed. Faust's danger prediction flared red, faster than thought. He spun. But it was too late. Boom. Rimuru's fist collided with his palm in a perfect counterstrike. The moment of contact unleashed an explosion at point-blank range, like the birth of a miniature star. The air itself was ripped apart, and a superheated shockwave detonated outward, punching a hole through the sky. It was a force on the level of hundreds of thermonuclear bombs. And it hurt. Veldora was launched miles across the sky, carving through mountains and vaporizing clouds in his flight. He finally managed to right himself midair, skidding to a halt with a sonic boom, his body scorched and steaming. His arm throbbed, stinging with a sharp pain that echoed even through his dragon-forged nerves. KH-. He compressed that much power into a single punch. Veldora remarked, gritting his teeth. He had known Rimuru was powerful. But this was surgical devastation. A strike not only powered by brute force, but precision, with perfect energy compression, timed execution, and calculated detonation. That blast had almost equaled the entire payload of Veldora's Storm Blast salvo. He absorbed the attack, and redirected the energy. He pondered. No time to think. A sonic boom split the sky. Rimuru was already closing the distance faster than before. His blade shimmered in his grip, cutting arcs of energy through the sky as he surged forward, eyes locked onto his target. Veldora let out a roar, divine wind gathering around him, and brought Tiamat up to meet him. Steel and staff danced again, each blow a judgment upon the world. The two figures blurred across the battlefield, soaring like comets and striking like calamities. They had long since left their original battlefield behind. The world around them was unrecognizable, a ravaged wasteland split by a continent-wide fissure, glowing red and gold from the exposed magma below. Only the colossal scar across the planet, miles wide and seemingly endless, remained as a silent testament to where it all began. As their high-speed clash reached new, dizzying heights, Veldora subtly shifted focus. With each blow exchanged, each clash of Tiamat and blade, he let his magicules accumulate quietly, dangerously. Not a single flare of energy slipped from his form. It was a magician's sleight of hand on an apocalyptic scale. At the same time, he fired additional, storm blast, spells mid-combat, feints hidden beneath his real strategy. But with growing irritation, he noticed the projectiles never landed. No explosion. No resistance. They simply ceased to exist before reaching Rimuru. A barrier? No, something deeper, something absolute. It was as though the very concept of ranged attacks was being invalidated around him. But Veldora didn't care. It was time. The moment his energy crossed the tipping point, he broke free from melee and soared backward, his form trailing arcs of divine stormlight. Rimuru moved to intercept, but froze in place the moment he saw Veldora's extended hand. Lightning gathered, wild, pure, cosmic lightning. The air around Veldora collapsed into a vacuum as charged ions ruptured the very fabric of space. His body became nothing more than a glowing silhouette, outlined by churning storm clouds and a corona of white-blue lightning. Storm burst. The words were not spoken. They were etched into reality. Rimuru's eyes went wide. He knew that spell. He knew what was coming. But he was too close. There was no time to dodge. There was no time to think. A beam of apocalyptic fury erupted from Veldora's hand. Brighter than 1,000 suns, it roared into existence with the force of a gamma-ray burst. The ray shrieked across the battlefield, tearing straight through what remained of the planet, and continued onward, punching into the cosmos itself. The detached sphere quaked. The world beneath them shattered, the continental fracture reaching its final breaking point. The planet, already wounded beyond repair, split entirely in half, then into quarters, then into fragments, each one vaporized by residual energy before it could finish falling apart. Even the sky was scarred. Beyond the atmosphere, in the path of the beam, a void now existed, a massive, dark region where stars and systems should have been. Entire chunks of celestial architecture had simply been carved out of reality, leaving behind a scarred emptiness that echoed with silence. Veldora's arm dropped, his body flickering with residual energy. The spell was cast. The most powerful, storm magic, spell in existence, the stormborn counterpart to Drago Nova, had been unleashed. He looked down. Rimuru was still there. Floating amid debris and dust, he was barely recognizable. Nearly half of his body had been vaporized, revealing gelatinous internals, mana circuits, and a latticework of light that flickered like a dying star. His torso was a mess of melted armor and charred flesh. His right eye was gone. His energy signature was faint, almost gone. But he wasn't dead. He couldn't be. Serial, the Lord of Hope, the divine ward of survival, kept his flame lit. Not because it was unshakable on its own, but because Rimuru's will refused to let it fail. Even still, regeneration came slowly. Superior revitalization worked frantically to undo the volatile aftereffects of storm burst, but the spell wasn't just destructive. It was corrosive. It unmade patterns. It destabilized matter. It undermined recovery itself. Do you yield? Veldora asked, voice grim. Not with arrogance, but concern. He wasn't sure what answer he wanted to hear. No response came. Rimuru floated in place, half-conscious, his single remaining eye dulled, unfocused. His aura barely flickered. He was on the edge, one push from collapse. Then. Flash. His eye snapped open. A wave of blinding light burst from Rimuru's soul, flooding the space around him with a pressure so intense it distorted gravity. Veldora reeled, forced back instinctively. The very space around Rimuru trembled as though it were witnessing something sacred. His regeneration didn't just resume. It accelerated beyond reason. The burned tissue stitched, vaporized limbs reformed, and even the molecular gaps in his internal lattice were filled in an instant. Charred clothes rewove themselves into flawless robes, and his aura surged, no, it exploded, outpacing the roar of storm burst itself. Lightning crackled around him, but it wasn't Veldora's. This was different. Colder. Sharper. Controlled. What stood before Veldora now was not a recovering warrior, but a transformed one. It was a being awakened. A sovereign provoked. The air itself grew heavier. Energy poured off Rimuru's form like a rising tide. It wasn't just power. It was fury restrained, a divine wrath held in check by purpose and precision. Veldora backed away instinctively. I think I just pissed him off. He muttered. And far above, on the moon, Velzard's hand tightened against the balcony's edge. Seal and Leviathan watched on with heavy anticipation, their attention glued to the battle. That's when the transformation began. Rimuru's energy, already surging like a tidal wave, surged even higher. But this wasn't simply a flare of power. No, this was evolution, a shift in nature itself. His body blurred, becoming a silhouette of pure blue radiance, as if his form were struggling to be defined by physical law. Arcane lines traced across his body in fractal patterns, shifting between form and formlessness, divinity and damnation. His blade, too, responded. Its shape stretched and darkened, the hilt elongating, its edge becoming a spectral blur of obsidian and starlight. Then. Snap. A single horn erupted from one side of Rimuru's head, casting a long, jagged shadow through the light. It pulsed with power, purple, ancient, hungry. And although asymmetrical, it was clear that something primordial was taking shape. Veldora tried to move, but he couldn't. No matter how much force he exerted, no matter what skill he invoked, his body refused to step forward. Rimuru's pressure was too much, a dense gravity field of absolute pressure. Even space itself bent inward around him. And worst of all, his existence value was climbing. Fast. Dangerously fast. Veldora's mind reeled as he analyzed the number spike. In seconds, Rimuru had closed a gap of over 70 million. Boom. Like the birth of a star, a violent explosion erupted from Rimuru's soul, raw, chaotic, and divine. It wasn't a mere pulse of power. It was a supernova, a declaration to the cosmos itself. Veldora was blasted back, spinning uncontrollably through space. He barely managed to erect a barrier as he braced against the shockwave. All around them, the fractured remnants of the planet disintegrated into nothing, vaporized in a single breath of celestial force. Then, stillness. The light faded, and the void grew quiet. And there, amid the cosmic wreckage, floated something new. Rimuru had ascended. His form radiated dignity, terrifying dignity. The singular horn jutted from the left side of his head, jagged and luminous, while a flickering shadow suggested its opposite hadn't yet fully formed. His platinum-blue hair now shimmered like a curtain of stars, dotted with specks of white, an entire microcosm woven into his being. His eyes now held a glint of something ancient. Something untouched by mortality. His usual clothes were gone, replaced with flowing robes of spectral white and dark void, trimmed with gold and adorned with fur coming from an ancient beast that never existed. He didn't look like a warrior anymore. He looked like a king, a god-king of ruin and rebirth. In his hand, he held his blade, the fangs of the devourer, but it too had changed. Now pulsing with chaotic energy, the blade seemed to vibrate between states, absorbing the starlight around it, its edge rippling like liquid antimatter. Your. Veldora started, but the words caught in his throat. Rimuru gave a lopsided smile, the corner of his lips tilting in a way that sent a chill down Veldora's spine. Gotta say. He drawled, his voice a mixture of playful malice and barely restrained ferocity. Thanks for waking me up there. He said. Veldora's eyes narrowed. That voice wasn't distorted, but it was layered. 1,000 tones rippled beneath the surface, some calm, some wrathful, some utterly still. He'd heard of this form and helped design it with Seal as well. This was the ultimate state, the transformation called battle mode. Only this was beyond what he envisioned. Far beyond. Back on the lunar surface, Velzard's breath caught in her throat. Her ocean eyes widened, not from fear, but from recognition. The sight before her stole every word from her lips. It wasn't that she hadn't expected Rimuru to reveal a true form of his own, no. She had suspected from the beginning that this duel, provoked by Veldora, would force Rimuru to unveil something buried deep within. She had felt it stirring for some time now, an unstable star, forming in silence. But what she hadn't anticipated was this. At that moment, as Rimuru hovered amid the void, his entire being enveloped in divine radiance, his silhouette seared into the very fabric of space itself. He wasn't just Rimuru anymore. He was the spitting image of the Star King. Veldanava. The resemblance went far beyond the surface. Yes, the asymmetrical horn. He was missing the other. Yes, the cosmic shimmer in his hair and robes. Yes, the subtle glow in his skin, almost like celestial metal. But it was more than that. It was the weight of his presence. There was that same paradoxical aura of stillness and chaos, of boundless potential and absolute finality. It was the same aura that once bent dragons to their knees. So, you've decided to make that trade-off, Rimuru-sama. Seal mused, her thoughts a mixture of admiration and concern. This was no ordinary transformation. Alongside battle mode, Rimuru had activated the stellar nuclear reactor, a volatile skill that tapped directly into the conceptual heart of a star. In doing so, his power had catapulted far beyond its regular ceiling. But it came at a price. His computational power, usually guided and bolstered by Seal, was sacrificed. Half of his entire analytical network was rerouted to maintain reactor stability. Strategic precision was sacrificed for overwhelming force. Far away, Veldora finally regained his bearings, brushing away the remnants of the nova wind that had flung him into the distant dark. Then, he laughed. Low. Rough. Filled with something between nostalgia and disbelief. I wasn't expecting a nostalgia trip, he said, smiling through the tension. Across the void, Rimuru gave a lopsided grin. With a flick of his wrist, the fangs of the devourer dissolved into glimmering particles, like a constellation coming undone. He floated, one arm lazily hanging by his side, the other propped on his hip, his energy signature still rising. Why's that? I look like someone you know? He asked. There was no smugness in his tone, just a dangerous kind of mirth. The kind that made even gods reconsider their footing. Veldora slowly nodded, eyes locked on Rimuru's new form. You don't just look like him. You feel like him. He replied. He didn't say the name. He didn't need to. Because in this moment, even the moon's surface seemed to tremble beneath the memory of Veldanava, the Star King Dragon, the source of creation. This wasn't a resemblance. It was an inheritance from the ashes of an imperfect replication. And Veldora knew then that while he had sparred with Rimuru before, helped refine his skills, played his role in their mad sciences and simulations, this transformation was something else entirely. Something primordial had awoken. Well, then, let's continue scrapping. Rimuru said, rolling his shoulders as the galaxy patterns in his hair flared. He cracked his neck, cosmic lightning dancing across his form. His grin widened, but there was no longer any amusement behind it, only instinct and momentum. I'm feeling awfully sluggish. He continued. Veldora crossed his arms, bracing himself. Rimuru closed the distance in a blink. No fanfare. No warning. Just instant and absolute motion. Then came the impact. His fist crashed into Veldora's guard, and reality itself bent around the blow. The surrounding space distorted like a heat mirage before shattering into spiraling lines, as though existence had briefly forgotten how to hold its shape. The resulting shockwave hurled Veldora across the cosmos, trailing molten arcs of magic behind him like a meteor skimming the surface of a star. The hit wasn't even full force. But it hurt. That actually hurt. He's getting serious now. Veldora thought, his excitement flaring to dangerous levels. Before he could reorient himself, Rimuru was already there. A streak of azure light, his form compressed by speed, came bearing down with another punch. Veldora tried to intercept, but something was wrong. His arm snapped forward, then recoiled backward, returning to its prior position as if time had been rewound. Not this again. Veldora groaned internally, irritation rising. He recognized the phenomenon immediately. This was Velzard's time reversal ability. But this wasn't defensive like hers. It was offensive. Rimuru had taken the technique, butchered it, and repurposed it to remove an opponent's defensive capabilities. Sloppy, yes. It drained far more energy than Velzard's seamless rewinds. But Rimuru didn't need efficiency. He had the reactor. And with each distorted strike, Veldora was forced to eat the full brunt of Rimuru's blows, heavy, unrelenting, reality splintering. Each punch carried the soundless echo of stars dying. Fufufu, you really do know how to surprise me, Rimu. Velzard mused, half prideful, half concerned. Veldora managed to pivot out of the way, his body reappearing behind Rimuru in a swirl of stormlight. With a roar, he brought Tiamat, his massive, rune-etched staff, down across Rimuru's face. Crack! The blow connected cleanly, launching Rimuru like a comet. His body sailed through the void, blue trails marking his path across the broken starscape. Yet, he didn't block it. He didn't dodge. Veldora's brows furrowed. That was clean. Too clean. Normally, Rimuru would have seen that coming. Why didn't he? Was he toying with him? Rimuru righted himself mid-flight and surged forward once more, fist glowing a brilliant, condensed blue, the hue of collapsing magic compressed into violence. But his movements, while powerful, were off. Veldora twisted his body, narrowly dodging before jamming his staff into Rimuru's midsection. Another clean hit. More confusion. Suddenly, it clicked. The truth slammed into Veldora harder than any strike could have. He paused, hovering in space, a slow smile stretching across his face. Then he let out a laugh, a deafening, thunderous sound that shouldn't have echoed across a vacuum but did anyway, warping the laws of physics by sheer force of personality. Rimuru floated a short distance away, recovering his stance. But his expression was grim. Tight-lipped. Tense. He knew. And so did Veldora. You weren't kidding about being sluggish, huh? The storm dragon said, his voice now tinged with something less playful. Not mockery. Not taunting. But understanding. Rimuru didn't answer. He didn't need to. The silence between them spoke volumes. His power was overwhelming, yes, but the stellar nuclear reactor had its cost. The divine force that made him godlike now dragged him like iron weights on his limbs. He could attack and devastate, but his thinking was delayed, his precision dulled, and his perception was numbed. He was burning like a star. However, stars, by nature, consume themselves. Their clash raged on, relentless, explosive, cataclysmic. Veldora wielded Tiamat with precision and fury, his storm magic boiling around him like the eye of a cosmic tempest. Rimuru, in contrast, was an overwhelming tide of divine force, surging with each strike, fueled by a false inheritance that burned hotter with every passing moment. Tiamat swept forward like a comet, its runes crackling with storm energy. Rimuru caught it. Barehanded. The impact sent shockwaves spiraling outward, but he didn't flinch. Skin tore, bones cracked, but he held it. A maneuver that, under any other circumstance, would have been suicidal. Strike. Parry. Counter. Every collision birthed ruptures in space, shattering the void into shards of unformed dimensions. Despite Rimuru's raw, unmatched power, it was he who took more damage. Veldora moved with clarity. With speed. Rimuru, bound by the colossal output of his stellar nuclear reactor, moved like a demigod dragging celestial chains. His perception lagged. His vision blurred at the edges. He fought at velocities brushing against the speed of light, yet it still wasn't enough to fully close the gap in tempo. Still, he endured. He regenerated. Over, and over, and over again. The reactor worked endlessly behind the scenes, feeding power into his broken limbs, reigniting his mana circuits, maintaining his terrifying arsenal of skills. He was a star that could not die, a god machine masquerading in mortal flesh. Veldora didn't understand what, exactly, was fueling him, but he knew one thing. This couldn't continue. Rimuru was a pit with no bottom, an engine with no off switch. Every magicule Veldora spent, Rimuru regained tenfold. Every attack weathered only made him burn brighter. In this war of attrition, Rimuru would win. And so, Veldora retreated, shooting backward through the void until a safe distance opened. He extended his arm. Storm blast. He exclaimed. A maelstrom of golden orbs erupted forth, tenfold greater than before. Tens of thousands of volatile spheres spiraled outward, covering the battlefield like a supernova in slow motion. They converged on Rimuru all at once. And he didn't move. Not out of arrogance. But because he couldn't. By the time his mind registered the incoming attack, the first wave had already detonated. Boom. 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 Each sphere erupted with the force of a miniature star, bathing the void in blinding gold and white. The very vacuum screamed under the pressure, light bending, reality fraying at the seams. However, from within the chaos, a surge of blue light began to build up. Brighter. Brighter still. Draco Buster. Rimuru's voice roared through the maelstrom, drowning out the explosions like thunder swallowing lightning. From the heart of the detonation, a torrent of blinding azure light erupted forth, a concentrated lance of annihilation that ripped through the storm of golden spheres. The magic collided, and for a moment, just a breath, there was no light. No sound. Then. A radiant bloom, the color of gods and galaxies. Rimuru's Draco Buster, while far from a perfect replica of Malim's version, had been charged by the very reactor threatening to break him. It swallowed Veldora's barrage whole, chewing through each volatile orb as if it were paper in a solar flare. The void settled. And what remained was silence. Veldora was staring, awestruck, mouth slightly ajar. He hadn't even seen Rimuru form the technique. There was no casting circle or chant build-up. Time lost meaning in the dark. For 5 days, they fought without pause. 5 days without sunrise or sunset. 5 days without air, earth, or sky. 5 days measured only by the unrelenting collision of divine power echoing across the void. There was no longer a planet beneath them, nothing to anchor their perception of time. The only remaining celestial bodies were the fractured moon and the distant stars that glimmered like silent witnesses, untouched by the chaos. In this endless battlefield of nothing, Rimuru and Veldora clashed with fury beyond the scope of mortals. Their duel had become less of a battle and more of a phenomenon, a cosmic event that defied logic and strained reality with each passing moment. Rimuru, radiant and wrathful, moved like a supernova on the verge of collapse. His attack still held the force to split dimensions, but his grace was fading. His movements had grown sluggish, his dodges were sloppier, and his counters were slightly delayed. His power had not dimmed, but the control behind it was waning. He's burning too hot, and Veldora realized. Whatever fueled Rimuru's seemingly impossible endurance came at a cost. Though his reactor granted him a near-limitless pool of magicules, it was siphoning something equally vital. His computational power. He was a divine engine running full throttle with no time to cool, no time to think. By contrast, Veldora's energy was still ample. His reserves had dipped no further than 3/4 of their starting capacity. He wasn't winning, but he wasn't losing either. If I let this drag on, he'll burn himself out. Veldora's mind began to turn, carefully, methodically. A plan began to take shape. All he needed was the right moment. So he continued to fight, Tiamat clashing against Rimuru's bare hands, over and over again. A symphony of chaos played between them. Veldora shifted his rhythm, began baiting him with subtle nudges, half-finished attacks, and intentionally exposed openings. He wanted Rimuru to lash out. To overextend. To release it. Eventually, he did. A new surge of blue flared to life. Drago Buster. The stars in the distance paled in comparison to its light. Rimuru fired. Dozens of luminous projectiles, each bursting with enough energy to raise continents, sped toward Veldora like comets of divine wrath. But before they could reach him, they vanished, snuffed out like sparks in the wind. Rimuru's body tensed. He wasn't done. He was preparing something else, something worse. Something that could end this war of attrition in one move. Veldora's eyes narrowed as he saw the light pooling in Rimuru's outstretched hands, flooding the void with a brilliance it hadn't seen in nearly a week. Magicules churned like a stellar forge, reigniting from cold embers. Even from afar, Veldora felt the threat. He recognized it instantly. Drago Nova. He whispered. An imperfect imitation of Malim's most devastating attack. A spell designed to annihilate, to erase. It consumed space itself in its wake. Rimuru shouldn't have been casting it, not in his state. He knew it was reckless. But he wanted this over. Rimuru's expression held grim focus as the light reached its apex. He fired. A tidal beam of radiant annihilation tore through the void, heading straight for Veldora. And Veldora smiled. In the exact moment the beam surged forward, Veldora flicked his wrist, releasing a tiny object into its path. It looked like a miniature star. Harmless. Beautiful. Rimuru's eyes widened. He recognized it. But it was too late. The Drago Nova collided with the small orb, and the universe shuddered. Boom. The beam fractured, causing its structure to destabilize. The miniature star, Veldora's failsafe, reacted violently to the influx of unstable energy. It exploded. The detonation was apocalyptic. The flare outshone all nearby celestial bodies. A wave of light and destruction radiated outward, tearing apart the void in a mimicry of a dying star's final scream. A supernova, artificial and precise, was born from their clash. Rimuru and Veldora were swallowed whole by the blast. There was no escape. No shield. No dodging. They bore it together. For a moment, even the stars seemed to hold their breath. What Veldora had unleashed was not merely a counterattack. It was a true dragon's final trump card, a technique born not of strategy, but of instinctual devastation. When all else fails, a true dragon can absorb the full force of an opponent's attack, converting it into a volatile core of raw, unstable energy. This core, known as a star remnant, becomes a ticking bomb of unimaginable scale, customized by the true dragon's nature. Veldora had used over half his total Magicules to consume Rimuru's Drago Buster, refining it into a storm star remnant, a mass of unstable, chaotic energy with the potential to rupture even divine constructs. He then waited for the moment of convergence, the instant Rimuru would launch his final strike. And when it came, the Drago Nova collided with the volatile orb. The result was cataclysm. Back on the ruined moon, Velzard released a slow, tense breath. Her crystalline gaze scanned the stars as the explosion faded. She could still feel their presence, weak, strained, barely holding on, but alive. They're not dead. But they came close. She muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Silence followed. Even the stars seemed to dim, reluctant to stir the aftermath. In the void, Rimuru's eyes fluttered open. His body felt as if it were wrapped in lead. He drifted, weightless and wounded, his royal clothing gone. In its place were the tattered remnants of his usual attire, his long jacket singed and torn, patches of exposed slime flesh visible beneath the shredded cloth. Deep fractures lined his arms, with faint magicule steam rising from the wounds. Huff. I can think fast, again. He mumbled through labored breaths, grateful to feel his thoughts returning to clarity. The reactor had finally shut down. His power was no longer surging unchecked. His mind could breathe again. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a familiar shape not far from him, floating in stasis, unmoving. Veldora. He called out. He drifted closer, feeling the subtle pulse of life. Veldora was alive. Bruised, battered, scorched, but unmistakably alive. His cape was singed, and his once sturdy form flickering with signs of magicule exhaustion. But compared to Rimuru, he was arguably in better shape. Rimuru floated near, looking down at his slumbering friend. With the faintest grin, he reached out. Flick. A light tap between the eyes. Veldora's eyelids fluttered. Then snapped open. His irises darted about sluggishly until they found Rimuru's face. Did I win? He croaked, voice hoarse, still dazed. Rimuru laughed softly, more air than sound. It hurt to even do that. Considering I got up first. I'd say I won. He said, his tone teasing but weak. Veldora scowled faintly, then sat upright with sudden indignation, groaning as his joints protested the movement. The two floated in silence for a few moments, suspended in the endless void. The stars watched over them, ancient and impassive. How long were we fighting? Veldora asked, rubbing his temple, his voice tinged with annoyance. Rimuru glanced around. There was no planet or star. Just remnants of a broken battlefield and trails of cosmic residue marking the destruction they'd wrought. Beats me. He finally replied. And somehow, that was the most honest answer either of them could give. Suddenly, their vision blurred. The fractured silence of the void trembled with a low, pulsing hum, a vibration that wasn't felt with the body, but with the soul. The stars flickered. The cosmos warped. It was as if the universe itself had blinked. Then, without warning, reality bled into existence. From the hollow fabric of space, color spilled like ink through water. A wave of sensation washed over them, light, warmth, gravity, scent. The void tore open at its seams, and from its hollow belly, earth was born. Grass erupted beneath them, not violently, but softly, like a dream coalescing into form. The ground wrapped around their bodies with gentle finality, catching their weight as if the world had always been there, simply forgotten. Their feet touched down on a sunlit hilltop. And then they collapsed onto the warm earth, backs pressing into cool grass. A breeze danced past them, carrying the scent of flowers and the song of birds, a sound real and melodic after days of sterile silence. The sky above stretched wide, impossibly blue, with clouds drifting in serene indifference to the war that had just transpired. It was beautiful. Too beautiful. As they breathed in the fresh, fragrant air, the weight of battle lifted from their chests. They lay there, side by side, and shared something beyond words, a laugh. Full, unburdened, and real. A laugh only true friends could share. That was fun. Rimuru said with a breathless grin, eyes still on the sky. You can say that again. But, are we really counting that as your victory? Veldora asked, half pouting. Depends on you. I could go for round 2, but I'd rather spend that time working on our last objective. He replied. That was enough to make Veldora fold. Fine. You win. He muttered, sounding wounded, but there was a smile beneath the sulk. Somewhere inside, buried under his pride, was something more profound. Once, he had thought strangely of this little slime who could talk. Now, he saw an equal, a sworn brother. The wind stirred gently. Then a new presence touched the earth. Velzard descended gracefully from the heavens, her feet brushing the grass without a sound. She approached, haloed by the sunlight, her white hair cascading like starlight. Her eyes glittered with pride and a spark of playful cruelty. She stepped just close enough for her face to block the sky. Velzard nay. Veldora called out weakly, still lying flat. That was a spectacular match, you two. She said, her voice soft but brimming with satisfaction. Rimuru sighed, the last of his tension slipping away. He had made good on his promise. However. Now then. I suppose that means your final objective is underway. Velzard continued, her lips curling in amusement. Both Rimuru and Veldora froze. Their expressions morphed in unison, from one of peace to shock to abject horror. They had come here with 3 goals. They had just completed the first 2. Now, only one remained. The 2 sworn brothers turned to each other in dread. They'd have to fight Velzard. I wish you 2 luck. Let me know when you're ready. She said with a radiant smile before strolling away, her every step as effortless as starlight across water. The moment she was out of earshot, Rimuru and Veldora exhaled as if they'd just stared into the mouth of death. We're so screwed, aren't we? Veldora asked, his voice hollow. 100%. Rimuru replied, eyes fixed on the sky, tone grim. After a long pause, Veldora let out another sigh, one filled with dreadful acknowledgement. Guess there's more for us to do. Welcome back, people. We have a relatively lengthy chapter here. This was incredibly fun to write. And can I just say that the artwork is super good? Really proud of that one. Anyway, moving on. I decided to have the battle conclude with a really close victory. In my opinion, it could have gone either way. Rimuru was growing increasingly sluggish with each passing moment, and Veldora didn't possess an endless reserve of power. It was going to end with a close match. I decided to revisit an old story element that hadn't been mentioned in some time. I did that a lot in this chapter, actually. The main reason Veldora conceded victory was so that they could spend more time training for the bigger objective. With the heavier stuff out of the way, the following few chapters might speed up in pacing. The strongest of Rimuru's subordinates don't want to train with each other and will wait for his return. Veldora and Rimuru won't be challenging Velzard until near the end of their century-long stay. I guess I could go over what Yuki and the East have been up to. But other than that, I'll speed up the pacing a little until the main trio are out of the detached sphere. That is all for today. Thank you, and I'll see you next time. Author, out. I wanted to write a quick segment showcasing the current stats of our main trio. For more details, I'll make a separate stats spread for Rimuru's battle mode, transformation. Without further ado. Name, Rimuru Tempest, EP, 35,653,212, plus Fangs of the Devourer 22.5 million, Frost Bracelet 1.5 million. Race, Demon Slime. Blessing, Storm's Protection, Frost Dragon's Devotion. Title, True Dragon Egg Holder. Magic, Aspectual Magic, Summoning Magic, True Dragon Magic, Others. Manus, Seal. Skills, God of the Void, Azathoth, God of Harvest, Shub-Niggurath. Aside from the increase in his and his sword's EP, nothing else has changed. The significant change only happens when he goes into full gear, which we'll go over right now. Name, Rimuru Tempest, EP, 107,152,431, plus Fangs of the Devourer 22.5 million, Frost Bracelet 1.5 million. Race, Battle Mode, Demon Slime. Blessing, Storm's Protection, Frost Dragon's Devotion. Title, Collapsing Star. Magic, Aspectual Magic, Summoning Magic, True Dragon Magic, Stellar Magic, Others. Manus, Seal. Skills, God of the Void, Azathoth, God of Harvest, Shub-Niggurath, Lord of the Stars, Velda, Lord of Hope, Serial. Drew up this quick piece of his battle mode, transformation. I'm sure you can tell that this is based on his official art, used in the previous entry, which I simply traced over. Regarding the title, I went with Collapsing Star, as that's pretty much what he becomes after fighting in this state for extended periods. His power grows increasingly violent, but his perception lags, getting sloppier with each passing moment. For a triple boost in existence value, I'd say having his thought processing speed is quite a fair trade-off. However, this is, of course, without factoring in the most overpowered assistant in fiction. Now, let's discuss what would happen if he did have Seal managing the reactor for him. In that case, yes, Rimuru would have 100% of his perception and thought processing. However, he likely won't be getting much additional assistance from Seal, since even for her, maintaining the reactor requires immense computational power. It'd still be a significant benefit, but there's still a drawback. Moving on to our favorite weed dragon. Name, Veldora Tempest, EP, 102,412,311, plus Tiamat 30.4 million. Race, True Dragon. Blessing, Storm Dragon's Grace, Demon Lord's Ally. Title, Storm Dragon. Magic, Storm Magic. Skills, Lord of Investigation, Faust, Lord of Nature, Ananiel. Our boy has finally crossed the 100 million threshold. In the original story, EP basically means jackshit, which defeats the purpose of the really cool and measurable power scale. You can have characters with EP below 5 million defeating someone with an EP near 100 million, looking at you, Zijin. For the purposes of this story, I'll give existence value a more prominent role in deciding battles. While experience, skills, and battle IQ will still play crucial roles, there are just power gaps too significant to cross. It's the same logic as a really experienced and skillful martial artist taking on a hippo, for example. No matter how experienced or skilled they are, the size and physiological differences are too great for the person to win. So long as the gap isn't more than quadruple, I'd say characters with lower EP can still contend with those who have more. Like, guy with his 40 million EP. Could he still compete with this Veldora? Absolutely, and he might even win. The EP difference is more than double, but it isn't overwhelming, still looking at Zijin. Lastly, let's look at our star waifu. Name, Velzard, EP, 93,843,420, plus Kion 43.3 million, Frost Bracelet 1.5 million, Star Pendant 10 million. Race, True Dragon. Blessing, Frost Dragon's Grace, Demon Lord's Devotion. Title, Frost Dragon. Magic, Frost Magic. Skills, Lord of Patience, Gabriel, Lord of Envy, Leviathan. We're getting closer and closer to more appropriate EP levels for the true dragons. I always did find it odd that they never exceeded 100 million. But I guess EP never meant shit in the original story. Velgrind, too, will get her buff, but she'll still be the lowest out of the four, just like in canon. However, it will be compensated for by her weapon, which surpasses Kion in existence value. I forgot to account for her pendant back in chapter 67. Considering it was given to her by Veldanava, and most definitely made by him, it wouldn't be unrealistic for it to be ridiculously powerful by itself. While it doesn't really do much aside from being a pretty and sentimental ornament, I suppose just wearing it provides her with additional energy. As for her true form, her EP will stay the same unless she forces it to increase using Leviathan. Desire enhancement, as some people have pointed out, is quite similar to Satnal's function of empowering the user by using their wrath as the fuel. In Velzard's case, feelings of envy work the best, but anger can suffice. At absolute best, she can double her EP in a pinch, though it'd leave her very strained by the end. Anyway, that is all for today. I wanted to provide a quick update regarding our star trio. By the end of their training arc, they're gonna emerge as very different people. See you all soon, already working on the next chapter. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. It had been 2 weeks since my so-called victory over Veldora. And let me emphasize strongly that it was a victory in technicality only. We were both completely spent by the end of that fight, but if I'm being honest, he recovered faster and ended up in better condition. The only reason I was declared the winner was because I managed to get up first, barely. Still, there was no denying it. We couldn't have kept going. I'd only just fully recovered from the aftereffects of entering battle mode with the reactor at full throttle. When I learned our battle had lasted 5 entire days, my jaw hit the floor. I wasn't just imagining things. I had been getting sloppier. My thought processing speed and reactions deteriorated, even as my power continued to spike. In fact, the reactor's output had reached a point where my material body was on the verge of imploding. Had Veldora not ended the battle when he did, I would have likely torn myself apart from the inside. I shuddered at the thought. It wouldn't have been a permanent death, sure, but the idea of experiencing one, even temporarily, was far from pleasant. Time to focus. Right now, Seal, Veldora, and I stood on a planet a few light years removed from the main world. We were still within the detached sphere, of course. This pocket universe stretched for thousands of light years in every direction, a stellar nursery of stars, systems, and cosmic phenomena untouched by civilization. The planet beneath our feet was a marvel in its own right. Roughly 3 times the size of my original Earth, it bore no atmosphere, no oceans, no life of any kind. Its surface was a barren, jagged canvas of silver gray, not unlike Mercury, but on a much grander and more violent scale. The terrain looked as if a divine catastrophe had sculpted it. Towering craters pockmarked the landscape, some so vast their rims reached into the edges of space. Colossal spires of stone jutted outward at impossible angles, crooked and majestic like the fangs of some ancient cosmic beast. It was bleak. But also breathtaking. Still, we weren't here to sightsee. After recovering, Veldora and I agreed to begin strategizing for our final objective. If our last battle had been cataclysmic on a cosmic scale, then this next one threatened to break the domain itself. The two of us would have to face Velzard in a no-holds-barred clash. There were no formal victory conditions set, either. Likely, we'd base the outcome on mutual agreement, or more realistically, on whoever ended up least obliterated. Fun times ahead. How about you explain what that was? Veldora said, arms crossed, one eyebrow arched high in suspicion. His tone carried the edge of irritation, but I knew better. It was mostly curiosity. After all, not only had I closed the existence value gap between us, but I'd surpassed him, even if barely. On top of that, he said I resembled his late elder brother in my true form. That part alone was enough to set off alarm bells. You helped design my battle mode with Seal. I'm surprised you're surprised. I replied with a casual shrug. It wasn't supposed to look like that, was it? He shot back, glancing at Seal for backup. I expected her to back me up, maybe downplay the changes or call them within acceptable range, but instead, she gave a slight, decisive nod. Traitor. Truthfully, I didn't expect that outcome either, Rimuru-sama. Although I suspect the reactor may have something to do with it. Seal said in her usual calm tone. That clearly got Veldora's attention. His eyes widened slightly, the cogs in his head already turning. Wait, reactor. Is that why you never ran out of energy? He asked, eyes shifting sharply toward me. I gave him a slow nod. Yeah. But I'm sure you noticed its fatal flaw. I replied. His expression quickly shifted into understanding. He had seen it firsthand. During the fight, I'd taken more hits than usual, not because I was playing tough, but because I literally couldn't react in time. My thinking had dulled. My precision dipped. The only reason I stayed on the offensive was to keep the pressure on and avoid being overwhelmed. I see. And since Seal wasn't actively assisting you during the fight, you had to divert your own processing power to stabilize the reactor. Veldora muttered, mostly to himself. More or less. I confirmed. His brow furrowed deeper. Still, that doesn't explain the appearance. He added, voice quieter now, as though he wasn't sure whether to be impressed or unsettled. I turned toward Seal, raising a brow. The unspoken question hung in the air. Should we tell him? She paused only a moment before offering a slight nod. I sighed and looked back at Veldora, my expression turning serious. All right, what I'm about to say doesn't leave this group. I said, lowering my voice. Veldora blinked in surprise but eventually nodded, his arms uncrossing. You're already aware of Malim's star magic, right? The divine power she inherited from her father. How could I not be? He replied with a grunt. Of the 4 types of true dragon magic, my elder brother's was very special. He said. That piqued both mine and Seal's attention. Seeing our looks, Veldora continued, his gaze turning nostalgic. Melim's version of star magic, while perfectly inherited from Veldonava's, is unique to her. It's hard to put into words, but you can think of star magic as the purest form of magic, one that completely bends itself to the user's will. He explained. He looked toward the horizon, as though remembering something far older than even this ancient realm. For Melim, that power became a force of pure destruction. It's a direct reflection of her nature. Unrestrained. Absolute. But for Veldonava, star magic was never about destruction. He said. The void fell silent, save for the soft hum of the distant stars. Seal and I remained quiet, hanging on to every word. To Veldonava, star magic represented the multiverse. It was the pure act of shaping reality, not just manipulating it. His will was law, and creation responded not as a tool but as an extension of his being. When he used it, he didn't just destroy mountains. He could rewrite the rules that made mountains exist in the first place. He continued. I felt a chill crawl down my back. That level of power was tough to imagine. Seal listened intently, eager to learn more about this forbidden secret. Veldora nodded to himself as if confirming something unspoken. You guys really want to know about this, huh? Veldora mused, a soft chuckle slipping from his lips. Seal and I didn't answer. We just stared at him, unmoving. Veldora rubbed his chin, the amusement fading into something more thoughtful. My brother never explained anything properly. He always spoke in riddles, almost like he was performing for an audience only he could see. He muttered. But his star magic, if I had to put it into words, was the all-in-one of magic. It was an origin. From that one kind of magic, he could replicate all others. He let the words hang in the air. Or rather, from star magic came all other kinds of magic. Mine, Velzard's, Velgrind's, they're nothing more than branches from the perfect trunk that was his ability. He added. That realization hit like a thunderclap. Seal went silent, truly silent. No analysis, no observations. Just quiet understanding. She had spent an ungodly amount of time refining stellar magic, attempting to recreate the chaos Melim wielded. What we ended up with was a catastrophic weapon. It was devastating, precise, but inherently incomplete. Because stellar magic was a copy of Melim's personal interpretation. And Melim's interpretation was focused entirely on raw, uncontested annihilation. However, true star magic wasn't about destruction. It was everything. It was magic as a concept, magic as law, magic as the root and culmination of all systems, past, present, and future. This all left a scary possibility in mind. Doesn't that also mean Melim can still get stronger? I asked cautiously. Veldora burst into his signature booming laughter, the kind that made the ground feel slightly less stable beneath our feet. Isn't it obvious? Of course she can. He beamed. The moment she realizes her power isn't limited to destruction is the moment she ascends beyond it. He said. That thought was utterly terrifying. Melim was already absurdly powerful. She's a one-girl apocalypse with a sweet tooth and no concept of restraint. But knowing she had room to grow, just by changing her perspective. Absurd beyond absurdity. Wait, if you knew all this, why didn't you ever tell her? I asked, raising a brow. Veldora recoiled slightly, throwing his hands up in defense. And have her go even more nuts. Yeah, no thanks. I may enjoy a good bit of destruction, but a Melim with full awareness of her potential is a cataclysm no one can stop. He replied. Fair enough. She would essentially become her father without the restraint, a true Genesis class being. But still, even knowing isn't enough. You can't just tell someone they can control the stars and expect them to grasp what that means. He added more seriously. He glanced up at the sky, eyes reflecting the starlight above, a rare solemnity in his gaze. She'll figure it out one day. He said. A chill ran through me. Because, as much as I didn't want to acknowledge that fact, I believed him. And what about your sisters? Do they know all this? I asked. He shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. I only figured it out because Veldonava told me bits and pieces. He answered quickly. My eyes narrowed. That didn't sound right. He doesn't strike me as the type to give out breadcrumbs unless it served some grander scheme. I pressed. Veldora averted his gaze, suddenly fidgeting. Seal and I stared at him. Under the dual pressure of our silence, he wilted with a long sigh. I may or may not have foolishly challenged him once. He admitted. My brow rose. I may or may not have been completely outmatched by my own storm magic. He continued. Wait, what? He got beaten by his own magic. He may or may not have just used star magic to replicate my own ability and then absolutely humiliated me with it. He said. Ah. Yep. That tracked. Predictable. Seal's mental voice chimed in, deadpan. Sounds exactly like something you'd walk into. I said with a smirk. Veldora pouted. Hey. I was young and full of ambition. He exclaimed. You're still full of something. I muttered under my breath. Hey, I heard that. He yelled. After a few moments of silence, Veldora let out a deep sigh, the kind that only came when he knew I was right. So, let me get this straight. Seal tried analyzing Malim's star magic, and somehow created a power-centric variant of it. That variant is what powers your reactor form. It's also why your battle mode, when used with the reactor, eerily resembles my elder brother's appearance. He surmised, surprisingly composed. Spot on. Man, you've gotten smart. I said, grinning. Screw you. He snapped, flailing an arm in my direction. Before the situation devolved into another one of our usual spats, Seal stepped forward, drawing both our attention with her usual calm poise. As of now, the reactor is highly unstable. But I'm afraid it remains your best option if you intend to keep up with Velzard in a drawn-out battle. She said. Veldora tilted his head slightly, clearly processing the implications. Then, he asked a surprisingly reasonable question. Hypothetically, if you were permitted to assist Rimuru in battle, could you maintain the reactor's stability? He wondered. Seal didn't answer immediately. She seemed to weigh her words carefully. I would need to focus my entire being on stabilizing the system. That would render me unable to assist in combat or provide tactical support. Even then, I doubt I could maintain it for long. Rimuru-sama running it alone for 5 days was already beyond projected limits. She replied. That admission actually made Veldora flinch, and I didn't blame him. Seeing Seal, of all beings, show humility was like watching a rock apologize for being stepped on. Still, he quickly shifted gears, face settling into a rare seriousness. Then we'll need to make every second count whenever that form activates. Drawbacks or not, the power it gives you is unreal. He began, crossing his arms and huffing dramatically. Each punch felt like I was being hit by Velzard, Velgrind, Guy, and Degrol all at once. My soul was screaming, I swear. He complained. I blinked. Was it really that strong? Anyway. He muttered, shaking off the memory like a bad dream. He scratched his head, and to my absolute disbelief, looked like he was thinking. Strategizing. Before you activate that thing, let me handle close quarters first. He said, pacing back and forth. I can take more of Velzard's hits. You might have better defenses on paper, but she's a specialist at disabling or bypassing barriers. Raw durability will be more important. He added. I stared at him, dumbfounded. This was Veldora. Mr. Punch now, think never. You're actually strategizing. I muttered, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Shut up. He barked reflexively, cheeks puffing out. But he didn't stop pacing. If anything, he got more focused. If you're going to transform, give me a split second of warning. Then, we'll switch places. It'll be a clean handoff. I'll pull back and attack from range while you take point. He told me. My eyebrows crept up. Wait, you want me to handle close quarters? I asked, disbelief in my voice. Obviously. In that form, your hits hurt. Worse than mine. You're more durable, too. So if anyone's going to crack her defenses with brute force, it's you. He said with a huff. I rubbed my temples. The more I thought about it, the more it sounded like a death wish. But then again, fighting Velzard in any capacity already qualified as a death wish. Fine. I muttered reluctantly. Veldora smirked, arms folding triumphantly. I'll stay close, blast her whenever I see an opening. One storm burst, at the right time should do the trick. Heck, it might even win us the fight. He said. That gave me pause. I remembered that attack. It was probably the first time I'd ever experienced genuine, near-fatal damage. If not for my last nanosecond dodge and Serial's unparalleled regeneration, I would have been scattered into subatomic particles. And during his first fight with Velzard, I distinctly recalled her dodging that ray with uncharacteristic urgency. Even she avoided it. For something to force Velzard onto the defensive, yeah, maybe this crazy plan had merit. It was ridiculous, reckless, and borderline suicidal. But it is viable. For now, let's focus on improving your close quarters combat. Veldora said, arms folded like a disappointed martial arts master. I'm not sure when it happened during the fight, but at some point, you got really sluggish. It looked like you were trying to get hit. He remarked. I narrowed my eyes at him. Well, sorry, I was busy maintaining a literal collapsing star inside my body. I drawled. He ignored my sarcasm like a true professional, which only made this whole situation more surreal. And catching Tiamat with your bare hands. What were you thinking? He questioned. Wait, I did that. And this reality, what is this? Veldora, lecturing me. About self-preservation. I get it. Sheesh. I groaned, rubbing my temple. Seal chimed in then, stepping forward with her usual tact. My suggestion is to train while using your battle mode. It's possible to lower the output slightly, though doing so will require heightened focus and control. She said. I sighed again, more dramatically this time. Do I really have to? That thing leaves my whole body feeling like a used punching bag. I groaned. Quahaha. Relax, Rimuru. This isn't some life or death scenario like last time. It's just a spar. For real. Veldora bellowed, clapping me on the back. I looked at him long and hard. Yet somehow, that made me less convinced. I can't believe I'm about to take martial arts lessons from you. I muttered bitterly. Hey. Have you seen how good Zijin's gotten? That's thanks to me. He said, puffing out his chest. Thanks to manga, you mean? Your whole fighting style is just moves you stole. I shot back. He grinned like I'd just complimented him. And who turned out to be the better hand-to-hand combatant? He teased smugly. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. I said, utterly defeated. Satisfied with his imaginary victory, Veldora struck a dramatic pose, one fist raised high to the heavens as if this conversation were his personal shonen arc finale. Seal let out a soft, barely audible sigh. I'll remain close by to monitor Rimuru-sama's vitals. If the situation deteriorates, I'll intervene. She said. With that, the groundwork was laid. I had a battle form to control, a volcano of power to refine, and a smug dragon to punch in the face. Again. I took a deep breath. Not that there was any air on this planet to breathe. All right, I suggest you two back away. Far. I warned. I can't guarantee the survival of this planet after the transformation. I said. Veldora raised an eyebrow, visibly unconvinced. Is it really that dramatic? He asked. I stared at him, deadpan. You don't triple your existence value and expect it to be some smooth, elegant process. I'm literally igniting a star inside myself. I told him. Fine. Veldora huffed, finally relenting. With that, Seal and the weeb dragon teleported into the void of deep space. Seal stationed herself behind him, allowing Veldora to begin setting up a barrier, probably more out of paranoia than actual defense. Once she gave me the signal, I braced myself. I reached inward, delving into the depths of my soul until I found that ever-burning segment of power tied to the Velda skill. Just touching it demanded focus. Controlling it would take more. Activating the reactor wasn't complicated in theory. It was like striking a match in a vacuum, just one spark to start the cataclysm. Whoosh. Everything blurred. Reality lurched. The planet beneath me quaked so violently it felt like an entire dimension collapsing inward. Power erupted from within, a surge of stellar fury bursting outward like a newborn star throwing a tantrum. My body screamed under the weight of being torn apart and reforged at once. Pain and exhilaration collided in a chaotic dance. Within seconds, I lost contact with the ground, not because I flew, but because the ground no longer existed. Even with blurred vision, universal perception made everything horrifyingly clear. The planet wasn't breaking apart. It was disintegrating. There was no delay. No epic cracks, no chunks flying off into space. The moment my aura touched it, the surface just ceased. It looked more like a black hole erasing matter from existence than anything else. Rimuru-sama, stabilize the reactor. Seal's voice echoed in my mind, calm, firm, and timely. I reached in again, mentally gripping the chaotic torrent within my soul. It felt like grabbing a fire hose mid-burst. For a terrifying moment, it resisted. Then, the pressure dropped. The surge calmed, and the flood narrowed to a steady current. I exhaled as control returned, the blazing fusion core within me settling into a contained burn. I could move again, freely, now, with a constant thrum of energy churning through my being. Star ash bloomed within me, created from the internal reaction and recycled into fresh magicules. Below me. There was no below anymore. The planet was gone. Vaporized. Not even dust remained. Floating ahead, Veldora waved with an enthusiastic grin while Seal silently scanned me, expression calm and unreadable. That was intense. Veldora exclaimed, his tone somewhere between impressed and slightly terrified. Seal said nothing at first. Her gaze moved across my body, her analysis running far deeper than sight. Finally, she spoke. Your existence value has stabilized at 95 million. She said. Still below Veldora's, but considering I just contained an apocalyptic outburst. That was actually encouraging. I'd survived and controlled it. And now I held the power of a churning star in the palm of my soul. 21st year. Let's just say the hand-to-hand sparring sessions were enlightening. Painfully so. I'll admit it took longer than I expected to find my footing. My thinking and reflexes were significantly dulled in the reactor state, especially during the first few months. Even with my body's raw strength skyrocketing, it felt like I was fighting underwater. I was strong enough to punch through a mountain, but too slow to dodge a falling rock. But surprisingly, Veldora turned out to be a solid instructor. I still refuse to say that out loud. He was patient, by his standards, and surprisingly methodical when teaching close-quarter techniques. At first, I expected wild, flashy, anime-style brawling. And while that was part of it, Veldora was surprisingly grounded when it came to fundamentals. Stance, footwork, movement economy. It was like learning martial arts from a monk who moonlighted as a shounen protagonist. And as much as I teased him, the lessons paid off. Over the course of the year, we refined a combat loop. I'd enter battle mode, sustain the reactor for 3 days, then rest for about a week while my body repaired and recalibrated. It became a rhythm. Sometimes, we'd spar. At other times, I'd meditate in near-zero sensory isolation, feeling the flow of energy from the core of my soul and learning to tune its output with precision. By the midpoint of the year, I started integrating stellar magic directly into my strikes. The first time I managed it properly, Veldora actually got wrecked. I launched him into a planet, cracking it apart in the process. KUAH-. What incarnation was that? You said no spells. I didn't cast anything. You wrapped a miniature supernova around your fist. Cheater. Semantics. After recovering, he grumbled about the unfair evolution of disciples, but I could tell he was proud. My regular punches already hurt. The infused ones were borderline illegal. But not all our time was spent training. There were stretches, sometimes lasting days or weeks, where I simply recovered. Even with Serial's regeneration, I had to stabilize the effects of the reactor and realign my senses. I spent those periods floating in silence, Seal monitoring my condition and fine-tuning the containment architecture of the reaction within my soul. We even worked on new inner valves to regulate how much energy I could release at any one time. That became key. With Seal's help, I eventually learned to reduce the reactor's output. On the surface, that sounds counterintuitive. Why lower the power of something that tripled my EP? But the benefits were enormous. Less output meant less pressure on my system and less computational drain, which allowed more of my awareness to focus on actual combat decisions. It made me feel less like a bomb and more like a martial artist wielding a sword of flame rather than swinging it around aimlessly. I couldn't dial it down to a mere double. No, that would have been too convenient. But even having some control over the output meant I could fight for 4 or 5 days instead of just 3. That was game-changing. And then, there was Veldora's fighting style. I used to mock it. Too flashy. Too impractical. Nothing but a cosplay act of manga panels come to life. But I was wrong. When I finally stopped mocking and started studying, I saw how he'd reverse-engineered everything. He'd taken exaggerated, impossible moves from fiction, broken them down into fundamentals, and rebuilt them with real-world physics layered over Magic manipulation. That, Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, that once made me cringe. It worked. It bent inertia around the limb and redirected force in a tight arc, giving him control over his movement even in zero-gravity environments. I'd never have come up with it. The fact that he did, and could teach it, made it clear. Veldora wasn't just reading manga. He was applying it. And he was damn good at it. By the end of the year, I could fight for 5 days straight with the reactor running at 85%. My strikes were laced with stellar magic, my perception was better, and I'd even copied a few of Veldora's ridiculous moves. Still, I wasn't in complete control yet. Not even close. And with 8 more decades in this pocket universe. Well, there was still plenty of time to push even further. Velzard's POV. Even from this immense distance, I can feel him. Rimuru's presence pulses through the void like a heartbeat. It flares up for 3 to 5 days at a time, then vanishes again for a week or so, only to return sharper, stronger, and somehow, quieter. Each resurgence feels more refined. The chaotic outburst that once tore through space like a nova now glows with a more focused intensity, as if the star were learning to breathe in rhythm. Its unmistakable growth. The trio had relocated far beyond this planet, our designated hub, for a very obvious reason. Rimuru's transformation was far too violent, meaning it was no longer viable for them to train here. That said, it wasn't just about minimizing collateral damage. No, they're strategizing. I can tell. I'd offered to keep tabs on their progress, only to be met with an odd request not to eavesdrop. I almost burst out laughing. The very idea of asking me not to listen to something was absurd. Still, I honored it. Eventually, I dialed back my omnipresent awareness, localizing my senses to this planet. I left their little training bubble untouched, as requested. After all, where's the fun in knowing what's coming? 2 more years. That's how long they said it would take. When they return, I'll finally be informed about the nature of Rimuru's so-called endless energy source. The same one I witnessed with my own eyes a year ago. Even now, the memory sends a shiver of cold through my core. That energy wasn't just vast. It was familiar. Hauntingly so. The swirling vortex of celestial power, the distorted resonance, all reminded me of my late elder brother, Veldora, not in form, but in concept. Rimuru had stepped into a realm that most feared to tread. His transformation mimicked the depth of our origin, walking a path parallel to our own. A slime mimicking a dragon's breath, and surviving. The resemblance was uncanny. But for all its brilliance, his power wasn't complete. It was wild. Unshaped. He wielded it like a newly forged blade. It was sharp enough to kill gods, but unstable in the hands of its wielder. And it showed. During their match, his lack of precision was painfully obvious. In exchange for overwhelming strength, he'd sacrificed something critical. Mental clarity. His reaction speed dulled. His tactical awareness suffered. I observed from afar as Veldora landed more and more clean hits, while Rimuru's strikes grew increasingly misaligned. The disparity became too apparent to ignore. Not that the trade-off was entirely foolish. Had he not activated that transformation, Veldora's storm burst would have ended the fight. I doubt even I could take that attack full-on without serious repercussions. So, yes, it was the right decision at the time. But at what cost? The more time he spent in that state, the more his consciousness slipped. It was like watching a star grow more unstable as eons passed, eventually reaching a point where it could no longer hold itself together. At times, he had to restrain his strikes, likely worried that one well-placed hit would shatter the body keeping that star contained. If Rimuru is going to keep up, if he truly intends to stand among us and beyond us, he'll need more than just energy. He'll need control. Sensing the destruction of yet another planet, I let out a slow, drawn-out sigh. Somewhere, far beyond this star system, those two were running amok again. The tremor of celestial collapse rippled through the detached sphere, a signal I couldn't ignore even if I tried. Rimuru and Veldora had truly outdone themselves this time. It wasn't the destruction that annoyed me. Reconstructing a planet or even an entire star system wasn't energy-intensive. No, it was the inconvenience that got under my skin. It meant more cleanup work waiting for me at the end of the day. Still, I'd made my decision. I'd let them roam free in Pocket Cosmos. There were plenty of uninhabited worlds to test their strength against. I'd rebuild later. Again. Setting my manga aside, I gently placed it on the couch next to me and stretched. Across the room, Leviathan's attention was consumed by a dazzling construct, an elegant cluster of swirling information particles, dancing like starlight under her control. Her pale fingers moved with care, guiding the motes into a rotating sphere, threads of radiant logic weaving together with delicate precision. Fufufu, I see you're enjoying yourself. I teased, brushing strands of hair from my eyes as I walked over. Leviathan turned, her expression calm yet serene. She offered me a subtle smile, small but genuine. My progress is rather slow, she admitted. But I'm starting to figure it out, Velzard-sama, she said. Curious, I leaned in and observed the construct with narrowed eyes. The particles shifted in complex, fractal patterns, forming temporary shapes before unraveling and reforming again. And what exactly is it you're doing? I asked, intrigued despite myself. There are several skills I've been informed of, ones that might be useful to you. I wasn't given direct copies, but I was told how they function. With that knowledge, it is possible to reconstruct them from nothing. She spoke as if that process was common knowledge. My eyes widened slightly, betraying my composure. To construct a skill from scratch without direct influence from the voice of the world. Even among the most powerful, that was unheard of. I'd always believed, known, that skills were born from will. A soul's desire shapes reality, and in turn, creation answers by inscribing power into your very being. That was the natural order. My skill, envy, manifested from a deep, biting jealousy at the attention Rimuru gave others. Later, that hunger for closeness amidst his absence awakened the ego within. That part of me, her, became more than a skill. She became a companion. It had always made sense to me. Powerful emotion leads to powerful evolution. But then, there was Seal. An anomaly unlike any I'd known. I'd sensed her presence in Rimuru's soul before, back when he still had Raphael. And then, one day, that ego tore itself away, leaving behind an empty shell, an ultimate skill without the ego it once housed. Hollow. Functionless. It defied every known principle. Her existence and oddities completely changed my understanding of skills. It wasn't just about will or emotion anymore. Somehow, Seal had broken the boundary between the abstract and the concrete. She'd taken something ethereal and made it physical and malleable. It became something that could be deconstructed, altered, and reassembled at will. It made me think. One day, Leviathan would evolve too. She was still quiet, still developing, but I could feel it. Her ego was growing, reaching, and learning. Eventually, like Seal, she would get that point. The day would arrive when she broke free from the confines of the skill. The thought stirred something inside me. Excitement, maybe. Anticipation. But I knew better than to rush it. For now, this was enough. She was more than enough. I've always known about information particles. You have to, if you want to function during time stop. But to think skills themselves are composed of them. I murmured, I still locked on the construct. Leviathan gave a slow nod, her expression tranquil. That is correct. They are structured records, compressed logic coded into particles. A skill is the pigment, and the soul is its canvas. She said. I blinked. The comparison was elegant. Precise. Yet somehow, it made perfect sense. Seal's work had rewritten the foundation of how we understood the divine. And now Leviathan, gentle, quiet Leviathan, was learning to wield that same conceptual power. She really did change everything. I muttered. Leviathan didn't reply, but the sphere of particles in her hands pulsed brighter, almost in agreement. It is finished. She declared, her voice calm but with a subtle undertone of pride. I shifted my attention to the swirling construct before her. The once chaotic dance of information particles had now stabilized into a perfect sphere, its surface humming with a soft inner glow. Within it, a complex, lattice-like web pulsed steadily, displaying the deep structure of the skill she had just constructed. Leviathan gently pushed her seat back, quietly admiring her creation as the sphere floated up, bobbing ever so slightly in the air, as if it had a heartbeat. Draconic body double. She announced. I raised a brow, intrigued. Interesting. I've heard of enhanced body double, a rare and clever skill. But not this. I said. She raised her palm toward me, and the sphere drifted over. I extended a hand, letting it settle against my skin. The moment I touched it, it disintegrated into motes of light, dispersing into the flow of my internal system with startling smoothness. There was no resistance. It simply became part of me. A steady pulse thrummed through my core, and I immediately recognized the presence of a new extra skill. Elegant. Stable. Efficient. As the name suggests, it is a variant of enhanced body double. Leviathan began, folding her hands neatly on her lap. However, it is purpose-built to host a true dragon properly. The clone created will possess physical traits identical to the original body, including its inherent resilience and strength. She explained. That alone made it vastly superior to the standard version. Ultimate skills become accessible as well, although there is a minor drawback. There will be a delay in response and coordination if the double is too far from the original body. She added. I nodded slowly, already running through the applications in my mind. Still, that's incredibly useful. I assume the double is tethered. There's still only one true body, yes? I asked. Correct. She confirmed. It mirrors the original but cannot replace it. I could attempt to refine the structure to push it closer to full equivalence, but I'm unsure whether transferring true consciousness is possible, let alone having multiple bodies be the original consciousness. She said. In short, I must protect the original body. Even with a near-perfect replica, it's still my magicals being consumed to power it. I summarized. Yes, Velzard-sama. Each active double draws directly from your reserves. But the potential versatility should outweigh the cost, especially given your immense magicule capacity. She was right. The implications were enormous. With this, I could project myself across the numerous places and distances without ever leaving Tempest. I could move as a political presence, a military force, a watcher, all at once. Even more, I could allow Leviathan to accompany me outside. By binding her to the body double, I could give her a form, a vessel, a chance to exist outside this sealed realm and walk alongside me in the cardinal world. Not bad at all. Excellent work. I said, offering her a smile. Leviathan bowed her head gracefully. Thank you, Velzard-sama. I shall continue experimenting with further iterations. She replied. I turned away, a soft laugh escaping me. How amusing. Seal's hobby of unraveling and reshaping the very essence of skill seems to have rubbed off on her. Slowly, Leviathan is carving her own path. As time passes, her understanding will deepen and her personality will grow sharper. It won't be long before she reaches a threshold of her own where experimentation becomes expression and curiosity becomes identity. And I, for one, look forward to seeing it. 23rd year. The aroma of freshly brewed tea wafted gently through the room, curling through the air like a soft, fragrant ribbon. It was a calming scent, with earthy, floral, and slightly sweet notes. I inhaled deeply, letting the warmth settle inside me before reaching for my cup. Perfection. I muttered, lifting it to my lips. Funny. Just 2 decades ago, I wouldn't have touched hot beverages. I always preferred something chilled, like iced coffee, frosty wine, anything that felt like it had been pulled from a glacier. But time changes things. Solitude changes things. And watching Rimuru savor his tea day after day, his face lighting up with that serene smile, finally wore me down. I gave it a try. Then another. Now I brewed it for myself. I took another slow sip and exhaled. But I digress. Today was an eventful one. After 3 years, Rimuru, Seal, and Veldora were finally returning from their chaotic expedition through my meticulously balanced pocket universe. I let out a sigh, not of relief, but more of weary anticipation. Finally, I could stop enduring those pesky, barely noticeable itches in my awareness. Every time a planet imploded or a star went supernova under their watchful carelessness, it pinged against my senses like a distant, annoying tingle on my skin. Not painful. Just distracting. Unwelcome. Still, I let them do as they pleased. They needed space to grow. Or in Veldora's case, to explode. Expanding my senses outward like a silk net, I detected the steady approach of 3 signatures. Rather than teleporting back, it seemed they had opted for a grand cosmic tour, cruising leisurely through systems they'd recently battered or obliterated. Typical. I could feel Veldora's aura swelling with delight. He was in his dragon form. Even now, even after all this time, his spirit refused to be contained. He flew through the void like a comet wreathed in violet fire, his overwhelming presence disrupting gravitational fields and leaving swirls of distorted space in his wake. Clinging to his back, both figuratively and literally, were Rimuru and Seal. From this distance, it was hard to make out their expressions or appearances, but I could almost hear the screams of indignation and the sarcastic commentary echoing through the vacuum. They were still a ways out, but their energy signatures grew louder with every passing second. Even from this distance, I could see the meteor-like trail cutting across the void, blazing with purple light and trailing clouds of space dust and residual energy. I took another sip. Time passed slowly from my perspective. The gentle rhythm of the tea ceremony clashed dramatically with the incoming chaos. Still, I remained seated, enjoying the last moments of peace before the inevitable noise. It didn't take long until I sensed him bursting through the upper atmosphere like a divine punishment from the heavens. My gaze turned skyward. The purple streak grew larger, more vivid, casting strange shadows on the ground. The heat of Veldora's presence alone caused a faint ripple in the air, like a mirage forming under the rising sun. I swear. I muttered, half amused, half exasperated. Boom. The impact landed far beyond the horizon, but the resulting shockwave rolled across the landscape, stirring the wind and rattling the walls of the house. A few utensils clattered in the kitchen. A picture frame was tilted slightly on the far wall. But nothing broke. Thankfully. Dark smoke billowed upward in the distance, rising like a signal fire into the pale morning sky. The sunrise, once calm and golden, now flickered behind a veil of smoke and glowing particles. Birds took flight from nearby forests. Somewhere, a mountain may have lost its peak. So this is how I start the day, I said flatly, setting my teacup down. Without urgency, I turned from the window and walked away, returning to the plush embrace of the couch. The warmth of the cushions welcomed me back as I folded one leg over the other. By the time I finished the last sip of my tea, their presence was no longer just a ripple. It was here, right at my doorstep. I heard the rhythmic, familiar sound of footsteps echoing beyond the door. Calmly, I set my cup on the table, eyes closed as the door swung open. That was fun. Veldora boomed with unfiltered glee. Remind me never to do that again. Seal replied dryly, her voice practically drenched in sarcasm. Man, you are not as elegant as your sister when flying. Rimuru added. How rude. Veldora barked back, his ego clearly wounded. I couldn't help but laugh softly. It was just like old times. Era. Care to find out? My teasing tone faltered mid-sentence. Because then I saw him. Rimuru caught my gaze the instant I turned, and my words evaporated like mist. He'd returned in his battle mode form. That pristine royal attire, the celestial asymmetrical horn, the faint veil of divinity that clung to him like silk. But more than that. I couldn't feel it. His usual overwhelming presence was muted, sealed away somewhere deep within. It was unfair. He looked divine. My breath caught. My heart skipped a beat. Or three. His golden eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Hey, are you all right?" he asked, tilting his head as he walked toward me. "You look like you saw a ghost," he teased. I snapped out of my trance, panic welling up inside as a blush spread across my cheeks like wildfire. And nothing," I blurted. "Why, you look great, that's all." My voice trailed off. He blinked, clearly not expecting that kind of reaction. Then, with infuriating casualness, he rubbed his chin, sauntered over, and sat next to me. Just like that. Leaning back into the couch like it was his throne, utterly oblivious to the internal catastrophe happening just inches away. I stiffened. From the door, I caught Veldora's long, dramatic sigh, and then I saw him. He wore a simultaneously smug and defeated look, accompanied by a slow, exaggerated thumbs up, which he pointed at Rimuru. What's going on?" I muttered, fanning my face slightly as I desperately tried to collect myself. Rimuru hummed, tilting his head toward me, his expression as clueless as ever. "Oh, this?" he asked, gesturing down at himself. "This form's surprisingly comfy once I shove all that aura into imaginary space. Plus, these clothes are godly, wouldn't you say?" he replied. I turned redder. "Damn you, slime. Aren't you straining yourself to keep it up?" I asked, doing my utmost to sound unaffected. I failed. He looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully, then shrugged with a breezy smile. "Meh. I figured it's the best way to get used to being in this state. I'm trying to beat my 8-day record. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go supernova or anything," he reassured. "Alright, and how long has it been?" I asked, already dreading the answer. 3 days since I transformed," he replied nonchalantly. 3 days. I'll be living with him like this for at least 5 more. I'm not sure if this is heaven or torture. On the one hand, it's like being graced by the presence of a transcendent being. On the other hand, it's impossible to maintain composure when he looks like that. Every time I glance at him, something in my chest tightens. Even though his brain seems to be operating at half speed in this form, that doesn't take away from his sheer presence. What is wrong with me? Well then, I'm feeling beat. Rimuru said, stretching as he stood. Gonna hit the bedroom. See me if you need me, he said. And with that, he vanished down the hall, oblivious to the emotional chaos he left in his wake. I slumped back on the couch, covering my face with one hand. Veldora passed behind me and patted my shoulder lightly as he went. Good luck. Welcome back, readers. Your boy is back. This chapter was quite fun to write. The pacing is picking up, but not too much. I want to get to the part where the main trio leaves their training and returns to the cardinal world, but I don't want to rush too much. For the next chapter, we'll check out what Yuki and the Eastern Empire are up to. That was actually supposed to happen in this chapter, and this one was supposed to be chapter 80. However, I finished this one first, so why not? Will there be a lemon as teased in this ending? No. Ha. Got them. I can't shove too many of those in this series. They've gotta come in sparingly, tastefully, you know. A lot of Rimuru and Velzard's moments happen behind the scenes, away from your prying eyes. Our slime can tell there's an audience. Anyway, that is all for today. I'll see you all next time. Author, out. Third-person POV. In the heart of the vast land east of the magic continent, a monolithic force stirred, a nation feared by all, loathed by many, and unmatched in its ruthlessness. The Nazca Namrium Ulmeria United Eastern Empire was a superpower whose name echoed like thunder across the world, its legacy forged in conquest and ambition. Under the absolute rule of their emperor, Rudra Nam ul Nazca, the empire pursued a single, unwavering goal for over 2 millennia. Total world domination. It was not a matter of if, but when. Yet even titans stumble. Recently, the Eastern Empire had been forced to pause and reassess its position. Their original plans, drawn with meticulous precision, had been disrupted by a rising anomaly. Tempest, a young nation born in the heart of the Jura forest that should have been insignificant, ascended the ladder so fast the world couldn't react in time. Under the rule of the newly crowned demon lord Rimuru Tempest, that anomaly evolved into a nightmare. A nation of named monsters, an absurdity by most standards. But even more absurd was its foundation. At first, the Eastern strategists had dismissed Rimuru as a minor factor. Their true concern was the storm dragon, Veldora, whose residence within the Jura forest had historically blocked Imperial advances. They had once tried to subjugate him. But they failed. And now, the world knew the truth. Veldora had not been idle. He had not remained neutral. He allied himself with Rimuru, the guardian deity of Tempest. But that alone would not have shaken the Empire's foundation. What came next did. The frost dragon, Velzard, the dormant pillar of silence and ice. She, too, had awoken. And rather than acting in the interests of neutrality or balance, she had chosen a side. Repercussions were immediate. Rudra himself ordered the Empire's march to the west to halt indefinitely. The front lines were frozen, their momentum shattered. But this was no retreat. Instead, the Empire was employing a recalibration. Under the Emperor's divine will, the entire military hierarchy underwent a total restructuring. 2 million soldiers became 5 million. Every division was reformed, redeployed, and redefined. Each soldier received new orders, each general gained new authority, and each battalion acquired new weapons forged from the Empire's finest sorcery and science. The marching drums of war beat louder than ever, but now, their rhythm was one of precision. Within the cities, the air was thick with tension. Streets once bustling with trade and culture had fallen quiet beneath the shadow of conscription. Checkpoints, patrols, and strict curfews gave the Empire the appearance of being under permanent siege. Factories ran day and night. Resources were hoarded. Civilians were drafted. The Empire became a machine, with war being the only output. Beneath Rudra's iron grip, the people had no choice but to comply. Dissidence was crushed, individuality erased. The Eastern Empire had turned inward, shedding all pretense of peace. Its many moving parts, governors, nobles, strategists, and sorcerers, danced to the tune of the Emperor's word. Atop the Imperial castle, hidden high within the gilded spires of the Empire's most sacred ground, lay a room no one knew existed. Not the ministers, nor the generals. Not even Velgrind, his most loyal companion and secret partner, knew of this place. It was a sanctuary buried in silence, a forgotten chamber, veiled from the world. And in it, the Emperor clung to his final vestiges of self. A sharp breath rattled through his chest as he rose from the bed. The act alone was excruciating. His legs trembled beneath him, each step forward laced with the weight of unseen chains. To others, he would have appeared to be a man recovering from an illness. But this pain was not physical. It was spiritual, a wound that burrowed deep into the core of his soul, festering with each passing year. Grimacing, Rudra forced himself toward the open balcony. The golden rays of the setting sun stretched across the Imperial capital, bathing the marble towers and bustling streets in warm light. The sight was breathtaking, if only because he knew it would be his last. He gripped the railing, knuckles white as he leaned forward to steady himself. His shoulders sagged, the mountain of 2,000 years pressing against his spine. Yet he smiled. It was not a smile of satisfaction. It was the smile of a man who knew he had lost everything. "You're one cruel bastard, you know that." His thoughts echoed inward. A voice stirred, calm and composed, yet hollow like wine through an empty cathedral. "I simply thought it would be righteous. You deserve at least this one last view." It was dry, mechanical, and indifferent. But beneath the polished tones, Rudra heard the quiet hint of pity. The final insult. He let out a laugh, hoarse, ragged. Not from joy, but defiance. But even that small rebellion cost him. He doubled over, coughing hard. Blood splattered against the balcony floor, red against white stone. Still, he wiped it away with dignity, as though it were no more than dust. His gaze never left the Empire, this monument, his legacy, his failure. He remembered the day everything unraveled and his soul began to crack. Rudra was once the chosen pupil of the Creator himself, Veldanava. Raised under divine tutelage and hailed as the first true chosen hero, he united the East under a dream of peace through power, a dream once shared. To aid that dream, Veldanava entrusted Rudra with his most powerful authority, the ultimate skill, Lord of Justice, Michael, in exchange for Rudra's own, Lord of Vows, Uriel. It should have been a perfect trade. Sadly, nothing divine comes without consequence. From the very beginning, the ego within Michael resisted. It did not accept Rudra. No, it endured him. He could wield its power, but never fully tame it. In rare bursts, he accessed godlike strength, enough to match even Guy, the peerless demon lord. It was enough to enforce peace with his own two hands. All of that ended the day Veldanava died alongside his wife, Rudra's sister, Lucia. The Creator, weakened from descending into the mortal realm after Malim's birth, had become vulnerable. It had been Rudra's duty to protect them. He had failed. And in that failure, everything unraveled. Michael's resistance became a war. The fragile coexistence between his soul and the ego within the skill collapsed into a battlefield. Rudra had been forced to reincarnate, again and again, shedding his body like a snake, stalling Michael's control. But each cycle carved deeper into his essence. Each return chipped away at the stability of his soul. It was like sharpening a blade until nothing remained but a sliver of metal. Now, even the sliver was breaking. Sometimes, Michael would let go, granting Rudra small moments of awareness, mercy, as the voice called it. But Rudra knew better. It was a mockery. And yet, despite the hate and pain, he'd come to cling to these slivers of freedom. Precious moments like this one. Standing in silence. Watching the sun set over the only thing he had left. His empire. It was a vast, golden sprawl of gleaming towers, with perfect symmetry and beauty on the outside. Yet Rudra saw through the illusion. Beneath that shine was rot, a corruption he couldn't cleanse. People were twisted under authoritarian control. The nation born for peace was repurposed for war. Michael had bled it hollow. And Rudra, by allowing it, had damned it. He bowed his head, not in surrender, but in mourning. It wasn't for himself, not even for the people. No, it was for the dream that died long ago. Amid the suffocating silence, footsteps echoed softly against the polished floor. They were light, unassuming, but they broke the sacred stillness like cracks in glass. Rudra didn't turn. He didn't need to. This chamber, this sanctum hidden from the Imperial blueprints, had not been born of his own will. It was Michael's creation, built in one of those many cursed spans where the divine will had seized complete control. Here, the veil was dropped. There was no deception, no performance. In this space, Michael operated independently, not as the Emperor's puppet. No one knew of this chamber. None except for one. A man passed the Emperor's bed, hands tucked lazily in his pockets, his walk slow, unhurried. His blonde hair was messy, defying regulation. His red uniform was crisp, though unbuttoned at the collar, a gesture of defiance against the rigid formality of the empire he served. His name, to most, was merely a code name. The Spare. 10th among the Imperial Guardians, an elite among the Empire's 2 million-strong army. His role? To exist on the fringes. To wait. A shadow in reserve, meant to replace any among the single digits should they fall. But his actual name, his true identity, was far more terrifying. Feldway. Rudra finally turned his head, the simple motion racking his body with pain. His breaths were ragged, and his vision blurred, but he forced his eyes to meet the new arrival. Sickly blue met the devilish angel. You look awful. Feldway said flatly, his tone neither mocking nor sympathetic. Rudra coughed softly, the corners of his lips twitching upward in a faint smirk. I was wondering what took you so long. He shot back. Feldway said nothing. He simply stepped beside the Emperor, standing shoulder to shoulder on the balcony. The dying light of the setting sun bathed them both in a golden glow. He looked out at the Empire, not as a subject admiring his homeland, but as a man surveying the chessboard. Moments passed in silence. Then Feldway turned his head, his gaze sharp and piercing, not at Rudra's body but at the soul within. Pardon me, but it isn't you whom I'm here to speak with. He said, voice calm and final. A quiet tension filled the air. Rudra's hands were clenched around the railing, his knuckles pale, and his lips curled in defiance. Huff, very well, then. I'll give you your moment. His voice cracked, but his spirit burned. And then, it happened. The frailness vanished. The hunched, fading form straightened with perfect poise. Muscles firmed, and color surged back into once pale skin. A wave of divine authority rolled off the body like a sudden gust of wind. Feldway instinctively reinforced the space with a barrier, keeping the pressure from bleeding beyond the chamber's sealed walls. Yet, it was the eyes that told the truth. Gone was the faded blue. In its place gleamed an ominous, unnatural crimson. It was cold, calculating, and eternal. Michael had returned. And this time, there would be no reprieve. I assume his soul is still intact. Feldway said flatly, eyes narrowing. Michael turned to meet his gaze and gave a slight nod. As much as I'd prefer him gone, he still has uses. He replied, his voice calm and resolute. But he won't win. Not anymore. He said. A faint grin tugged at the corners of Feldway's lips, a flicker of something between satisfaction and sorrow. Welcome back, old friend. He replied. At first, Michael said nothing. He turned his attention back to the balcony, letting the silence linger as if weighing the very air around them. Beyond the railings, the Empire shimmered beneath the night sky, lights flickering to life like a sea of stars. The curtain of twilight had entirely fallen, and the cool breeze whispered across the rooftops of the slumbering nation. I suppose, we're truly enacting our plan now. Michael muttered. Feldway's response was immediate. Of course. After all, what meaning does this world hold, if he isn't around? The weight behind his words hung heavy. It was more than conviction, more than obsession. It was devotion, twisted through millennia of grief. Two broken beings, united by a single purpose. With Veldora gone, and seemingly never returning, they knew there was no alternative. They would bring him back. No matter the cost. It'll be strange if I keep calling you Rudra, you know. Feldway said, turning to his comrade with a slight shake of his head. Michael didn't flinch. Outside of places like this, you don't have a choice. We can't break character. Not yet. He told him. Feldway exhaled lightly, conceding the point. They would have to keep the act up a little longer. The game with Guy Crimson was still in motion. Their cover had to hold until checkmate. Very well. But for convenience, I shall call you Michael from here on out. He declared. In that moment, a flash of light ignited. It wasn't violent, but it was absolute. Magicule surged outward in spiraling tendrils, drawn instinctively toward Michael. The air trembled under the pressure, and for a heartbeat, Feldway stood motionless, observing the phenomenon with fascinated awe as it unfolded. He didn't move to stop it. He didn't dare. The light faded. Michael's form remained unchanged, still wearing the Emperor's shell, the features of Rudra, but something was undeniably different. His presence shifted. It no longer pressed like the weight of authority. It drenched the air like an ocean swallowing the sky. Power radiated off him in waves. Dense, focused, and divine. Feldway smiled, genuinely this time. You seem just like he did. He commented. Michael turned to him, crimson eyes glowing with solemn pride. I am honored by the comparison, but I humbly reject it. None shall ever compare to Veldora-sama. He said. Feldway nodded in silent agreement. No words were needed for that. And yet, the reality remained. What had just transpired was no simple awakening. It was a rebirth. After millennia of slow gestation, endless war, strain, and internal conflict, the ego that had once slumbered within the ultimate skill, Lord of Justice, Michael, had finally reached its apex. It had evolved. The will that once remained bound as a mere function of divine law had transcended into something far greater. It had become a manas, a digital life form, fully self-aware and liberated from its origin. Michael was no longer just an ego trapped within a skill. He was now a will unto himself. This moment was inevitable. I suppose now was the time. Michael muttered, his voice low, yet certain. Feldway tilted his head, a curious smile playing on his lips. Care to test if it still obeys? He asked. Michael said nothing at first, stepping back to place some distance between them. Then, he extended his arm forward, palm downward, his fingers poised in expectation, as if summoning a memory from the fabric of reality itself. And this is why I needed Rudra's soul to remain intact. He added, eyes glowing faintly with anticipation. There were no dramatic gusts of wind, heavenly choir, or divine thunderclap. The sword did not descend. It seemed as though it had always existed, merely waiting to be acknowledged again. With a quiet blink, the weapon materialized in Michael's grasp, answering its master's call with perfect obedience. And there it was. Deva, one of the 6 greatest masterpieces of the creator, Veldora, shone with unmatched brilliance. Among all the artifacts born of his divine forge, Deva stood near the summit, a weapon not merely built for war, but an authority shaped to impose will upon existence itself. Veldora, in his moments of quiet joy, had forged many weapons as a hobby. This passion gave rise to the creation of 6 legendary relics. 3 of them were passed on to his siblings, Velzard, Velgrind, and Veldora. One known as Arc was granted to Feldway. The final 2 of these creations stood above the rest, twin avatars of balance and devastation. Azura, the embodiment of power and destruction, was given to Guy Crimson and later entrusted to Malim Nava. And Deva, the blade of judgment and order, was gifted to Rudra to aid him in unifying the world. Michael lifted the blade into the moonlight, holding it in silent reverence. It was breathtaking, not because it shone like polished gold or gleamed like enchanted silver, but because it defied expectation. Its body bore the earthy tone of dull brown stone, almost humble in appearance, yet it radiated strength more ancient than mountains. Strange runes traced along its flat, glowing faintly with an ethereal blue, like rivers of power carved into the skin of a god. Then there was the hilt. A brilliant gold, sculpted into a circular guard with razor-like edges, shimmered as though cast from sunlight. Its shape evoked the radiant disk of the sun, sharp and divine, symbolizing authority over all beneath its light. Deva was no mere sword. It was a symbol of divine will. It was blade forged to uphold balance, yet now wielded by a manas who sought to tip the world. Michael's gaze remained fixed on its edge. His grip was steady. His expression was unreadable. It still responds. He said softly. Even now, it acknowledges me. Or rather, it acknowledges Rudra's soul, still intact within me. He added somewhat bitterly. Feldway's eyes gleamed as he observed the sight. Then it's as we hoped, he said. Michael remained silent. Beneath the surface, he knew, this was more than proof of authority. This was an affirmation. He was no longer the echo of Rudra. He was no longer a fragment of divine law bound to obedience. He had become a sovereign will. And with Deva in hand, the world would soon learn what that meant. After a few silent moments of reverence, Feldway stepped forward and extended his hand. In it, he held a weapon glowing with celestial brilliance. Its blade radiated with an ethereal blue, as if forged from the threads of starlight itself, and its circular golden hilt shimmered like the orbit of a sun. Its design was elegant, radiant, and absolute. This was Arc, the divine blade forged by Veldora and gifted to his very first creation. Though not as overpowering as Azura or Deva, Arc was no less significant. It was a symbol, a testament to Feldway's identity as the firstborn of the Creator, the mightiest of among the angels of origin, and commander of the phantoms. The blade pulsed not with destruction but with unwavering devotion. Without a word, Michael gave a low, knowing chuckle and raised his own weapon in turn. Deva, the blade of judgment, gleamed dully in the moonlight, yet the glowing blue runes that marked its surface pulsed brighter, recognizing the moment. The two divine relics crossed in the air with a hushed resonance. There was no clash, only harmony and a sacred pact renewed. In that quiet gesture, the world stood still. It was more than a signal between comrades. It was a covenant forged in eternity. None alive, monster or human, could fully comprehend the scope of their mission. Only they, the will reborn from Veldona's greatest skill, and the first life born of his divinity, could understand the depth of their purpose. Their blades glowed faintly in response. Arc and Deva, sacred creations of a departed god, shimmered with silent approval. In that moment, even the divine steel acknowledged their wielder's shared conviction. For the glory of Veldora-sama, Michael declared, his voice like a vow etched into the world's soul. Feldway gave a solemn nod, his eyes filled with ancient certainty. Always, he said. At last, the two had steeled their resolve. All hesitation had long since burned away, leaving only absolute conviction. They would enact their judgment upon the world. It did not matter how many nations would fall, how many lives would be sacrificed, or how many worlds would be reduced to ash. They would see it through. If that were the price, they would shatter the balance of existence itself. For him, they would tear the very foundation of reality apart. Even if it meant their own annihilation, even if Veldora himself returned only to cast them into oblivion for what they do, they would welcome that fate with reverent smiles because a world without him was no world at all. Better to burn it all down in his name than to wander through eternity without their god. The structure of the Eastern Empire's military was nothing short of formidable, a towering engine of war forged through years of calculated advancement. It was a machine with countless moving parts, each division meticulously tailored for a specific role, and together, they formed the unshakable backbone of Imperial might. At its heart stood the Armored Division, the Empire's largest and most heavily manned sector. Under the disciplined command of General Calgurio, it represented a flawless union of modern science and ancient magic. What began as a corps of 2 million had rapidly expanded under Emperor Rudra's directive, and its next benchmark was already set, 4 million strong. Researchers worked tirelessly alongside officers, enhancing equipment and tactics in preparation for the war to come. Then came the Magi Tank Force, led by General Gaster, a man known for his ruthless perfectionism. These armored behemoths, tanks requiring 5 operatives to control, were technological marvels. They were designed to fire 120mm shells infused with compressed magicules and served as both frontline artillery and mobile fortresses. At the Emperor's command, their schematics were undergoing a sweeping overhaul, an order that demanded absolute flawlessness. Pride of place in the Empire's public image, however, belonged to the Flying Combat Corps. Under General Faraga, this elite division fielded 400 airships, each capable of carrying 400 soldiers and bristling with magic-powered weaponry and barriers. Totaling 100,000 soldiers, they patrolled the skies with dominance. By Imperial decree, 200 additional ships were under construction, an expansion designed to ensure unbroken aerial superiority. But not all divisions were born from steel and spells. The Magic Beast Division, commanded by Graydam, was a force of engineered terror. Comprising 30,000 non-human entities bred through cutting-edge biotechnology, these enhanced magic beasts were both shock troops and war mounts. With the Emperor's recent orders for refinement, they too were being molded into something greater, something far more lethal. These 4 legions formed the foundation of the Empire's military scale. A force already dwarfing Tempest in scale, prepared to crush even a demon lord flanked by 2 true dragons. And yet, within Imperial command, no complacency was allowed. No margin for error tolerated. No threat underestimated. But a different rumor began circulating amid the clamor of weapon production, training drills, and strategic war games. Whispers that something else was in motion, a distinct division with a tumultuous history, were stirring. Gadra sat behind his desk, arms crossed and brow furrowed, staring blankly at the parchment before him. His private office, usually a place of solitude and reflection, now echoed with confusion. Once, he had proudly served as commander of the now-defunct Magic Division, a force comprised solely of elite spellcasters. However, those days had long passed. The world, and the Empire, had moved on. And now, a new disturbance brewed within the hierarchy, one that Gadra couldn't ignore. The Composite Division. On paper, it was nothing remarkable. Formed from supposed misfits and soldiers unable to cooperate within traditional divisions, it was seen by many as a dumping ground. To the vast majority of the public, it was a unit filled with undisciplined oddities and unmanageable outliers. But the truth was far more compelling. The Composite Division wasn't born out of failure. It was forged from potential. Its members weren't misfits. They were exceptions. Each member of the unit possessed unique, often erratic abilities, making it difficult for them to integrate into conventional formations. Yet it wasn't their inability to follow orders that had raised concerns. Instead, it was the power they wielded. Individuals enhanced by experimentation, mostly otherworlders, were brought in with raw, unshaped power. One man could collapse cliffs with a whisper. A woman whose shadow devoured magic. A magic beast that bent gravity by instinct. These were not soldiers. They were living weapons. Too unstable to command. Too dangerous to unleash. That is, until Yuki Kagarizaka appeared. How could a newcomer rise to the rank of general so quickly? Gadra muttered aloud, the candlelight flickering with his breath. The glow cast long shadows across the room, deepening the lines in his aging face. It had been less than a year since Yuki first set foot in the Eastern Empire. In that short span, he had enlisted, climbed the military ladder, and challenged the Composite Division's previous commander in ritual combat. And he won. Not through brute strength. Not even through cunning. But with control. The division, which had been dormant, was now active again. The unstable had been tamed. The wild had been unified. Reports hinted at sweeping reorganizations. Recruits once thought unusable were being reconditioned. Combat drills, once chaotic, were now cohesive. And behind it all stood Yuki, calm and unreadable. Something was stirring in that division. Gadra could feel it. I'd better keep a close eye on him. He vowed. Within an undisclosed chamber hidden beneath the Empire's capital, Yuki Kagarizaka had convened a long-awaited meeting, one held in absolute secrecy. Only 4 others would be present. 3 of them were the respective heads of a clandestine syndicate known as Cerberus, a vast, underground network of influence and illegal activities that extended well beyond the Freedom Association's purpose. Though founded and overseen by Yuki himself, operational control had been delegated to 3 trusted individuals. Misha, Vega, and Damrata. They sat in a triangle around an ornate circular wooden table, waiting in measured silence. By the door stood Kigali, poised like a sentinel, her sharp eyes scanning for the faintest sign of movement. Eventually, the heavy door creaked open. Clad in the crisp black uniform of an Imperial general, Yuki stepped into the chamber, exuding casual confidence. His smile was relaxed, but his eyes held the sharpness of someone who had already seen too much. Kigali trailed closely behind, closing the door with a soft click. The seated leaders turned their attention to him, subtly evaluating their founder with the quiet respect earned by achievement, not just position. Gotta say, you've climbed the ranks faster than I thought possible, boss. Misha broke the silence with a smirk. Yuki chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. If only you'd seen what we went through to get here, you probably wouldn't be so impressed. His words masked the trauma still fresh in his mind. Their journey to the east had been anything but smooth. On the outskirts of the continent, the group had been intercepted by none other than Misery and Rain, acting on Guy Crimson's command. It had not been a battle. It had been an execution barely forestalled. And then, Guy himself appeared. Even now, the memory burned cold in his mind. Had it not been for Yuki's desperation, his raw willpower, and perhaps a flicker of Guy's amusement, they wouldn't be sitting here today. Let's not think about that day too much. Kigali cut in, her voice more brittle than she intended. She remembered vividly when Yuki and his battered group finally reunited with her. Their injuries had been catastrophic. Tyr and Footman were barely clinging to life. And when she learned they'd crossed paths with Guy Crimson and lived, it defied logic. It was nothing short of a miracle. All right. Yuki replied, visibly shifting in his seat. Taking a moment to steady himself, he moved to the table and lowered into his seat. Kigali followed a beat later, settling beside him, her expression schooled. Now then. Damrata began, leaning forward with his hands clasped. We've had some developments worth discussing, he said. This about Tempest. Vega asked, still reclined with arms folded, opening one eye lazily. Yuki nodded. Yeah. I gotta say, even with our networks, it's getting real hard to pull any intel from them lately. He said bitterly. Here's a list of what we've gathered so far. Damrata said, retrieving a parchment from his coat and sliding it across the table toward Yuki. You'll recognize most of it. But the last part might catch you off guard. He added. Yuki took the document and began scanning it. As expected, most of the intel reaffirmed what he already knew. Tempest had clearly caught wind of the Empire's intentions. Projects like the Magi Train, a groundbreaking innovation that could have revolutionized their economy, were abruptly halted. Access to key areas, especially the infamous dungeon, was now heavily restricted for outsiders. Trade routes had gone quiet, commerce slowing to a crawl as if the entire nation were holding its breath. But the final entry gave Yuki pause. Close to the border between Tempest and the Empire, four immense yet stable energy signatures have been detected. These signatures remain in one area for brief intervals before relocating to another. Based on output alone, each presence is comparable to a demon lord. Yet, visual contact yields nothing. The sources remain unseen. His brows furrowed as he read aloud. A silence immediately gripped the chamber. The three leaders of Cerberus already knew. But Kigali, who hadn't been looped in, visibly stiffened, her eyes going wide with confusion and disbelief. Even Yuki, usually unfazed, couldn't help but feel the weight of this development. You sure your people didn't just screw up their readings? He asked, feigning nonchalance. Damrata shook his head. I checked it myself. His voice was steady, but the gravity behind it was unmistakable. Now, I didn't cross the border. I'm not that reckless. But I got close enough. Those four signatures were real. And let me put it plainly. Each one had the output of at least 5 Imperial Guardians. Maybe more. He explained. That made everyone sit up. Misha and Vega had heard of the disturbances, but they hadn't known just how potent the energies were. The revelation reframed everything. These weren't wild monsters or ambient readings. These were deliberate, coordinated patrols. Something, or someone, was sweeping Tempest's borders with surgical precision. And you didn't go further? Yuki asked, attempting a smirk. Thought you were the daring type. He joked. Damrata sighed. I'd rather not end up incinerated just to satisfy curiosity. Honestly, if those things are as strong as they seem, I doubt the 5 of us could take down even one. He said. The comment struck a nerve. Vega's eyes snapped open, his body going tense. With a snarl, he slammed his fist onto the table. The impact reverberated through the chamber. Then maybe we should test that theory. He growled, eyes locked on Damrata. Unbothered, Damrata gave a nonchalant shrug. Go ahead. Just don't expect us to recover your corpse. He shot back. The tension thickened. One more spark, and the chamber might have erupted into violence. Then came a sharp cough from Yuki, breaking the deadlock. All right, that's enough. He said, his voice calm but firm. I do agree we need to investigate further, but let's not jump the gun. If these signatures are as strong as Damrata claims, then we'll need a lot more than bravado. He forced a cheerful tone into his words, attempting to ease the tension. A long moment passed. Then, finally, Vega leaned back in his chair, arms crossed once more. The momentary storm had passed. But the room still held a lingering chill. Because whatever those 4 unseen entities were, they weren't guarding Tempest by accident. Either way, we can safely say Tempest is preparing for the invasion. Misha said, her voice calm but firm. And while the Empire may outnumber them, this won't be a clean sweep. It's going to be an uphill battle. Kigali added, folding her arms as her expression hardened. Ha! Who cares? I could crush the demon lord without breaking a sweat. Vega barked, voice loud and booming through the chamber. He's just a slime, ain't he? He asked. The mood in the room shifted instantly. Misha blinked with a deadpan expression, unimpressed. Yuki let out a small, nervous laugh in an attempt to defuse the situation, while Damrata exhaled a deep sigh, eyes closed in disapproval. You're ignoring the real threat, idiot. Damrata muttered, not bothering to hide his contempt. A visible vein pulsed on Vega's temple as he leaned forward, his presence swelling with barely restrained aggression. Don't think I'll let that slide too many times. He warned, his voice dropping an octave. The atmosphere thickened, tension crackling like static in the air. Then. Can you two shut up already? Misha snapped, her voice sharp enough to split stone. It rang out like a gunshot, silencing the room. A few seconds of heavy silence passed. Then, grudgingly, Vega sat back in his chair with a scoff. Damrata simply gave a dismissive wave of the hand, no longer interested in continuing the clash. Ignoring the spat, Yuki leaned forward with a casual air that didn't quite mask his caution. Right. Let's not forget about those two, he said, emphasizing the word with subtle weight. Everyone in the room, excluding Vega, understood instantly. Rimuru might have been the figurehead of Tempest, but the actual danger lay behind him. The nation was under the protection of not just one, but two true dragons. Veldora, the storm dragon, was already infamous for devastating the Empire's army centuries ago during their first attempt to invade the Jura forest. That single failure had set the Empire's plans back by generations. Now, Velzard had entered the picture. The Frost Dragon's presence changed the game completely. If Veldora was a walking calamity, a natural disaster that couldn't be reasoned with, Velzard was the embodiment of controlled destruction. Her restraint didn't make her less dangerous. It made her terrifying. She was cold, calculated, and fully aware of her power. The Empire already failed against the Storm Dragon 3 centuries ago. Damrata said grimly. Now there's an even greater threat dwelling in that forest. He added. Vega grunted, irritated but silent. For once, he had no snide retort. It's a good thing Rimuru-san isn't our direct enemy. Yuki added, offering a light shrug. I've seen him fight twice now. Glad I wasn't on the receiving end of it. He said. Misha raised an eyebrow. Oh. You two seem rather familiar. Why the formalities? She asked. Yuki laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Force of habit, I guess. He was starting to grow wary of me. Had to distance myself before he caught on. He replied. No one responded. But the tension had settled, only for a colder, quieter one to take its place. Because if Rimuru ever became their enemy, it wouldn't just be the Empire that would be in trouble. It would be the entire world. The crew began laying out everything they knew. First and foremost, Tempest was under the rule of a demon lord unlike any other. From Yuki's own observation, Rimuru wasn't just strong. He was effortlessly on par with Leon Cromwell. But what truly made him dangerous wasn't just his raw power. It was his influence. Seriously, he somehow got the Storm Dragon to follow him willingly. And now, the Frost Dragon's apparently attached to him too. Yuki muttered. That last bit made Misha raise an eyebrow. Even Vega leaned forward slightly, intrigued. So, it's that kind of attachment? Misha asked, half joking. Yuki gave a slight shrug. Affection. Loyalty. Whatever it is, it's not just a political alliance. That makes things a lot messier. He replied. The Frost Dragon, Velzard, had always been known as a neutral entity, an eternal observer who never meddled in worldly affairs. Now, she'd picked a side. And worse, it wasn't out of convenience. It was personal. Damrata scowled. A true dragon who cares is far more dangerous than one that doesn't. He said. Next came the military. Tempest's population wasn't enormous, but the quality of their forces couldn't be ignored. All of them were named monsters, each one stronger than an average platoon. A handful of their elites could topple nations on their own. Basically, a nation of one-man armies. Vega grunted. And they're shifting to wartime mode. Projects frozen. Security locked tight. The economy's slowing, but intentionally. They're focusing everything on preparation. Kigali added. That much was evident through the increasingly frequent evacuation drills. Entire districts would mobilize in minutes, funneling to the center of the city. Then, without warning, the entire urban landscape would vanish into thin air, leaving only barren foundations behind. Spatial transference. Probably tied to that dungeon of theirs. Yuki mused. But that wasn't the strangest part. It was the four unseen entities. Beings whose signatures matched true demon lords, silently patrolling Tempest's borders. They moved with eerie consistency, sticking to paths like guardians on a rotation. Yet, no one had seen them. Damrata had already confirmed they were real and powerful. And we still don't know what they are. He muttered. Could be summoned. Could be constructed. Hell, they could just be dragons for all we know. He added. The room fell into a brief silence before Misha broke it. So, what's the play, boss? She asked. Yuki leaned forward, rubbing his chin as the gears turned behind his eyes. With all this chaos, it might not hurt to stage a coup. While they're distracted by the war, we can push for control of the East. He replied. Vega's eyes lit up at the prospect, but Damrata frowned. Risky. He said. Maybe, but it's better than waiting for Tempest to crush the Empire outright and turn their sights on us. Yuki admitted, grinning faintly. There was no immediate argument, but none were convinced either. Still, the seed was planted. And with a nation of monsters preparing for war, the East might need more than just strategy. They'd need a miracle. Yuki sat in silence, deep in thought, as the room slowly emptied of tension. His fingers tapped idly against the table. Initially, his plan had been simple. He would have Gadra, the former general of the Empire's magic division, face Rimuru head-on. A clash of an old legend against a newfound power. But now. Yuki scoffed under his breath. That wouldn't even qualify as a warm-up. He muttered. He'd witnessed enough of Rimuru's power to understand the truth. Gadra, for all his knowledge and prior strength, wouldn't last more than a second. And that realization forced Yuki to recalibrate. Fast. There were still 2 names in the Empire worth considering. The first was Tatsuya Kondo, officially ranked second among the Imperial Guardians, and by many accounts, their true commander. Not only did he oversee the Guardians, but he also helmed the Empire's vast intelligence network. Supposedly the strongest human alive, after the Emperor. Yuki muttered. Damrata had mentioned that Kondo rarely revealed his hand, but when he did, it was decisive. Precise. Ruthless. A weapon shaped by discipline. If there was anyone who could match Rimuru blow for blow, if only for a short time, it was him. Then there was the second candidate. The Marshal, a figure cloaked in mystery for almost the entirety of the Empire's existence. No public appearances. No direct involvement in command. At least, not until recently. During the emergency call triggered after learning of Tempest's recent developments, the Marshal had finally stepped forward. And her presence dominated the room. Damrata had gathered enough rumors to form a vague picture. A tall woman. Long, azure hair. Dressed in a black dress laced with gold. He said. Yuki's expression darkened at the description. That sounds. He didn't finish the thought. Instead, he made a mental note to ask Laplace about it later. Something about that imagery tugged at a memory he didn't want to confront just yet. Pushing it aside, he turned to the business at hand. Damrata. He said, straightening. I want you to investigate Kondo. Quietly. If he's half as strong as the rumors suggest, I need to know what we're dealing with. He added. Damrata gave a nod, already processing possible angles of approach. Misha, you'll keep probing the armored division. I want intel on their troop movements, formations, and any other relevant information. If they deploy first, we'll have a window. He ordered. Got it. She replied, standing. And Vega. You're going to infiltrate the Magic Beast division. Yuki added, his voice carrying an edge. Vega cracked his knuckles, grinning at the opportunity. Finally, something fun. He said. With their missions assigned, the 3 Cerberus leaders filed out of the chamber, leaving Yuki and Kigali alone once more. Kigali watched him quietly, noticing the shift in his demeanor. The casual smirk had faded, replaced by a calculating stare. You're moving fast. She noted. Yuki leaned back in his chair, exhaling a quiet breath. I have to. The longer we wait, the fewer options we'll have. He said. And with the world tilting toward war, Yuki knew this might be his final opportunity to take control of the East, before Tempest, or something worse, seized it first. Do you think this'll work out? Kigali asked quietly, her voice carrying the weight of doubt. Yuki didn't respond right away. He leaned forward, resting his chin against his knuckles, eyes focused on nothing in particular. That's the hope. He murmured. Besides, we haven't even gotten started on the hardest part. We've still got to somehow control the Emperor. He said. Kigali let out a slow, resigned sigh. You know. She began, hesitating for only a moment. If this war drags on long enough, I could become a demon lord again. She said. Yuki turned to glance at her, and a low chuckle escaped his lips, not dismissive, but thoughtful. It was a sound of recognition. I wouldn't rule it out. He said with a shrug. His fingers curled into a soft fist on the table, eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of memory passed through his mind. Not long ago, he'd taken something that wasn't his. He'd forcefully torn the unique skill, greed, from Mariabelle's soul, an act driven not just by strategy, but by sheer opportunism. The moment it became his, a malicious ego awakened within it, whispering promises that poisoned his ambition. But he didn't falter. Yuki crushed the will of the skill with raw determination and dominance. In that instant, something changed. The skill buckled, then evolved. It reformed itself into something far greater. It had evolved into the ultimate skill, Lord of Greed, Mammon, one of the 7 deadly sins. Where others saw power as a tool, Mammon embodied it as a hunger. Its sub-skills were as versatile as they were terrifying. Absolute claim grants the user full ownership of anything they make direct contact with. Nothing short of God-grade equipment could resist its pull. Even intangible things, such as memories, energy, and skills, could be seized if the user understood their nature. Coerced exchange allows the user to trade attributes or possessions with others. Lifespans, emotions, powers, even loyalty could be bargained for, so long as the exchange felt equal in value. The actual danger lay in the user's ability to manipulate the perception of worth. Greed domination allows the user to influence the emotions and willpower of others, turning hesitation into obedience. Want into need. Loyalty into obsession. Additionally, those under the user's control could be empowered, trading lifespan for power with greater proficiency than greed flare. Hoarder's Vault is a subdimensional treasury that stores everything the user has claimed, whether physical objects or energy, down to the last detail. Its capacity is determined by the strength of the user's soul. Multi-layer barrier. Thought acceleration. He glanced down at his hand, still faintly trembling from the memory of the skill's awakening. I would say I lucked out on this one. Yuki mused, a small, dangerous smile curling at the edge of his lips. Even now, he knew Mammon didn't serve him because it was tamed. It served him because he wanted more than it did. However, even as Yuki basked in the delusion of his newfound power, he had already lost long ago. His belief in dominance and his confidence in control were all a hollow echo, ringing inside a cage built by someone infinitely beyond his understanding. Since the moment he seized greed, and it evolved into Lord of Greed, Mammon, someone had been listening. Not a spy. Not a mortal. Not a skill user. But a divine intelligence so far above the system that she no longer merely existed within it. She had become part of it. Every word Yuki spoke. Every breath, every flicker of emotion, every subtle shift in thought. All of it had been recorded. Far beyond the reaches of the cardinal world, beyond stars, galaxies, and other universes, floated the detached sphere. It was a construct of Velzard's design, not bound to any time axis other than its own, existing outside the laws that governed other worlds. At its center, within an unassuming home, she listened. Watched. Understood. Seal, a being so incomprehensibly advanced that even ultimate skills bowed to her architecture, narrowed in on Yuki's intention. Some time ago, Rimuru had acquired Mammon during the course of his rapid evolution. Finding no immediate use for it, he casually discarded it, releasing it back into the cycle of reincarnation. But Seal never discarded anything so easily. With foresight bordering on omniscience, she modified it before releasing it, embedding a monitoring circuit into the very core of the skill. A fragment of her will, invisible and irreversible, had been woven into its core. She made it hers, even in departure. And when Yuki inherited the evolved form, he unknowingly bound himself to her gaze. From that very moment, everything he was became accessible, transmitted instantly across the void between all things. Not even a delay. Because the distance meant nothing to her. She was no longer just a voice in Rimuru's head. She was the network. The system. The law. As she observed Yuki's every smug grin, every scheming thought, and every delusion of supremacy, she did not blink, nor did she judge. She simply understood. So, that's your move. The words echoed through her private space, light yet absolute. Yuki was a child playing with stolen toys in a sandbox that belonged to a god. And the god had never stopped watching. Welcome back, readers. We've a shorter chapter here, covering the current status of the Empire. What more is there to say other than Yuki is absolutely fried? Well, maybe not. I do have some plans for him, but he won't be a significant character going past the war arc. I had to refresh myself somewhat with this chapter. It had been some time since I last read Volume 12, and I completely forgot all about that stuff with Gadra. I do remember him joining Tempest via Raisin telling him about Diablo. I'm unsure if I'll stick with that plan. This story's already too jam-packed, and adding his story arc regarding his hatred for Luminism might bog things down too much. But perhaps I could still push through with it to give Oddleman some interactions with him. Then there's Rudra fully succumbing to Michael's control. To be completely honest, Michael had already won a long time ago. As mentioned back in Chapter 47, Michael gave Rudra, the little that's left of him, those brief moments of reprieve as a cruel joke. Now, Michael has fully ascended into a Manus, and he left Rudra's soul intact only so that Deva would acknowledge the vessel. Anyway, that is all for today. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. A few hours had passed in the cardinal world since the sudden departure of Rimuru, Veldora, and Velzard. Though only a short time had elapsed on the surface, within the detached sphere, the trio had already experienced over 2 decades, nearing a quarter of their planned century-long stay. Their absence was intended to be a closely guarded secret, known only to 2 individuals, those being Ramirez, the administrator of the dungeon, and Aurora, Velzard's direct subordinate and acting overseer of Tempest bureaucratic operations. However, that fragile veil of secrecy began to unravel sooner than expected. It was Shuna who first discovered the truth. Tasked with bringing the day's documents to Rimuru's office, she entered the room as she had countless times before, only to find it changed. Not in the usual sense, where Rimuru might be off tending to other affairs. No, this time, the emptiness carried a strange finality. The lingering aura of her lord had vanished entirely. And in his place, another being sat. Before panic could settle in, Aurora went over the situation. Unfazed and calm as ever, she explained, albeit vaguely, that Rimuru, along with Veldora and Velzard, had departed to a separate realm, one beyond the reach of time as they knew it. Though she provided no specifics, she assured Shuna that their journey was necessary and temporary. With Tempest's leadership suddenly reduced, Aurora entrusted Shuna with a new role. She would act as the intermediary for all incoming paperwork. Her task was to receive documents from each department and ensure their delivery through the proper channels, all while keeping Aurora's involvement hidden from most. So far, only a small circle was aware of her existence. But Shuna wasn't the only one to notice Rimuru's absence. Elsewhere, a group of his strongest and most combative followers had begun to stir. Having eagerly accepted Rimuru's previous offer to challenge him freely in duels, they gathered together and arranged an order for who would test their might first. Yet when they arrived at the lowest floor of the dungeon, where Rimuru said the duels would take place, they were met not with their lord but with Aurora. She intercepted them gracefully, her expression unreadable. In cryptic words, she conveyed that Rimuru was away on matters beyond comprehension. None among the group, save for Diablo, recognized her significance. And even he, ever perceptive, only suspected her nature due to the anomaly he sensed during the Lublius incident. Still, the tension in the air was undeniable. Rimuru Tempest, the ruler of Tempest, was gone. Following their eerie encounter with the mysterious woman in the dungeon, the primordials moved in near silence toward Rimuru's office. Aurora's presence had rattled something in them. Ultima and Carrera, despite their bravado, couldn't shake the chill they felt in her presence. Testarossa remained composed, but even she admitted, at least to herself, that there was something fundamentally unsettling about that woman. Not evil. Not hostile. Just wrong in a way she couldn't define. Diablo, however, was silent for a different reason. His steps were brisk, almost rushed, yet controlled. There was an urgency in the way he moved, almost like a predator closing in, not on prey, but on an answer. Do you seriously plan on doing something so reckless, Diablo? Testarossa asked, her arms folded as she matched his pace. Her usual refined tone had a sharper edge. But Diablo didn't answer. Maybe she's just filling in for Rimuru-sama. He did leave her there for a reason, right? Ultima chimed in. Whatever she was, I can say for sure I've never seen anything like her. Carrera muttered, rubbing the back of her neck. Even Guy gives off more warning signs than she does. That calm, it's not natural. She added. They stopped at the threshold of Rimuru's office. Diablo's hand hovered near the handle as he finally spoke. It's not that I doubt Rimuru-sama. He said quietly, eyes narrowed. How could I? It's her I don't trust. Whoever she is, she's not one of us. And yet she sits in his place. His voice had lost its usual smug confidence. Instead, there was a sharp chill to it. It was calculating, restrained, but very real. The demonist trio stiffened at his tone. Just don't do anything that'll get us in trouble. Testarossa warned, eyes narrowing. With that, Diablo pushed the door open. There she was. Sitting at Rimuru's desk, back straight and posture effortless, was the same ethereal woman from the dungeon. Aurora. A delicate sheet of parchment floated in her hand, her golden eyes moving over the words with casual focus. She didn't even glance up. Yet every instinct screamed that she knew they were there. To what do I owe this visit? She asked, voice like still water, quiet, clear, but impossibly deep. Diablo stepped forward, the others trailing just behind. He stopped a few paces from the desk, brow slightly furrowed. Pardon the intrusion, he said smoothly. But I was not aware that Rimuru-sama had assigned another secretary in his absence. He added. Only then did Aurora lower the page. She met Diablo's eyes directly. And in that moment, it felt as though the room itself fell silent. Her gaze was calm, too calm. It was almost as if no threat could reach her, as if they weren't even worth worrying about. Your master has entrusted me with overseeing operations until his return, she said softly. A beat of silence followed. Your master. The words echoed coldly in Diablo's mind. She hadn't said our. She had placed herself outside of that chain of command, not one of Rimuru's subordinates, but still acting in his stead. I wasn't aware that outsiders were permitted to take responsibility for matters of such importance, Diablo said. His tone had lowered. The courteous edge was thinning. Tension in the room shifted. Carrera and Ultima grew stiff. Testarossa's eyes sharpened like blades. All three could tell something was coming. Aurora leaned forward slowly, resting her chin on her interlaced fingers. Outsider, as in I'm not bound to your master's command chain. Correct. Her voice held no fear, no arrogance, only clarity. That was the final spark. In less than a blink, Diablo moved. His hand shot forward, wreathed in dark magic, aimed directly for Aurora's face. It wasn't meant to kill, but to make her flinch, and to confirm she was mortal. His speed was beyond comprehension, even for the Demonist trio. Whoosh! The air exploded with force. Papers flew, the desk cracked, and pens clattered to the ground. But when the motion settled, Aurora remained still. Unharmed. Unmoved. Untouched. Diablo's hand had passed clean through her head. She was still sitting there, golden eyes serene, now more translucent than before. Her entire form shimmering like a mirage, a ghost painted with divine ink. The primordial stood frozen, staring at the space where her body should have been. For the first time in a long time, he was left utterly shocked. Impossible. He murmured. Aurora blinked once, unfazed. Are you finished? She asked simply. Before anyone could speak, Aurora gently clasped her hands together. What happened next defied comprehension. Diablo felt his body respond without consent. His arm, still extended from the failed strike, retracted on its own as if gently pushed by unseen hands. He took several steps back, though not of his own volition. Around them, the chaos of the disrupted office began to reverse. Papers floated upward, returning to their original positions in perfect order. The desk repaired itself. A tipped-over pen rolled across the floor backward before settling precisely where it had been. The entire room seemed to move like a film played in reverse, the laws of physics bending without a sound. And yet, the world outside the office remained undisturbed. No temporal distortion leaked beyond the threshold. It was a localized rewind, an almost impossible manipulation of time itself. The Demonist trio stood in stunned silence, eyes wide as the truth sank in. Testarossa was the first to speak, though her voice barely rose above a whisper. Aurora, still seated, now with the office perfectly reset around her, responded with a calm smile. Velzard-sama's subordinate, yes. My name is Aurora. It's a pleasure to meet you all. She said. The sheer normalcy of her introduction clashed violently with the divine display of power they had just witnessed. She showed no reaction to Diablo's aggression. No anger. No judgment. Only complete composure. Dusting off his already immaculate suit, Diablo stepped forward again. This time, his stance was more measured. Less confrontational. From what I recall. He began carefully. You and Velzard-sama weren't on favorable terms. Apologies for my assumptions, but I wasn't aware the two of you had reconciled. He said. Aurora tilted her head slightly and shook it with the same unbothered grace. We haven't, not fully, at least. I still have a long way to go before I can make amends. Even so, she assigned me to this post. With Rimuru-sama's approval, of course. She replied. That final addition quelled the last of their concerns. Suddenly, it all made sense. Her presence, authority, and control over the time attribute could only mean one thing. Of course, it made sense. Velzard was the Ice Empress, the being closest to the edge of time. If anyone could give orders to a temporal anomaly like this woman, it was the Frost Dragon. The misunderstanding was resolved, but confusion still lingered, especially in the eyes of the Demonist trio. Aurora's power felt ancient, polished. Not something newly developed. And Diablo had acted far too familiar. You know her. Ultima whispered, leaning in close. Keeping secrets now, huh? Carrera added, raising an eyebrow. Testarossa crossed her arms, a faint smirk curling on her lips. I wouldn't expect anything less of you. She remarked. Diablo sighed quietly, stepping back with a slow exhale before addressing the group. All I'll say is, I first saw Aurora under very different circumstances during the Lublius incident. If you'd witnessed what I did, it would be only natural to assume her relationship with Velzard-sama was less than amicable. His words were vague, but firm. That was all he was willing to reveal. The others exchanged glances but knew better than to pry further. For now, at least, one thing had become crystal clear. Aurora wasn't just a placeholder. She was a being far beyond what they'd anticipated. As the primordials turned to leave, Aurora leaned forward slightly, her hands once again folded neatly beneath her chin. Oh, one more thing. An acquaintance of yours may be visiting Tempest soon. She said, her tone casual, yet tinged with something deeper. They froze. The air changed, not from fear, but from wariness. Their expressions shifted like ripples across a still pond. Diablo's features hardened, though not in anger but annoyance. Ultima narrowed her eyes while Carrera scoffed lightly under her breath. Testarosa's brow twitched. The word acquaintance had very few pleasant connotations for demons. Aurora didn't wait for a question. She lifted a hand and added smoothly. No. It isn't the primordial rouge. She clarified. Just like that, the room exhaled. Their tension dispersed as quickly as it had come, though not entirely. A sliver of caution remained. Who, then? Diablo asked, though he already sensed he wouldn't get an honest answer. Aurora didn't respond directly. Instead, she resumed her usual, composed demeanor, voice light but deliberate. He'll be entering through the dungeon. With no guardian stationed past the 50th floor, I would appreciate it if you four intercepted his path. She replied. That was it. She gave no name, motive, or explanation. Just he. Her words hung in the air, deceptively simple, yet layered with veiled implication. She left everything open to interpretation. And that ambiguity unsettled them far more than a direct threat ever could. Still, none pressed the issue. They exchanged a brief look, each silently weighing possibilities. As far as they knew, there were no acquaintances outside of Guy, Misery, and Rain who might seek them out, especially not through the dungeon. Yet Aurora's phrasing was careful, almost intentional. The four exited the office without another word. But even as the door shut quietly behind them, their thoughts refused to settle. Who was this man? A former rival? A long-forgotten remnant from their past lives? Could it be a member of the Octagram? The mystery lingered like a shadow clinging to their backs, silent and formless. But no one uttered a single question. With only Aurora's cryptic warning to guide them, the four primordials descended into the dungeon's lower depths. The 55th floor hadn't been designated as a guardian level. It was a transit zone, a place meant for flow. That made it perfect for an ambush, or perhaps a conversation no one else should overhear. All floors beyond the 60th had been repurposed for elite training, sealed off from external interference. Aurora vaguely hinted at the 50th floor, and so they chose to remain a few levels lower. They didn't doubt her. Not anymore. She must have seen it. Testarossa murmured, eyeing the long corridor that led to the central chamber. The exact route he'll take. Ultima added. That sort of precision. Her voice trailed off. Only means one thing. Carrera concluded, hands behind her head as she strolled ahead with a lazy grin that didn't reach her eyes. She's an elemental of time, isn't she? Ultima finally asked aloud, though it sounded more like a confirmation than a question. None answered immediately. Silence filled the space between them, thick with unspoken realization. A greater elemental of time. Testarossa eventually clarified, her tone quiet. Carrera whistled. Men. And I thought those didn't exist. She said. They don't, or at least, they're not supposed to. Testarossa replied. Could be they're just that rare. Ultima offered, her eyes remaining fixed on the dim hallway. No one questioned how Aurora had known an acquaintance of theirs was coming, or why she hadn't simply handled it herself. If anything, the fact that she entrusted them with this task meant something. It meant that this acquaintance was either dangerous or perhaps too important to be treated as an enemy. Diablo didn't speak. He stood apart from the others, leaning against one of the stone pillars that flanked the chamber's entrance. His arms were crossed, face unreadable, a silent sentinel waiting for a signal only he could perceive. I may have an idea who this acquaintance is. He thought, eyes narrowed to slits. But he said nothing. He'd rather confirm it himself than invite panic or speculation. Time passed, although not much. It was just enough for unease to root itself. And so, they waited, still and silent on the 55th floor, four of the most powerful demons in existence now playing the role of gatekeepers. The air grew heavy. The quiet thickened. Someone, drew closer with each passing second. At the entrance of Tempest's sprawling dungeon facility, a lone man approached the front desk. He wasn't part of any party, a fact that already raised a few eyebrows. The vast majority of challengers entered the dungeon in groups, armed with numbers and coordination. Going solo was a choice few dared to make. Doing so casually was even rarer. However, this man didn't just arrive alone. He looked alone. He wore simple clothes and carried a single, plain sword at his hip. No flashy artifacts. His face held no trace of eagerness or determination. Instead, he looked tired, almost like someone who had just rolled out of bed and somehow stumbled into the most dangerous facility in Tempest. Around him, the lobby buzzed faintly with activity. Although the recent political shifts had caused a dip in numbers, the dungeon continued to operate. Screens the size of small buildings projected live feeds of ongoing dungeon crawls. Adventuring parties, scholars, and onlookers filled the open space. The men strolled, each step deliberate, until he stood in front of the receptionist, a young dryad stationed at the desk. Good afternoon, adventurer. Are you interested in braving through Tempest's famous dungeon? She asked with a bright smile, her tone welcoming. The men stared at her for a moment, blinking slowly. I guess. Hopefully, there's no entrance fee or something. He said, voice low and lethargic, like someone half asleep mid-conversation. The Dryad giggled softly, unsure whether to take him seriously. Unfortunately, there is. However, it's only 3 silver coins to enter. She replied. For the first time, the man's expression shifted, though just slightly. His eyes opened a fraction more, and he let out a long, resigned sigh. Shoot. That's a big chunk of my life savings right there, but I guess I have no choice. He thought, lips barely twitching into a frown. Without a word, he reached into his pocket and slid exactly 3 silver coins across the desk. He didn't fumble or hesitate, but there was a sluggishness in his motion that made it hard to tell if he was just lazy or hiding something. Thank you. The Dryad said, unfazed. Since this is your first time here, I'll be handing you a complimentary resurrection bracelet. She added. She ducked under the desk and returned with the magic trinket, placing it gently in his hand. The men looked it over with mild curiosity, as though trying to figure out which side was up. This looks neat. Thanks. He muttered, slipping it onto his wrist. You're welcome. Now, while you wait for your party, you may check out the various commodities offered within the lobby. She was cut off. Oh. I won't be going with a group. He interrupted, scratching his head absent-mindedly. Yeah. She stammered. For a moment, her mask of professionalism faltered. She wasn't supposed to judge adventurers by appearance, but this one tested that rule. He didn't look the part. Not even remotely. His posture was too relaxed. His voice was too unbothered. And most of all, there wasn't a trace of fear. Not even the naive sort that first-timers usually had. Still, she swallowed her questions and offered a courteous bow. Very well then. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I wish you good luck with your run. You're free to remain in the lobby as long as you like and may begin your crawl whenever you're ready. She said. The men gave a lazy nod. Thanks. He drawled. Then he turned and drifted off into the crowd, disappearing with the quietness of a shadow with no fanfare, no presence, almost like a stone sinking into a pond. Yet somewhere behind that nonchalant tone was something off. Curiosity got the better of the receptionist, and so she turned on the smaller displays on her desk to observe the new adventurer. He brushed past groups of people still watching the big displays, his steps unhurried as he approached the stairs leading to the first level. From behind the reception desk, the Dryad leaned forward slightly, eyes fixed on one of the displays. It showed a feed of the dungeon's first true floor, where the sluggish adventurer had finally begun his crawl. She had half expected him to wander aimlessly or give up entirely. And in a way, he did wander, though not aimlessly. There was an odd rhythm to his gait now, still lazy, still meandering, but purposeful. It was almost as if he were taking in every nook and cranny of the floor, not out of confusion, but appreciation. His eyes, previously dull and half-lidded, now danced across the maze-like corridors, shimmering faintly with a curious gleam. He's excited. She wondered. It was subtle, almost imperceptible beneath the haze of sleepiness that hung over him like a shroud. But there was a bounce to his steps now. His arms hung loose at his sides, but his gaze was sharp, scanning the walls, glyphs, and even the trap runes embedded in the stone as if each were a hidden treasure. Childlike wonder crept into his expression. Still, she reminded herself that it was just the first floor. No one with half a brain would be intimidated here. The early dungeon levels were glorified tourist zones, designed more for accessibility than danger. The most one could encounter was a low-ranking D-class monster, barely a warm-up for seasoned adventurers. But even so, she couldn't look away. Soon, the feed shifted. One of the floor's standard patrol units, an armored stone hound, rounded a corner, its presence triggering a silent alarm that placed it squarely in the adventurer's path. The Dryad leaned in, lips parted slightly in anticipation. Let's see how you handle this, she thought. The adventurer came to a halt. He stared at the beast for a moment. There was no fear, tension, or stance. He only heaved a sigh. Then, in a blur too fast for the scrying crystal to properly capture, he moved. No sword was drawn. No spell was cast. No combat posture was taken. Just one flicker of motion, and the monster's body disintegrated mid-lunge. Glowing motes scattered into the air like dust caught in sunlight. 1 second, it was there. The next, it wasn't. Huh. The Dryad muttered, unsure if the display had glitched. Yet there he was, already crouching casually in front of the now unlocked chest, fiddling with the lid. His face held no smugness, no pride. If anything, he looked slightly disappointed. He peered inside the chest, then let out another sigh, this one more wistful than weary. Junk, he said. the word didn't carry disdain. It was more like detached amusement, still half asleep, still unbothered. He stood up, stretched like a man waking from a nap, and resumed his slow shuffle forward, as if none of it had even happened. Back at the desk, the Dryad didn't move. Her eyes remained locked on the screen, trying to piece together what she had just witnessed. That hadn't been flashy. It hadn't even been deliberate. It was casual. Too casual. The scrying crystal feeds had begun drawing a crowd. What started as a lone receptionist's curiosity had evolved into something much larger. Adventurers, guards, and staff had gathered around the central viewing areas, eyes glued to the screen displaying the adventurer's progress. A few had begun murmuring among themselves, speculating on who he might be. The receptionist, still seated at her post, tried to maintain her composure, but her quill had long stopped writing. By now, the men had reached the 5th floor. Where most rookies would begin to feel the weight of the dungeon's pressure, he still wore the same half-lidded expression, somewhere between bored and content. And yet, despite the increasing density of D-class monsters, he navigated the floor with unsettling ease. Goblin raiders. Bone serpents. Stone golems. They were all swept aside like leaves in a breeze. He didn't dodge so much as drift past attacks. His movements were minimal but perfect. His strikes were lazy, almost insultingly so, yet they left nothing standing. Monsters vanished before they could even roar. The receptionist swallowed hard. That kind of movement, that's not something you learn. That's instinct, no, mastery. She thought. What disturbed her wasn't just the strength. It was how unbothered he was, almost as if someone were flicking flies off their shoulder. He even paused by the chests afterward, inspecting the loot not with greed, but idle curiosity. He kept a few items, such as rare herbs, some enchanted stone, and a polished shard of obsidian, and discarded the rest as if they were clutter in his closet. Then, he moved on. By the time he reached the 10th floor, silence had overtaken the lobby. Even adventurers preparing for their own dungeon runs stood still, watching the feed with arms crossed and expressions sharp. The screens now displayed his perspective from multiple angles. There, waiting for him, was the first real trial, a B-class boss monster, a black spider. Its massive body loomed at the center of the chamber, its legs clacking menacingly across stone. Poison dripped from its fangs, each hiss echoing off the walls with malice. Unfazed, the men yawned. The black spider lunged, aiming to pin him down and wrap him up with a precise and decisive strike. But he didn't flinch. Instead, with a single arm, he grabbed two of its massive legs mid-swing, his expression still that of someone about to take a nap, and slammed his fist casually into the creature's abdomen. Bam. The shockwave cracked the chamber's walls. The monster's body buckled, its form collapsing into smoke and pixelated particles in the span of a second. A silence followed. No flare of magic. No drawn blade. No technique. Just a half-hearted punch. The tension in the lobby burst. Did you see that? One person asked. Was that a skill? Another followed. No chant, no movement, what the hell is that guy? Someone else asked. The receptionist barely registered the chatter. She was already noting the reward he had earned. 3 gold coins were given only to those who defeated that boss within a calendar month. And he was one of 5 to do so this month. Her hand trembled slightly as she wrote his name on the reward list. Only, he hadn't given a name. She stared at the empty line. Who are you? She whispered. But the man on the screen merely stretched again, turned, and continued as if none of it mattered. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby could only watch and wait. Because something told them that the deeper he went, the more shocking things would get. The adventurer pressed forward. Still alone. Still unharmed. With every passing floor, the dungeon's cruelty increased. Lethal pressure zones. Traps rigged to shred, burn, or impale even veteran adventurers. Monsters that usually required a coordinated party to defeat. Yet nothing changed. He wandered the halls with that same half-lidded gaze, one hand in his pocket, the other idly scratching his head or adjusting his cloak. His steps were quiet and relaxed. He was the very picture of nonchalance, despite walking through a death trap. And worse, he was fast. In less than 1 hour, the lone adventurer had not only reached the deeper, mid-tier levels of the dungeon, but he had surpassed every other party active within it. He passed by them like a breeze through open windows. Entire groups who had spent 3 or 4 days reaching those floors barely had time to register the blur that shot past. Some tried calling out. Hey! Wait, what floor are you dash? One tried to call out. Was that a solo runner? Another questioned. Oi, slow down. There's a trap right there dash. Someone tried to warn him. Too late. He stepped directly onto a tile that should have triggered a spike wall. Everyone watching, both inside the dungeon and out in the lobby, braced for the inevitable. Clank. It misfired. The trap's mechanisms jammed, the spikes warping against a barrier so dense it shimmered with divine energy. It hadn't even been deployed intentionally. It was an entirely passive effect. The receptionist stood now, no longer hiding her shock. She wasn't alone. Staff members and dungeon overseers had begun gathering near the administrative wing, quietly murmuring. Should we notify Rimuru-sama? One person asked. She said no one should pass the 50th unless given permission. Another staff member muttered. But he's already approaching floor 20. Someone else yelled. Their voices barely registered to the receptionist anymore. Who was this man? She wondered with dread. The 20th floor loomed. In its center, coiled like a nightmare, was the B-class boss monster, an evil centipede. It was a grotesque creature with dozens of segmented legs, each capable of pulverizing stone with ease. Its body was plated in natural armor thicker than steel, and its mandibles clicked hungrily as it sensed prey. From the displays, everyone could see it rear up, preparing a devastating charge. The adventurer stared lazily at the towering insect. He let out a long sigh. Then, for the first time, he moved. His hand dropped to the sword at his waist. No words. No stance. No flourish. Shing. The moment the blade cleared its sheath, reality split in two. A shockwave erupted outward, not from motion, but presence. The sword's edge gleamed, and before the evil centipede could even lunge, its body slid apart mid-charge, bisected down the middle. Pillars behind it cracked and crumbled. The entire chamber shook from the residual pressure. Silence. The screen cut briefly, resetting to accommodate the intense mana output, before resuming with the image of the adventurer walking calmly toward the exit, sheathing his sword as though it had never left his hip. No blood. No debris. Not even a battle cry. Just a silent, surgical kill. The room erupted into murmurs once again. That's no normal sword. Someone muttered. Did the monster even touch him? Another asked. He moved like space warped around him. One person yelled. The receptionist didn't speak. Her fingers trembled slightly as she marked down his reward. 5 gold coins. It should have been a big deal. But no one was thinking about money anymore. Because that casual, sleepy smile he wore. It was starting to look increasingly like a mask. Rimuru-sama. The receptionist called out through thought communication, her mental voice tinged with nervousness. There was a pause, just long enough to unsettle her, before the channel opened. Yes. I can see that bastard approaching. Came the reply. The receptionist blinked. That wasn't what she expected. No panic. No surprise. Just a tone of mild irritation, like someone complaining about a noisy neighbor rather than a potential threat to national security. Pardon me. She stammered, regaining her composure. But do you know who that person is? She asked. On the other end, Rimuru let out a long, exasperated sigh, one that carried a strange blend of resignation and frustration. Unfortunately, I do. But don't worry. He won't reach the 60th floor. I think. Rimuru said, her tone anything but reassuring. The receptionist's brows furrowed. Those weren't words you wanted to hear from the dungeon's creator. Yet, despite the ominous phrasing, Rimuru didn't sound afraid. If anything, she sounded like someone who'd dealt with this before. Oh. Did you have someone stationed to intercept him? The receptionist asked, grasping for some semblance of protocol. Not me. But a very good friend of mine asked some of Rimuru's followers to meet this fellow adventurer. Rimuru replied breezily. Now she was even more confused. This wasn't some random anomaly. Someone had known this man would come. And Rimuru wasn't even the one pulling strings. Before she could ask another question, the connection ended. The receptionist sighed, her shoulders slumping as she leaned back in her chair. Knowing that this man wasn't an immediate threat put her at ease. However, the unease never truly left. Because now, instead of wondering if he was dangerous, she was left wondering why someone like him was exploring the dungeon at all. No ordinary adventurer could casually stroll through the dungeon and cleave through B-class monsters like weeds. Who is he? She wondered. Her gaze returned to the monitor, where the adventurer, still looking half asleep, ambled deeper into the dungeon like he hadn't just caused a panic. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal. As the men breezed through the dungeon, his once lazy smirk had grown into a wide, self-satisfied grin. With each passing floor, his sack of loot grew heavier, and so did his amusement. This place is incredible. No chores, no nagging, just treasure lying around for free. I should just become a repeat customer here. He mused proudly, eyes twinkling despite his otherwise half-lidded, tired expression. For someone of his caliber, the dungeon wasn't a test of strength or endurance. It was a treasure trove, a vending machine with a very elaborate system. Where others saw death traps and grinding opportunities, he saw an efficient income stream. His mindset spoke volumes about the divide between those who truly wield power and those who do not. Thanks to Rimur's earlier reassurance, the receptionist and her fellow staff members had eased their tension. But that didn't stop them from watching in awe. Not out of fear, but wonder. Every obstacle the dungeon threw at him, be it monster or trap, was rendered meaningless. The strange adventurer didn't even bother using his sword most of the time. And when he did, simply unsheathing it was enough to end the fight instantly. Monsters fell apart mid-charge. Chambers shattered from the pressure of his presence alone. No chance. No theatrics. Just raw, overwhelming power, hidden under a veil of sloth. The atmosphere in the lobby had transformed completely. Where once there had been disbelief and hushed murmurs of concern, now there was eager anticipation. The entire hall had gathered around the central displays, their eyes glued to the lazy, lone crawler as if watching a festival performance. A buzz of excitement filled the air. 10 gold coins, he makes it past the 45th floor. Someone offered. You're insane, there's no way he gets past the snake on floor 40. Another shot back. He didn't even flinch at the evil centipede. I say he's headed for the bottom. One person declared. The betting pool grew, laughter rising with every absurd victory the men pulled off. Even the most skeptical adventurers found themselves caught up in the spectacle. And what a spectacle it was. As the loot became more lucrative, so too did the traps grow deadlier. One wrong step would mean certain death for even seasoned veterans. Yet the men strolled through as if it were all part of a morning jog. Spike traps jammed. Poisonous gases dispersed. Collapsing ceilings stopped a few inches shy of his head. He didn't even dodge. He just walked, his barrier doing the work for him, passive and unbothered. Then came the actual test, where most parties turned back, regrouped, or failed altogether. The 30th floor, home to the Ice Cyclops. It was a towering brute of an A-class monster, forged through the efforts of Shimo herself. Assigned initially as the Guardian, she was later deemed too powerful for the floor and relocated. In her place, she'd tamed and modified a Cyclops, fusing it with her, ice magic, to create a chilling monstrosity. Covered in layers of jagged frost and wielding a spear of hardened glacial stone, it could reduce most challengers to meat within seconds. It didn't last 3. A single strike, no, a breeze from the man's half-hearted swing, froze the monster in time. The ice cyclops shattered a moment later, pieces of glittering frost scattering like confetti. By then, the audience had stopped reacting with disbelief. There was no more room for it, only stunned silence, followed by roaring applause. He didn't stop there. Next came the 40th floor, the lair of the Tempest serpent. It was an A-class beast with scales like obsidian blades, stretching across the battlefield like a river of coiled death. Once considered the most dangerous creature residing in the sealed cave, excluding Veldora, it was a terror in every sense. The monster wielded venom potent enough to level towns. The men tilted his head as he stepped into its domain. The serpent roared. And the adventurer yawned. Seconds later, the beast's midsection split apart, a shockwave rippling out as if space itself had cracked. The severed halves of the Tempest serpent thudded onto the floor like cut ropes. As for the adventurer, he sheathed his sword again. By now, the lobby had turned into something akin to a sporting arena. Every staff member, adventurer, and guest had gathered around the central screens, watching with bated breath as the mysterious adventurer approached the 50th floor. What began as disbelief and caution had evolved into open speculation. Do you think he'll make it to the bottom? One person asked. No one's ever cleared past the 60th floor. And even if he does, there's still the storm dragon waiting at the end. Someone pointed out. Right, but did you see what he did to the snake? He hasn't even broken a sweat yet. Another exclaimed. Betting pools were growing absurd. The lounge was abuzz with theories, arguments, and running jokes about the adventurer's true identity. Some insisted he was a disguised demon lord. Others joked he was a friend of Rimuru. No one knew the truth, but they were all watching. The road to the halfway mark, however, proved to be a shift in tone. Whereas the earlier traps had failed or jammed against his barrier, these new ones were in a different league. The 41st to 49th floors were infested, not just with monsters, but with a menace that seasoned adventurers learned to dread. Slimes. At first, people scoffed at the idea. Slimes were weak, weren't they? But these weren't the usual kind. These were dungeon-born, enhanced by Veldora's magiceuls, and horrifyingly efficient. They merged together, forming writhing walls of slime flesh that advanced on intruders like tidal waves. Floors became living terrain, sticky, acidic, and impossible to outrun. And they were immune to normal attacks. Dozens of skilled parties had perished in those very same corridors, their gear melted and bones dissolved in minutes. Yet here he was. The mysterious adventurer's pace slowed for the first time, not due to injury, but simply from inconvenience. He sighed, swatted at the slimes with casual annoyance, muttering to himself as if brushing off bugs on a summer stroll. They clung to his legs, climbing up his arms, but none could penetrate the barrier protecting his skin and clothes. Several times, his foot got stuck in a wall of slime that hadn't been there a second before, forcing him to stop and slice it off in a lazy swing. Spectators stared in silent horror, and then disbelief, as the corrosive slimes hissed and sizzled on his clothes, only to slide off, failing to leave so much as a scuff. Did he just yawn while being digested alive? Someone asked. How is he alive? Those slimes killed an entire A-rank team last month. Another yelled. It's like, they're allergic to him. One person muttered. In truth, the only thing that managed to put a dent in his demeanor was the sheer inconvenience of dealing with the creatures. Their regenerative nature made it impossible to stand around, so for once, he had to keep moving at a steady pace. It was annoying. But not a threat. After clearing the final stretch, his hair slightly more disheveled, his cloak dusted with goo, he arrived at the massive gates leading to the 50th floor, the halfway mark. Inside the chamber stood not one, but two bosses. Gozel and Mezel, both A-class guardians, were forged and trained under the guidance of Cheyenne. Gozel was a towering mass of muscle, a living fortress wielding his lightning horn. Mezel was leaner, faster, and covered in armor, equipped with a spear that could rend through magic defenses like paper. Ordinarily, they rotated as solo guardians. But recently, Ramirez had given strict orders to block access to the lower floors at all costs. Only two parties had made it this far in recent months, and both were crushed within minutes. Now, however, they stood side by side for a new challenger. The chamber echoed with the hum of tension as the twin guardians stepped forward. State your name and purpose, adventurer. Gozel rumbled, his voice like thunder. The man blinked lazily, tapping the edge of his sheathed sword against his shoulder. HM. Oh, I just came for the loot. He said. A long silence followed. Then, Mezel shifted, claws poised. You're not permitted beyond this floor. Turn back, or prepare yourself. He warned. The adventurer tilted his head. You guys don't happen to have any chests behind you, do you? He asked. Neither guardian answered. That was all the confirmation he needed. He sighed again, exasperated, not concerned, then reached for his blade. Both monsters charged at once, one with blinding speed and elegance, the other with sheer weight and fury. Mezel struck first, his spear gleaming with a sharp glow as he aimed straight for the adventurer's heart. His precision was unmatched. That blow would have skewered any ordinary opponent, had it landed. At the same instant, Gozel barreled forward with terrifying momentum, his horn crackling with streaks of lightning. His roar echoed throughout the 50th floor, causing the very stone beneath them to tremble. And yet, their target had yet to move. Then. A blinding flash. A violent crash thundered through the dungeon. The live feed flickered. Static overtook the screens. Gasps filled the lobby as spectators leaned forward, desperate to see what had happened. When the image returned, it silenced the entire room. Two heads rolled across the floor in eerie unison. They came to a stop, side by side, facing one another. Their eyes, still wide, held not pain, but disbelief. No one had seen him move. No dramatic flourish. No grand spell or flashy technique. The adventurer simply continued walking, sword already back in its sheath. He didn't glance back. He didn't acknowledge the fallen guardians, almost as if the entire battle hadn't been worth remembering. He walked on, past the halfway mark, toward the sealed floors, toward where only a few in the world could stand without being crushed by the weight of pressure alone. Far below, deep on the 55th floor, the atmosphere began to shift. The primordials, ancient demons who could paint the world in blood, paused their idle wait. The air grew electric. A presence, faint yet unmistakable, trickled down from above. But what was most terrifying was how controlled it was. That kind of restraint required mastery far beyond the average demon lord. No leaks. No waste. Just enough presence to be felt, yet not enough to harm the dungeon's balance. Testarosa's eyes remained closed as her lips curled into a soft smile. She was seated like a noble awaiting the arrival of a guest she already knew would come. Ultima hopped to her feet, eyes alight with anticipation. Oh, he's finally here. She beamed. Carrera cracked her neck with a feral grin. Took him long enough. I thought he'd at least trip over the slimes for a while longer. She mused. Standing calmly at the very foot of the floor's grand staircase was Diablo. His grin stretched wide, dripping with amusement and something darker. So, you've come to visit us, Dino. He said. The Watcher. The sleeping ruler. The sixth seat of the octagram. One of the 7 angels of origin. No demon. No monster. No human. A being born at the dawn of time. Once hailed as the Sword of God, Dino had served at Veldonava's side as a guardian, strategist, and confidant. He was a former angel, a seraph who fell, not out of hatred, but apathy. He no longer fought for the heavens, nor did he join the abyss. Instead, he wandered in the middle, claiming laziness as both shield and excuse. Despite being in his languor, Dino remained formidable. He was a being so ancient and powerful that even demons looked upon him with respect. Now, he was walking through Tempest's dungeon as if on a casual stroll. The displays went black. No more footage. No flashy visual effects to show Dino's advance. The spectators in the lobby murmured in confusion. Some blinked repeatedly as if that might bring the image back. Others groaned, disappointed that their bets on how far the men would go were now voided. A few muttered in irritation. This was the most entertaining dungeon run they'd ever seen. But the live feed past the 50th floor was restricted under Rimuru's orders. That zone belonged to Tempest's elite. The kind of training and secrets conducted beyond that threshold were not meant for public eyes. Yet Dino marched on, unaware of the blackout. And surprisingly, the 51st to 54th floors were empty. No monsters. No traps. Just vast, serene chambers carved in ancient stone, scattered with monolithic ruins and bioluminescent flora. Beautiful, yes. But eerily quiet. Did I clear it already? He wondered aloud, scratching the back of his head. No way it ends like this. He said. Still, he pressed forward. Descending the final staircase, Dino emerged onto the 55th floor. Light poured through the slotted ceiling, cascading over a grand hall. Pillars lined the path, reaching so high they disappeared into the heavens. Ornate patterns decorated the walls and tiles, etched with unknown runes and infused with magic. It was serene. Holy, even. But it didn't feel safe. Not one bit. Then, his instinct screamed. Boom. Dino's arms flew up, crossing instinctively. Two impacts struck at once. His vision blurred. Air cracked under the pressure. Smoke and dust exploded outward. When it cleared, Dino stood firm, his multi-layer barrier glowing around him. In one hand, he gripped a jet-black gauntlet, clawed fingers frozen mid-strike. In the other, a burning whip that was cold to the touch. Ha! The hell! He yelled, blinking in shock. Before him stood Diablo and Testarossa, each wearing their signature grins. Behind them, Ultima and Carrera offered casual waves, each still lowering their hands from having fired long-range spells. They had attacked simultaneously, delivering a coordinated strike. Yet none of them looked tense. Not even winded. Dino took a half-step back, more confused than threatened. Yeah. He stammered. It was the first time since entering the dungeon that he looked surprised, truly, deeply caught off guard. Seeing his shock, Ultima and Carrera burst into laughter, while Testarossa covered her mouth with a dignified chuckle. Diablo simply smirked, satisfied with the reaction. What in Veldonava's holy name are you four doing here? Dino barked, trying to reassert himself. Diablo stepped forward, one hand over his chest in exaggerated politeness. Kufufu. We merely thought it polite to welcome our guest. He said. That's not welcoming. Dino snapped, arms flailing in protest. And how the hell did you know I was coming? He demanded. Testarossa brushed her snow-white hair over her shoulder. Let's just say, a certain someone tipped us off. She replied. Dino's brow twitched. Ugh. Remoris. Should have figured. He groaned, massaging his temple before blinking at them again, this time with sharper eyes. No, seriously. What are you four doing here? Who summoned you? Noir, Blanc, Violet, John. This isn't some reunion. He asked, crossing his arms and frowning. But instead of answering, the four exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It wasn't mocking in the cruel sense. It was the kind of laughter old friends shared when someone missed an obvious joke. Dino stared at them, dumbfounded. What's so funny? He yelled. Once their laughter finally died down, Diablo straightened and bowed slightly, not in respect, but with dramatic flair. You shall refer to me as Diablo, old friend. He said, voice rich with amusement. Testarossa followed with a graceful curtsy. I am Testarossa. She said, her voice calm and melodic. Name's Carrera. Long time no see, birdie. She called, raising a lazy hand. And I'm Ultima. The final demon chimed, flashing a peace sign. Still surprised you've got a spine under all that slouching. Good for you. She teased. Their words hit Dino like a thunderclap. He staggered back a step, mouth agape. His brows shot up, his pupils dilated. Wait, what? His voice trailed off. Then it hit him. Diablo. Testarossa. Carrera. Ultima. They didn't don their old titles anymore. These were the new identities given to the most powerful of the demons, their reborn selves, their stabilized, named versions. The realization slammed into Dino's mind like a falling star. His jaw dropped. His breath caught. His eyes, previously half-lidded with perpetual fatigue, were now fully awake. "You're kidding me," he muttered. "You four, you're named," he shouted. The demons grinned. "Welcome back to the world, Dino. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had fun waiting for this one. I really wanted to name this chapter, You Picked the Wrong Floor, Fool, but I ultimately decided to cut that last part out. Although I'm sure plenty of you already understand the reference. Anyway, Dino is here. This chapter was incredibly fun to write. I was able to show off a fraction of Dino's power, which is always a nice treat. I feel like he's been heavily underused in the original story. Like, are we really gonna believe that Zijin beats him? Yeah, not happening here. Also, a scene where Diablo gets kinda humbled, twice, I guess, is always lovely. As much as we love that guy, he gets way too much glaze from the author. Regarding my plans for Dino, I think I'll keep it roughly the same as the original, but with slight alterations. He did enter pretty late. And with this version of Rimuru being less spineless, it won't be easy to make a case where he allows Dino to stay for too long. I'm open to suggestions, as I've not finalized my plans yet. That is all for today. I'll see you in the next chapter. Author, out. Veldora's POV. What's better than starting your day with a good stretch? Absolutely nothing. After staying awake for over 3 years straight, half a day of uninterrupted sleep felt like drifting through heaven on a lazy cloud. True dragons like me can go on indefinitely, so I don't need sleep per se. But let's be honest here. Need is a suggestion when you've earned a break. Rimuru? That lucky slime got to sleep every time he exited battle mode, tucked into bed like royalty. Meanwhile, Seal and I had to babysit him while he snored away on some half-melted meteor tumbling through the abyss of space. Do you know how boring it is to guard someone unconscious for a week? Though I can't exactly blame him. His transformation is incredibly taxing. On him, on us, on reality. I swear, I got tired just being in the vicinity whenever he's in that state. And I was the one tanking his attacks half the time. So, yeah. That nap. Legendary. What made it even better? Those two finally had the decency to put up a soundproof barrier last night. Because let me tell you, there is nothing worse than trying to get some shut-eye with my best friend and my sister getting all rowdy in the next room over. I swear they do it on purpose sometimes. It's like some twisted form of torture. Even Seal and Leviathan were getting worked up about it, which is saying a lot. Rimuru, of course, tried to play dumb when I confronted him. Eh? What do you mean? As if the walls didn't shake. As if Velzard didn't scream in stereo. The men looked genuinely confused, though. He even had the nerve to make excuses. We just get caught up in the moment. Maybe we forgot the barrier. Seriously. I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse. Anyway, I stood up feeling lighter than I had in a long time. There's something sacred about being awake before Rimuru and Velzard. It's like I get a head start on peace before the chaos catches up. Noticing steam fogging up the window, I turned off the stove with a flick of my wrist. Of course, the second best way to start your day is with a cup of coffee. A fresh, aromatic brew just waiting to be enjoyed in silence. No Rimuru. No Velzard. No banter. Just me, the warm mug in my hand, and... You seem rather pleased this morning, Veldora. Seal said. Damn it. I held in a sigh. Good morning to you, too, Seal. Can't a true dragon like me enjoy a moment of quiet? I asked sarcastically. You're not being quiet. You're narrating your life out loud again. She replied flatly. I blinked. Wait, was I? I muttered. Yes. And quite theatrically. She said. Well, whatever. At least she wasn't roasting me for breakfast today. Anyway, back to the coffee. Rimuru and Velzard hadn't come down yet, probably still basking in their recovery period. I wasn't about to cook anything either. That would require effort. And I would rather face both my sisters in a bad mood than ask Seal to do it. She doesn't even say no. She just stares back. Like, deep into your soul. As I headed for the couch, footsteps echoed from the stairwell, slow and dragging. The figure emerged under the soft light filtering through. His shoulders were slouched, his steps were listless, and his hand was pressed against the side of his head, where the glowing horn protruded like a beacon. Rimuru, still in his reactor transformation, looked like someone had dropped a black hole on him. He wasn't physically injured. No, that wasn't it. His aura was perfectly stable. But the vibes? Absolute disaster. He looked as if sleep had become an entirely non-existent concept. I grinned and struck a dramatic pose, pointing like I'd just solved the case. Look who woke up before you, I announced, triumphant. He barely lifted his head. Still covering that horn. Oh, good morning, Veldora. He mumbled, voice scratchy like sandpaper. Okay, something was definitely wrong. He can be a bit groggy, sure. But Rimuru always bounced back within seconds. The guy currently holds a literal star in his soul. There's no such thing as fatigue in that equation. Heh, someone looks tired. I joked, nudging him with a grin. From the looks of things, you maintained your reactor while asleep. Good work, I said. He didn't even bother responding. Just half collapsed onto the couch like gravity finally won. He slouched so low I thought he'd melt into the cushions. Ugh, what sleep? He muttered. Not even a fake smile. I sighed and sat down beside him, watching him slump deeper into existential suffering. Wait. Aren't you supposed to have, like, a literal star pumping out limitless magicals in there? What's with the down energy? I asked. He rubbed his temples and groaned. Thing was, I couldn't fully sleep. He said, voice flat. I had to stay half awake the whole time just to keep the reactor stable. And when I did wake up, it felt like my mind got hit with. I don't even know. Static. Pain. Pressure. Headache from the void. He explained. Damn. I mean, the stellar nuclear reactor was incredibly demanding on the mind. He planned on sustaining that thing for 2 weeks, which must feel like lifting a star with your brain. And this was only day 4. Still, one thing didn't add up. Alright, but then what's with the horn clutching? You look like it's burning, I commented. He turned to me, eyes narrowed. His lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't smug or tired. It was defeated, the smile of a man who had seen or witnessed things and would never be the same. Uncomfortable doesn't even begin to describe it. He whispered. Last night seemed like a blur. He continued, his tone low. Vels, she kept grabbing the horn, like, holding on for dear life. I don't know if I tried to stop her or if I just blacked out, but he tried to go on, but I stopped him. Nope. I held up a hand, turning away. Please, keep that to yourselves, I pleaded. His eyes widened in alarm, then he sank even deeper into the couch, almost curling in on himself. All right. Well, that should give you an idea of why my head hurts more than it should, he muttered. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Good grief. You two are hopeless, I said. Just then, another set of footsteps echoed through the chamber. Rimuru and I turned toward the stairway in sync. Descending like she was walking on clouds, Velzard practically glowed with joy. Each step had a bounce, her expression radiant and carefree. It was a complete and total contrast to the walking corpse that was Rimuru, slumped next to me. I blinked slowly. Okay, this was weird. I'd seen Velzard angry, composed, smug, and even affectionate. But practically skipping. That was new. I glanced at Rimuru again. His lips curled into an awkward, exhausted smile, half proud, half pleading for mercy. Dude, did all your energy go to her or something? I asked, leaning closer. He let out a weak chuckle. You could say that, he said. Good morning, Rimuru, Veldora. Velzard chimed, her voice higher than usual. Morning, dear. Rimuru replied, dragging the words like he'd just been asked to speak underwater. She waltzed straight into the kitchen, humming to herself as she prepped the counter like it was the happiest day in existence. I turned back to Rimuru, who was watching her with that same tired, blissful look, like a man who'd lost the war but got to keep the kingdom. I sighed. Turns out I said good luck to the wrong person, I muttered. That got a laugh from him, even if it was a pitiful one. I've had my fun for a while now, he said. Guess you could say I gave her a turn at the wheel. After all, where's the fun in OUCH? He tried to continue. I smacked him. You unholy spawn, I hissed. Please. Keep that stuff to yourself, I pleaded. He just rubbed his head, completely unfazed, and slid even further down the couch like he was trying to merge with it. From the kitchen, Velzard let out her signature, melodic giggle. While you won't understand it now, I'm sure you will someday, Veldora, she said while casually dicing vegetables as if nothing had happened. I threw my hands up and turned away. I'd really prefer not to, I replied. She laughed again, definitely enjoying this a little too much. Turning to my side, I noticed Rimuru had already closed his eyes. Fast asleep again, just like that. My eyes darted to the side to meet Velzard. You're still terrifying, huh? I muttered. Fufufu, he said it himself. He's had his fun. It was simply my turn to dash, she mused. I stopped her before she could continue. Yes. Yes. Please stop. Don't finish that sentence. I yelled. Velzard just giggled more and went back to chopping, clearly satisfied with the chaos she'd stirred. Once we moved past the slightly awkward tension from earlier, breakfast turned out surprisingly good. Given Velzard's radiant mood, it made sense. Her cooking always seemed to scale with it. Perhaps love was the secret ingredient after all. How appalling. Rimuru perked up too, bit by bit. It wasn't a physical recharge. He already had more energy than anyone in the room. It was more of a mental thing. I guess eating a warm meal made by your terrifyingly affectionate girlfriend could do that. Another thing I noticed was that Seal and Leviathan seemed more at ease. In the past, whenever those two sat close, the air felt like it was ready to shatter from the tension. But now. It wasn't warm or friendly, but it wasn't ice-cold either. There was an understanding there. They still weren't talkative, especially Leviathan, who could outsilence a void, but at least they didn't radiate mutual doom anymore. I suppose even 2 decades of living together does something. After breakfast wrapped up, I dragged Rimuru out of the house to begin our next round of training. I half expected Velzard to follow, since she mentioned wanting more details about his new reactor. But knowing those two, he probably already explained everything during their private session. Anyway. So, what's next? Rimuru asked, now visibly livelier. I rubbed my chin, trying to recall that moment during the founding festival, the way my energy and his merged seamlessly. Think it's possible to enter that form again? I muttered. He raised a brow. Which one? He asked. The one where I assimilated with you. I think it was called Battle Mode Storm. I said. Oh. That one. His voice dropped into thoughtfulness. I'm afraid it isn't possible. Seal interjected, just stepping out from the house. We both turned to her, and I frowned. Of course, she'd say that. Seriously? I asked. If Rimuru-sama utilizes True Dragon Release and integrates your energy fully, his own battle mode becomes inaccessible. She explained without missing a beat. That's a downer. I'd hoped it'd alleviate the mental overload issue with his transformation. Rimuru's battle mode was powerful, sure, but it drained his mind faster than it drained energy. With the stellar nuclear reactor pumping out near limitless power, the issue wasn't output. It was cognition. His thinking slowed down, his reflexes dulled, and he became a world-ending punching bag with no dodging capacity. Not ideal. You reckon we should try it for our first attempt? I asked, glancing back at Rimuru. He closed his eyes, thoughtful. It does have some advantages. Our combined output won't rival the reactor, but it's sustainable. With full access to my computational ability, and both our energy pools added together, we could make a pretty lethal combo. He said. Seal nodded. The battle will essentially become a one-on-one. At best, you two can switch control over the vessel with negligible delay. She added. Right. Forgot about that. When I fused with Rimuru, our energy and consciousness synced. The combined output was immense, although still less than his reactor running, but it made up for it with efficiency. It allowed him to fight without burning through mental reserves, and we could alternate control mid-battle. We can give it a shot. Rimuru said, shrugging. Not like we're short on opportunities to get our asses handed to us by Velz. He added. You're right. I replied. We had over 70 years left in the detached sphere. Our only mission here was to challenge Velzard whenever we wanted and eventually defeat her. There was no harm in trying different strategies. If we go that route, we'll need to retrain in that form. It's been a while, after all. I added. Rimuru nodded. Beats staying in this form too long. I said it was comfortable, but... I take it back. He muttered. With that, we settled on our next training objective. But we didn't jump in right away. Rimuru, being the stubborn slime he was, insisted on beating his own record with the stellar nuclear reactor. He was aiming for 2 whole weeks of continuous maintenance. Just 1 week was already a mental gauntlet. Trying to double that. Insanity. But I wasn't about to talk him out of it. After some discussion, we agreed to begin our next training phase a year later. In the meantime, Rimuru would continue cycling in and out of the form until he could hit his desired duration without frying his brain. 24th year. Time's a funny thing. Back when I was trapped in unlimited imprisonment, a week felt like a month. But in the detached sphere, it was the opposite. Weeks and months blurred together. A year passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. Even with decades ahead of us before leaving the sealed universe, it somehow felt like the end was always inching closer. Still, we didn't waste the time, far from it. Thanks to a consistent, relentless effort, Rimuru finally reached his goal of being in reactor mode for 2 whole weeks. And it wasn't just about surviving the duration. He mastered it. We threw a celebration that night, complete with a home-cooked feast from Velzard, who looked just as proud as he did smug. Even better, Rimuru figured out how to throttle the output down to 85%. That tiny reduction gave him much-needed mental breathing room, without costing too much in firepower. Although saying slight reduction in power doesn't really capture the experience. If anything, it made him more dangerous. Lowering the output allowed him to concentrate the energy more efficiently. Less waste, more punch. Literally. I still remember that one friendly spar. Dude. We're gonna run out of planets at this rate. What? You told me to strike with all I've got. Yeah. Never falling for that again. More importantly, with the extra computational space, he got better at thinking while transformed. His dodging improved. Not by a lot, mind you. He was still a glorified punching bag. But now he was a punching bag that sometimes moved. Even his accuracy sharpened. It became noticeably harder to slip through his guard or dance around his strikes. If you ask me, Rimuru's finally got a solid handle on his battle mode. There's still room to improve, of course. But we've got bigger things to tackle next. We stood on yet another unsuspecting planet, this time in the middle of a volcanic hellscape. Molten rivers carved glowing scars across the land. Explosions thundered in the distance, and a thick, choking haze hovered over the scorched terrain. The sky itself burned with an orange hue that never dimmed. I was sure that just breathing the atmosphere would melt any ordinary creature from the inside out. Perfect training ground. I've been waiting for this. I bellowed, clenching both fists, practically vibrating with excitement. You weren't subtle about it at all. Rimuru sighed, giving me that tired, flat look he reserved for when I was being extra. Hey. This is vital to our training. Holding it off any longer could have set us back. I argued, puffing up with exaggerated indignation. Rimuru gave me a deadpan stare, clearly not buying it. Okay, fine. That wasn't the only reason I wanted to test out our combined form again. Yeah, it is cool as hell. However, there's something else, something I've been unable to shake off since the last time we used it. Something I needed to understand. The transformation known as Battle Mode Storm isn't just a fusion of power. It's a complete assimilation. Rimuru takes in the entirety of my being, temporarily becoming a true dragon himself. The process only works with my consent, of course, and I can reclaim the energy at any time. But for that duration, we share a single vessel. 2 souls. 1 body. It's not unlike a binary star system, where 2 massive forces orbit each other in perfect, yet fragile, balance. Last time we merged, I got a rare, unfiltered glimpse into Rimuru's soul. And let me tell you what a view it was. It wasn't just strange. No, it was both unsettling and awe-inspiring. I'd suspected he had a unique soul before. You'd have to, if you could house the absurd number of skills he has. This was different. His soul was unlike anything I've ever seen. Rimuru's soul survived death, reincarnation, and dimensional travel without any vessel. That alone should be near impossible. Yet here he was. Though what disturbed me most was that within his soul, something unknowable stirred. It was a singular presence that stood apart from all his other absurd skills, a skill I didn't know could exist. God of the Void, Azathoth. I only got a glimpse during that first transformation. But even that glimpse burned itself into my mind. It's not just powerful. It's wrong in the way that a void shouldn't think, or that the abyss shouldn't watch you back. It carried something far beyond our standard logic, even for us. And that's why I wanted to do this again. Because in a binary system, both bodies exert an influence on each other. Last time, Rimuru was in control. He could use his skills and mine, all boosted by our shared energy pool. But we've never tried giving me control. If I'm at the helm this time, I might finally get a clearer look not just at the skill, but at its source. I want to know the truth behind Rimuru's most terrifying power. Turn null, the most destructive force in the multiverse. It was something my elder brother discarded after creating the multiverse. For all intents and purposes, it should have been inaccessible. Yet Rimuru can wield it. Granted, he can never fully utilize its potential, since doing so would destroy him. However, I still never understood how he could have generated it in the first place. If Azathoth is the key, then this training session isn't just about power. This will reveal the truth. Try not to do anything reckless with my skills. Rimuru said, raising a hand toward me with the palm forward. Heh. No guarantee. I shot back with a grin. He sighed, long and tired. He was probably already regretting this. Fine. Azathoth. He uttered. There it is. I wasn't sure if I had heard it last time, but now I had confirmation. Azathoth. So that's the skill responsible for his ability to assimilate true dragons. That might also explain how he can compress our entire existence into orbs of pure, refined power, which then allows him to slot us into his sword like a divine augmentation. Seriously, what even is that skill? No time to ponder. I felt it again, that dreadful, majestic pull. It wasn't like being dragged through space. No, it was as though I were being pulled toward a moment, a fixed point in time and meaning. A singularity. It wasn't violent, but as the force overtook me, I felt my senses blur, my physical form unraveling. Eventually, I crossed the threshold and entered the void. There was no gravity. No light. No matter. Only thought and will. I had no form. No voice. Only presence. I drifted like nothingness at the precipice of Rimuru's soul. And what a soul it was. Before me was a void within the void, utterly incomprehensible. Yet paradoxically, it shimmered like a sky of collapsing stars. Infinite. Eternal. Terrifying. Can you hear me? Rimuru's voice echoed across the abyss. Yes. I can't see anything right now, but I made it. Give me a moment. Suddenly, my field of view was flooded with white light. It cleared just as quickly. Now I was watching through Rimuru's eyes, our perspective. The fusion was complete. Unlike his reactor transformation, this one wasn't overwhelming. There was no sound of collapsing tectonics. No seismic ruptures. The planet beneath us was still intact. There were no burn marks or devastation. The change had been seamless, quiet, and controlled, a perfect fusion of wills. What's our existence value currently? 140 million, give or take. Holy crap. That was way higher than I expected. My own energy had grown over the years, of course, but apparently so had Rimuru's. Tremendously. At this point, even subtracting my contribution, he'd finally surpassed Tiamat's EP. No longer weaker than a staff, huh? Looks like I can't tease him about that anymore. Bummer, alright. Try moving around a bit. Get a feel for the form again. Rimuru took off, wings spread wide. He glided smoothly across the volcanic sky, weaving through debris from nearby eruptions. Jagged rocks and molten boulders shot upward from the surface, but none touched us. They stopped mere inches from contact, suspended by pressure and force before disintegrating into ash. Occasionally, he'd alter his flight path, dipping low and then spiraling upward again. It was graceful and natural, almost like he'd been born in this form. Now try unleashing a storm burst. I'll help channel the flow. You should be fine. Are you sure that's a good idea? 100%. Another sigh. Rimuru floated midair, turning to face a desolate stretch of the planet. We were careful not to aim near the planet where Velzard and the others were staying. Trust me, they would not appreciate that. He exhaled slowly. Then extended both hands outward. Between them, storm magic began to swirl, violent and wild. Bolts of dark lightning danced between his fingers, forming a chaotic storm of compressed energy. Then it intensified. The spell vibrated with unstable force, sending shockwaves through the sky. Even from within the vessel, I could feel my magic, amplified by Rimuru's absurd control and processing power. It was surgical annihilation. This spell was my attempt at recreating Veldonava's legendary Drago Nova, an attack feared by all. By condensing volatile, storm magic into a hyper-pressurized singularity, then releasing it in a focused stream, the result was an explosion on par with hundreds of supernovas. Of course, I wasn't crazy enough to detonate that ball of doom right in front of me. Instead, I warped the space at the spell's origin point. This would form a funnel, a narrow corridor that channeled the unstable magic into a laser-like ray of destruction. Focused. Contained. Cataclysmic. The beam tore through the cosmos like a god's finger drawing a line across creation. The recoil alone sent us flying backward several kilometers in a single second. Rimuru stabilized midair with a flap of his wings, extending his arm as the energy ray surged outward. Even though the planet beneath hadn't been the target, it now looked like it had just been personally insulted by a star. Seconds passed. Then, silence. The attack concluded, but the aftermath lingered like a scar across the heavens. A massive, circular region of space, once filled with stars, was now pitch black. Not dark, not dim. Gone. As if existence itself had been deleted. A void remained in its place, refusing to be filled. Even if someone survived that attack, storm magic was fundamentally volatile. Its raw, chaotic nature made regeneration nearly impossible. I knew that too well. Back in our battle, Rimuru had taken a near-direct hit, and even then, his regeneration had gone into overdrive to keep him from disintegrating completely. Dude, that was awesome. Oh. Rimuru getting excited about wholesale destruction. How unexpectedly ominous. Quahaha. Glad you enjoyed the show. Rimuru slowly drifted down to the ruined surface below, almost in a daze. Crazy as it might sound, I think we have a real shot. Right. I mean, if we landed a storm burst square on Velzard, that'd be it. I doubt it'd kill her, but it'd definitely knock her out of the fight long enough for a win. Of course, that was easier said than done. Even though we were now a single being, coordination was still key. I helped channel our energy into that attack, feeding the storm, guiding the stream. Similarly, if I took over control, Rimuru would be the one assisting from the background. Alright then. I've been kind of dreading this, but it's your turn at the wheel. Yes. I could already feel the regret bubbling inside him. Please don't accidentally collapse the universe. Vels would murder us. Come on. There's no way. He didn't respond. Something tells me he wasn't being dramatic. Regardless, the transfer of control was smooth. Just as Seal promised, there was virtually no delay. One moment, I was floating as a soul, my awareness passive and peripheral, and the next, I was the vessel. I cracked my neck and flexed my fingers experimentally. Everything felt strange but right. The scale was unfamiliar. I was shorter than my usual human form, but I had never felt more in control. The very concept of gravity seemed to dissolve around me. Then, before you try anything, please understand what my abilities can do. Rimuru's anxious voice rang in my head. Of course. We're safe in my hands, I promise. That's anything but assuring. Ignoring his whining, I turned inward, reaching into the twin core of our souls, the binary system that now defined us. I could feel both my essence and Rimuru's, locked in perfect harmony. And both responded to me willingly. Now then. Let's take a look at what makes Azathoth tick. Imaginary collapse allows the user to generate turn null, the ultimate destructive energy capable of erasing information. Imaginary space grants the user a vast, infinite subspace meant to store anything within its confines. Multidimensional barrier. Soul gluttony allows the user to devour any and all things while ignoring physical space and temporal distance. True dragon nucleation, storm of frost, allows the user to channel all of a true dragon's energy into an orb, which can then be slotted into a weapon. True dragon release, storm of frost, allows the associated true dragons to exist simultaneously outside the user and within. If given consent, the user can reclaim the true dragon's energy, assimilating their entire being into the user's essence. Oh my word. This isn't a skill. This is an affront to reality. Who let this exist? Seal once bragged about crafting the strongest ultimate skill in existence. I thought she was just being dramatic. Yeah, turns out she wasn't. Let's start with imaginary collapse. Producing turn null, the literal death of information. It doesn't destroy matter. No, it deletes the record of its existence. That's a power you shouldn't just casually wave around unless you're actively trying to earn the universe's hate. With that kind of ability, it's no surprise that Rimuru takes severe damage when using this ability. It's to the point where he could die from his own attack if he overdid it. In a sense, the multiverse is lucky it has a significant downside. If Rimuru could use this without consequence, everyone would be royally screwed. Then there's soul gluttony. I remember, Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub, an ultimate skill that let Rimuru consume everything in reach, space be damned. This was the nightmarish endgame version of that. If Rimuru had exact coordinates, both in space and time, he could consume someone from an infinite distance away. Temporal gaps don't matter. You can run. You can hide. But if he knows where and when you are, you're already gone. This is nuts. You're nuts. He. You can thank Seal for that. There's no contest. Azathoth isn't just an ultimate skill. It's a cosmic atrocity. Curious, but also a little apprehensive, I unfurled my wings and blasted upward. The force was enough to pulverize the ground beneath me into a fine mist. In less than a heartbeat, I was brushing the edge of the upper of this world, just shy of crossing into space. Now, easy does it. And I mean easy. Don't exert too much will. You might destroy the detached sphere. Just take a large chunk out of the planet. Rimuru's voice was firm. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a warning. The objective was for me to test the devouring capability of the Azathoth by targeting a substantial portion of the planet below. Of course, I had no real idea what I was doing. It was my first time using this monstrous thing. And while I hoped I could prevent it from going overboard, if I made a mistake, Rimuru could always step in and take control. That was the plan, anyway. I inhaled deeply, steeling myself, and reached inward. That was when something moved. Something deep inside us stirred. A hunger. Violent. Silent. Ancient. It wasn't just power. It was absence given form, something not meant to exist, now responding as though it had been waiting all this time. From beyond the interwoven strands of our binary souls, the void began to pulse. Not a sound. Not a flash. Just a presence. For a moment, I couldn't tell if it was still inside the vessel or already beyond it. It was invisible, and yet I could feel it racing through space, moving faster than thought, faster than intent. Azathoth. I intoned. But the skill had already activated. The name was an afterthought, like calling out to a beast that had already leapt into motion the moment you thought about moving. Beneath us, the planet began to shrink. Not crack. Not explode. Just shrink. A terrible stillness descended as something unseen began devouring the world below. A pressureless vacuum, eating reality in silence. It was consuming everything and drawing it into the endless pit of imaginary space. Some of it stayed intact as raw material. Most of it was converted into pure energy, efficiently, automatically, horrifically. Just like that, the planet was gone. No shockwave. No lights. No grand finale. Where once a massive world floated, now there was only empty space. Dude, what happened to just a chunk of the planet? Hey. It's my first time using this cheat, alright. While I tried to argue, I was unsettled inside. I was unsettled because I hadn't ordered that level of destruction. It had known what I wanted. Or rather, it had decided what I needed. Azathoth wasn't just obeying commands. It was anticipating them. Responding to intent, not language. It was a weapon that moved faster than its wielder's thoughts, a silent void with a will of its own. Well. I guess that was a pretty alright showing. How are you so calm knowing you wield that thing? Ha ha ha. You know I don't just go around using it casually, right? In fact, I dislike relying on Azathoth's more broken abilities. The amount of control it takes is absolutely huge. I worked my ass off just refining how to handle it. His voice was easy and relaxed, but I couldn't match that energy. I'd just seen a planet vanish into a whisper of nothing. While not an uncommon sight for me, the way it happened was unsettling. You felt it, didn't you? How it acted before you could even speak the command. Yeah, it was ominous. Exactly. That's what I had to get used to. There was a pause in Rimuru's thoughts, a slight drop in tone. It was quiet, almost contemplative. For some reason, Azathoth acts on its own sometimes. There's no ego in the skill, Seal confirmed that much, but it reacts, automatically. It's almost as if it's always listening, ready to act the moment it senses an intention to devour. Even Seal doesn't fully understand why it does that. And she's the one who made this monstrosity. That wasn't normal. I had thought my control had simply been terrible. And, well, to be fair, it was. But now, hearing this, I realized the sudden activation hadn't been my error at all. That was just how Azathoth functioned, which made it so much worse. The way it had moved, preemptively and decisively, reminded me of something else. Certain divine weapons, those considered God grade and above, exhibited a kind of awareness. They would recognize their wielder. And if the wielder weren't up to par, those weapons would either reject them or remain partially sealed. Was Azathoth doing the same? Was Rimuru still not fully acknowledged by it? The thought alone sent a chill down my spine. It meant that Azathoth was more than just a skill. No, it was something else, something that might be watching, judging, and waiting. I looked inward at the swirling binary system we now shared, the twin lights of our souls floating in that impossible space. There was nothing more terrifying than knowing your best friend had a weapon that could delete information, and that even he couldn't fully control it. That's why he avoids using it whenever possible. And I don't blame him. 27th year. We'd spent the vast majority of the last few years conducting switch training. Thanks to the sustainability of our fused form, there was rarely any need to undo the transformation. It saved time, resources, and, more importantly, made us terrifyingly efficient. Our days were spent alternating control over the vessel, growing used to each other's powers and instincts. We'd test the limits of what this fused body could endure. Rimuru, to his credit, had mastered both of my ultimate skills. Lord of Investigation, Faust, granted profound observational abilities and manipulation over probability. Rimuru had already been good at reading his enemies, but with Faust, he could now see why something happened and how it could be altered. It was an eerie pairing with his mind. The second, Lord of Nature, Ananiel, was more challenging to master. It required syncing with the laws of the natural world, bending them without breaking them. Still, Rimuru learned to manipulate the balance of ecosystems, adjust atmospheric composition, and even control the domain of disorder world. Not bad for a slime. As for me, I learned a great deal more about his arsenal. How he manages to function with it still baffles me. And, contrary to all my expectations, Rimuru's soul housed only 2 ultimate skills. Just 2. I thought it was a joke at first. But no. The reason for that was so stupid it actually made sense. The first skill was obvious. God of the Void, Azathoth. It's already an affront to reality, but over time, I managed to refine the use of its more grounded sub-skills like multidimensional barrier and space-time domination. The latter, in particular, was my favorite. With it, I finally gained proper control over the elusive time attribute, something that had always slipped through my grasp like mist. Soul Gluttony, on the other hand. That thing is ruthless. I'd be aiming to absorb a small meteor and accidentally consume the star system behind it. Containing the hunger of an information-devouring vortex is not as easy as Rimuru makes it look. The man has finesse where I have raw output, and even now, it irks me. But the second skill was what really baffled me. God of Harvest, Shub-Niggurath. It's not flashy. Not destructive. Not even particularly intimidating on the surface. But it is, without question, the most insidiously divine concept I've ever encountered. Imagine this. If Seal, the super-intellect behind all of Rimuru's absurdity, were to become a skill herself, her sole focus being the study, alteration, and creation of skills, that's what Shub-Niggurath is. It's a living, breathing metaconcept, functioning not on strength, but on potential. Based entirely on analysis, Rimuru can use the skill to craft or duplicate abilities, any ability, provided the information is sufficient. He can then gift them to compatible individuals via skill gifting, something he has already done on more occasions than I thought possible. Not to mention, he has that broken atrocity known as skill nullification, which allows him to disable the effect of one skill at a time. However, it was skill storage that stole the show for me. Even with his powerful soul, there's a ceiling. Rimuru can't hold more than 5 ultimate skills without it severely impacting his mental and spiritual stability. Holding any more would stretch even his divine essence beyond safe operating limits. That's where the archive comes in. Skill storage is a literal divine vault, a dimensional library of skills, each carefully catalogued, indexed, and sealed. Skills housed here aren't attached directly to his soul, but remain accessible, albeit with a slight activation delay. I got a glimpse once. Just once. And I have never forgotten it. Rows upon rows of suspended skill data. Not just ultimate skills, but countless lesser ones like unique skills, extra skills, and even one-off prototypes that could reshape worlds. There were entire systems in there, filed away like casual blueprints. It was a trove of divine knowledge, a stockpile of potential reality-warping mechanisms that Rimuru could draw upon at will. Let me read off a list of just the ultimate skills he's gathered. Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebuth. Lord of Vows, Uriel. Lord of Storms, Veldora. Lord of Frost, Velzard. Lord of the Stars, Velda. Lord of Greed, Mammon. Lord of Hope, Serial. Lord of Investigation, Faust. Lord of Nature, Ananiel. God of Harvest, Shub-Niggurath. God of the Void, Azathoth. Yeah. That's 12, count it, 12 ultimate skills, each one more insane than the last. Any single one of them could rewrite physical law, restructure causality, or establish an entire metaphysical dominion. And they're all just sitting in his vault. Labeled, catalogued, and ready for retrieval. It's honestly disgusting how casual he is about it. You may have noticed a few odd ones near the bottom. Those aren't typos. Even the skills currently bound to his soul, Azathoth and Shub-Niggurath, are also backed up in his divine vault. Apparently, Shub-Niggurath just has a copy of itself and stores it within itself. Why? Contingency. It was Seal's idea, of course. She mentioned something about preserving core functionality in case either of them was forcefully extracted from Rimuru's soul. The chance of that happening is quite literally 0, which makes it all the more disturbing that she prepared anyway. And the weirdness doesn't stop there. Velzard and I. Yeah, we're skills now. Those 2 entries, Lord of Storms, Veldora, and Lord of Frost, Velzard, weren't just namesakes. They're actual manifestations of our beings, converted into high-tier conceptual frameworks that Rimuru can wield to access our magic and abilities as if they were his own. It's what made the assimilation between us possible. He didn't just borrow our power. No, he incorporated us into his structure. Then there's Lord of the Stars, Velda. Sounds familiar? That's because it's a reference to Veldora. It's the skill seal developed by recreating Malim's star magic, and from it came the terrifying stellar nuclear reactor. It's not perfect by any means, but the fact that it exists at all is a testament to the frightening possibilities that seal can cook up. And yes, I did confront him about that. Really? Did you have to store my skills in your vault? His answer? What? It does that automatically. You assimilated with me, so the information got analyzed and archived. Automatically. Just like that. No permission. No ceremony. One moment, we're training. And next, my entire arsenal becomes part of a cataloged, weaponized library. It's absurd, straight up unbelievable. But there was nothing I could do. 30th year. 3 more years passed in a blip. By now, I'd gotten a decent handle on some of Rimuru's abilities. And let me tell you, the difference between us couldn't be more understated. I had raw power, sure. But Rimuru? He made up for it with a level of versatility that borders on the absurd. Honestly, he might have the most diverse arsenal in existence. Not just because of the number of skills he's gathered, but because of how damn well he uses them. It's one thing to hoard 1,000 skills and barely understand half. It's another thing entirely to wield those 1,000 skills with terrifying proficiency, turning even the most mundane ones into lethal options. And Rimuru? He's the latter. During those early years, when I was focused on training to one day fight Velzard, he used that time to start from scratch. He refined his entire combat style, optimized even the lesser skills, and developed a mastery so thorough it honestly pissed me off. I wasn't exaggerating when I said he could hurt me with common skills. As for me, well, I wasn't on his level. But I picked up a few tricks. It was honestly cool trying out frost magic, something that should have been completely outside my reach as the storm dragon. But thanks to my assimilation with Rimuru, I could tap into his arsenal. And by extension, I could test out my sister's magic. Let me be the first to tell you that frost magic is terrifying. It's not just some fancy ice show. It's the embodiment of deceleration. Anything caught in its path would be reduced to a state of indefinite stasis. Time crawls to nothing. Energy bleeds out of motion. Matter ceases to exist in any meaningful sense. It's the perfect counter to my stormy, ever-changing force. Combine that kind of control with the time attribute, and you get an opponent you can't even touch. No wonder Velzard is such a nightmare to face. She's practically my natural counter. As for how well I used it, let's just say, it was a learning experience. I mean, come on. This isn't exactly within my standard toolbox. There were several kinks to work out, but we didn't put much focus on them. Besides, I doubt frost magic would even work on Velzard. Still, I might have had a little fun with it. Just once, I froze an entire star. You heard that right. It was weird seeing something so bright and energetic just stop. The star turned into a crystalline mass of gas and plasma, suspended in time. No movement. No radiation. No internal excitation. Just a frozen monument of arrested entropy. It didn't explode, and it didn't collapse. It just existed like a giant cosmic ice sculpture. Rimuru was not amused. Anyway, our most significant improvement wasn't in power or arsenal. Instead, it was synchronization. Switching control between us was already seamless, almost imperceptible. But somehow, we managed to push it even further. The delay became practically non-existent. It reached a point where we no longer even needed to communicate with each other. We began predicting each other's intent so precisely that there were moments when our consciousness felt like a single thread. The intent to switch would surge through that connection, faster than words, faster than thought. All it took was a twitch of my will, and I was in control. One time, during a simulated duel against an artificial opponent, I charged the foe with a barrage of punches infused with storm magic. The illusion countered with a barrage of homing spells, high speed and chaotic. Just before they hit, I surrendered control. In a blink, Rimuru took over. His multidimensional barrier shimmered to life midair, forming a precise defense to reflect the incoming spells to their source. Not a word passed between us. Not a plan. Just a shift. Natural. Perfect. That gave us hope. If we were to face Velzard in her true form, this was our edge. I'd handle close-quarters combat, keeping pressure on her and absorbing or redirecting her attacks. And the moment we needed distance, Rimuru would slip in, chaining long-range spells or disrupting her flow with space-time traps. Even our personalities began to influence our combat methodology. My reckless aggression fused with his efficiency, creating something neither of us could fully define. A controlled storm. A calculating force of nature. Still, we weren't naive. I've only ever fought Velzard in her concealed form, and even that was overwhelming. Getting her to reveal her true self required everything I had, and maybe more. So we couldn't even imagine how terrifying she'd be if she stopped holding back. That's why we agreed only to attempt 2 tries with this form. If it fails, we'll revert to the original plan, a 2-on-1 battle, with Rimuru using his stellar nuclear reactor form. In that state, he becomes a living power core, burning with concentrated, stellar magic that could rip existence at its foundation. Too bad we can't access that form while I'm still assimilated with him. Even limitless power has its trade-offs. You reckon we're ready to face her? We could always be more prepared. But we'll never know unless we give it a shot. As expected, Rimuru's never satisfied. Even after over 5 years of training in our combined form, he still believes there is room for improvement. And honestly, he's right. I highly doubt we'll beat her on the first try. But it's going to be one hell of a learning experience. And no, you're not allowed to use turn null. Ha. What makes you think I'd even consider that? Just saying. If I'm not allowed to use it, then you're not allowed to either. Like hell I'd touch that thing. One miscalculation, and we're dragging the entire plane of existence down with us. Good. Then we're ready to proceed. With that, our resolve was steeled. Once we returned to the main planet, we'd challenge Velzard. I shifted my senses outward, using universal perception to take a closer look at our fused form. The dragon wings, my wings, stretched wide from our back, crackling faintly with power. They certainly added to the overall aesthetic. And then there was Rimuru's hair, platinum blue with streaks of blonde running through it. Subtle, but distinctive. Not as divine as his reactor transformation, but I honestly think it looks better. Definitely not biased because I helped design it. Dude, you know I can perceive your thoughts, right? Why are you monologuing? His tone carried a bemused lilt, somewhere between confusion and amusement. Hey. It's important to get a good look at yourself before going into battle. Even if we're gonna lose in style. Can't argue with that. And so, as we hovered at the edge of space above a planet we'd just spared, the final piece of our plan was ready. Rimuru and I, fused into a singular entity, against Velzard, in all her terrifying, unrestrained glory. It was a daunting prospect. But despite the creeping dread, I have to admit, I'm looking forward to it. Welcome back, readers. Back with another short but fun chapter. If you're wondering where I've been over the past few days, I've just been playing random games. But we're here now. The return of the popular, battle mode, Storm, is here. I remember the initial illustration of this all the way back in chapter 23 garnered quite a bit of attention. Since my art has improved a bit since then, I thought I'd illustrate that form in full this time. This current rendition is definitely among my best works. I made sure to retain most of the original features while adding a few details, such as the frost bracelet. Now, let's discuss the next big thing. Veldora can now briefly tap into Azathoth's power. You may have seen past comments discussing my dislike of the imaginary supply art. I plan to remove that aspect from this story. The only ones who can access the power of Azathoth are Velzard and Veldora, and they have to be fused with him. It's my workaround for allowing other characters to use the ability while keeping it limited and not too overpowered. And as Veldora demonstrated here, he's not one to use Azathoth on a whim. Velzard will be the same, so it won't be a concern. Anyway, that is all for today. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out.